is the best wrestling in the whole world.
You've never seen anything like this on Spike TV.
The quantity of speech is not always indicative of the quality of thought.
I'm Captain Charisma, you silly bastard!
This is wrong. You got robbed. You got robbed. You got robbed.
You've been painting in an unventilated room. Maybe you need to go back to rehab.
Come on, now that wasn't necessary.
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity and I don't give a damn!
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me episode number 44. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode we're talking about the month that is January 2006 leading up until Final Resolution 2006. I'm Garrett Kidney and I am joined by Liam Jones.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Wow. So let's head right into...
I guess we should start that if you listen to the watch along, you heard the slow decline of Liam's health over 3 hours. It was a good time. Mm-hmm. If you would like to hear Liam physically suffer rather than the usual emotional suffering, that's usually tied to watching these full shows, but physically suffer over the course of 3 hours, TNAchat.com. You might as well give him some money for his physical pain.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been better if my appendix had exploded and I, died or something. Because then it would have been, some real morbid curiosity around it. But unfortunately, despite doctors literally telling me my appendix was exploding, it did not.
So you're feeling fine now?
I feel... physically. The same mental anguish is there as always, but physically it's fine.
Well, that's good at least. Do they have... It was just a muscle strain or something, was it?
I was apparently severely dehydrated. Severely hydrated would be crazy. Yeah, they think I might have torn something in my abdomen. And just those two things probably correlating in some way.
Let it be noted that before we recorded, I told Liam to get something to drink. He's like, nah, I'll get it halfway through so I can spend some time leaving TNA for a minute.
And I stand by that and I do it again.
So I'm a good podcast co-host who looks out for the hydration levels of my co-host.
You also said I could stop doing it, and I was like, no.
You were like, I will insist on carrying this goddamn watch along right through to the end.
Even if it kills me.
So other than that, is anything going on with you?
It is almost Christmas time. Jingle bell, jingle bell.
Yeah, a single jingle bell.
Why?
You said jingle bell, you didn't say bells.
It is Jingle Bell Rock, not Jingle Bells Rock.
Oh, I thought you were doing jingle bells. Because
No.
you only did the jingle bell part.
I don't have a whole setup behind me to record the song in its entirety. I'm sorry.
Your room is too echoey.
No, it's actually quite good for that. But I just don't have a
Musical accompaniment.
band. No, yeah, exactly.
What if I told you I have a band right here?
Hit it! 3, 2, 1.
Who needs a real band when you have your mouth?
That's what I've always said.
Why do we bother with instruments when you can just make noises with your mouth?
Garrett standing hard for the beatboxing community right now.
Damn right. Or making instruments on computer programs.
Yeah, boo. Who needs that?
Who
needs all of it?
Who needs people who have committed years to learning their craft and every inch of an instrument when you can just hit some keys on a keyboard and it goes blah violin?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of some way I can cancel musicians.
All of them.
Can I say it's classist?
Yeah, some of those instruments are thousands of euro.
It's anti-communal to learn an instrument as a trade because then you're not actually contributing to your society.
Yeah, and you're just excluding those who can't afford an instrument.
Yeah, it's inherent classism too.
Fucking musicians.
That's what we're gonna stand by. The anti-music podcast. Please listen to our Music of the Mat appearances.
I was about to say, this is why we hate Andrew Rich.
We're at war.
We're trying to take him down. His deep critical analysis. I've only been on that show, I think, more than anybody else. Or at least I'm top 2. But
I think he's been on more.
That's true, and he has had co-hosts for a while who have probably been on more. I think I've been on that show 7 times.
It's too many.
It is a lot.
Gotta hit double digits though. Then you get a minority stake in all earnings.
Is that how podcasts work? You get on 10 and they have to give you money?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
You see, I will do any podcast guest appearance, though. If people ask me, I'm like, yeah, sure.
Even if it's completely unrelated to anything in your purview?
Yeah, because it panders to my ego that people think I'm interesting enough to be a podcast guest host, which I'm not. I don't know where they get that impression from, but they're like, ooh, let's invite Garrett on.
They just need another accent.
That's true, I sound exotic.
Yeah, we have to get the Irish contingency.
I don't even have a particularly strong Irish accent, but they're still like, hey, he sounds different.
I feel like your Irish accent has diminished slightly since I first met you.
Really? So what do I sound like now?
I don't know.
I don't know what I sound like either. I sound like some neutral Atlantic.
The way you said it then, it sounded like American. I don't even know what I sound like either.
Yeah, becoming an anime character.
Yeah, you're becoming an anime voice dub.
Yeah.
Ironic, considering the only anime you've ever watched has been in sub.
Yeah, I watch it in Japanese. I admire the purity of the original source material.
A true connoisseur.
Even though I do not stand by that principle in any other regard. I'm like, fuck it, I'll watch any adaptation. I don't care about the purity of the original source material. But Naruto, that's important.
Yeah, well, you gotta respect it. Garrett, give me your top 3 films of the year.
Oh god, I have watched nothing but like a parade of muck in 2023. I have not watched any like good movies.
That's good to hear.
There's probably, I think one is probably Oppenheimer.
Lame.
The Menu was technically last year, wasn't it?
Yes.
Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. And because even though I rated it higher than other movies, I just don't want to say the word Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. I just don't. I can't. So I'm just going to say Wonka. I had a great time at Wonka.
Very good.
Because I saw Wonka recently. And it's that thing, like, because it's directed by Paul King, who directed Paddington and Paddington 2. And Paddington 2 is one of the best movies ever made.
Guy who has only seen Paddington. This has big Paddington energy.
Which it does have big Paddington energy. It has the same thing Paddington has, in that all the good characters are the most like cartoonishly kind people imaginable, and all the evil characters are like the most cartoonishly horrible people imaginable. So you get people playing like both ends of that spectrum in a great fun way, especially like the evil people who get to do like full mustache twirling, I'm an evil priest who oversees a chocolate cartel or protects a chocolate cartel, I guess. And that's just fun. You just watch people have fun, and then you have fun, and then everyone else is nice and they sing songs and everyone has a nice time.
With modded controller 20 or whatever the fuck his name was on YouTube as the lead.
Isn't it funny that there's just a world where that dude is a YouTuber?
Well, yeah, most kids his age were.
Where that shit caught on and he's not like a world famous actor, he's just the guy who produces YouTube videos.
He's a streamer.
He contributes nothing to the culture.
Once again, classist.
I've been thinking about that recently, about like how much do streamers contribute to the culture? Because like there's something about streams that is inherently transitory.
Yeah.
The streams are meant to be consumed in the moment. Not that they can't be consumed in VOD, but like the whole point of them is that they're live and interactive. So like most of that culture is only best consumed while the person is live. And like how much of that is going to still exist in 10 years? How many people are still going to be going back to watch like their favorite ninja stream from 2017 years into the future?
Especially like for someone who makes content like that, which I assume is just very much in the moment. Because like there are like some streamers who will be like, we are let's play streamers or whatever, and you're like, I might want to go back and watch them play the specific game or something.
Yeah.
Or if they're like an IRL stream, you're like, I want to see this specific moment. But it's like, I guess that's why, at least it feels, that a lot of streamers have moved their content from being just like someone who plays one particular thing to being like, we have shows and skits and plans for things that we stream now. It's basically like independent TV now.
Yeah, and then ultimately you end up creating something that might actually stand the test of time, as opposed to, as you said, like if you're a guy who streams Fortnite, who gives a fuck about your 221st of 300 Fortnite streams this year,
Yeah, like you eventually become big enough to just be content creator, I guess.
It's just weird to think that like some of the most famous people in the world for making things are making things that have no long-term value, like nothing that people will go back to. Like that's not to say there is no value in streaming. It's just weird to think like, you know, the holding value of the material they make is practically non-existent a lot of the time. It's just exists in the moment and fades away.
I mean, I think more than any other content, it's probably the most parasocial too. And because there's interaction with streamer man, and they are your streamer man, and I use that in the gender neutral sense, like you feel as if they are a friend or something, and it's like when you click on their daily stream, you're not watching a piece of content, you are interacting with your friend.
On the topic of parasocial relationships, if you would like to support the show, you can head to tnachat.com or patreon.com/kiddingme, where you can support us on multiple tiers and get lots and lots of content, including watch-alongs, including secondary shows, including star ratings. We'll be doing the end-of-year stuff for 2005 after this episode comes out. So lots of stuff at tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. I appreciate everybody who's stuck with us over the last couple months. I'm sure if you followed me on Twitter, you probably would have seen that my dad passed away at the start of December, so doing podcasts has not been at the forefront of my mind, but I appreciate everyone's condolences and everyone's support in the last few months, and for as much as it is worth dedicating an episode of this dopey podcast to my dad, I would nonetheless like to do it.
I'm sure it's what he would have won.
Yeah, he definitely would have listened to it.
I'm a staunch supporter, I imagine.
He did get a kick out of the idea that people would pay money to support us on Patreon, but he didn't actually listen to an episode of the show.
All of our parents think it's fun that we make money out of it in some manner.
We do silly podcasts, and people are very kind enough to give us a little bit of money.
If we were smart, we'd be streaming it.
And then we would have no long-term value.
But we would be making specific content. We would have skipped ahead from the content with no long-term value to the content that is evergreen.
That's a good point.
Mind blown.
So that brings us to the news. A lot of people are under the assumption that TNA Wrestling is now a company turning a profit.
My God.
But according to Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer, that isn't the case.
That seems more accurate.
The losses are not at the level of the $1 million per month that they were bleeding for most of this year before the Spike deal, but the fact that the Carters were trying to negotiate a partial sale of stock to a silent partner, which hasn't happened, to raise $12 million of new capital for future expected losses, tells you not only are they still losing money, but they expect to continue to operate in the red for some time. So TNA, you might be thinking, they got on Spike, everything's fine. They're not quite making being on TV money. It is like interesting because there was the story a couple of weeks ago because WrestleNomics kind of tried to work out AEW's finances, and I think Brandon came to the conclusion based on a decent number of assumptions, which he goes through in the WrestleNomics article, that they were losing about 30 million still. And it is funny to think, like, I think TNA lost 20 million over the first 3 years, and everyone was like, failed company, how could they exist like this? It's terrible. It is interesting to see how stuff like that flips, because basically they operated on more or less the same business model. AEW were a lot bigger, a lot faster, but like they kind of had the exact same principle in that, like, we are willing to burn money in the first few years in order to get that big TV deal that will make us sustainable in the long run.
How much did you say that TNA lost in their first year?
I think Dave said something to the extent of like 20 million over the first 3 years.
So 35 million today.
Yeah.
So about 1 year of AEW.
It is like, it's just one of those things. It's like, it did work out for TNA, and then they started blowing even more money and stopped making money, because there is a period in, I think, 2008, 2009 where it is generally accepted TNA was a company that turned a profit for a little while until they started blowing money on Hogan and blowing money on going on the road.
Listen, I can relate to that. No money and then suddenly get paid and it's like, oh, time to spend it all.
Yeah, blow it all on Hulk Hogan, brother.
Hell yeah.
But that's where AEW kind of sit right now, where they're looking at their upcoming TV deal, being like, this is the one that takes us from the red to the black. This is the one we've kind of worked for over the first 4 or 5 years of our existence, that we were willing to burn that money because we knew if we established ourselves in the marketplace and established ourselves as a television ratings draw, this is the money that would be there for us at the end. And
then Punk was like, let me lower that significantly.
Blow it up and take it all to WWE.
I wonder if like how much of that is like WWE's like thought process. They're like, well, we can kill our biggest competitor by just being like, here, want us? And I don't mean kill, but I mean like we can the thing that they have been waiting for years. We can significantly cut into it or altogether remove it as they have to go look somewhere else.
Which is an act of pettiness that is very fun. WWE have been like really pettily like anti-competitive. And I know like, wow, WWE, a company that tries to take down their competitors, that's very unlike them. But like they're still going in on AEW, which is quite funny.
Well, that's what they do. But you know,
because like they
not at
won.
war.
They won. like they lost the Wednesday Night Wars, but it's the classic. Like I think even Triple H said it in his very first statement about AEW beating him. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And like they did win. Like there is a moment in 2021 where the two companies came not close to each other, but like AEW was on the up and WWE was on the down, and then AEW started going down, WC started going back up again, and they won.
Yeah. Well, they're winning.
Well, yeah, and there's like, yeah, while we have this advantage, we have to leverage it for everything it's worth against the All Elite Wrestling.
It's just, I don't know. It's not so gloom and doom because like when you really break it down to it, like Tony Khan will run that company until he no longer wants to run it, no matter what.
Because at its core, no matter how much it is not or is a sustainable business, it's still a vanity project.
As it should be.
Like, as all pro wrestling should be. As our president Hiroshi Tanahashi should make New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Yeah, as soon as pro wrestling stops being a vanity project is when it stops being good.
And people are trying to cynically make money, and then you get what WWE's television is these days.
Exactly. A soulless, heatless mess.
I watched some of SmackDown last night because I wanted to subtweet the Santos Escobar against Lashley match because it happened in TNA. And
of course,
God, it's just one of those things where you're like, I really don't get how people watch this thing.
I think they're just accustomed.
Yeah, and it's not even like the content of the programming, which I think is largely okay. Like if you took that, like the wrestling that happened, the actual content, and put it somewhere else that wasn't insane.
It's just everything about its presentation, from its fans to its commentary to its look, that is just immediately off-putting.
Yeah, because the crowds are dead, and then you hear the whir of the crowd noise, which is worse than it's ever been, by the way. Good lord, was it terrible during SmackDown. It's like one of those things where it's like, you used to mock it in like 2005. There was like the Funaki comes out and gets the world's biggest pop, and you'd be like, stupid. But like, you listen to it now, and it's somehow worse. And then, as you said, like all the production elements and the cuts and the weird, blinding, bright light that just engulfs everything that's on their television.
It's just way too corporate, and for an industry that just isn't made to be corporate.
Yeah, it's a rebellious spirit at heart.
It's a carny, rebellious pseudo art that doesn't get respect from anyone, and that's how it should remain.
Dave continues, also, if the company is turning a profit, they would not have been recently negotiating a complete sale to Morphoplex, which is honestly a premise I kind of reject.
Yeah, there's never been a successful company that has sold.
Yeah, if anything, you might make the argument that, like, they're like, we're closer to making a profit, someone might show an interest, now is the time to sell.
Especially if it's not something that you're, like, wholeheartedly invested in.
And you can sell, like, the potential of what they can do on Spike at the moment. Like, it's not the case that they'd still only be like, we're losing money, we need to sell this thing. They might be looking at some decent strategic reasons why, like, end of 05 would be a good time to try and get out of TNA while the getting is good.
They also might just think that this is the time where we might get the most money for the least amount of money we've put in. Because we won't have to keep putting money into it, and we might get a decent check out of people being like, well, this is something on the upswing that we can invest in. Because
like Dave goes through the history of people they tried to sell to, including Dave Nelson, who we talked about at one stage, and the guy who financed Randy Savage's CD, and some Jarrett people that were brought to the table. And like, when they were trying to sell to those people, they had nothing to sell, really. It's like, we have this company that is not making money and does not look like it's going to make money and is paying for a television deal. Whereas now you're like, we have this company that has like big name stars like Sting and Christian. We have this company that has national television on Spike TV. There is something to actually sell at the moment. So they might be at the point where it's like, maybe now's the time we actually sell up on this thing, make as much as we can back, and then cut our losses.
Yeah, I think a part of that is like the idea of, we also don't know like how long the good will be good. So while we are good right now, and like like in a decent position to offer something of value, this is the time when they're basically just trying to cash in their chips.
With Morphoplex and others, there were also attempts to bring in other partners for new capital while still maintaining control. When push came to shove, it was clear they wanted to maintain it, but in the end it seems that when they think someone wants to own it, it makes them think it is a viable business in the long haul. So they're like the classic, if somebody wants to buy this thing is probably worth buying, so let's keep it. There is tremendous pressure to increase revenue since costs are pretty much fixed at around this level, and in particular on raising the buy rates, which is the quickest way to turn around business. Panda Energy is a private company believed to have 200 million per year in total revenues, but in recent years is believed to have been losing significant money. Recently it was considered a company in financial trouble last year in different newspaper stories, and he goes through like how much money Bob Carter has versus how much money other people have. I think Panda got heavily into like renewables, which is where they've made a lot of their money, which at least means they're not a thoroughly evil energy company.
I mean, come.
Only the normal level of evil that any company is. And points out that they're in no danger of losing Spike TV, so the Carters, at least, as I said, you can look at TNA at the end of 2005 compared to the end of 2004 and be like, there's a path to a sustainable business here.
There's value.
Yeah, which was not the case at the end of 2004. 2 editions of TNA Impact will air on New Year's Eve on Spike TV. At 8 p.m, you'll have your regular episode of Impact and a primetime special. Then after UFC programming, a second episode of Impact will air at midnight with Christian Cage counting down into 2006.
Wow. Amazing. I like this idea because it's like me when they do the New Year's shuffle tag tournaments in Japan. And you're like, this is going to be the first notebook match of the year.
Oh, when it ticks into the official next year and you're like, yeah, open a new sheet in the spreadsheet, baby.
Pick a new color for the spreadsheet, baby.
Whereas here, the first match is America's Most Wanted versus AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels for the NWA World Tag Team titles.
Which could have done it.
It got close. I think I went 3.5 on it.
Yeah, some years when I was noting down every match that went 3.5 and above, it would have made it.
I think I always went 3.75 because I like 3.75s.
I did. I changed because like sometimes it's just I don't want to fill in so many matches. I'm like, this year I'm gonna do 4. This year I'll do 3 and 3/4. This year I'll do 3.5.
4 makes it a lot less work.
It does indeed. But also I run math.
Oh, you do. You are like a full sicko.
Yeah, well, I was. I have not done it like last year.
Yeah, I haven't kept a spreadsheet in a few years. Like, COVID broke my spreadsheet habit, and then I'm just like, I don't care anymore.
I get through like February. And then I drop off every year. So I always have a very detailed first 2 months.
Spreadsheets are for life, not just for Christmas, Liam.
My God.
I like this idea, though. It's a fun little thing where it's like you tape a little 30-minute New Year's special with a cool match and like the big announcement. This is where they announce Sting is coming to TNA officially. We'll talk about the actual show itself, as we said, when we're talking about the stories from the month. But yeah, I think it's a fun little thing that they never did again.
Yeah, well, like this is obviously when they have the most cachet with Spike at this time too. So
I guess it wouldn't really make sense for UFC to do this.
I like they. It's a lot harder to time with fights that aren't pre-planned.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you are like a UFC, it's like, what do? Do you send like Ken Shamrock out there to count down?
Yeah, it's like in the middle of like some fight, everyone does a countdown. Fireworks go off as at this point, who would be fighting? Chuck Liddell.
Yeah,
just getting his brain caved in.
You have the first fight of the year, and Chuck Liddell goes out.
They time it perfectly to the countdown.
Yeah, it was, of course, not live, but there's some fun notes about Christian blowing the countdown that we'll get to when we talk about the shows.
They should have done it live.
It's one of those things that you would have thought wrestling companies should do that as a little tradition thing. I guess you have to have the buy-in of the television network. Though in the streaming world, you can do some kind of streaming special. But it's just one of those things that could have become like a cool tradition where TNA has.
It was a cool tradition in Japan.
Yeah, but like for TNA,
then they had to get rid of it because of fucking COVID's time restrictions, and then they never brought it back to actually going through midnight.
Oh,
which sucks. What's the point of it if you're not going to have the countdown before the main event?
It's literally the whole entire point of the concept.
Yeah, I'm very salty about that.
You clearly are.
I really liked having the countdown and then being able to watch my first match of the year.
Even though, how do time zones work? How close is Japan?
I'm like an hour in front of Japan.
So you would have gotten there earlier than Japan?
Yeah, but I go by the region's time when I go for dates and stuff. So
TNA presented Sting in a conference call with assembled members of wrestling.
I hope you commit to that bit for the next 20 years that we do this.
Yeah, to discuss his return to TNA. Sting addressed criticism that he doesn't have what it takes anymore, and he'll simply overshadow the new stars of the business. He said his intentions are not to push everyone aside, but to elevate the product. Sting said, only time will tell if I have anything left in the tank or not. The way I left wrestling was not the way I wanted to leave. If I don't do something now at my age, it's just never going to happen. We say as we ramp up into the last 3 months of Sting's career.
As we are on Sting's retirement tour in 2024.
It's only been 18 years since he did this interview.
And he did basically the same interview when he went to AEW. The way I left wrestling was not the way I wanted to leave.
Yeah, hopefully he does finally get to put his bow on it. I hope something doesn't go terribly badly at Revolution. He starts showing up in MLW being like, the way I left wrestling was not the way I wanted to leave.
Please God, let me have this.
It is like the Undertaker thing where you continually chase that last match, but your last match is more embarrassing than the one that came before it. So it's just like, I need one more, just it's not terrible.
I need a hit.
And he finally got the Boneyard match with AJ, and he was like, that's close enough. Sting said he had recent conversations with WWE and Vince McMahon before signing with TNA. The schedule was one of the deal breakers with WWE. I can say that they were willing to work with me on the schedule, but I know in 2006 they're going to be leaving the country more times than I believe they ever had. I'm sure there would be some times that would be barely tolerable. I spent too many years running at that pace. I don't want to leave my family again. Sting said he hit the gym to work out and be physically prepared for a return to wrestling. He said he won't be able to work the X Division style at his pace, getting in there with Sanjay Dutt doing Dragon Ranas,
That's awesome. He should, and also kind of what he does now.
Yeah, it is funny that he's just New Jack. The goal is to depend on storylines and work with larger wrestlers such as Abyss to carry him. Sting said he would be able to walk into TNA with the intention of helping, not hurting, the wrestlers who are already on the roster. I know there are wrestling fans who don't want me to come back. There are wrestlers who don't want me back there. Then again, there's a lot of them that do. I know I have the physical part of it. My age is a factor. I have all these issues and these things I have to deal with. Sting said he wants to bolster TNA's drawing power to negotiate a better time slot with Spike TV. But they're once again Monday night. Bullshit. It's like, God damn it. They're all obsessed with this Monday Night War. They can't leave it alone. Sting says, I've been part of a company that had to do that before, so I know it can be done again. If anything, maybe I can add some of the tenacity or the fight to be able to just fight through the tough times or potentially the thin times that might be ahead. Although I believe we're going to be successful. They can't leave it go. They just can't.
They can't leave it go.
Someone mentioned my critics and some of the guys who think Sting's going to come back and just push everyone aside. That won't work. I know one of the ways to give back is to actually give back and elevate some of the guys I'm working with. That is my intention. In the long run, if we do everything right, storyline included, it will be a payoff for everyone. Hopefully some of the critics will see it like that. Sting said he wants no part of booking and just wants to contribute to stories that he enjoys. I just want to get back into the mix and give back in any way that makes sense. Just the reason he hasn't put anybody over in AEW. I want to make storylines interesting again for wrestling fans. I want the alternative to be a good, strong alternative. I'll offer all kinds of stuff for other people just like I did before. I wasn't on the booking committee in WCW, but I had a lot of creative control over what I did. How do you feel about, like, I threw it in as a little jab there. Like, Sting hasn't put over anybody in AEW.
Yeah, he's made Darby Allin a bigger star, but that's it.
Yeah, but that's just by teaming with them.
Yeah, but, like, that's still getting someone over.
Do you think it has been a mistake, the degree to which Sting he's won every match? He's put nobody over.
No, because there hasn't been a real situation where I'm like, Sting has beaten the wrong guy.
That is true.
And I think his purpose, like, I think the value he brought to getting Darby over as a major star is more valuable than the doofuses that he's beaten along the way.
When asked if he would consider a run with the NWA title, Sting said, I don't want the world title, although if it makes sense to do that, I'm willing to do that. He's like, no, but yes.
Which, honestly, I believe.
Other notes, Sting was indignant and nearly offended when asked about a possible WCW reunion show similar to ECW One Night Stand. Sting said, I don't really understand. History is gone, it's done. Why go back and rehash in 2006 the accomplishments WCW did or did not make? Well, Sting, let me tell you about how long that still goes.
Well, like, I think that part of that is, like, a lot of the WCW guys were, like, actual real Major League Pro Wrestling stars who didn't have to, like, hold on to that part of their career forever. Whereas, like, a lot of the ECW stars, that was the biggest thing they ever did.
Yeah, when you can compare, like, Kevin Nash to Just Incredible.
Yeah, it's like, of course, like, a bunch of those guys are like, yes, let's do ECW stuff and get as much money as possible, when it's like, Goldberg's like, I don't give a fuck, I'll go do this shit.
Also, Goldberg is a big enough star that he can just do new stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think, like, but a part of it is a lot of WCW were just bigger stars.
Yeah, but when Goldberg comes to WWE, he doesn't need to do WCW nostalgia because he's Goldberg.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, that comes from being in WCW and not having a reliance on it.
Yeah, but so stop yelling at me. I agree.
You're yelling at me. I made the point first.
I'm reaffirming your point, sir. But yeah, a lot of the ECW guys, it's just like, what do we got other than ECW nostalgia?
Yeah.
Whereas DDP didn't really do much. He failed in his WWE run, and that was disappointing. But if you're a Hulk
yeah, but he was
Hogan
still
or
a big enough star that whenever he showed up anywhere else, it wasn't, look, this guy's wearing a WCW shirt.
Yeah, let's do the WCW reunion show. Sting mentioned The Rock as someone he wants to come back to, as someone he wants to see come into TNA to work with, and also mentioned Abyss, Samoa Joe, and AJ Styles, top of his current list of wrestlers he wants to work with. Didn't mention Jeff Jarrett.
He's already worked with him.
Yeah, but he didn't mention.
He's also mentioned Abyss twice. Dude really wants Abyss.
Apparently Sting wasn't too familiar with the product beforehand, but was blown away by Samoa Joe.
Like most people.
On the January 4th edition of Bite This, a caller sincerely asked Todd Grisham about Sting signing with TNA and how Vince McMahon must feel about it. I don't think Vince McMahon cares, Todd replied. He avoided the question by keeping it in character for Vince. He's the interim GM and he only cares about himself, and that's about it right now, he responded.
Good bit. Good response.
This is one of those weird eras where it's just like, they had that call-in show and people would call in and just say shit, and Todd Grisham would have to be there and react to shit.
I wonder, like, how anxious he was before every taping.
It's like, what are they going to throw at me this time?
It just reminds me of that, like, do you remember that clip of, like, Edge on the talk show? Where
Which
the
talk
guy
show?
rings up in his, I don't know, and is like, is wrestling fake? He's like, my kids and my wife tell me it's fake, but I say it's not.
Oh,
And Edge is like, you fucking idiot.
Oh, dear.
Tears into him. He's like, of course it's fake.
That is the woes of asking wrestling fans to contribute to anything.
I haven't seen this, but, like, because of the Perth show, there's a lot of, like, normie sort of WWE guys on morning shows and stuff, right? And I don't think there's ever been a country in this world that doesn't understand wrestling more than Australia in the mainstream.
Are you still, like, back in the 1980s kind of stuff? Where we're like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we have to mock it the whole time because of how ridiculous it is. But apparently, like, Rhea Ripley was on one of the biggest morning shows, and they were just destroying her with the most, like, stuff that, like, Americans would have said 20 years ago, but now I've learned to respect it. And just being like, so is this wrestling stuff fake? Like, that kind of shit. And poor Rhea Ripley just had to deal with it as she's being mocked live on air trying to promote this billion-dollar company.
Yeah, it is funny how, like, we kind of got through all that in the US, and it's just now, like, wrestling is just the same as any television show would be doing a junket. It's just like, Rhea Ripley is here to promote the television show she's doing. That's what's understood in America now.
Yeah.
As you said, there was this weird thing, because Becky Lynch is famously not a star in Ireland.
Yeah, sorry, before you bring it up, like, that was what it was instantly compared to when I saw it on Twitter. It was like, this is like Becky in Ireland.
Yeah, so there was that interview she did with a comedian here named Tommy Tiernan, a bit of a dope. But he has a late night talk show, and he had her on as well. And, like, the tone of the interview was the exact same thing. It's like, that's all fake, isn't it? It's like, dude, it's 2023.
Like, everyone's gotten over it.
This is not a question anybody asks. Like, I don't even think kids think it's real anymore. Like...
Yeah, like, it's a different beast now. It is performance art more than it is a shoot pro wrestling thing.
as you said, it is a $1 billion entertainment property. That is what it is, and it is seen as. And like, it's so weird that, like, because Becky Lynch is not a star here, and she should be. Like, we cling on to anybody, and then she doesn't get any airtime over here. It's actually kind of bizarre. But then when she does finally get like an appearance on our national broadcaster, it's just that same old shite of like, sure, it's not real though, is it?
Yeah, it's who, like, how do you even understand any of this?
Because if you go back and read like mainstream writing about wrestling from like the 70s, there is always like the tone of, there is this weird carnal sensation to it that you simply cannot deny, but it is for the unintellectual and the people without brains. You know, they're like, they understand like the visceral appeal of it, but still look down on it.
Yeah, it's hard, man. Like, how do you? It's impossible.
You just have to get it in front of people often enough that they're like, this is normal, okay.
Yeah, I think that's a part of like here too, is that like wrestling is not on any major free television thing, and free television reigns supreme here.
Yeah, it's the same in Ireland. Like, there's never been mainstream wrestling in Ireland. You know, it's not that like WWE has never come here or there's never been shows on TV, but there's never been like a moment in Irish history where wrestling was in any way important to something that was happening in Ireland. And I'd imagine it's the same in Australia. As opposed to the UK, which did at least have World of Sport, you know, which was an actual cultural institution in the UK. And obviously pro wrestling television has been the backbone of cable since cable has existed.
Wrestling wasn't... Like, the only time that wrestling's ever been big here was like the 80s. Was like, it was the Australian territory stuff. Like, that was literally the only time we ever had like stars. Like, where people would just know people. Like, we don't have like as big as WWE is still now, we do not have that here. And that is part of like the fact that, you know, free television reigns supreme in this country and no one is on free television. I know for a fact that like WWE, like, I was looking at it for AEW, but like even WWE stuff does not rank in our ratings weekly, like in our top 25 shows watched on exclusively paid stuff still. Like, just on like paid services, it still doesn't rank in that. It's like, so it has to be like under 100,000.
Yeah, wrestling is at the end of the day still a pretty niche genre of entertainment.
It's like, it's big in one country, but it's just like, it is the nichest of the niche here. And I honestly, like, I think I've been thinking about this a lot recently, is like, I don't foresee much, like, I don't know, I assume maybe if this is the case in Ireland too, is like, Australia, I don't see us ever getting behind an American property like that either. Like, we are very much like in our sport and sport-like genres, we are the home team kind of country. So I couldn't foresee even WWE breaking through into the mainstream because everyone would be like, it's the fucking Yanks.
Do you think they could even get away with doing like an NXT Australia?
Yes, to a certain extent. It would have a cap on it, but it would they would need to get on like a proper free TV channel at a reasonable time. So it's like, it would be difficult because they also don't pay a lot for those shows. So it's like, you have to pay a lot for this thing that you don't know would be successful to take up prime time on these networks. It's not a very like, it's not a strong incentive for any of these channels to take it either.
No.
When you can just do a studio clip show thing for like a 20th of the price, and that will do gangbusters.
You can just do a new season of Survivor Australia.
It's My Kitchen Rules.
I'm currently watching Survivor Australia, so...
How does it rank as opposed to other Survivors?
You really overproduce it over there.
Alright.
There's, like, it's so, like, aggressively produced in every way. Like, you watch the US version, and when people are just having a conversation, they just put the camera on them and run the conversation. But, like, Australian Survivor is very much like the WWE version of Survivor, where there's, like, dramatic music playing at all times. It's like, lads, scale it back a little bit. Just leave it breathe.
You are a noted connoisseur of MasterChef Australia. How did that compare to other MasterChefs?
I always liked MasterChef Australia the most because I think it was like the most chill and most laid back, and it was really positive.
Yeah, we rarely had people yelling at people.
Yeah, whereas like Australian Survivor is really in your face about everything at all times. And I'm like, guys, that's not what I want from Survivor. I want like Machiavellian scheming. I don't want like people shouting at me.
Indeed.
Sting was backstage at the TNA tapings before Final Resolution, but not used on TV. Well, his voice was used on TV, but he wasn't. Those who saw him said he looked good and was laid back and was interacting with a variety of wrestlers. He seemed to be enjoying himself and didn't seem distant or have a prima donna attitude, which he was accused of during his previous TNA appearances. TNA wrestlers expect him to earn his money.
Good for them.
TNA agent Terry Taylor, who, along with the former CEO Frank Dickerson, was cautiously opposed to Sting being brought into the company, says he had mixed feelings about the decision. As a big star at one time, I think casual fans will remember Sting and that will help us, Taylor told weeklywrestling.com. But I'm not sure how that helps us when we're trying to promote guys like AJ, Samoa Joe, Daniels, and Alex Shelley. I'm just wondering how that blend will be. Alternatively, Taylor said Sting has name value, which will help the company bring in new fans who are flipping stations on TV. There's also basic commitment from Sting. He's committed to work a full schedule for a full year, Taylor said. I think that's a good indication that he wants to be here. He insisted on working a full schedule. Taylor is sure Sting understands the commitment he needs to make, but he's not sure if Sting or management understand exactly what the relationship entails. There are times when you shouldn't go back, Taylor said. He has no idea what he's getting into.
Dickerson.
That was like 10 minutes ago, but...
I know, I had to hit my high spot.
Oh, sorry. There would have been another mention of Dickerson in like 2 sentences, but...
Dickerson,
Taylor said the office, mainly himself, was iffy on bringing Sting back to the company. Once Dickerson left the company, the office leaned more toward bringing in Sting with the encouragement from Spike TV. Spike also, I'm not sure when it comes out, but I'm pretty sure Spike did pay a portion of Sting's deal as well. So
yeah, if you can get them to do that, why not?
Yeah. He says, I know Spike likes TNA, however, if we don't get the people to understand who our characters are, we can't just... he's still the same old bullshit talking points, and then goes to talking about how Trial K are great. But it is interesting that, like, they're not wrong to think about this kind of stuff. To think about, like, there is a clear and obvious value in bringing in Sting. Sting is a big star. Sting is somebody people remember fondly.
Parallels to current AEW are being explored here.
And a guy who, like... still has the sense that there's a little more to offer and he didn't go out on his terms. So, like, there's a clear and obvious value there.
And then he punches Jungle Boy.
Whoa. But then to, like, the flip side of that is to think about, well, how does Sting help TNA other than just Sting being there? Like, what does that do for Joe? What does that do for America's Most Wanted? What does that do for Monty Brown? That's the ultimate question, that, like, we can't just make this the company of Sting. And there is, like, a worry when you look at, like, this month in particular, like, Shannon Moore shouldn't be there, you know?
Yeah.
That, like, Shannon Moore is the guy that, like, you bring in Christian, fair enough. You bring in Sting, fair enough. Shannon Moore is the guy, it's just like, you didn't need Shannon Moore. There's nothing you have in Shannon Moore that you didn't have in Sanjay Dutt.
Yeah. We've started it.
Yeah, you start. I'm like, not that they didn't have it before, because there was a period in like 05 where it's like you don't need Billy Gunn, you really don't. But
like now it's like even Billy Gunn, like you can kind of see, like if you squint your eyes really hard. But like you look at, it's just like Shannon Moore is like such a like blatant like Val Venus, you know?
Yeah. The funnier part, Shannon Moore completely fucks them over in like a month. So it's like, not only did you not need him, he also then fucked you over. But
let's bring him back in 4 years.
Yeah, but yeah, you do begin to see it's just like it's the company of AJ is slipping. Not that it was always the company of AJ, but they are a little too much being like, well, who can we bring in? What's the next like short-term pop? As opposed to like, we have the pieces here. Let's just start putting them together.
The company of Hangman is slipping.
And some might say TNA need to restore the feeling.
Yes. We're not quite there yet.
Which I saw they tried to trademark recently, which I kind of hate, but...
The feeling must be trademarked and copyrighted.
Yeah, it was the same when they did it with Forbidden Door. It's just like, that was one Tanahashi came
You didn't even start it.
That was Tana's phrase. Nobody else.
The TNA president said that.
Yeah.
TNA president. The New Japan president said that.
But it's one of those things. There's just like, it's just co-opting fan culture, and I never really liked that.
Yeah. But I suppose like when you're trying to, like, when you're a new brand and you have something that has caught on at least a little bit, you're like, let's name something after it because it's better than something that has no background towards it, I guess.
World's End.
Which everyone loves and is associated so positively with, so...
I'm still mad there's no apostrophe in World's End.
Well, the world...
Because regardless of whether you're talking about a physical place at the end of the world or the actual end of the world, there should be an apostrophe there. The only way there shouldn't be an apostrophe there if you're talking about the end of all worlds.
Maybe that's what they're referring to.
So the world's end is like the literal end of everything.
Maybe that's what they're referring to.
Maybe that's what they're referring to. There should still probably be an apostrophe there.
I hope January is world's beginning.
Some follow-up notes from Turning Point. AJ Styles suffered a severely torn lip during his match against Samoa Joe at Turning Point.
I didn't even notice it.
The injury added dramatic bleeding to the match, but Styles paid the price when he had to have stitches to sew up the injury. Styles worked TV where he did the tag match against AMW with Daniels, and he did have to pull out of a Ring of Honor date just to be sure. Also, James Storm suffered a neck stinger following an errant death sentence by the Dudleys. Storm temporarily lost feeling in parts of his body, but was able to walk out of the ring under his own power, which must be absolutely terrifying, by the way.
Wrestling's dangerous, guys.
Yeah, to have that moment after you take a move and be like, oh no, I can't move, or I don't feel anything.
Yeah.
And for it to pass and be like, oh, thank God, I'm fine. But like that moment must be absolutely fucking terrifying. Storm was able to recover in time to do the TV taping as well to work the Styles and Daniels match.
Get back out there.
TNA's Turning Point pay-per-view looks to have done 35,000 buys based on early estimates. As figured here, it was up about 80% from the disappointing number pulled by Genesis, and will end up about the same level as Bound for Glory. They still aren't showing growth from the first months on FSN, but they are showing growth from the summer. And Turning Point was a better card than Genesis, so I think that makes some sense.
Yeah, people prefer to watch good shows.
I know, it's a shocker.
I'm shocked by it.
One of those, let's see how long this one lasts. Overall, most everyone raves about the locker room atmosphere in TNA compared to recent years in WWE or the final years of WCW. Dixie Carter is well liked because she gives positive feedback to the wrestlers from top to bottom of the card.
That's a TNA wrestler. It's quoting.
We feel appreciated, says one TNA wrestler. You just don't get that feeling in other places. The downside is that wrestlers feel frustrated with everyone fitting into slots and there being no real sense of upward mobility for them or decreased push for Jeff Jarrett, no matter what the TV ratings, crowd response, or performance quality.
Yeah.
There are also some who believe there is arrogance from those who have been in WWE before, which divides the locker room at times.
It's insane. I mean, like, I guess this is just a byproduct of there being one game in town forever. That's like, this is a thing that is still happening in 2023.
Yeah, the number of talking points we've hit on this just random episode or a random month of TNA from January 2006 that still directly applied to the way people talk about AEW or the way people in AEW talk about AEW is just almost uncanny.
Well, that's the thing is like we there's a lot of like obvious negatives to one company ruling all that like you can see and you feel every time you look at something in wrestling. But you have to think it like there's gonna be these offshoot things that come from that as well. These offshoot negatives that come from that as well that you don't notice unless these specific circumstances happen. And how often do you get a major second promotion popping up, right? Like one every decade and a half at this point. So it's like, of course we don't see the correlation between that because there hasn't been that many instances of that.
And there is always going to be the people who are there at the start of the company who like got it off the ground, and then the people who jump on board when it's successful, and the conflict that will exist between those groups, and like the cultural fit between those groups, and maybe the thing that TNA was is not the thing that TNA is. So some of the people that were there when TNA was feel out of place, and the people who came there when it's successful are like, well, what am I meant to do?
Like, the lesson to be learned from these two instances, I think, is you have to remain loyal to the people that got you there.
Well, I think it's just find the right balance.
I'm not saying never bring anyone in. I'm saying be sparing and make sure that they are contributing to the existing culture.
Yeah, it is think about the cultural fit and then be like, do we need Shannon Moore?
And part of that may be turning down people that you think might be good for you because they will upset the environment.
And it's not like a problem yet in current TNA, where I think the current TNA roster is probably still closer to being too small than too big.
Yeah, there's a handful.
As when I say current TNA, I mean 2005. But as opposed to AEW, where it's
yeah, you're gonna have to specify now.
I know. It was so much easier when it was Impact. But as opposed to AEW, where like the roster size probably got to the point of being too big in like 2021. And everyone you added to after that, it's like, that's just more mouths to feed with. Even with more TV time, it's just, you still have so many mouths to feed that you don't have enough to go around. And all wrestlers ultimately want to do, it was the exact same thing that happened in like 2018 WWE when they hired everybody on Earth and did not have something for everybody on Earth to do. And then loads of people got really frustrated and upset and weren't happy at work. Because wrestlers want to wrestle. Wrestlers really enjoy wrestling. It's not like the 90s where like there's guys who would take a 6-figure paycheck from WCW and be like, I am happy cashing this as long as they're willing to give it to me.
Yeah, there's not many people who will take a job and just be like happy and want to be team players. Like you'll get them. But there's not many, especially stars or people who think they're stars, that will have that attitude. Most of the time, people that have that attitude, you don't want to pick up because they don't have much value.
Yeah, and I remember like Mike Bennett, I remember interviews after he left WWE where he was like, he wasn't like, I want to be pushed, I want to be a star, I want to be this, I want to be that. He was just like, I just want to wrestle. I just want to actually be on TV and wrestle. And like that's not like this extreme demand from a dude. He just wants to like work a place and work. And I think a lot of wrestlers are like that, where they just want to do a thing and be happy with the thing they're doing.
You're always gonna be like a little more. If I were running a company that's like at the level of a TNA now or a AEW now, I would be like, there's a difference between asking for your release and getting fired. Because asking for your release shows intent, and like obviously I don't think you should write off just anyone who got fired, that you should weigh up the pros and the cons. But it's like, if like you know that there's an attitude of, I want to do this, from the people who are like not happy with never being on TV.
Speaking of not happy, Jeff Hardy no-showed the Turning Point pay-per-view, but he communicated to management he was willing to work TV on Tuesday if they wanted him.
That's dope, to be honest. To be like, I'm not coming to work, but like I'll come on Monday if you want me.
Yeah, it's like doing this pre-show multi-man tag. Fuck off. But if you need me at TV, I'll go.
Which is like fuck you.
He is Jeff Hardy though, so he can do that.
Well, he can't.
He can't, no, because management were like, nah. There is the belief that he's heading back to WWE, which he ultimately does.
I don't think that's going to happen.
It is funny, PW Torture, like, there is no indications that is the case, and then it happens a few months later.
As he's about to go have the strongest run of his career, as the biggest star of his career.
But yeah, the TNA are showing less than no interest in him at the moment. Jeff Jarrett is claiming to people that he liked Frank Dickerson and went to bat for him when word came down that he was being removed from his position in TNA. Others have said Jarrett was the one who got Dickerson axed because Dickerson didn't step in line with everything Jarrett said.
God, I love this carny son of a bitch so much.
Which critics of Jarrett would say is always designed to protect his position as a main eventer. All sources say Dickerson was well liked and respected and is already missed. So it is the classic thing of a guy got fired and everyone liked the guy, and Jeff was like, I did everything I could for him. I love Frank Dickerson.
Hey, Vince McMahon was always really nice to me, and he always really liked the story pitches I gave him.
How do people fall for this? Like, come on! Jerry Jarrett hasn't been seen at a TNA event since his WWE headquarters visit. He is back working full-time on his construction business.
Yeah, good on him.
That was after he brought young Oleg Prudius, current TNA wrestler, to WWE to try and pitch him.
The fulfillment of it all, you know?
It is very funny. Like, I think it's lost on people how like weirdly meaningful it is for Vlad Kozlov to be in TNA. It's like this weird full circle moment.
It was not lost on us. I'll tell you that for sure.
A man we haven't spoken of in a little while, Vince Russo.
Can I read the Vince Russo story?
Sure.
Vince Russo, in an interview last week with Gerwick Hotline, said that he will never go back to WWE or TNA. Mm-hmm. He said he feels that the state of wrestling isn't just declining, but wrestling's dead, and that his new wrestling promotion, great time to start a new wrestling promotion, you know, when you think wrestling's dead, and that his new promotion, Ring of Glory, is designed so wrestlers have a place to work and know that they are not getting screwed over by management. His goal is to only glorify God, not to put inflated egos over. At ROG's next upcoming show, they will be honoring Ron Simmons for his contribution to the wrestling industry. The events he will showcase in Rome, Georgia. In Rome, Georgia, will be made available on DVD in the near future. We need to find those. He is also interested in setting up a support system where wrestlers can learn the ropes about pro wrestling and receive help managing their money, looking after their futures, and other services that Russo feels are lacking for the wrestlers in the wrestling world. In Ring of Glory, you can have a good heart and exist in the wrestling business, he says.
Fuck off.
I hate this prick so much.
I'll never go back. I'll never work anywhere. I'm done with wrestling.
I'll never cost them their Spike TV deal.
I'll never go back 3 separate times, you piece of shit.
He would jump at the opportunity to go back now to either company.
This is the same, again, it's the same bullshit Eric Bischoff does, you know?
Yeah.
None of this is new. It's the same, like, oh, they don't get it anymore. They don't understand wrestling. I'm the one that understands wrestling. And then Vince Russo has the look at my Jesus promotion part of it as well, which would be funny if Eric Bischoff had. But
if anyone has those uploaded somewhere, because I will not pay for them, please let us know, because that's prime Patreon watch-along content.
That is Liam's Christmas present he would like.
Well, if there's any other way to celebrate, the birth of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, it's with some Ring of Glory.
It's a good point. We can glorify God.
We can glorify God and not put inflated egos over.
God knows we have inflated egos enough.
Yeah, exactly. But at least we're not self-righteous enough to not admit it. We do a podcast. It's inherently inflating egos.
Samoa Joe is said to be unhappy with the rumored contract Sting has received. Around $500,000 for a year. While wrestlers with previous national TV experience, especially WWE main events, have consistently been paid more than others, the discrepancy is greater than ever. Kevin Nash was earning around $5,000 per appearance, Waltman around $2,000 per appearance, whereas Joe is paid well under $1,000 per appearance. And my boy's asking for a raise.
Hell yeah.
I don't get the sense that he is like, why am I not on Sting money?
No, he's, why am I not on better money?
Yeah, he is simply saying, I see the money you have for Sting. I would like more, please. Considering
every single person who talks about this promotion who has never seen it, all these ex-WWE guys coming in all go, this Samoa Joe guy.
It doesn't hurt his bargaining power that he is well known and liked by WWE road agent Ricky Steamboat as well as Mick Foley. He also made other contacts in the promotion, and now key people in WWE management have taken note of his reputation. TNA has pushed him as undefeated, and WWE would gladly steal him for both the message it would send to fans and the blow it would be to TNA. Joe has signed to a contract, so there's no risk of him actually leaving early. But he's like, I want some money, guys. Pay me some more money. Look at all this money you got for Sting. Why don't you get a little money for Samoa Joe?
Come on.
The TNA pay scale has been influenced by Jeff Jarrett over the past few years. It was in his best interest to continue to back the philosophy that WWE and WCW TV experience has innate value worth paying a premium for, because that's him. When you actually do like a value-added thing for it, it's like Jeff Jarrett, you're like, well, but it's like, oh, look at my experience. And I go, all right.
What are you doing over there? Crunching numbers? You're fired. I always liked that guy, though.
He has often spoken out on behalf of former WWE and WCW wrestlers wanting higher than the usual TNA scale of $500 to $750 per TV appearance. So Joe wants to get paid. All power to him. Speaking of Joe, he has sprained his ankle on an IWA Mid-South show that hampered his holidays. He told the TNAWrestling.com podcast.
Oh my God, that should be us.
5. I got a little bit of a banged up ankle, so I spent most of the holidays with my leg in an ice bucket trying to rehab injuries. It was just a sprain, but a little bit more, the kind of stuff that will ruin your day.
Aww.
So that's one of the things to keep in mind when you watch the Final Resolution 2006 match that Joe recently sprained his ankle. So he's not at 100%.
And dislocating his jaw.
Yeah, it's not a fun time for Samoa Joe.
No wonder he faked that back injury.
TNA has given me a venue to wrestle and do my thing in the ring, and that's all I ever asked for, Joe said. TNA has definitely given me that opportunity. It is funny, it's like he's out in the media, it's like, TNA is so great, they're the best, I love TNA.
I would like to be paid more, please.
There's some more quotes from Joe here, the people reading the notes if they'd like. Mostly talking about how working with Liger was cool.
I'm shocked to think that Joe would think that.
And on the back of Tanahashi coming in to face AJ at Final Resolution, he would like to wrestle Yuji Nagata or Shinsuke Nakamura.
I would also like to see that.
And the Observer then had a follow-up on that. The situation with Samoa Joe is that as of last word we had gotten, no new deal had been reached between the two sides, but Joe and TNA management were going on the impression that they would be reaching a new deal, and nobody is panicking with the idea that Joe would be leaving. Joe is also denied interest in leaving.
When does he leave?
January 2015.
What was the circumstance around that? It was just, I now have an NXT shot.
I think a little bit of the same money isn't going around anymore. Mm-hmm. And as you said, a little bit of suddenly I'm employable elsewhere in a way that for a very long time I wasn't in WWE for dopey reasons.
And now he'll be the world champion of the second biggest promotion in the world.
He fucking better win that match. I'm gonna be so mad if MJF wins.
I put money on it, so I hope he does.
Vested interest. TNA announced its first house show set for March 17th in the Detroit, Michigan area. The show is being held at the 4,500-seat CompuWare Sports Arena in Plymouth. Keep that in mind. That's the venue that will ultimately be for Bound for Glory. Jarrett versus Rhino, Joe versus AJ, Sabin versus Monty, and Sabu versus Abyss have all been announced for the show. Tickets start at $10.
You got some Detroit faves in big positions there.
Yeah, I guess that's why Sabin versus Monty is two Detroit guys facing off.
Also Rhino.
And Sabu.
Yeah.
So yeah, TNA are getting out there trying to sell some tickets. They also do a bunch of shows with Hermie Sadler's company. We might watch some of them. I don't know. Maybe not. But they are just house shows that have TNA talent that are co-promoted with Hermie Sadler's UFW? UWF? Whatever Hermie Sadler called his company.
Cool.
Your famous love of Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
A resurgence of a story from, what do I want to say, early 2004? The next bit of unhappiness among talent may be the company wanting to redo contracts that give the company control over independent dates the wrestlers work. Right now, the first step is trying to have the wrestlers having to clear their indie dates through the office, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
Just so you don't have conflicts with existing TNA dates. But now, increasingly wanting to control and once again take a cut of indie dates is another thing that's on the table.
That's the most bullshit
TNA.
shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's either you pay them to be full time and then you send them out, or you don't take their money and you allow them to work indie dates to subsidize their perhaps lower income from working for TNA. You can't have it both ways.
No.
Because one thing if they were like, we are going to sign you to a bigger contract, but then we are going to basically sublet you out to indies and take a large cut of that. That would be like, fair enough.
Makes sense.
But no, being like, we would like to sign you to a lower contract and then also take a cut of the indie dates you did take to increase your income. Fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off tremendously.
There is some political reasons why they want to at least control bookings a little more, in that like TNA has a deal with New Japan, but Team 3D are working with All Japan and Big Mouth Loud. AJ's working deals.
Shout out to Big Mouth Loud, by the way, my favorite promotion ever. R.I.P.
Dutch Mantel booked James Storm to work Puerto Rico for the WWC, which is like the loose company they're working with, but then Ron Killings and Conan booked themselves for the IWA and caused more political problems. So there is some reasons they're trying to lean on it, but that taking the cut of the revenue is fucking bullshit.
They could also probably get away with like that if they were just like, you get to keep your money.
A clarification on the baseball angle, base brawl. Sorry, Dave, it's not a baseball angle; it's a base brawl angle from the last pay-per-view show. While the idea was for Team Canada to work rather than Diamonds in the Rough to work the baseball players, it didn't happen because Team Canada was doing the Trial K story, not because they turned it down.
Should have been hockey versus baseball.
It should have been hockey versus baseball. They should have given Diamonds in the Rough to Trial K. Mm-hmm. They did get it the wrong way around. Spike TV this week finalized its decision to not put a major show on February 13th when Raw is preempted due to the Westminster Dog Show. According to sources, Spike had pressured TNA into signing one more marquee superstar who would debut on the show besides Sting before they would approve the special, and TNA failed to do so. It's hard to figure out what they were expecting because the only person available who would have fit their criteria was The Rock. And while we do know he's had communication with Jeff Jarrett at the Video Game Awards, it's more along the lines of wanting his advice on the product. There's a very funny video on this month's TNA where they're recapping the Game Awards, and they have AJ Styles standing next to Donald Faison.
Of course.
The best combination you'll ever see in your life. They should put AJ in scrubs. And then they show The Rock coming out to present an award, and they're like, you'll never guess who Jeff Jarrett ran into backstage. And then they show a little, like, 3 seconds of The Rock, and there you are. That is The Rock's only appearance in TNA until the 2020 Bound for Glory Hall of Fame ceremony for Ken Shamrock.
I'm sorry, I got distracted by a very important article.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Have you been Googling the Westminster Dog Show again?
Yes. There's a Where Are They Now?
For the dogs?
Oh, it's for the people.
Boo!
Boo!
I don't give a fuck about the people. I want to be like a Spot now chases things in retirement. He's having a grand old time.
What the fuck? This is bullshit. I wanted to see where the dogs were now. There's hidden gems? Who are the hidden gems, dog?
Yeah, the ones that flew under the radar, that didn't get the attention and justice they deserve.
The Tibetan Spaniel. Is an underrated dog, apparently.
Good for them.
Anyway, May 13th, 14th. Look forward to our coverage.
Yeah, only 5 months away from the Westminster Dog Show.
Of the 2024 Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show.
It is interesting that while Dave is talking about that apparently Spike wanted to sign one more big star, he says he doesn't believe Spike would have thought Brock Lesnar was a big enough name. And it's really interesting to me that, like, post original WWE run, pre-UFC Brock Lesnar, Dave is like, that guy's not really a big enough name to bring in to really satisfy your TV deal.
God, 2005 Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, drop him in there with AJ. Fuck, Brock and AJ would have rocked back then.
Yeah, I mean, they rocked when they had their match anyway.
Yeah. The move is the first real sign, the move being Spike not putting the show on February 13th, is the first real sign of a lack of full faith in TNA, in particular its star power, because for months everything had pointed to 213 as TNA's golden opportunity to reach new viewers, or 13-2 if you're in Europe. It's believed Spike's decision was that it didn't believe TNA was ready for a Monday night special, which, like, I am so thoroughly against any idea, any even inclination to do another Monday Night War. It does seem like a real layup to just put something TNA on that Monday night, you know?
Yeah.
I don't get why you wouldn't do it. Like, you have a clear Monday night when, in theory, viewers would be watching Raw. Suddenly Raw's not on that night. Why don't you just put something there, you know?
It's because it's not directly competing, you know?
Even with absolutely no intention to follow it up with a Monday Night War, at least put something there to try and steal some of WWE's audience.
Yeah. I mean, there's no negatives, it feels. I guess it doesn't really make I don't see it, and especially with the idea of they're not ready when they've already done similar things. I don't know.
Maybe Spike were like, if we do a Monday special, people will actually think we are going to go to war.
Yeah.
And we don't want to do that. TNA had expected to get a special that night and had not been told it wasn't happening, but over the past week, most read the writing on the wall that since they weren't told it was, the time was running out and it wasn't going to happen. Dave also follows up with a cryptic note that I've no idea what he's talking about, because I don't think it actually leads to anything. But there are talks going on right now with two wrestlers who I could consider bigger stars than Sting. The deal opened a lot of eyes, including some top-of-the-line WWE folk. However, I don't see anyone else getting anywhere near the deal that Sting got, I assume. Chris Jericho, who has always been negative about going when asked by TNA officials, did remark recently he'd be very interested if he could get Sting money, but it doesn't look like anyone else is going to be getting that deal. Like, who could... Like, the only person he could be talking about is The Rock.
Well, I don't know. Brock, after he just said...
Like, Goldberg's gone from WWE at this point, so maybe Bill?
Yeah.
And, like, they bring in Scott Steiner in March, but you wouldn't be like, Scott Steiner, a bigger star than Sting.
No. Unless it's someone whose deal was coming up at the time.
Yeah, maybe somebody was going to jump. You never know. But yeah, it's a weird one to think about. Like, who could Dave been talking about? Dave, name names!
Let's send him a message in the mailbag.
Hello, Dave. In early January 2006, you were talking about these big names that might be jumping to TNA but didn't. Who were they? And then he'll be like, Shinsuke Nakamura.
What?
TNA original Toby Keith was at the January 3rd tapings, but it was never announced because Keith, who was in the front row with his sons, asked not to be put on television in order to keep the privacy of his family. When asked if they could show him being on camera there without showing his kids, he also said no.
Nice of TNA to respect the people in their audience and not show them without their consent or knowledge.
They
will stick around forever.
They would never, sir.
No.
People say he got fired because of that, and he didn't. He got fired 6 months later.
But it's funnier.
Like, he got fired because no one gave a shit about the Highlanders. That was just a funny thing that happened.
I can't believe they didn't bring him in.
That was very rude of them. Not even give the lad a booking.
They've done a whole bit about it.
Hell may have froze over since there is a possibility of Low-Key coming back to TNA, which is something that some thought impossible.
Well, I would like Low-Key back.
So keep that in mind for
Senshi.
April. You don't get him back till April, but Low-Key is on his way back.
He's low-key on his way back.
Ah, I see what you did there.
It's a joke that no one's ever made before.
No, he's cavalling to TNA.
I've got a sixth sense about these things.
That's the news. That brings us to broad topics, starting with the Final Resolution 2006 main event, which was Sting and Christian Cage facing the King of the Mountain Jeff Jarrett and the alpha male Monty Brown.
Yeah, nothing like a pay-per-view main event tag.
I kind of like a pay-per-view main event tag. It has to be the debut of Sting. You can get away with doing a pay-per-view main event tag. But, like, you can't just do it. If this was, like, Christian and Rhino against Jarrett and Monty, nah, terrible. You can't do it.
Yeah.
But because it's Sting, it is Sting.
They get a pass.
You are returning Sting.
We're pretending debuting.
Yeah, it was funny. We mentioned this on the watch along at one point, but there's a video package on the pay-per-view where they show Sting's 2003 stuff, and like they did not do that at all in the build-up because they're like, it's a debut, it's Sting is coming, and when they get to the pay-per-view, they're gonna be like, we can admit he was here before. Now you bought the pay-per-view.
You fools! They should know that no one watched that era anyway.
So the December 17th Impact opens with a recap of what happened at Turning Point. As you remember, after Jarrett beat Rhino in the main event, there was that tease. The JPEGs appeared, and Sting's was it just the bat and the boots or something appeared on a chair in the middle of the ring, and they looked shocked and flabbergasted.
In kayfabe, did Sting put them there?
That's a good question. Did he like lower them slowly down from the rafters?
Balancing them precariously on a steel chair.
Yeah, that's a lot to get done with the lights going out for like 3 seconds as well. That's quite impressive of Sting.
Or did he just like hire a guy?
Just to sneak into the ring?
He hired Christian Cage to do it. He's like, we're going to team up. So can you just do this for me, please?
Yeah, we need you to slip out there.
Interesting dilemma that we've come across.
So Jarrett kicks off this episode of Impact. He runs out to the ring. Not to the ring, to the announce desk, because who does he ask when he needs to find something out, Liam? It's always Mike Tenay.
I unironically think that this might be the best thing that Jeff Jarrett does.
Just anytime he needs to know something. He doesn't go to the Director of Authority, Larry Zbyszko, or the head of TNA Management. I don't think he's technically DOA. But he doesn't go to Larry Z. He goes to Mike, because he's like, Mike, you're in the know. Everybody always tells you everything. You're the interrogator, or whatever that segment was called. You should know all of these things.
Exactly. I don't know, I think him and Mike Tenay have such good, like, chemistry together.
Tenay is like, I don't know. I know what you know. I always know what you know. Why are you shouting at me?
It's good stuff.
A reoccurring trend in Jeff Jarrett segments this month that we'll talk about a lot. The crowd are chanting boring at him as he does his promo.
He just, like, ignores him.
Yeah, and, like, these people are so over this dude as champion. He's just, like... And he does the same thing, because it's always like, TNA management, you want to bring in Sting? If you want a war, you got a war. Conspiracy theory, take our spots. It's that same promo. He's been doing it for 6 months. He does it 4 times this month.
6 months? He's been doing it for 4 years.
Yeah, and it's like, it's not even the case that you can be like, they're bored of him as champion, because, well, they are, but it's increasingly they're bored of him being the exact same person as champion every week.
I think they're just bored of him.
Yeah, I think he's bored of him.
But, like, there can't be anything. He must be, like, running purely on paranoia at this point. Like, he can't be getting any sort of creative fulfillment from this role.
Yeah, that's the whole thing in the summer where, like, he was worried about his position of power in the company, and that's the reason he wanted to keep the belt, and he didn't want to drop the AJ, and he was like, what if we drop the Monty this time? So, like, I do think him being champion is just entirely about his political position in the company.
Yeah. I don't know, like, it truly just has to be running on fear. The great motivator.
So we got a little tease at the end of this segment that you would think is a thing they should have followed through on to the end, but I guess they kind of didn't. But as Jarrett is leaving, after shouting at Mike Tenay, Samoa Joe enters for the opening match. They walk out, they meet eyes, they stare down. Jarrett kind of nervously eyes his own title as he looks in the eyes of Samoa Joe, and Joe goes on to do his match against Jay Lethal that we'll talk about when we get the X Division stuff. But it's interesting that, like, here they're teasing Samoa Joe perhaps eyeing up more than the X Division title.
It was honestly, like, very well done. For, like, I know it's a little small segment, it's hard to fuck up, but I remember, like, even when I was watching it, I, like, stood up in my chair a little bit, you know what I mean? I was like, ooh.
Yeah, it's the classic, like, Paul Heyman segments bleeding into each other kind of thing, where it's like Joe's coming out for the match as Jarrett is leaving, then to set up that tease, which is probably what they should have followed through on. Like, they ultimately pivot to Sting, which is understandable that Sting is the guy to kind of end Jarrett for good, but it should have been Joe.
Yeah, but I don't know, maybe they... But I do find it hard to believe that they were like, even in this moment, like Joe's gonna be the guy.
Yeah, they were probably just like, let's do a little thing, let's lay a little seed, if not for anything else than to suggest that Joe is like destined for bigger and better things.
Yeah, like it feels like you're putting him on a level at
Yeah.
least, even if you're not going to follow through with a program.
Yeah, you're just saying Joe is looking at that belt, and he will be looking at that belt in the future.
Also, it does put over Joe because it's like the world champion is fearful of this guy.
Rightfully so.
And it's like, I don't know, it's like weirdly gracious of a Jeff Jarrett to do.
I was literally just thinking that was like, how did Jarrett not politic his way out of this segment?
I do.
We shouldn't be putting the X Division guy out there with the heavyweight guy. We shouldn't be putting them on the same page. It's bad booking, makes me look bad.
My guess is maybe like he knows he's not actually doing a program. So he's like, I'm not actually going to have to put this guy over.
There is no actual fear of him having to wrestle. Well, he does wrestle him by September, but in the immediate future, there is no fear of him having to wrestle Samoa Joe.
Yeah.
We had a couple of promos in that show because Jarrett's out again for the main event, but we get a couple of promos backstage. The franchise has Jarrett. He's talking about how he has to go to war and AMW will be by his side and he's recruiting again. Gail walks in. She's mad about the Jackie Gata stuff and Jarrett's like, it's not what it seems. Gail pushes Jarrett away and he gets mad because he's like, the tone of the Jarrett and Gail segments for this entire month are all like, listen, woman, you shouldn't be mad at me. And she's like, woman?
Yeah. I don't get what the implication is about their relationship.
Gail and Jarrett or Jackie and Jarrett?
Gail and Jarrett.
Yeah.
Because, like, the way they frame it, like, it comes across as, like, weirdly personal. When, like, it feels like their on-screen relationship has always been one of, like, a professional relationship.
Yeah, because, like, the story is, and I think they explain it this month, and we'll probably get into it, but that, like, Jackie Gata was promised a spot in TNA, and Gail Kim was brought in instead. So the Planet Jarrett spot was promised, quote-unquote, to Jackie Gata, and they brought Gail in instead, and she's showing up to get what's hers. Like, that's the story they're telling. But as you said, it there's a weird tension there that feels deeper than the manager of Planet Jarrett.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, it comes across as weird, and then, like, ultimately, it doesn't really feel like it goes anywhere. Like, the whole thing with Jarrett eventually just kind of transitions to D'Amore.
Yeah.
So it's like, I think they, like, maybe started this with an idea and then very quickly decided not to go in that direction.
Because later in the show again, Jarrett is recruiting Diamonds in the Rough. They're with him, but Jarrett really wants Monty. He's like, "Where's Monty? I don't care about it's nice to have you, Simon, but Monty's the guy I want around here." Gail confronts him again, and Jarrett is like, "I don't have time for this."
And then it's like, you don't have 3 minutes to, like, tell her something in the time where you're not finding Monty Brown.
And then again later in the show, Jarrett and Team Canada are backstage. Scott has talked to Monty and told him Jarrett wants to talk to him. Monty didn't seem happy about that, naturally, based on their entire relationship together. Jarrett then asks Gail what's wrong, and she's like, not like you care, and she's petulantly painting her nails.
Cool.
They also, this is the show where they air the Spike VGA's recap where AJ Styles is with Donald Faison and Mike Tenay's like, you'll never believe who Jeff Jarrett bumped into.
It was Dwayne.
It's so funny that there's like no follow-up on that. I get it's like it's a push to the VGAs, but there's not like, you would have thought they would have tried in everything in their power to shoot like a 20-second video with The Rock.
They probably did try. He probably told him to fuck off.
Yeah, that's probably true. He's like, I can't do that. You know why I can't do that. But listen, I like what you guys are doing. You guys are doing great.
Come on, Jeff.
He was probably very nice and very diplomatic about that, but like very sternly, no.
He's like, I'll see you in 18 years for Ken Shamrock's induction.
So main event segment, Planet Jarrett is in the ring. Jarrett runs down all the recent talent signings. They've signed 3D, they've signed Rhino, they've signed Christian, and now Sting is coming too. So everything he said about the new talent coming to take people's spots has come to pass. He is right, it is true, and everyone should join his side. He demands and gets a declaration of loyalty from Team Canada, from AMW, and from Abyss, and that leaves the alpha male Monty Brown. Monty is happy with Jarrett's fashion choices, which I think is dubious. He compliments Jarrett.
He looks like shit.
Yeah.
He did not look good.
This is the most out of character moment of Monty Brown.
That's when you know he's turning heel.
Complimenting Jeff Jarrett's choice of clothes is...
When he put over a shitty Jeff Jarrett fit.
Which is all of them, frankly.
Yeah, like, sometimes he has, like... But, like this is nothing. This is, like, actively awful.
So Monty is like, kill or be killed, hunt or be hunted, this is survival of the fittest. These are his 3 rules, which are honestly the same rule rephrased 3 different times.
Yes.
Monty should come up with more rules. He says he's all in. He shakes Jarrett's hand. Then the Scorpion JPEG appears on the screen as Christian, Rhino, and Team 3D stand atop the ramp, presumably forming the JPEG Mafia.
Very good.
Thank you. That joke is written into the show notes, and if you heard Liam do a little sigh there, I think it's because he read ahead and saw it written into the show notes before I said it.
Then I remembered that you said it on the watch along.
Yeah, workshop and material.
Yeah, you got to take the material around the country first before you film the special.
It's very important. December 24th, Impact, Christmas Eve, Santa Claus and his little helper come to the ring.
This is an incredibly horny segment.
Mike Tenay, because Santa is played by Matt Bentley for some reason, and obviously the little helper is played by Tracy. I feel like the only reason Santa is played by Matt Bentley is so that the little helper can be played by Tracy.
Yes.
Mike and Dawn are losing their minds over Tracy wearing her, like, it's not the schoolgirl outfit she wears, she's wearing like a little helper outfit of some sort.
It's like a Mrs. Claus thing.
Yeah, like they're literally like cartoon coyote, like...
Awooga! Steam pouring out their ears, banging the table, wolf whistling.
They are going mad over Tracy Brooks, and like they're like, she brought the real gifts, implying her breasts. Her breasts are the real gifts, Liam.
Oh, yeah. Like, do you ever like wonder? It's like, this is a work colleague. Do you ever look at it through that lens?
Yeah.
Like, I know they're filming a television show, but like, this is your colleague. That you have to go out the back and like eat catering with.
And you're like, oh, sorry about being like awooga about you on TV, but you know how it is.
And like, I mean, like, I'm sure Tracy doesn't care at this point, but it's like, it's just like, it's not. I'm not even like tutting it. I think it's just a funny thing to think about.
So Christian Cage interrupts Santa Claus, and he's like, I hope you got me all my presents, Santa Claus. He gets some white pants, just like Jeff Jarrett. He then spends a bizarrely long time getting those pants on, because they are very tight. And as he's pulling them up, he leans down, and he is at chest height with Tracy Brooks, and stares at her boobs.
Hell yeah, that's my baby face, baby.
Christian also has a Don't Piss Me Off Jeff Jarrett shirt, the wig, and the Jeff Jarrett
with the WWE logo on the back.
It is a WWE licensed merchandise Don't Piss Me Off t-shirt.
They didn't even like cover up the logo.
Presumably from Jeff Jarrett's personal collection of his own t-shirts.
Well, they weren't selling it on WWEshop.com.
The crowd chant double C as he is in full Jeff Jarrett outfit. Bentley Santa has things to do, which prompts a stuff her stocking chant from the crowd.
Oh, that's creative at least.
Before giving Christian a tiny guitar.
Which is the technical term for the instrument, I'm sure.
A guitarcito?
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Jarrett, Monty come out, brawl. Christian does a little strut and bails before once again JPEGs appear.
Da, 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 da. It's so funny that they're just like a slideshow.
It is just like 3 different Scorpion JPEGs, and they go woo and they spin.
You couldn't find like a B-roll of a Scorpion.
Or like they do shoot some B-roll of Sting for later in the month, so they do have some Sting footage on like the last 2 impacts.
Well, I get not wanting to actually show Sting, like if that's the bit, but like you can't just like get some B-roll of a Scorpion running across the ground.
Go to the local pet shop and actually get a Scorpion.
Yeah, you're in Florida. I'm sure you can rent a Scorpion.
Put a Scorpion on like the top of the ramp and zoom in on a live Scorpion.
That'd be sick. It's just like in a small little like case.
Not even in a case, it's just roaming.
Has Sting ever used a live Scorpion?
He's used a live crow once.
Yeah, I'd say he's not opposed to the use of live animals.
He's a fan of live birds more than live scorpion.
Doesn't make sense.
I guess birds are scarier than scorpions.
Well, like, it's a crow, I guess.
Like, if you don't see the scorpion coming, the scorpion is scarier, because it can sneak up on you and, like, bite you and sting you stuff.
What's the biggest scorpion?
But, like, if you do see a scorpion coming, it's quite small. You can run away from it quite easily.
9 inches.
Still quite small.
You could do like a Jake the Snake thing.
It's big enough that if you saw it, you'd freak out. But it's not big enough that, like, if you saw it, you'd be like, I'm trapped.
Yeah, but like, I'm sure there's like, that'd be a great segment, especially in like the 2012 TNA era where it's like Mick Foley in his office and Singh just unleashes a garbage can full of scorpions into the office.
Yeah, you raise a good point. It would have to be multiple scorpions. It couldn't just be the one.
And like Foley like jumps up on the desk.
I saw a fucking humongous fox last night.
Mm-hmm.
I was walking up a hill and I just looked to my right and there was like the largest, beefiest fox I've ever seen. And he didn't run away, he just looked at me. And I was like, what?
That seems like that could be very like powerful moment.
And like there's tons of foxes in that area, but they're usually like quite small and they're quite skittish. And that boy was fucking humongous. It looked like he ate two of the other foxes.
Did you connect eyes and have a spiritual exchange?
I was more like, look at the size of you. You're so big.
It could have been your spirit animal. You could have gone on a journey of self-discovery.
Sure. But to go back to my scorpions versus birds point,
Of
birds are scarier because they can chase you.
A scorpion could chase me.
Not very fast.
You don't know how fast I am or how fast I am not.
I think you're faster than a 9-inch scorpion.
All right, let's set it up. Foot race.
You versus scorpion.
Yeah. I think I could beat any scorpion in a fight.
Yeah, but I think most humans could beat it. Again, unless the scorpion had an element of stealth and could get you from behind, I think most humans could beat a scorpion in a fight. Whereas I would not fancy my chances against every bird.
Okay, here's my battlefield with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's you versus scorpion.
Yeah.
Largest scorpion possible, 9 inches, 2 ounces. You're in a room that's about 5 by 5 meters. No door, nothing else in there. And you don't have shoes.
Ooh, that's interesting. I'd like backsplash it.
So, just take a big bump onto it?
Yeah, the big Samoa Joe backsplash.
I'm not sure that would kill it.
It would certainly wound it.
Yeah, but like I feel like you would land on it and it would sting you.
I don't think it would be able to. I think I would crush it too much.
No, I don't think you would.
But if you do the Samoa Joe where you bounce off pretty quick, you would do at least enough damage to
You think you can bounce off pretty quick?
Listen, Samoa Joe's a bigger man than I am. So if he can do it, I can do it.
I don't know. I think the only reason we think we have the advantage over such a large scorpion is due to the prevalence of shoes. And I think in a shoeless environment, we are on the back foot, so to speak. I wouldn't even take on like a 2-inch spider without shoes. I want to touch it.
Is it literally just like the texture of the spider would freak you out?
No, I don't like the idea of even touching it. I need a weapon. Like, I need something to use to my advantage. I couldn't like fist fight a spider.
No, you wouldn't have to.
I would be fearful.
You could just flick it.
I guess, but like if it's like 2 inches, that's a big, you gotta put some force into that. And like it'll be looking at you the whole time and you gotta like try and like, because you can't flick it in the face because then it could bite you.
It does have many eyes.
Exactly. It's like you have to catch it from the side. And then like the whole time you're gonna be fearful that it's gonna like spring out. I'm just saying the logistics of fighting a scorpion or a spider are not as favorable as we may think without the prevalence of feet protection.
But do you still think it's worse than a bird?
Yeah. I'll punch a bird.
Why would you punch a bird but you'd freak out about a spider?
Birds don't scare me.
That's interesting.
I'm assuming in my head it's a crow. Crow, by the way, my favorite bird. So I would feel devastated about having to be in this environment. But you put me in a 5 by 5 room with a bird, with a crow, I'll throw hands. But a scorpion, nah, that's got too many defensive mechanisms.
Birds have like beaks and wings. They'll freak
Yeah,
out
but
on
I'm
you.
just gonna sock it in the face.
Why can't you do that to the scorpion?
Because the scorpion has armor. And has a stinger that can catch me on the way through. Like, what? Okay, so what? Boom. The bird pecks me, grabs on. Boom. Then it's trapped. Then I've got it trapped, and it's just bang, 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 bang. Like, that's easy.
What do you think happens with this? Do you think it goes for like 4 different like the precision stings? It stings you once it hangs on, and you can go bang, 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 bang.
Yeah, but then I'm dead. Then I'm paralyzed and dead.
Scorpions are not one-hit KO here.
I think they are. I think anything that has toxin is a one-hit KO.
Okay.
I would forever take the immediate pain of a peck or a claw over the 1 to 2 day process of expelling toxin from my body.
Birds can give you disease too.
Yeah, but it's dead. It's like, You know, I'll fucking left, right, good night, you know?
This is a fascinating exchange.
It flies at me, boom, V trigger.
Why can't you use your knee on the scorpion?
How am I gonna knee a scorpion on the floor?
You literally just drop one.
Oh, and break my knee.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm not Togi Makabe here. I don't have the King Kong knee drop.
Oh dear.
And again, I'm going down on the knee, and it's getting me with a stinger. Ridiculous. I'll take on a bird anytime over something small and venomous.
The main event of the December 24th Impact was Christian Cage against the Wildcat Chris Harris.
Under the assumption that I don't have a shoe.
Where then it changes.
If I have a
everything.
shoe, I'm taking on an arachnid any day.
Storm immediately tries to interfere but gets ejected. Gale's at ringside to help Harris though. Harris tries to use cuffs but Christian reverses into a DDT. Storm runs out, hits Christian with the tag title. Rudy finds the tag title but doesn't know what happened. Christian kicked out. Christian throws Harris into Storm's crotch, hits the Unprettier for the win. Jarrett jumps Christian after the match. Christian looks to bail but Monty jumps him from behind. They destroy Christian and the JPEGs do absolutely nothing to help here. Monty nearly pounces Christian into Gale. The Gale's standing in the corner and Monty pounces him, and Gale has to literally leap out of the way of Christian Cage's body as he is pounced right at her.
Awesome.
And then Jarrett falls with a stroke on the title belt as they pose over Christian Cage's dead body.
Yeah, like, do you think if in a post-match beatdown scenario, if the JPEGs just started playing, they would stop?
They would get very startled by the JPEGs, as illustrated by past experience.
That is wrestling logic.
Every time those JPEGs appear, they are like, what the hell? New Year's Eve, December 31st Impact. There is 2 Impacts that day, as we talked about. There is the regular Impact on I think it's in prime time, so it was 8 p.m. And then later that night at midnight is the special primetime special. So they're teasing a big announcement throughout the show that there will be this huge announcement made at the primetime special. But on the Impact earlier that night, it is Monty Brown and Jeff Jarrett versus the tremendous team of Shark Boy and Kenny King.
Alright, let's think of a pun.
Shark King?
I know, like, sharking was immediately the thing. Like in poker, the sharking.
Yeah.
Well, they could be King Shark.
King Shark, do.
King Shark. Alright, you ready for this?
Right.
This is my pitch for their name. The Shark Boy who would be king.
You know what? Perfect.
Yep.
Jackie Gaeta shouts at Jeff Jarrett during his entrance and then threw a slap, but missed. Sharky bites Jarrett in the ass. The crowd chants Shark Boy's gonna kill you. The crowd would probably be pretty happy if Shark Boy beat Jarrett for the belt.
Wouldn't we all?
Pounce the King, stroke to Shark Boy as Jarrett and Monty win. Sting's music hits. The Scorpion looms.
It looms like we're in a 5x5 room with you and you weren't wearing shoes.
Investigative journalist Don West is like, I want to know what's the deal with this Jackie Gaeta nonsense. So he goes backstage, finds Jackie as she's been kicked out. Jackie denies it being a lover's quarrel and says that Jarrett didn't keep her word. Jackie explains the situation that she gave up a career to accept Jarrett's job offer, but then she saw Gail Kim showing up on TV instead. But she has a secret and demands Jarrett gives her the money he promised her, or she will reveal his secret.
And everyone is on the edge of their seats waiting for this reveal.
Main event of that episode of Impact is the Cowboy James Storm versus Jeff Jarrett. The important part for this story is after the match, there's a bunch of run-ins and saves and stuff, and then Christian makes the ultimate save and then says, come back at midnight for our big announcement. We'll talk about the match itself when we're talking about the X division? Or tag division. Which brings us... Yes. Which brings us to the first episode of Impact of 2006. Literally, as the clock strikes midnight, Christian Cage counts us down. There's a fun note about this. The idea was Christian was supposed to do a 10-second promo and the clock would pretend there was 20 seconds left in the year. And he'd count down 10, 9, 8, so on and so forth. Anyway, he twice forgot his 10-second promo and started counting down anyway. And got to 0 with 10 seconds left on the clock. This led to a loud "you fucked up" chant. He made a remark, what do you want? I'm Canadian. Because apparently Canadians can't count to 10 on the new year.
Well, they can count to 10, they can't count down from 10.
That's true, and they can't leave a 10-second gap until they start counting. That's just too much information to process.
Yeah.
But we do get the groundbreaking announcement that NWA makes it official that Sting is the newest member of the TNA roster. And Christian's like, whoa, Mike, I got some more news. And Mike's like, you one-upping me? And I'm like, I'm one-upping you. He announces that the main event of Final Resolution will be him and Sting versus Monty Brown and Jeff Jarrett. Jarrett comes out, crowd chant boring again, as Jarrett does the same promo over and over again. Like, every time he comes out, the crowd chant boring. It's so funny. Christian challenged Jarrett to fight him there and then. Jarrett takes great offense to being called slapnuts, even though there's literally a shirt. Monty runs out, Rhino makes the save, AMW runs out, 3D makes the save, brawl. Nice. What do we got here? Nothing.
Me watching a TNA show.
The January 7th show ends with Jeff Jarrett doing his personal tribute to Sting. Because through this show, there was a bunch of video packages. I think there was Chris Sabin, Sanjay Dutt, a couple others, Christian as well, talking about like little talking head spots about what Sting means to them. Some of them said basically nothing.
Then the fans.
And the fans, there was some fans that they loved the Scorpion Death Drop and the Scorpion Deathlock and the Stinger Splash.
They're all great moves, to be fair.
Great move names as well.
Yeah.
But here, Jarrett is like, we've had all those tributes to Sting throughout the show. I have mine.
This is some classic TNA comedy right here.
Eric Young comes out as Surfer Sting.
Great.
Chris Harris comes out as Crow Sting, which is actually fun because Harris actually played a fake Sting at Halloween Havoc 2000.
Wow. Well, he looks the part.
He does. You do look at it. It's like, that is a good Crow Sting, and I get why they used you as a fake Sting in WCW.
And then he had Sting's actual music.
Yeah, it is funny. Like, anytime there's a tease of Sting this month, they play the TNA Sting theme. You know, whenever the JPEGs appear, the TNA Sting theme appears.
Can you please recreate it right now?
I can't. It's a weird song.
Come on, do it.
No.
All right.
I'm literally trying to like form the sounds in my head, and I can't. For some reason, I keep going back to Rhino's
content
song.
for the people.
See, I for some reason I drift toward Rhino's theme. When you do it like that, it drifts towards Rhino. It upsets me.
I know, so it's funny.
There's a chicken in a chicken suit playing a crow. Because I guess they couldn't find a crow suit.
Or maybe they're calling him a chicken.
And Mike Tenay has to fill in that gap, because one, he explains it's James Storm that's in the suit, and the other is like, a chicken? I guess that's meant to be a crow. And then the highlight for me personally, we had Surfer Sting, we had Crow Sting, but Monty Brown comes out as Real Estate Steve.
Which is like it's something that we get with the context of having seen certain Alex Shelley promos and such. But it's like how many people knew this?
Yeah, he comes out like wearing a visor, wearing a polo shirt, wearing some tight shorts.
He's doing whiteface.
Listen, they're all doing Sting face.
Wow.
He comes out with a buggy or a stroller if you're in America. The idea that you call it a stroller there too?
Yeah.
It's a buggy here.
That's lame. That's so stupid.
Oh, because stroller is such a wonderful word.
Yeah, stroller's awesome. Tell you what, I could kill a crow with a stroller.
Could you kill a scorpion with one though?
Yes. Any weapon. Give me any weapon.
What if you had like a pencil?
You know, I'd feel more confident. Yeah. Because then I could like pin down the tail and punch it to death.
Okay. You couldn't do that with your fingers?
No, because then my fingers are in striking distance.
They're still in striking distance even if you have a pencil.
Or I could get it to like get its claws on the pencil and like then it's distracted.
So the idea is Monty is domesticated Sting.
I'm not gonna beat any animals to death. I feel like I should clarify. I never would. I love animals too much. If anyone would do it, it's Garrett because he has a callous relationship with animals.
They're evil monsters. That fox wanted to get me.
No, he was your spirit animal trying to guide you.
Monty is like old man Sting, retired Sting. He's no longer a wrestler Sting. He starts speaking to the baby in Monty Brown voice. So he's like, goo goo gaga Sting. I love Monty.
Sting is a Pokemon.
He is.
only uses his name.
Jarrett mentions that Sting no longer listens to Toby Keith, but Kerry Underwood, which I think he's traded up, frankly.
Fucking owned.
Monty says, that's how we stroll, as he strolls the stroller, because it's Christian's catchphrase. Mike Tenay explains that joke. He's like, you want to see how we roll, not how we stroll. Christian comes out and says they look stupid, to which Monty responds, this is entertainment.
We've looked at the statistics, and this is what the fans want.
Yeah, we've done a controlled focus group where the match before this was Austin Aries, Roderick Strong, and Alex Shelley versus AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, and Chris Sabin. So they were like, do these people want this X Division action, or do they want these antics and skits? To
be fair, if the AEW antics and skits were this good, I'd be into it.
That is like the biggest thing that I think people miss in like talking about the last 6 months of AEW, where they're like they present it very rigidly as sports entertainment versus pro wrestling, which it kind of is, but they miss the bigger issue in that like it's bad. It's just bad. Like, it's not that you cannot do a good version of Timeless Tony Storm. It's that the version of Timeless Tony Storm they're doing is a bad one-note act.
Yeah.
But here, you have Monty Brown dressed as Old Man Sting making baby noises.
Yeah, if they committed like half as hard to that character as they do to this, it'd be great.
So, Christian and 3D come out, clear a house, they have everybody but the chicken, and they throw the chicken out of the ring, but Abyss appears, Abyss and Rhino brawl, but Abyss gets dropped to the gore.
Classic Abyss.
Jeff Jarrett's tribute to Sting, which aired on this episode, was heavily edited after airing. The tribute was kept as the final segment of the show, but just lasted just over 5 minutes. Chants of boring greeted Jarrett as soon as he began the tribute. However, other derogatory chants were edited out, as approximately 75% of the segment was chopped out.
TNA social media team, release the full cut.
Release the Monty Brown cut.
Release it.
I want to see all the versions of Sting.
Do it.
I wonder, do we have that tape? Probably don't.
We have to get into contact with the people in the know.
We have to find the people who were in the building that day and rebuild it from their memories using some sci-fi technology.
Yes, we'll AI the segment.
Out of their brain and into real life.
God, we should never take things out of wrestling fans' brains and bring them into real life.
No, you would get some monstrous things. Some things you could not defeat in a 5x5 room.
Well, if I'd choose.
The Go Home Show, January 14th. We reveal our NWA awards on this show. There are only one related to.
We don't reveal ours.
Well, no, we don't reveal ours. Ours will be on Patreon in the next couple of weeks. Who to watch in 2006 went to Christian Cage.
Okay.
Great. When we do that award now, which, by the way, most of the award categories we do now are actually based on these when I put them back together. We started doing awards in 2018. I started doing most of these awards. I think Finisher has been dropped since. But these are the award categories that I was like, we need to carry these forward. So that's if you're ever wondering why it's specifically X Division Star of the Year, that's what it was in these set of awards. That same award went to Mike Bailey last night as we record this. But
yeah, please give the 2023 versions of these awards.
Knockout of the Year went to Jackie Gaeta. In 2023, it went to Trinity. Finisher of the Year went to the Canadian Destroyer. We don't run that one anymore.
Who would you give it to in 2023?
Who would get the Impact Finisher of the Year? Maybe like ABC. I like the 1-2 Sweet as a finish.
Mm-hmm. The Bailey move.
Ultimate Weapon is always a good one. Yeah. So who to watch in 2006 went to Christian Cage. 2023 went to Kylan King. Fun fact, she won by one vote.
Did you vote in these awards, Garrett?
No. I'm unbiased. She beat Jake.
That was a suspicious no.
She beat Jake something by a single vote. So every vote matters. Tag Team of the Year went to Team 3D. It went to ABC in 2023. Memorable Moment of the Year went to Christian's debut. It went to the announcement of the return of TNA in 2023.
Makes sense.
X Division Star of the Year, AJ, Mike Bailey in 2023. Food of the Year, we don't run. And Match of the Year went to Barbed Wire Massacre here and went to Will Ospreay versus Mike Bailey in 2023. So there you go.
Who was Mr. TNA?
Alex Shelley, I guess. It was Male Wrestler of the Year, we call that now. But
there you go.
So franchise has Jackie Gaeta asks her about the letter. She delivered a letter to Jeff Jarrett last week being like, these are my secrets. I have secrets. Jackie says this is between her and Jarrett. The letter lists her demands. D'Amore walks up and pitches working together. It's like, we can't meet these demands. Come on. She's like, meet my demands.
D'Amore has such a weird energy in these segments lately.
He's trying to talk down Jackie Gaeta.
But like, even in the segments without, like, he feels like browbeaten.
He doesn't like doing Jarrett's dirty work, you see.
I guess. He normally loves doing Jarrett's dirty work.
He's very worried about what Jackie Gaeta could have.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But because, like, they're not, it's never actually revealed, which is the big thing. What did Jackie Gaeta? It's very obvious what she has. The idea is she has proof of what happened with controversy in Canada. Like, she has like the paper trail of what happened there.
But we all know that's what happened.
But like the idea that like TNA management was in on it, which is the reason Larry Z was like so vehemently against Jackie Gaeta as well. He's trying to kick her out of the building at every turn. The idea is like she has the proof of like the actual collusion that led to Jeff Jarrett winning and Raven losing. I think that's like what they were going for here. They never actually reveal it because Jackie Gaeta just disappears eventually.
We have to use our contacts and find out. Coming soon to the Patreon scoops. What was Jackie Gaeta threatening Jeff Jarrett with?
It was that, though. It was that. They're not like subtle about it.
We're gonna sell Patreons.
It was very clearly that, but that's the reason Demore is very worried about it as well as Jarrett.
Rents due, goddammit.
There's a sit-down interview with Jarrett and Monty. Same stuff. They're not scared of Sting. Conspiracy. Main event of that episode is Rhino and Christian Cage versus America's Most Wanted.
Which sounds cool.
It was a pretty good TV main. I liked AMW had 2 TV matches this month. I thought both of them were pretty good. And the finish of the pay-per-view match is hilarious. So Chris Harris briefly turns into Kurt Angle and hits like a full overhead belly to belly to Christian to the floor. I'm like, where's that Chris Harris been?
I don't know. He's been busy being Sting, I guess.
Christian goes for the unprettier, but Gale kicks him in the balls. Christian kicks out. 3D run out and deal with Gale. 3D neckbreaker Harris. Rhino gore Storm. Christian frog splashes Harris for the win. Monty and Abyss run out. Crowd chants "We want Sting." Monty pantses Christian. Jarrett hits him with a guitar, but the JPEGs appear. This time we hear from Sting. Sting's voice appears as he calls Jarrett the Queen of the Hill and Monty the Alpha Female. And then says it's showtime at Final Resolution.
So, you get it, because he called them women.
He did call them women. He really put them down.
Sting's first TNA words after being signed were sexist.
Prefer the JPEGs.
Yeah, the JPEGs never were problematic.
Yeah, they were wholesome. That brings us to the pay-per-view. So there are 2 backstage promos, one from Jarrett, one from Christian. And Jarrett and Monty's one basically is like, that Christian guy, awful habit of turning on people, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's not a good partner.
Yeah, he turned on Edge, turned on Chris Jericho. Huh, can you trust that guy? Do you think you can trust that guy? And then Christian does a backstage promo being like, hey, you can trust me. We all hate Monty and Jarrett, you can trust me. So that does bring us to the main event, which is the return of Sting as a full-timer to a wrestling company for the first time in 5 years. Obviously, he did some dates in both WWE and TNA in between. But this is the return of Sting as a full-timer as he teams with Christian Cage to face Jeff Jarrett and Monty Brown.
I mean, it's definitely cool to see Sting here. He is a star, he is a name, and, you know, crowd's into it, everyone's into it, I'm into it. Good stuff to have Sting here. And also, you know, the beginning of the run, that is the thing I associate with Sting the most ever.
Yeah, TNA guy to you.
Yeah, to me. Fully TNA guy. I hope his retirement match he comes out to his TNA music.
Or they do like the Great Muta thing where they do like the history of TNA, or the history of Sting themes and they include the TNA theme.
Yes, that's such a great idea. Like, what a perfect way for like a giant star like that. And the thing is, you've already done the Metallica thing, so it's like, you gotta one up it somehow.
And yeah, I like that. That was so cool. And I love like hearing the pops for the more recognizable themes.
Yeah, I liked that they're like, all right, 9 seconds of final countdown.
Yeah, we don't want to either go broke. I don't think they licensed it, or it's like we want it to fall as within fair use as we possibly can.
It was a lot shorter than the rest of them. It was like da 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 da.
So Sting comes out, as we said, he doesn't come out to the TNA Sting theme. He comes out to this weird, like, fake Down with the Sickness song. It's very bad.
Heavy shot at Monty Brown, who also uses that fake Down with the Sickness song.
That's true. Yeah, this dumb, boring butt rock song was the Sting theme. I was like, nope, that's not the Sting theme. I don't think he ever uses that again either. I think they were very much like, oh, that didn't work.
Yeah.
I thought Sting looked great, like, because I think he's something like 48 here. He's late 40s anyway. And I thought he looked really good. He looked in good shape. He has the advantage of having face paint, so he doesn't look old, which I think is why every wrestler should have face paint, so you can wrestle until you're 63 and you don't look old.
Yeah.
It's funny, like, he got in the ring, he hit a hip toss, hit a drop kick, and then he got the "you still got a chance," which like, people can correct me if I'm mistaken. I think this is the origin of the "You Still Got It" chant.
Yeah. I mean, like, unless there was like some WWE legend thing.
I don't think there was. I think this is the first time there was a "You Still Got It" chant, which is like fucking WWE chants just chanted it for fans, just chanted it for CM Punk.
Which is hilarious.
It's a very, very, very good bit.
I was like 50% of that MSG crowd not even knowing that he wrestled this year.
I was watching a Drew McIntyre promo on Twitter, and he did a good bit where he's like, CM Punk looked pretty good for his first match in 10 years, and then gave like a little knowing glance at the camera. It's like, oh, yeah, chanting "You Still Got It" for CM Punk is a good bit. Like, there is, like, was it when
wrestling in front of 80,000 people this year?
Yeah. When Jay Lethal left TNA and went back to Ring of Honor in 2011, he got "You Still Got a Chance."
That's a good one because that's a passive-aggressive one.
It is. There is a loaded "You Still Got It" chant, but it is funny how that chant has evolved. Because like it does make sense here. Like, Sting hasn't been on TV regularly for 5 years. Like, and he is old, so like it is like, yeah, hell yeah, you still got it. I do like how Don mentions on commentary how Sting wanted to come back so he could go out in his own terms in 2024.
After cutting the same promo with the same point in AEW.
Yeah, 18 years later, after this return match, Sting is finally retired.
And it's going to be Christian Cage and Sting versus Jeff Jarrett and Monty Brown.
That match would be awesome.
They do have 3/4 of it.
And Monty should win. So, like, yeah, they build that story that we were talking about into the match, that there's dissension between these two, or they not necessarily dissension, but can they trust each other? So they're all fine, happy, getting along for most of it. Christian hits some stinger splashes, but Gale's distraction allows Jarrett to get the heat on Christian after a low blow. Gale also hits an awesome Hurricane Rana off the apron on Christian. It's nice when Gale gets to actually wrestle and not just shout at Jeff Jarrett backstage.
Yeah, because she's very good.
Sting gets the hot tag, hits some stinger splashes, ref gets bumped. Sting gets a phantom submission on Jarrett with the Scorpion Deathlock. Christian saves Sting from a Monty belt shot. Sting picks up the belt and then backs into Christian. And then they're like, whoa, God, you gonna hit me? You gonna hit me, bro? You gonna hit me with that belt? He doesn't. Team Canada run out, but Sting and Christian took them out with their respective reverses DDTs. The Scorpion Death Drop and Christian's like fallout reverse DDT.
Sting's is better.
I kind of like Christian's.
I mean, Christian's is like good, but like Sting's is better.
Jarrett got a belt shot, but Sting kicked out.
I remembered something like from my backyard wrestling days.
Okay.
The first bump I ever took in a ring was after taking a stinger splash, and then I went out and did the Flair face bump. Not ever having taken a bump in a ring before. Fucking hurt so bad.
Yeah, like face first bumps aren't pleasant, even when you know what you're doing.
Knocked the complete wind out of my I mean, looked good, let's be real, but hurt like a son of a bitch.
I like the way you're like, looked like $1 million. I was a pro, but
yeah. Because I because at that point you don't know how much it hurts the first time you take it, so I just threw my whole body. I fully like kicked my legs out, so it was as like powerful as possible, and I fucking died.
Oh, you were like full like the way Eric Young would take that bump.
Yeah, like that's exactly like full swing my leg forward and back to get as much momentum as possible in it.
Oh dear.
I think I took it about 75% right, but 25% of it was not right, and that was enough to fuck me up.
I think that's the story of your backyard career.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jarrett tried to use a guitar, but Sting smashed it with a baseball bat. Bat shot to the gut. Scorpion death drop. Sting pins Jarrett, which is interesting.
He couldn't talk his way out of that one.
What's more interesting is like Sting got a visual submission on Jarrett in the match too, which you would have thought was Jarrett's excuse for not losing. It's like, I'll give him a visual submission and Monty can take the fall. But Jarrett takes the fall too.
I think even Jarrett knows.
Yeah, and they do have to set up Sting and Jarrett as the match. And I think Jarrett knows that if he sets that up as the match, he has to be champion for the year and he gets to have the big match with Sting.
Yeah.
So it is a thing that seems on its surface generous, but in truth is actually also selfish because Jarrett knows then it kind of has to be him and Sting.
Perfect. The greatest worker of all time.
Legitimately, Monty Brown working with Sting is a big deal, as when Brown was growing up, he had photos of Sting on his wall as one of his big sports heroes, as Brown was a bigger wrestling fan growing up than he was a football fan. fan. When he played in the 1994 Super Bowl game as a member of the Buffalo Bills at the Georgia Dome, during that week he made sure to go to Main Event Fitness because he wanted to meet Sting.
That's so sweet.
Even as like a man about to play in a Super Bowl, he's still like, can I meet Sting? I want to meet Sting.
That's he's a little stinger.
He is a little stinger, so Monty working with Sting was probably a highlight of his career.
All right, Garrett, I'm going to propose a question to you.
Go for it.
5x5 room.
Mm-hmm.
You and Sting.
What era Sting we talking about?
Modern day, but you don't have shoes.
I could take Sting.
You could take Sting?
I think Sting is one of those guys who I'm like, even Prime Sting, I'm pretty confident I could take Sting.
You could not take Prime Sting.
You take down Sting. All show, no go.
He's like 3 times as big as you.
Yeah, he has muscles, but all show, no go. I could take Sting.
You could take Sting?
He doesn't strike me as a fighter, you see.
He gets the bat.
Oh, yeah, but he kicked my ass if he has a bat.
Modern day, but he gets the bat.
It's probably too slow. I could take him. But like, really, like Sting is one of those guys who's like, he doesn't strike me as like, and then I don't think he's ever projected himself as a guy who's actually tough, because I don't think he is.
Yeah. All right, everyone, bring that out to the sheets. Garrett does not think Sting is tough ever.
I could beat him in a fight. I could kick his ass.
All right.
Don't back down. Double down. All right, let's head on.
You could probably double leg take down him when he's like young.
Yeah.
Too top heavy.
He's too muscular. He's all muscle. He's a bodybuilder. Bodybuilders can kick like I'm not a fighter, but I think I could take down most bodybuilders.
But he's like an athletic bodybuilder.
Still a bodybuilder though.
Open challenge been thrown out there by Garrett.
The me versus any bodybuilder.
Yeah.
I guess we'll head over to Abyss and Rhino.
Of course.
Which is another one of the heavyweight feuds of the month.
It sure was another one.
Rhino on the December 17th Impact has a squash match against the debuting Joe Doring.
Which is fun to see.
Yeah, he looks so weird here.
Yeah, he does not have any of his... Like, I was watching this and I was like, man, this guy's going to be a great Triple Crown champion one day. Just like Charlie Dempsey.
Oh. You watch some people and you see them being like, you see their presence through their whole career, you know? You see who they are even when they're younger. And you watch Joe Doring here and you're like, how did that man turn into that?
Yeah, it took time.
You're like, God, there's nothing there here. He's just a guy who's squashed on TV. You're not like, oh, look at that guy. That's impressive. He's just a guy.
And when did he really start picking up in Old Japan? Like 2015? Like the Go Shiozaki stuff.
Early to mid 2010s, yeah.
But then honestly, like he didn't really like peak until like 2017 with like the Miyahara stuff. So it's like it took a long time for him to like really get it, like another decade.
Yeah, shows. Keep working.
Also, if anyone hasn't seen Joe Doring Old Japan stuff, please watch it. Like his stuff is what got me back into that company in the mid 2050. Like him and Miyahara, like those two guys, so good. And then I'm obviously it was very exciting to see him come back to TNA.
Yeah.
Hopefully everything goes good with his recovery and we get to see him again.
Hope so. Here he's just being squashed on TV. He debuted actually on a pay-per-view pre-show, but this is the first time we're seeing it. Don mentions that Doring was one of the early TNA Academy guys. So if you remember, they were mentioning like the Academy at the Asylum and all that stuff. Apparently, Joe Doring is one of those guys. Rhino wins with a gore. They seem to like have an internal war about whether he's called the War Machine or the Man Beast here.
Yeah.
Because
are you a Man Beast guy or a War Machine guy?
I kind of like War Machine.
I like War Machine too.
But maybe it's just because it's his TNA nickname. But I like War Machine.
I like War Machine more. One thing I thought was good here was like they were talking about how he's like a baby Team Canada guy. And then like the whole point being that Rhino's going to start running through Team Canada. So like they started off with like the Team Canada young boy.
Yeah, after the match, Rhino does cut a promo being like, I want to go through Team Canada and get to Goring D'Amore.
Which obviously ends in Abyss.
There was a promo earlier on that show. It was actually right before the Rhino and Joe Doring match. Where Franchise has a bitch.
He's a bitchin'.
That is not the first time I've accidentally called Abyss a bitch.
Franchise has a bitchin' promo.
Franchise has Abyss and James Mitchell. They show Abyss's scars from Barbed Wire Massacre, and it's interesting. They're trying to like pitch Abyss as a top contender, even though he spent like the entirety of the last month losing.
All Abyss does is get his ass kicked.
Because he lost to Sabu, he lost to Jeff Hardy, and he lost to Rhino last month. So
like really, all he does is get his ass kicked.
But now he has overcome his fears. They particularly focus on Rhino. D'Amore walks in with a business proposal for Mitchell. So the reason we pivot from Rhino going after Team Canada to Abyss is because D'Amore has recruited Abyss to take out Rhino. He's struck a deal with Father James.
Struck a deal with a bitch.
December 31st Impact. Rhino faces A1.
Yes, Johnny Devine back again.
Rhino wins with the gore. D'Amore hits him with a hockey stick after the match. As Rhino was about to get his hands on D'Amore, Abyss jumped him and chokeslammed him. And then, it's funny, because they were doing the New Year's segment later, people in the crowd had kazoos.
I think they're just Christian fans.
They might just be Christian fans, you're not wrong. So as Abyss was beating up Rhino, they were just blowing their kazoos. As D'Amore and Mitchell shake hands.
I feel like all Abyss feuds the exact same thing.
He just fights people?
Like, he calls it, like, there's like, something happens, gets called out, whatever. He beats him up 1 week and then proceeds to get his ass kicked for the rest of the feud.
Yeah, he gets the heat on them once. Like, he'll hit him with a black hole slam, and then they will relentlessly beat the shit out of him. And then the entire build-up,
they'll beat him up, and then at the pay-per-view, they'll beat him up. And then, boom, next pay-per-view cycle starts off with a post-pay-per-view squash against some nerd.
These two are like on the opposite sides of lots of brawls. Oh, the Go Home show, there's an Abyss squash over Jay Lethal.
Who is signed.
Yes, we'll talk about that a little more with the Samoa Joe match, because I think that match is funnier. But yeah, Abyss beats Jay Lethal with the rare double rotation black hole slam.
The even blacker hole slam.
Yeah, that creates even more of an empty void.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no actual development toward the Rhino match there. Basically, they brawl a bunch. They're like a bunch of the segments where they're running out and brawling, where there's a lot of Planet Jarrett running out and brawling. Rhino and Abyss are on either side of that as well.
They're a part of the big schmozzes that no one cares about.
So, pay-per-view match, Abyss and Rhino, it kinda sucked.
Yeah, and it's such disappointment coming off of the like really great Abyss Sabu stuff.
Yeah, it was kind of slow. It was kind of plodding. They didn't really do much. And that's it. It's just kind of a boring pay-per-view match.
I think it's probably because there was no plunder.
Yeah, they do have a Falls Count Anywhere match. I think it's next month, which I remember being a lot better.
I remember because like don't they do the gore through like the like staging?
No, that's in the build-up to that match. They gore him through the wall.
Yeah, that's cool.
But the finish of the pay-per-view match is he gores him out of the stands.
Oh, yeah.
So I hope that match doesn't suck. I'll be disappointed if I go back to that match and that match sucks. But yeah, this match is there's just nothing. It's just two big guys who are working a relatively slow pace. They're doing a little plunder. There's like chairs involved and chairs in the corner and DQs not being DQ'd for some reason.
It's so funny. Like they do like the little bits of like the chair stuff. And then it's like just like in front of the referee.
And then the funnier part is Mitchell then distracts the referee when Abyss is going for a chain shot. It's like, you just hit him with a chair in front of him.
Yeah, there was no need for any of that at this point.
Rhino looks for the Rhino driver, which would have been a cool thing to hit on Abyss.
Yeah.
But James Mitchell grabs his leg, causing a distraction, allowing Abyss to hit a black hole slam onto a chair for the win. Very disappointing.
Abyss getting his, like, much like he gets his one, like, beat up, his one win in these feuds.
Yeah, so he can lose next month.
Yeah, twice. Well, he get beat up once on TV and then lose.
The other, quote-unquote, major thing happening in the heavyweight division is the continued saga of Larry Zbyszko and Raven.
Of course, we finally get the reveal about Raven's girlfriend.
Yeah, there's a note that it was apparently meant to be, or at least they were thinking about it being Christy Hemme.
Interesting.
But also, it goes absolutely nowhere and is completely dropped.
Yeah.
December 17th, Impact franchise has Larry. He asks him about Raven, because Larry lost his cool at the pay-per-view. He's like, I won't lose my cool again. I am once again booking Raven versus an opponent of my choosing at the pay-per-view. If Raven wins, he will finally get his NWA World Title shot he's been asking for, but if he loses, he will leave TNA forever.
Will never come back.
The December 24th episode has a feature on Larry and Raven. There's a lot more butt rock on these shows, by the way.
Yeah, they got the big Spike budget now.
Yeah, they have the money for music.
To pay these artists an exposure.
And then on the Go Home show, there's also a feature on Raven and his woes. So there's not real much build to this. Like, Larry is hovering...
They've already done the build to this, to be fair.
Yeah, Larry is hovering around doing, like, Planet Jarrett stuff for the most part for the month, but he still has this little Raven side issue going on. So franchise has Larry at Final Resolution. He appears to be in, like, an attic of some sort with a bunch of candles.
Which, again, I always find incredibly funny to think of Raven Raven, like, setting them all up.
Raven being like, you know what, we have to have a mood for this interview. We can't just come out and talk franchise. We have to set the tone.
Yeah.
He says that wrestling is the one thing that keeps him from blowing his brains out, and it's very upsetting that Larry Z keeps trying to take it from him.
I would be upset too.
That is not me paraphrasing him. He was like, this is the only thing that stops me from blowing my brains out.
And then he said, and I'm very upset with Larry for trying to take that away.
Yeah. Raven wonders whether his destiny will give him one last title run, or whether it's a ladder into oblivion.
Okay.
So Raven's mystery opponent this month is the returning Sean Waltman.
X-Pac. They're here to have a worse match than last time.
It is worse. They had a much better match. Was it at Hard Justice last year? But it is still quite a funny match, so I do approve of it.
Yeah. This is like more your WWF mid-card hardcore title style.
Yeah, this is what I would call a shopping cart match. And not in a metaphorical sense, because you could be like...
And I would call it a shopping trolley match.
Ooh. I would also call it a shopping trolley. It's the Americans' influence on me. But it's not good like in a metaphorical sense, like a shopping trolley, because you'd bring it into a shop and bring like lots of different parts into the shopping trolley. So it's a mixed blunder. Not metaphorical, completely literal. They use a shopping cart a lot.
Which was like the Raven shtick of the time.
Yeah, so there's a lot of running
And
shopping
Tom
carts into people's heads. There is my favorite part is Raven puts Waltman into a shopping cart at the top of the ramp and goes to run the shopping cart off the stage onto the floor, but he does it in a way that the trolley tips up and Waltman kind of falls out of it as it falls off the stage, lands ass first on the stage, and then bounces onto the floor in a way that probably hurt a lot more than would have if he was just dumped off the stage.
This is why I imagine happening whenever I'm on like a night out and my friends are like, get in the shopping trolley. And I'm like, no.
This is how it will go wrong. You should show them this clip. It's like, this is how
And then
this
they'll
can go wrong.
get in the shopping trolley.
So ref gets bumped on a missed clothesline, visual pin on the Raven effect. Larry takes over as referee. Waltman hits a low blow and an X Factor, but Raven kicks out. Waltman misses a Bronco Buster onto a ladder. Don starts getting mad at the cadence of Larry's counts. He says, I had 2 birthdays before he got that count in. Got him. Waltman X Factors Raven off a ladder through a table for the win, even though Raven got his foot in the rope, but Larry missed it. And I do appreciate like the way they did it. It was like, it wasn't like that Larry obviously deliberately missed it. Like Larry did have the plausible deniability of being on the other side of the pin and not seeing it. It wasn't the case that Larry looked at it, saw it, and still counted. So I kind of appreciate that more from the storytelling point of view, where he could be like, I did miss it. I actually missed it.
I think it's more like he's so hyper-focused on making this guy lose than like I'm actively screwing him in this moment.
So Raven is now gone from TNA. Cassidy O'Reilly comes out. He's all sad. He's like, this is bullshit. Raven is like, no, stand down.
This is not bullshit.
He leaves with security. He seems to accept his fate. As Don, he's walking past the announce desk, and Don's just like, you got robbed! You got robbed! And pats him on the back.
Don is a ride or die, and we can all respect that.
And as a note in the Wrestling Observer, the Raven girlfriend storyline has been totally dropped, but at one point it was talked about for Christy Hemme.
Such a weird combination of people.
So we go to the announce desk as they're kind of reinforcing, which I do appreciate, that they do spend like 2 minutes of Tenay and West talking at the table about, wow, Raven is gone. They don't just fully to the back it. Well, they do. They go to Truth and then they come back to this. But at least they come back to settle in this moment, because like Raven is a former world champion. He's like the number 3 star in this company for the prior 3 years, I guess, behind AJ and Jarrett. So like
a 2-time wrestler of the year.
Yeah. So like I do appreciate how they did at least treat Raven being gone as a big deal, even if Tenay was like, he actively reminded us, like, remember what he said in that interview beforehand, that like this is the only thing stopping him from killing himself.
Yeah.
It's like, is he gonna kill himself? So,
yeah.
So the tease of this story is that Raven is going to kill himself because he lost this match to Sean Waltman.
Nice to put Sean Waltman over too on this one-time appearance.
Yeah, Waltman never comes back.
Well, he does. He does come back.
Well, yeah, he goes back in 2010, but he doesn't come back in this run. This is the last we'll see of Sean Waltman for 4 years.
Yeah.
He wasn't in as good shape as he was last year, and he did, like, this match was fine, but it wasn't nearly as good as the match he had with Raven in May last year, so.
Well, that was also cooler. It was just a cooler match, and they did crazier shit.
Oh, the finish of that match is so good when he back body dropped him into the cage wall, and the cage wall fell down.
It was perfect.
And that spot where Raven just walks him up the ramp and fucks him off the stage.
Yeah.
So good. Larry is also seeing Raven out. Jackie Gator comes up and says both her and Raven have been screwed, and it's a lot bigger than Raven thinks. Surely she should be like, I have the proof about how there was collusion about you being screwed. Surely, like Raven, she should be like, hey, you, we need to talk.
She should have done that like 4 weeks ago.
She should have been on Raven's side all along. Raven would have appreciated an ally. Maybe they could have just made Jackie Gator the woman in his life.
That would have made a lot of sense.
Tie those two stories together.
But then they'd have to do something with Raven.
Or Jackie Gator. That takes us over to the X Division, starting with the X Division Championship match, which is Samoa Joe versus Christopher Daniels. On the first Impact of the month, Samoa Joe faces a debuting Jay Lethal.
In a sweet match.
I love this match. I find this match so funny. Because if you watch any of Joe's other TV squashes, he eats these people alive.
Yeah.
Like, he does not give them, like, watch, like, the Red match or the Delirious match or anybody else he just destroys on TV. He absolutely kills them. They might get, like, the smallest hint of a hope spot that he shuts down immediately and he wins in 2 minutes. Versus this match, where he is wrestling his friend, Jay Lethal.
Yeah, and I like that they gave it an out, though.
Mm.
Saying that, like, he was real banged up from the match at the pay-per-view.
Yeah.
So, like, they gave it a reason, which I appreciate, but, like, it's so blatant.
Samoa Joe would like his friend to have a job.
Yeah.
So he sells way more than you ever would for Jay Lethal. Like, he bumps for a leg sweep, he bumps for an arm drag, he bumps for a leg lariat. He gets, like, for Jay Lethal in Lethal's TV debut as a complete nobody.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
But it works.
It does work. He is ultimately signed to a deal. So it is very charming that Joe gave him this and helped him get a deal. It's nice to see Joe do that for his boy, even if his boy is Jay Lethal.
No, we have some good years of Jay Lethal.
Joe wins with the Muscle Buster and the Coquina Clutch. December 24th, Impact, Christopher Daniels faces Eric Young.
They sure do.
Yeah, this was a match that was a little weird. They were like on different pages.
You would think these two would be like in sync.
NSYNC?
Yeah, you think they'd be in sync.
Dance routine.
In the new Trolls movie.
Why is that movie?
Because they've reached a point with that franchise that now it has become we can slap the branding and make any old shite. It's like Despicable Me, but 10th of the success.
And then you'll check and it made like $800 million.
I'm gonna check it right now. I'm only comparing it like... that was not me digging on the Trolls. It was more me digging on how much money Despicable Me makes.
It does make a lot of money. It is a very successful franchise.
Apparently the second Trolls movie was also musical themed. So, Anna Kendrick is the main troll.
What a sentence.
Made $347 million on a $125 million budget.
So they're doing okay.
Which I would imagine went mostly to the cast.
And the music licensing, probably.
And the second one, Trolls Band Together. No, Trolls World Tour. Trolls Bound Together is... I was going to say, Anna Kendrick isn't even in this one, but she is. Fucking dogged it. The second one did not do well.
The second one was like a COVID release, though, wasn't it? It was VOD as well as theaters.
Yes.
It was
limited number of theaters.
And I actually think it was one of those that was like one of the original big streaming hits in COVID because it was a Trolls movie and kids were desperate for anything.
Yeah. And Kelly Clarkson was in it.
Since You've Been Gone, etc.
Yep.
That was Kelly Clarkson, wasn't it?
Yeah, that wasn't Kelly Clarkson. That was the song. Did they even have that in this? Kelly Clarkson was like, "Listen, I'm in the movie, but you're not getting me. You're not getting my big track without some money."
Yeah.
You can sing. You can sing Born to Die.
Ah, that's my favorite Kelly Clarkson song.
Yeah.
So before this Daniels EY match, Daniels does do a promo. He's returning tonight. He has Joe at Final Resolution. He's like, I will shatter Joe's aura of invincibility. So Daniels returned, if you remember, a turning point after the match. He ran off Joe, but then one headbutt caused his brain to go, woo.
He goes, woo.
Yeah, so Shannon Moore is here.
Unfortunately.
Both this and there's a match we'll talk about when we're talking about one of the other X Division things, but on the show prior as well. Shannon Moore is standing atop the stage with a sign that says the X Division needs to get punked.
Ashton Kutcher?
No, he's the Prince of Punk.
Ashton Kutcher.
Yes.
Oh, okay, yes.
So, yeah.
Isn't he cancelled now?
Is he? What did he do?
I think he's just like a weird celebrity guy.
Good weird celebrity guy or bad
weird
weird celebrity guy?
I remember what he was cancelled for. All of the Mila Kunis is 16 in these clips things. And him being like an abject pervert to her in like interviews and such.
Cool.
Yeah. And then he married her.
So yeah, Shannon Moore's around. Don Harris shows up and he's like, can you get down?
And he's like, no. Yeah, the punk thing would have been for him to dive.
Yeah, he should have dived on Don Harris. Take him out.
He doesn't even have the book of Dilly Gaff, so I don't give a fuck.
Got him. Eric Young goes for a moonsault, but Daniels just launches him off the top rope instead, which is a real cool spot. Like, he still kind of does a moonsault, but Daniels just literally flips him over.
Yeah.
Daniels hits the BME, but D'Amore distracts the referee. Then Daniels just wins with the Angel's Wings. Like, they went to a replay of the BME, so it feels like there was an edit there for something. Like, it was a weird finish in that, like, why not just beat him with the BME if you're just going to hit the Angel's Wings straight after? But I'd say they cut something out there when they went to the replay.
Release the uncut version.
Release the full Daniels-Eric Young match.
We deserve it.
Do we?
Yeah, we do.
Samoa Joe on the December 31st Impact wrestles Roderick Strong.
That's fun. It's a fun little combination.
There's a feature before this match on Joe, which is just like a 50-second him kicking ass feature. And it's like, God, he's so cool.
He's also a great him kicking ass feature guy.
Yeah, because he kicks so much ass.
The towel is so disgusting.
Yeah, and they change it to a fresh towel because he does a promo. We'll talk about that in a second. But like the towel has now turned to like such a gross color.
Brown.
It is like a brown now, and it's like, ugh, we should not be doing this.
It's gross. It's so yucky.
Moore is once again being shouted at by Don Harris, and we also have another reoccurring theme this month, which is Dave Hebner at the top of the stage taking some notes.
And like, when this first happened, I thought the bit was going to be that Dave Hebner is like judging the referee's performances, because the first time he does it is during like a time when a referee is being distracted, but then it's not that at all. So now I'm just confused.
Yeah, TNA does inform us here that TNA has hired Dave Hebner as a consultant, and I don't think it goes anywhere after that. They're just like, let's just have Dave Hebner there, I guess.
He just keeps showing up like week after week. My favorite thing was in week 1 where he's like, that's one of the Hebners.
Oh, but yeah, the crowd starts chanting, "You screwed Brett" at him because they think he's Earl.
The greatest tweeter of all time.
I wouldn't say that personally.
Why?
I would not personally co-sign the thoughts of Earl Hebner.
Oh no, let me go search some Earl Hebner tweets.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Please read some of the content you have co-signed.
I never co-signed it.
You said he is the best tweeter of all time.
I never said I agreed with the words of one Earl Hebner.
That is a full and hearty endorsement of Earl Hebner's tweets, which you will now read.
You are a sick bitch. I pay more taxes than you make a year, you loser.
Why is he fighting with people?
I will sell you some, but cash only if you have it. I might throw in a Hebner show if you good luck.
He's selling people too many things.
On my way to Emphoria for Hermie Sadler's main event 2014, Sadler versus Jarrett. See? Nothing's bad yet.
The TNA dream match you've always wanted.
You smell like a rat.
What does a rat smell like?
Like a rat?
If you were in a 5x5...
Yeah, with a rat?
With Earl Hebner.
Easy. Also easy.
Wait, okay, now we have to go back into this. You would be afraid of a spider, but not a rat.
I wouldn't enjoy the rat. But I would feel my confident in my ability to punt it in the head.
But you could punt the scorpion too!
No! It'll sting me. What's your girl's lover's name? Go fuck yourself.
That's an unusual name, but...
She is great. Would you like to try me out?
No one should tweet. No one should ever tweet. Why do we have it?
A lot of it is just him telling people to go fuck themselves. I am not aces and eights. I am just the most honest ref in the ring. That's why I am in main event.
I did appreciate that Earl Hebner had that bit for years where he would wait for the crowd to chant "You screwed Brett" at him, and then he would reveal his undershirt that said "Damn right I did."
Oh, okay. I thought that was creepier than it was. It was not. I haven't found anything negative here. Just him telling people to go fuck themselves.
Joe and Strong.
Okay, you keep talking. I'm gonna keep reading the El Hebner tweet.
Pretty good match.
Don't give BJ 2 sluts. Your mum should get a pimp and make so money for her big lips. She looks like an anteater.
Going in on these people. Good lord. It's a bit rude. Strong gets a big backbreaker in, which is cool to hit on Joe because he's humongous. But Joe wins with the Muscle Buster and the Coquina Clutch, and the Muscle Buster is the Morphoplex move of the night.
I got your forehead swinging CD's nuts, sucker.
Mm.
A lot of people seem to tell him that he makes more money, he pays more taxes than they make money.
Mm.
Keep talking. I will come up with good shit when I come up with it.
I'm just looking for the next Joe note. One sec. So the January 7th Impact franchise has Samoa Joe. Now, Samoa Joe has not cut many promos in TNA. He's barely said a word. He gave out to franchise once, but that's all he has spoken. As Joe initially doesn't respond, Shane is like, fine, I won't go to an interview with you. And Joe stops him, and Joe cuts his first proper promo in TNA, where he talks about how there is a thin line between bravery and stupidity, and Daniels has crossed that line. He has now replaced the old, gross, horrible towel with a fresh towel for all of Daniels' blood that he will draw at Final Resolution. Franchise then
At the Oheb. I have the hottest chicks, hottest lips than any ref in the world. I guess I am a knockout myself for TNA knockouts. Who can be me? Number one.
It's not a coherent thought.
There is no structure to any of these tweets.
All the sentences are disconnected.
They're also not spelt correct in any way.
It is like a man who had 7 different thoughts during a day, wrote them all down into a single tweet as the day went on, and then just hit send at the end of the day.
I am the greatest of all times. You fans are jealous of me. None of you can be me. So get a life and move on with yours. Brian H., you too.
Wow. Calling out his son.
I know. I gotta start snipping these so I can post them.
Franchise pushes his luck and asks Joe a follow-up about Sting. He's like, ooh, now you're talking. Let me ask you about Sting. And Joe just walks away.
Joe looks mad that he brought it up.
It's like, how dare you ask me about a second thing? I gave you a promo. I actually talked to you. And you dare follow up? How dare you, franchise. Ooh, franchise.
What?
What have you found now?
So, at Rude Girl
Mm-hmm.
tweeted, at Madison Rain, before you snogged the Ohebna, I actually thought you had a crush on Garrett TNA XOX.
Not me.
I assume not you.
No.
To which he replied with, you must be a lesbian, go fuck yourself.
Oh, because there was that story they did where Madison Rain was flirting with Earl Hebner to try and get favorable decisions in her favor.
Big night at TNA. I know Brian Hebner wishes he could be me. Not a chance. Go fuck yourself.
Seems like a real healthy father-son relationship developing here.
It has to be a bit.
I'd imagine it is. I would hope it is.
You'll never be me. Go fuck yourself.
Go home episode of Impact. Samoa Joe faced Cassidy Riley.
I'm sorry, Garrett. There's too many.
Stop reading his tweets. Close the tab.
Happy birthday at Jeff Jarrett TNA. Looks like we both are kissing beautiful women on your birthdays. Go fuck yourself.
All right, I'm going to need you to close the Earl Hebner tweet tab.
Let me find one more.
No.
Let me end it on a high note.
We've already ended on a high note. He told Jeff Jarrett to go fuck himself.
Your mama an asshole.
Just
That was not added at anyone.
succinct. That's just for the general reader.
Sorry, your mama an assho.
Oh, that does change the context.
But it's one word.
Hmm.
I'm gonna just tweet that one, I reckon. Alright, I'm done. I'm closing it.
Joe Cassidy Riley.
Yeah, what about it?
I would say that Joe ate Cassidy Riley up more than he ate Lethal up, but Riley got a bigger deer fall on Joe than nearly anybody in TNA history. So Daniels is on commentary. AJ chases Shannon Moore around ringside. Joe ignored Moore but dropped AJ, which is like one of those things I love. It's like Moore could run away, but fuck you, AJ.
He's like, I don't care about Moore, but I still dislike you.
AJ then hits Joe with a Pele, and Cassidy Riley gets like an actual near fall off of that. He like pins him and he kicks out, which I actually quite liked. Joe then fired up, kicked the living shit out of Cassidy Riley. Musclebuster cooking a clutch for the win. Joe looked to musclebuster Cassidy Riley on a chair, but Daniels makes the save. Daniels then hit Joe with the chair as Joe bails. Setting up at the pay-per-view, Samoa Joe versus Christopher Daniels for the X Division Championship. Earlier in the show, the franchise had Daniels, and the franchise addresses the elephant in the room, the story of this match, basically, that Daniels has come back from his concussion too soon. Daniels points out that Joe has never beaten him, and Daniels said he's not afraid to shed blood for what he believes in, and Daniels parses the difference between unbeaten and unbeatable, and says Joe will be beaten tonight. So that's basically like the story of the match that they develop as Daniels fires up and tries to win the X Division title, and every time Joe just goes after his head and Daniels falls apart.
See, this match, I liked what I remember of it, but then my appendix started exploding. So I don't remember the last half of it because of the searing pain in my stomach.
So just like Chris Daniels, you came in all fired up, but then your appendix started bursting and tearing you down.
Yeah, pretty much. I came back too soon, much like Chris Daniels.
There was a bunch of like little touches, like, you know, Joe does the thing where he does the chop to the back, the kick to the like shoulder, and hits the ropes and drops a knee, like one of those classic like little Joe sequences. Whereas here, he does chop the back, kick to the shoulder, and when he goes to drop the knee on the head, Daniels completely covers up to protect his head, and it's one of those like small little touches. It's like, obviously the story of the match is Daniels might still have concussion or still have the lingering effects of a concussion, so he's trying to avoid every and all damage to his head as possible. Daniels goes to powerbomb Joe out of the corner, but Joe reverses it into a Rana and then falls with a lariat because he's fucking awesome. Daniels hits the BME, but Joe kicks out. Daniels hits a slingshot elbow over the ropes to the floor, where he lands like
right on his fucking hip.
Yeah, hip first, and I think he misses the mat as well and hits like the concrete part of the floor. It's like, oh, that sucks.
I remember relating heavily to that.
Just pain.
of my side dying.
Joe hits a boot as Daniels is coming through the ropes, and then does the rail face wash out on the floor, which busts Daniels open, and then we settle into like the actual story of this match as Joe relentlessly goes after Daniels' head. So Styles comes out to ringside, he has a towel in hand, he's watching on, he's cheering on Daniels. Daniels fires up, goes for the Angel's Wings, but crumbles. Joe then keeps hitting him in the head, muscle busters him, but Daniels squirms the ropes before Joe can lock into Coquina Clutch. Joe drops Daniels with a muscle buster on a chair. TNA does at least try to justify the use of the chair in that setting, being like, oh, the referee is intimidated by Joe. But listen, Rhino and Abyss were hitting each other with chairs earlier, so I guess it's just legal in this company.
Yeah, it's the opposite of New Japan, where the outside
is pure wrestling.
Is pretty much, yeah. In TNA, the inside is where you're allowed to use weapons.
Joe then kicks Daniels in the head a bunch and starts wailing on Daniels with knees to the head, and he does like these big wind up for them, and he's looking at AJ as he throws each and every one. As AJ picks the towel up, picks Joe's towel up, and he's like, well, should I throw it in? Should I throw it in? He's conflicted before he eventually throws the towel in on Daniels' behalf, and then Joe collects the blood of Daniels and leaves, and he's like, fuck yeah, I did it.
What gives AJ Styles the authority?
Well, we'll talk about it when we talk about AJ stuff, but there was some tag team stuff this month. They did come closer together. They were in a 6-man tag, and then they faced AMW in a tag. So they did at least set up the idea that obviously these two are long-term rivals, and even when Joe took out Daniels in the first place, AJ came out to check on Daniels. So they have at least set the seeds that there is like their long-term rivalry.
Yeah, but I want his legal precedence.
Do you want to see his manager's license?
Where is his manager's license?
To see his right to throw in a towel on Daniels' behalf.
Exactly.
And I'm sure that will be a little development you will see in February, with Daniels being like, what the hell, man?
What the hell? I had him.
Yeah.
Had him right where I wanted him.
I wasn't beat, dude. TNA does reinforce after the match, as Daniels is being checked and tended to, that he's a father of two, and AJ made the right call to protect Daniels' long-term career.
Says him.
So, like, I didn't love this as, like, a match. I think they have a much better match in April, these two. Maybe the best match of Christopher Daniels' career. But I did, like, appreciate the story, and I think they told the story they wanted to tell really well, with Joe once again being an unstoppable monster. Like, you could talk about the chair spot, the muscle buster on the chair, which I understand why they did it, because that's the spot that he gave him the concussion with in the first place, back after the Elimination X match at Genesis. But I don't think they needed that spot, just because Joe's knees to the head looked so gnarly by themselves that, like, oh, his head is in great trauma here. You didn't need the chair spot, because Joe could just be a monster.
And, like, it's, you know, it's more intimidating that a guy is just doing this with his body.
He's just fucking you up. He doesn't need a chair.
Yeah, like it's more brutal, like in a street fighting sense, where you're just like watching a man get his head kicked in.
But yeah, I did appreciate the story of this match being that, like, at the start Daniels had a fire and he could go for it, but the second Joe hit him in the head, it was fucking over. Like, Daniels was just done, and the match increasingly got away from Daniels to the point that AJ had to submit on his behalf. I thought they did that story really well, and it's one of those where, like, you would be tempted to be like, you can't kick Daniels' ass that much, you know? He's a baby face, you can't have him destroyed like that, but like, it fits the story. It's like he came back too fast, he took this match too fast, Joe is a killer, and Joe killed him. Yeah. And we will follow on from here. And I think I talked about this last month, but it's like the idea that, like, the X Division didn't have stories, just because they're not doing 15-minute promos in the ring, it's like they don't have stories. It's like they've had this now 3-month story with Daniels and Styles, and the building relationship between Daniels and Styles, but now the tension, I imagine, will emerge from this between Daniels and Styles, because Daniels wouldn't have wanted to submit, like, and then Joe is the monster that they're both trying to topple. That's like a really compelling story, but no, there's good wrestling there, so there can't possibly be a story.
Wow, 2023.
I know.
My God, people have never understood how stories actually work in wrestling, did they?
But, like, for real though, like, it's always so reductive. Like, if it's not the WWE vision of what storytelling in wrestling is, which, as I said, is the 15-minute Raw opening promo, it's lots of talking, it's not like actual nuanced, compelling story and characterization. If you don't do it the way WWE has done it for the last 20 years, people just pretend it doesn't count. Like, people pretend like the Continental Classic was just wrestling, when you would have to be a fucking clown.
See what that one person said? Where they're like, if you're gonna respond, like, and tell me that this tournament had all these stories, why don't you tell me what they are? Then some guy responded with like 12.
Yeah, there's Bryan Danielson's eye, there's Daniel Garcia trying to earn his one win, there's like the little BCC tension with them being both in the same block, there's Swerve trying to prove he's on the top level of the top stars, there's Eddie Kingston putting his belts on the line and coming from a
Briscoe
a
adjusting
start.
to be a singles wrestler, Jay Lethal learning how to be has been relying on outside interference to win his matches for the past year and is now failing when put in there by himself.
And it's like, no, because, again, there was no stand in the ring for 15 minutes and talk to each other about what the story is. There's no story.
And it's like, even if you want, like, promos expanding beyond that, they had them.
Yeah, loads of them.
And they were great.
They were fucking awesome.
They were, like, the best talking I've seen all year.
But nope, you didn't do them in a ring for 15 minutes. It does not count. Like, that's what it comes down to.
Stupid.
That is literally what it comes down to. If it's not two people standing in a ring talking to each other for longer than 10 minutes, it does not count. It's so fucking stupid.
It's really annoying.
So, friend of Donald Faison, AJ Styles, has some stuff going on this month.
Yeah.
Not a lot. It's a weirdly quiet month for AJ.
Well, when he's not a champion, this kind of happens.
Yeah, and I guess, like, the X title program is Daniels at the moment. He's not really hovering around the world title scene. He does come back into the X title program next month, so it's more like a month off. Like, he's facing Hiroshi Tanahashi at the pay-per-view.
Ah, what a gimme.
Yeah, it's like, what a month off for AJ. He's only wrestling Hiroshi Tanahashi at the pay-per-view.
Only wrestling the president.
Yeah, of the world. I salute you, Mr. President. But yeah, so like they announced that match at some point, and then they also do a little like 40-second feature that has some Tanahashi New Japan footage in it, which is the first time Tanahashi, I guess, would have appeared on US national television. Yeah. So main event of the December 31st episode is James Storm versus AJ Styles. That match leads to Larry Zbyszko making an NWA World Title match because Storm hits AJ with a beer bottle and follows with the super kick for the win. Daniels points out the glass. Storm, however, has a second bottle, which I love, and he's like, "My bottle's fine. That wasn't my bottle. Look, my bottle's right here."
Which, again, like, James Storm is such a treat as like a shitty heel, man.
And like they don't do that all the time. Like, they do just eventually he just hits guys with bottles. But I do appreciate how the first few times he did it, like we were talking about the one where he's like, someone from the crowd threw it and it wasn't me, or this one where he used the beer bottle and the ref when Daniels is like, "Look at the glass," Storm is like, "My beer bottle's right here. That wasn't mine." So like there's that thing. It's always like, it's a great weapon, but it leaves too much evidence to be credible. And Storm is like, "I've thought about that."
But like, I guess like eventually you run out of excuses.
You do, and then you just use it as a weapon.
Unfortunately, it's like cool as hell. So, like, it doesn't really matter.
It's one of those that I always insist wrestling needs to work on an emotional level, not a logical level, and the beer bottle is fucking awesome, so it works on an emotional level.
Yeah.
So Daniels, despite pointing that out, does not get the decision overturned, but Larry Z comes out and books for later that night, because this is the New Year's Eve, New Year's Day split episode. So the match on the New Year's Day episode, I guess the New Year's Night episode, the midnight episode, will be for the NWA World Tag Team titles, America's Most Wanted versus the X Division Dream Team of AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels.
I thought this was gonna own, and it didn't really own.
I really liked it.
It was just, like, good.
Yeah, because, well, like, it was a 30-minute special. So, like, they obviously, and, like, Impact's an hour anyway. But, like, this was only a 30-minute show. So there's only so much ownage they could own. Especially with a lot of Shannon Moore involved. Which is way too much Shannon Moore involved this month in general. But I really enjoyed this match. I thought it was a good time. And they'll have better matches in 2006. But this was a nice little teaser. And it's like, you see Styles and Daniels coming together as a team. And Styles' fucking hot tag is so good. That dude can do anything in wrestling. He is the best wrestler. So Harris hits a catatonic on Styles, but Daniels makes the save. Harris bumps the ref with a clothesline. Styles hits Storm with the clash, but Shannon Moore runs out and drops Styles, allowing Storm to get the pin. So AMW retained the tag titles over Styles and Daniels, but there will be more to come from these two teams next year.
AJ taking 2 L's in a row.
Yeah, he's not a priority this month. He can take falls. The main event of the following week's episode, January 7th, is Austin Aries, Roderick Strong, and Alex Shelley versus AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, and Chris Sabin.
Should we talk about how we got to this?
Yeah, so there was a segment backstage in which the Ring of Honor staple Generation Next are like, "Hey Larry Z, we ain't booked on the pay-per-view. What the hell, man?"
And Larry Z's like, try winning.
Yeah, how about you try and do some shit, huh?
It's just like, you know what? It's fair.
Larry's like, you were always like, I want. Why don't you go do something about it, huh?
They're like, yeah, we'll do that then.
Then Jerry Lynn walks up and is like, you guys had a match. Would you stop moaning to Larry?
Which I'm convinced is just an excuse to, like, let's get some Jerry Lynn on TV.
So that does lead us to this match in which the trio of Aries, Strong, and Shelley face Styles, Daniels, and Sabin. And it's a fucking great match for what it is. Which is like a 6-minute TV match between these 6 guys. But I do appreciate... I've been giving out about trios matches a lot lately. In that I think too many of AEW's trios matches have too long a final stretch where it's like shine, heat, and then 70% of the match is just guys hitting moves, guys hitting moves, guys hitting moves, guys hitting moves. And I think that formula works really well for a 6 to 12 minute trios match and does not work as well for anything longer than like 15 because it just becomes relentlessly guys hitting moves and it becomes a little bit numbing.
You need to have some, like any match, if you're going for a long period of time, you need to have some sort of connective tissue or story being told.
Yeah, because we were talking specifically about what was it? Tanahashi, Okada, and Ishii against, what was the other trio?
Cobb, Okan, and Hanare.
That match for the Never Trios titles in New Japan, where like they built arcs of that match around isolating Ishii. Even after like the comeback segment, they continued to isolate Ishii and keep Tanahashi and Okada on the floor until you had like an awesome moment in that match when Tanahashi and Okada finally got back in and turned the tide, and ultimately that's what led to Ishii winning. And I was like, there was an actual arc, an actual story, there was actual like meaningful, distinct segments of the match, and not just guy hits move, guy hits move, guy hits move, standing ovation, guy hits move, guy hits move, guy hits move, applause break. Like that, which is the way like AEW's trios matches can often be structured, and they do become a little bit exhausting. So just to see it condensed down into like the classic 6 to 8 minute trios match, it does feel a little bit refreshing that it's like in and out, it's a lot of action, it's guys like hitting their moves but not in a way that's just like relentless, and then they just go to a finish.
It certainly is refreshing. Different take on the similar thing.
This is where they officially announced that Styles and Tanahashi will face at the pay-per-view. Sabin and Shelley both also, and it's more pronounced, I think, in the pay-per-view match. Actually, Sabin doesn't get the change until the pay-per-view match, but both of them this month get their hair dyed.
Yeah, it's like you guys should just be tag partners at this point.
Yeah, like the foreshadowing is getting stronger and stronger. It's like you are getting closer and closer to each other.
Do you think they're trying to make like that visual connection? So like they're like pitching it.
Both blonde. Well, Sabin is more like blonde highlights, whereas Shelley is a blonde streak. Both from Detroit, both X Division guys. Hey, put us together. Even Joe gets that like orangey streak through his hair this year.
It is the era of it. We're in 2005.
Yeah, no, we're moving into '06, Liam. That's the reason everyone's like, let's get our hair dyed. It's a new year.
Yeah, we got to get our big '06 feud. Well, when did they first team up?
They first started teaming in sometime in '06 and '01. I think it's like summer of this year is when they start teaming in '01.
So they probably have the idea at this point.
But like even like '01 is just like, let's shove these two guys together. We booked them.
Yeah, but I'm sure like they're like I would be shocked to learn that they weren't like, hey, you think we'd be a cool tag team?
Yeah, these two have run in the same circles, I'd imagine, long enough as two Michigan guys and two BCW trainees. So, like, both of them came from the same school, worked in the same scene long enough that surely it is probably a thought that has crossed their mind. I'm sure there's probably some instances of them teaming on the indies in some capacity.
Were they ever Murder City Machine Guns in TNA?
No, always Motor.
They're always Motor? Interesting.
Strong, Shelley, and Aries are a really great trio. I'm glad that TNA invented it.
Yes.
Where's Jack Evans? Get him in here.
He could be.
He would be perfect. Add him to this act. During this match, Daniels gets dropped, toe-holded into the rail, and then starts selling his concussion, which is a nice touch. Aries is so good, man. Like, it's upsetting.
Do you want to talk about what we've been talking about today?
Yeah, about how like people don't realize Austin Aries is good because he's a bad person.
Yeah.
Just like, get over yourselves. He's a good wrestler.
We are going to be so desperate for his run when we cover 2012.
Aries goes to hit Daniels with a chair, but AJ flies out of nowhere with a dropkick, which kind of rocked. Sabin gets isolated and hit with a gutbuster and a sliced bread for the win. So the not Generation Next that backed up their talk as they beat 3 former X Division champions.
It's a big win for them.
It is a big win. So the Go Home Impact to January 14th. Mike Today's on the ring, and he's awarding Mr. TNA to AJ Styles.
I'm shocked.
Winning it for the 3rd year in a row. AJ says that Tanahashi is going to be the first to find out how phenomenal AJ will be in 2006. It turns out that's Shannon Moore, who throws powder in his eyes and steals his award.
Yeah, so Shannon Moore is the canonical Mr. TNA.
Congratulations to Mr. TNA, the Prince of Punk Shannon Moore.
Disgusting.
So there's then a little show running thing where, as mentioned, during the Joe and Cassidy Riley match, AJ chases Moore around ringside trying to get his trophy back, and even during a Jackie Gator pre-tape, they brawl as well, trying to get his trophy back.
They are kind of trying.
There is a story there, which is funny because it builds to not AJ Styles versus Shannon Moore, it's AJ Styles versus Hiroshi Tanahashi at Final Resolution.
Which is fun. Like, it's what a fun little match.
Yeah, Tanahashi comes out to, like, generic Japanese song rather than high energy, which is funny because the TV taping after this, he does an explosion match, which is very funny that Tanahashi's only working explosion for when you have him on TV. It's so weird, that era, where it's like, you know, if Tanahashi's in TNA now, he's doing a big thing on TV. You know, if Ospreay's in TNA, he's doing a Josh Alexander match on TV, you know?
Well, because the people in charge here get it.
They understand the appeal of having Hiroshi Tanahashi there. Whereas back then, it's just like, let's put him against Roderick Strong and Explosion. Or when reigning IWGP champion Shinsuke Nakamura is there in 2008, Explosion match against Elix Skipper. It's like, what are you doing? But when he was on Explosion, when Tanahashi was on Explosion, he had high energy there. So I'm like, what happened to the pay-per-view? Where'd high energy go?
They didn't send the MP3.
Not in time, anyway. They're like, we don't want this generic. Even Tana probably came out to the generic song. Is like, what the fuck is this shit? Tana is 29 here, and he is the reigning U30 champion, which is a belt only people under the age of 30 can hold. So Tana's running up against that age limit.
One of us on this show could hold it.
Fuck you. Rude. What do you think of a belt like that?
I think it's a dumb name, and it's inherently got like a cap on it. Although this did main event the Tokyo Dome. I think I would like a title like that which isn't like strictly adhered to, like in its actual rules, but is spiritually the same thing.
Something that is a mid-card belt for the young'un, but is not expressly a mid-card belt for the young'uns.
That is very clearly that, but isn't like explicitly said that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I never had a problem with it, even though I didn't particularly like love it.
It didn't last very long, did it?
Like I think it was like Nakamura and him basically.
Yeah. For our cool 2 wrestlers under the age of 30.
And then it was unified or just dropped.
I guess part of it also does something you generally don't want to do in wrestling, and that's draw attention to people's ages. Like, you don't really want people realizing Damian Priest is in his early 40s, you know? No. That's a thing you don't really want. So you can avoid that by having anything that's even linked remotely to age.
But of course, this was settled in the G2.
Oh, cool. Sure.
the G2, which is so funny, which Tana did win. And then they did the G2 in 2005, which Tanahashi won.
He is the ace.
He won the G2 twice.
He's the G2. Two.
He's the G2 time winner.
Tana is very young here, so that means he is very good at moving.
Yes, he has his speed and his ability.
Which seems like a hot take, which the Tanahashi seemed like one of those guys that was just timeless. One of those guys that the time would never catch, and then this year time caught him. And then it's like, didn't go watch like young Tana, where he has all that explosion and all that energy, and he looks awesome. It's like, oh.
Well, it's like, he has high energy.
Yeah, you only had like 15 years of being the best wrestler of all time. How dare you?
Yeah, go on, please.
You are not eternal? God damn it.
Yeah, they should be eternal.
Like, this match it's nothing special. It's not like the full Hiroshi Tanahashi AJ Styles match you would like. It's like a 3.25 star match. But it's pretty enjoyable for what it is, I think. You would have liked them to go all out. I think it's only 11 minutes and then the finish ends around like Shannon Moore bullshit. So it's not like the full blow away match you would hope.
There wasn't a lot of opportunity
there.
there.
They didn't have the framework, I suppose, for like a full like knockout, drag out match between these two that you eventually got in like 2015. But it's pretty good for what it is. It's a fun little historical note, and it's fun to see Tanahashi and TNA during this era. And
it's like, yeah, and it's fun to see that and then look on and where they would eventually, be competing for the IWGP World Heavyweight title a ton. Well, not the World Heavyweight title, that's a different belt.
Moore runs out and accidentally strikes Tana with the Mr. TNA plaque. Styles drops Moore with the Pele and then beats Tana with the Styles Clash. Tana shows respect to AJ after the match and hands him back his plaque, but then Moore just steals it anyway.
I think, didn't they also do the thing where it's like AJ didn't see the striking with the plaque or whatever?
Yeah, I think AJ had the thing where he just saw Tana was down and hit him with the Styles Clash from one.
Yeah. So like they kept like AJ didn't take advantage of it just to win. Or
yeah, he just ran off more. So then the other thing is the Exhibition Trios match. We missed the Chris Sabin against the Biss TV match, which I thought was good fun. Those two have good chemistry. Wasn't much happening. Dave Hebner was there again. Abyss goes to swing Sabin into the steps and just skims it at first, and then he's like, "No, I'm gonna fucking kill you."
I wonder what David Hebner's notes on that was.
I would always love to see that. It's like, good tornado DDT from Chris Sabin.
3 3/4 stars.
Dave has a tremendous burn in the Observer about this match. Dave Hebner was watching again, and this time it was noted he was wearing a TNA Impact t-shirt. I wonder if Annie came up missing at the end of the night. Fucking got him. So yeah, we already talked about the setup for the other match. So the Gen Next trio are complaining about opportunities. They did win their TV match, and then they ultimately got a pay-per-view match against Sabin, Sanjay, and Matt Bentley. And it was worse than the TV match, but it was fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly as strong of a crew.
Yeah, Dawn is once again ogling over Tracy Brooks, because she has her schoolgirl look, which is probably her more iconic look.
No, you say the exact quote.
Dawn is loving Tracy's little schoolgirl look.
Shiver just went down my spine.
Right. They are very horny for Tracy Brooks at the moment. This is where Shelley and Sabin both had the blonde looks, so it's like just team.
So close yet so far.
Strong cuts off Bentley's super kick with a sick kick, allowing Shelley the chance to roll up Bentley for the win. I appreciated Bentley he saw Strong coming, but I'm still going to go for a super kick. I can get it.
It was fun. It was a good sick kick.
Backstage at the pay-per-view, Matt Bentley and Alex Shelley got into an argument over the finish of their opening 6-man tag match. Bentley got so upset that he challenged Shelley to a fight. Austin Aries, the calmest man in the room at all times, was in the middle of trying to calm things down. Alex had an idea for a finish. Shane didn't like it because it would leave egg on his face, but Alex was adamant. Shane overreacted.
Thanks, Aries.
It's an opening 6-man tag. Come on, Matt Bentley, calm yourself down.
And also Shelley, it's an opening 6-man tag. Maybe be willing to move on the finish.
Yeah, maybe just be willing to hit Matt Bentley with 2 more moves before you win,
Yeah.
Maybe he was mad about the idea that, like, why would I still go for my super kick while I see this guy coming?
Because you think you're that good.
But yes, thank you, Austin Aries, calm man. Rational man, some might say.
The most rational man in the business. That's what Garrett's always said.
That brings us to the tag team division, in which the NWA World Tag Team Title program is America's Most Wanted versus Team 3D, after Team 3D beat AMW in a tables match at Turning Point. Like, a lot of this build is tied into the Jarrett stuff, but Team 3D on the 17th have a match against the Diamonds in the Rough.
So we're going to talk about my Diamonds in the Rough realization.
Oh, what was your realization?
That Simon Diamond is QT Marshall, and that Diamonds in the Rough are the factory.
When you mentioned that, you first posited this on the watch along, which you can listen to at tnachat.com, and I was like, oh my god. Oh my god.
It's a 1-to-1.
It's so upsetting how like close that is. It's like, oh my god.
Everyone needs a QT Marshall on their roster, and Simon Diamond just happens to be the TNA QT Marshall. It's insane. They look the same.
They do. They have the same energy. They have the same like physique. They have the same build. They have the just same face.
Same hair.
Yeah. They're the same person.
They have the same like tracksuit.
QT's probably a better worker.
Yes, definitely.
But other than that,
it's too much.
So yeah, this match, it was fine. They show some media coverage from the base brawl that just happened at Turning Point. The crowd chants "You screwed Brett" at Dave Hebner, who this is where he first shows up, and I really enjoy that. He's not Earl, you fools.
All Hebners are the same.
Diamond tries to interfere, but Skipper accidentally nailed him. Doomsday device to Skipper, 3D to David Young gives them the win. The Dudleys have informed All Japan that they are committing to TNA, won't be able to work any more dates in Japan. They cancelled their January bookings. They had just been given the win in the Real World Tag League, so All Japan aren't entirely pleased.
Yeah. I wouldn't be if I put in these
Yeah,
guys.
you won the tournament, and they'd never work All Japan again, by the way. I checked that. It's like, nope, they won that tournament, and they never worked All Japan again.
Who did they come back for when they cut the Bullet Club promo?
Wrestle One.
That was the Wrestle One TNA
That was the
show.
Bound for Glory, yeah.
That's the funniest shit. I remember being in the WooTube, like, on the show after they did that, and everyone just be like, fucking Dudley's better not be here.
There was another story that they were willing to work some January dates, but obviously stuff about TNA tapings got in the way, and All Japan were just like, fuck it, don't care. Devon is said to be working out harder than ever to try and get the best shape just so he can show up WWE management. There are whispers in TNA that it'd be nice if Bully had the same attitude, which is a bit mean, toward getting in shape.
Don't worry, they're going to turn it into a whole bit.
Yeah, he'll be eating Twinkies and he'll lose some weight, and then he will actually lose some weight and become a great world champion.
Yeah, exactly.
Bully's stiffness in the ring has been an issue with some opponents so far. They become the Road Warriors. They don't sell for anyone. Some like that he's being stiff with America's Most Wanted, who continue to carry a rep as being coddled by management and having egos bigger than their resume justifies. Their resume fucking fully justifies any ego they have, you pieces of shit.
Also, how's this the first time we're hearing of this?
Yeah, there's like this, like we've talked about it before, I think, about how like sometimes when AMW are losing, they have like a real boo-boo face.
Yeah, and like we had told like that they wanted more money, but like that never felt like undeserved.
I think we talked about this, I think in like 04, where we were talking about how like there was this perception that it wasn't just AMW, we talked about it with AJ as well, that like guys like AJ and AMW were unfairly management favorites compared to some others, and I'm like,
and it's like, it's not unfairly, they deliver in everything they give.
Yeah, they're management favorites because they're the best wrestlers in the company, not because of anything they've been unfairly given.
I'm sorry, Simon Diamond.
And that's the thing, yeah, it's all probably like fucking BG. You know, BG being like, why do AMW get all the tag team matches and we never get any of the tag team matches? Maybe because AMW's tag team matches are good.
And they rock. Yeah, let's blame BG.
It's always BG's fault.
Anyway, James Storm has the bad rep. Fuck off. Bully's chops are considered among the hardest in pro wrestling. He's just the jerk about it, says one wrestler. And he's always been that way. That's what you get with him.
Yep. The end of the show angle there is when the 3D came out to face off against Planet Jarrett as well.
In the JPEG Mafia.
The JPEG Mafia! Chris Harris faced Christian in the main event of the December 24th show, which we've already talked about. 3D Funeral was shown as one of the impactful moments of 2005 on the December 31st show.
Awesome.
On the New Year's special, 3D made the save. It's the same stuff. It's all the same stuff.
And then, of course, the return of Lovett and Quartermain.
Buck has hair!
It's insane.
He's not bald!
It shouldn't... It's like going back and watching BJ Whitmer, and you're like, why does this man have a fucking ponytail?
Yeah, I was like, my god, they're not identical bald men anymore. So this is the January 7th episode, which opened with Team 3D against Lex Lovett and Buck Quartermain. And
I am disowning them now, by the way.
Oh, you only liked them when they were bald?
Yes.
And when they were briefly, but not at all, managed by Johnny Fairplay?
Yes.
Which they shot that pay-per-view segment once, where Johnny Fairplay's like, hey, do you need a manager? And they're like, yeah, sure. And then he never managed them.
That was the peak of their run.
Classic Johnny Fairplay blindside right there. Team 3D pin it with the 3D. Then Bully gets on the mic and runs down all the titles they've won. They've run 18 title reigns across WCW and ECW and the WWE. That's a company too. But at Final Resolution, they hope to add the NWA World Tag Team titles for the first time. And then Bully tells a tremendous lie, which is he'd give up all 18 reigns just to win the NWA World Tag Team titles once.
Doesn't he say that about multiple? Like, didn't he do that for the IWGP
I'm sure he did. It's a great lie. Like, it's an obvious lie. It's something you don't mean that. But I appreciate your willingness to say it.
Yeah.
3D also appear at the end of that show to clear everybody out for the Sting tribute. And then 3D also appear in the main event of the Go Home show. So there's a lot of they're kind of just intertwined.
They're just doing run-ins.
Yeah, they're running in for schmozzes and saves. And that's the build to the NWA World Tag Team title match at Final Resolution, which is America's Most Wanted defending against Team 3D.
It's alright.
So the finish of this match. Let's start with the end.
Mm-hmm.
So Gale gets a handful of powder and gives it to Chris Harris.
Yeah, cocaine.
Yeah, but Bully knocks the powder simultaneously into Chris Harris's face and referee Rudy Charles.
Fine.
They hit the 3D on Wildcat Chris Harris. They pin him. The referee counts 1, he counts 2, he counts 3, and the new NWA World Tag Team champions.
Yeah, exactly.
Our Team 3D.
Music hits.
No, music doesn't hit.
Everyone...
It's very important to note.
Wait a minute.
Music does not hit.
Music doesn't hit? But music always hits.
Yeah, regardless. It's not like the referee tees up the music. The music always hits. But for some reason, the music never plays. This is the day the music died. Rudy is still blinded. Team Canada runs out. They lay out Team 3D and place Harris on top of Bully. Rudy finally clears the powder out of his eyes, and despite counting the 3 for 3D pinning AMW, he awards the match to AMW because he sees Harris on top of Bully. It is so stupid.
It isn't like old-time LOL TNA finish.
It is one of those that, like, there's a version of this you can do where they don't, like, he gets the visual pin on Harris, somebody flips it, and then they get screwed that way. Perfectly fine. Like, totally fair. The referee counted 3. Team 3D won the match.
Where's Larry Zbyszko?
Where is Larry Zbyszko? Jackie Gaeta needs to reveal that they're in conspiracy cahoots right now.
Well, that's the thing. Maybe Larry Zbyszko is still on the side of Planet.
Well, he is. That's the story, though. But they just didn't reveal it.
That's why he didn't. He should have come out and like affirmed the decision.
It's like, Rudy, what's your final decision? My final decision is America's Most Wanted. It's like, listen, referee's decision. I can't do anything.
That would have been a good bit.
But yeah, it's very dumb. It's really, really dumb. You cannot actually count the finish. You can't have the referee actually count the finish.
It's so funny.
It's
real. But it's so funny bad that I actually like it, and I don't.
It is. It's one of those things where, like, at the time, if this happened, you would be like, "This is so dumb. This is so stupid."
AEW did this on Dynamite. I would shoot a motherfucker.
Whereas now that we're 18 years in the past, you can it is the very right kind of stupid. It's incredibly dumb. Though I will say, before this match, there was an important moment in TNA history, Liam.
Adrenaline rush, adrenaline rush.
There was a video package for Team 3D versus AMW set to the debut appearance of Adrenaline Rush, which will famously become the Impact outro song. It will become the Impact intro song for one episode, but it will become the Impact outro song, was like a little music video that shows the happenings that happen on Impact that week, set to Adrenaline Rush every week. So it becomes a very important part of TNA history. But yeah, Adrenaline Rush, this is where we first hear it, for a Team 3D versus AMW video package.
Adrenaline Rush, yeah. Oh my god, are we gonna have to make that our outro song now?
Nah, it's too much effort.
Oh god, you can't use the 17 seconds of Adrenaline Rush.
Fine. God, you always love making me do work.
Yeah! Once you cut it the first time, all you'll have to do is copy paste it forever.
Yeah, but then I have to cut it once, and I have to adjust the audio levels, and I have to fade it out properly, and maybe fade it in a little bit. That's like 3 minutes of work.
Yeah, but then we get to have Adrenaline Rush.
Adrenaline rush now.
Yeah, he's in.
We end the show, as we always do, with the 4 Live Crew family drama.
Adrenaline Rush, Adrenaline Rush.
December 17th Impact, franchise has Truth and Conan. If you remember at Turning Point, Conan's like, fuck all this shit, I'm going to beat the shit out of Kip James and BG James with a chair. He was finally fed up of all their bullshit and their lies and their equivocating and their nonsense. And he is like, I will finally brain them. I'm done with this shit.
Exactly. And then briefly like, oh no, they're not gonna do it.
So Franchise is like, why did you kill Kip? And Conan completely consistently is like, I've always hated him. I have never trusted him. Which is fair. He has always hated him.
He's not wrong. He is a man of conviction.
There is not a moment in this entire process, which we've been going through for like 9 months now, in which Conan has not been like, I fucking hate Kip James.
Yeah. There was like 1 week maybe where he's like, I'll try to be on the same side.
And he's like, no, I'm hitting him with a chair. After Conan talks for like a minute, Truth is still like, I don't get it, man. Why'd you do it? And then
He's so broken up about
Truth
it.
is like, I'm also done with this shit because I'm tired of it.
Which is like, again, fair for Truth. And Truth just tries to move on and no one lets him.
Yeah, he is so done with this. He beats Kenny King in a squash match, and Bullet Bob tries to be like, can you put this together? And like, can you put the 4LK back together? Can you try and get us all back on the same page? And then Truth is like,
And then Truth dances on him. Starts stunting on
he
him.
does. He starts dancing like, I'm done with this. And Bullet Bob sadly walks down the ramp.
I actually thought like Bob was pretty great in everything he
Yeah,
did.
he's a good wrestler.
In that he's not wrestling. But
Yeah,
yes.
but like he's just good at all of this. You know, all the little nuances that he needs to do for this program, he's really good at.
Yeah, he's great.
So December 31st Impact, Bullet Bob's talking to Conan.
I love it. I love this. I think it's so good.
So Conan's like, I still hate Kip. I hate him. And Bob's like, I know you hate him, but we can fix it. And then it's like, when you got stuck when the airplanes were grounded at Christmas, who was there for you? And he's like, oh, you were. It's like, when you got that concussion, who was there for you? It's like, all right, you were. And then Conan says he'll shake their hands and he'll ask for an apology.
Bullet Bob was so good in this segment that I believed that that Conan was going to just say, yeah, and then they were going to keep going with
You
this.
thought we were just going to get another 3 months of Tree Life Crew.
I want a full life crew. 100%.
So then we cut later in that show backstage as Conan, Apollo, and the debuting Homicide are attacking Bullet Bob backstage.
I was so... Bullet Bob did such a good job in that segment that my first instinct was, no, Bullet Bob! And then I was like, Homicide!
So while they're beating the shit out of him, he introduces Homicide, and he's like, whoa. So, cool your jets. We want to hurt this old man. We don't want to actually kill him.
And then he's like, BG, Kip, don't send an old man to do your dirty work.
So we have the formation of the Latin American Exchange, which we formally get the name of on the January 7th Impact, as Apollo and Homicide face the Naturals. Conan shouts at BG for driving a wedge between them and officially dubs their group LAX, the Latin American Exchange.
LAX... the greatest stable in TNA history?
So there's like...
It's them or Team Canada.
Yeah, and like, I like the Main Event Mafia. I think they're a cool act.
They're like a top 5.
Sax, of course.
Yeah, well, yes. That's a personal fave, you know.
Yeah.
The Beatdown Clan.
Beatdown, which is a cool stable in theory, but like the actual practice of it being on television wasn't very good.
The BBC.
The which?
the
DCC, yeah. Kingston, Bram, and
yes.
James Storm.
The Decay.
Decay is a cool stable.
Yeah. But to me, it's LAX.
Yeah, they probably are. Because the LAX are both, when you get to the Homicide and Hernandez incarnation, we're currently still on Apollo, unfortunately. But when you get Hernandez in there, they're both cool and great wrestlers.
And then later on, you get the Proud and Powerful version.
Which is
also cool and great wrestlers.
Very, 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 very rare instance of reviving a stable and it's as good as it always was. Especially reviving it with new people, which never works. It never, ever works. And it worked in that instance.
When has there ever been another case of that working?
I don't think there is one. Like, even when you think about big ones, like every revival of the NWO was worse than the last one.
Every DX one was shiter than the last
like the
one.
Main Event Mafia reunion wasn't great. You had like the New Rockers, stuff like that, which all sucked. Like it never works to revive an old act with new people. And it did here. And a part of it is like Conan was the connective tissue. So that helped.
I think, but like most of those other things had connective tissue too.
That's true. And I like the fun touch that then they brought back Homicide and Hernandez for a real great feud in 2018.
I need to go rewatch
That's honestly,
that.
I should do one of the complete histories on that. That's probably worth doing one of those on.
Please do that, so then I have a reason to watch it.
But yeah, here they actually don't win. They immediately attack the Naturals, slapjack, immediate DQ. BG and Kip try to make the save, but Alex destroy them too before Kip gets a chair and runs them off. So we have LAX. It is currently Apollo and Homicide.
I fucking love LAX so much.
51-50 ain't nothing to mess with.
And also, I think LAX's theme is my favorite TNA
Yeah,
theme.
they don't have the theme yet. They have the a just weird Latin song.
Yeah.
But January 14th Impact. Franchise has BG and Kip. You love this interview, so you can take this one.
I think that this is the best BG James has ever been, possibly ever. like, it is the best he has ever been in TNA, but it may also just be the best he has ever been ever, because he isn't doing shtick. He is doing what arguably he probably should have done, like, if he was born in a better time for him, was he was just doing, like, a territory fired up babyface promo about how the heels took out a member of his family. And it was honest, and it was true, and it's great.
Because BG is one of those guys who is undeniably charismatic. He is a guy who can talk. But the problem is, you identified the problem, like, it's always shtick, it's always bits, it's never serious, he's never doing pro wrestling. He's always just doing catchphrases, and he's doing comedy bits, and he's never doing a thing that could actually take his skill set, which is he's a good, confident promo, and use it to actually sell some pro wrestling, as opposed to just constantly doing bullshit. Whereas, as you said, this interview where he's mad at Conan, and he wonders how long Conan has, like, hidden these feelings about him and his family, and then he just shouts multiple times, "That was my daddy." Like, he's like, "That was my daddy, and you did that, and I'm coming for you." And it's like, it's, as you said, straightforward. It's a simple, straight to camera promo. Nothing like it's fancy, no bells and whistles, no catchphrases. It is just him doing wrestling, and it is very refreshing because he can talk, and he's talking good for once.
And of course, he immediately ruins it at the pay-per-view by going back to his shtick.
Yeah.
When he should have grabbed that mic and said, "Fuck this match, fuck us wrestling the goddamn diamonds in the rough. We're gonna beat their ass, and then we're coming for you, Conan."
Yeah, so yeah, the James Gang face the Diamonds in the Rough at the pay-per-view. This is BG and Kip's first match in TNA together. They have a generic theme song themselves. BG hit their catchphrase, as he said, and Kip wins with the Missouri boat ride. There was also a feature on 4LK Family Drama that you also loved before this match.
And then it was immediately, like, shut down.
Yeah, because they're like, "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages," and it's like, all right, I get what this is.
And, like honestly, a feature on the 4OK Family Drama works, because if you cut out all the dumb bullshit that's been involved and condense it into 30 seconds, it probably looks like a good
if you turn
view.
the 9 months into 30 seconds, it seems tolerable.
Yeah. Also, Brad Armstrong legitimately having knee surgery.
Oh, Bob. Bob.
But, sorry, Bob, not Brad. But yeah.
Yeah, that is great, because like they jumped him backstage and they tied in the fact that he was getting knee surgery and like they rolled footage of him like walking out of the surgery and stuff. It's like, oh, I love pro wrestling.
And he's still wrestling.
He was for years.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, at this.
Oh yeah, there's that story. I don't even remember where I put it in the notes, where it's like a few weeks after that knee surgery, he was wrestling. It's like, God damn it, Bob.
He was told not to wrestle until March, but was back wrestling on the 29th.
Bob.
Which Dave clarifies with, he was not moving well.
Well, he's a 60-odd-year-old man who just had knee surgery, Dave. As we close out this little 3LK family drama spot with the January 7th Impact, there is a Ron Killings versus Bobby Roode match.
Also, like, your friend, Bob Armstrong, was murdered. And you're like, time to have a wacky comedy thing with Bobby Roode.
He's over it. He's like, that's your problem. I'm done with all this. So yeah, this is a weird thing. So Truth rolled him up and beat him immediately. Roode was like, no, it can't go down like that. Demanded a rematch. Truth obliged. The crowd were chanting 1, 2, 3, presumably foreshadowing Shawn Waltman showing up at the pay-per-view. Then Roode tried to use a hockey stick. They ring the bell. The match starts. Roode tries to use a hockey stick. Truth rolls him up and beats him again. Just immediately.
And DeBoer's like, only a coward would take this victory.
You beat him twice immediately. They do restart the match. I don't think Truth even really accepts it the third time. They just restart the match. Truth was lining up an axe kick, but DeMore connected with Truth was lining up an axe kick on DeMore, but Roode connected with a Northern Lariat for the win, which sets up a pay-per-view rematch as it does. Beating him twice in like 10 seconds was not conclusive enough, so Bobby Roode faces Ron Killings on the pay-per-view again. Earlier in the show, franchise has Truth. Conan is mad because Truth isn't calling him back. Truth is just happy to be free from all this 4LK drama, but Conan's like, no, you can't get out, man.
Blood in, blood out.
Truth has no problem with Conan, but can't trust Conan after what Conan did to Bullet Bob. Conan offers Truth the assistance of LAX and tells Truth to think about it.
Ooh. Presumably the American in the Latin American exchange.
Yeah. Truth has What's Up written across his ass, but he does not yet have What's Up as his theme song. I presume it's just a thought gestating in his head. He still has the 3LK theme song. He's the one that kept that.
As he should.
Conan comes out and briefly distracts Truth, allowing Roode to hit a Northern Lariat for the win. BG tries to get to Conan, but Homicide attacks him. Ron doesn't help and just leaves. Kip makes the save, nailing Homicide with a chair as Conan bails.
I reckon, like, Homicide and BG would have a real great plunder brawl.
Yeah, there would be a lot of blood.
Yeah.
Might be a little too, as like 1998 WWF Hardcore match, though.
Yeah, I was like, transfer them back into like the 1980s and then do that match.
You would need it to be more of a Homicide match than a BG match.
Yeah. Or like BG like inheriting his territory genes for one night only.
So you may notice if you were watching the segment, Apollo didn't come out with Conan and Homicide.
Because they decided to get good.
And Apollo may not be welcome back for a while after missing his scheduled pay-per-view pre-show match. The TNA management wants to be consistent about how they handle those shows, and since Jeff Hardy and Sean Waltman were suspended, Apollo likely will be. Apollo was brought in at the recommendation of Dutch Mantel, who knew him from his days booking Puerto Rico. Apollo, though, isn't considered a strong performer with much upside since he can't cut promos and isn't considered a strong worker.
Well, yeah, that'll
He's
do
popular among some in the locker room for other reasons, though.
I wonder what that guy could be popular with the locker room.
No way of knowing. So yeah, Apollo's done. This is
that incredibly jacked
Is
individual.
this the end of Apollo? I didn't check that. You might have to do a retrospective for Apollo, Liam.
Oh, Garrett.
Yeah.
Allow me to go to the Apollo Wikipedia.
And remember all of the Apollo matches? Yeah, this is it. He does one house show match in Puerto Rico, pal. Time to talk about the life and career of Apollo.
El Leon.
Oh yeah, the mask gimmick. I totally forgot about that.
Garrett.
Yes, sir.
Garrett.
41 matches in TNA history.
41 matches. In July of 2002, we saw the beginning
Right.
of Apollo and TNA.
Well, he was on the very first show, but sure.
Would you shut
He
up?
was in the gauntlet on the first. He is a TNA original.
Yeah, I'm saying 2002.
You said July. It's June.
Fucking hell. Wikipedia's wrong then. Do you remember Garrett,
No.
Apollo versus Jeff Jarrett
No.
with Ricky Steamboat as special guest
I
referee?
don't. I honestly don't.
I have no memory of that either. Garrett, do you remember El Leon attacking Jarrett and facing him in a street fight?
I do kind of remember that one.
Before unmasking and forming a team with D'Lo
They were
Brown.
tag champs. They did that thing where they switched the belts 2 weeks in a row by DQ. I forgot about that. Oh.
When they defeated Kid Cash and Dallas. Do you remember the nightstick on a pole match?
Oh, when it fell down a bunch.
yes.
That was fun.
Do you remember when Apollo made his return to TNA under the DOA's open door policy, defeating Sonny Siaki
Whoa.
before forming their amazing tag team?
The most notable match of which is the death of Chris Candido.
Well,
Ew.
yes. But they were also defeated by Simon Diamond and Triton at Slammiversary.
It was a Slammiversary match. It was a pre-show, but still.
Garrett, do you remember when Apollo helped Conan and Homicide beat up Bob Armstrong?
It was a good segment. Homicide was there. It was cool. He threw a sick side kick,
He did throw a sick side
and
kick.
no one can take that away from him.
But the problem with Apollo is, unlike a Sonny Siaki, you didn't really see it ever with him. It's like with Siaki, you at least saw moments, but there's nothing. There's nothing.
I've never watched Apollo in Puerto Rico, and I would love to watch it just to see, like, how. You know?
Yeah.
This bland guy who's no good is a huge star there. And I just want to see, is it just something that doesn't translate to the US? Is there something about him in Puerto Rico that feels, like, transformative and different?
Is he like a great like promo in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, that might be it. He just can't, like, but he doesn't have physical charisma either, though. Like, he's so boring.
We should watch some modern day Apollo.
Maybe not modern day, but I might try and watch some Apollo in his prime just to be like, what's the deal here? You know?
Garrett, do you remember in the future on December 21st, 2007, when he signed a contract with the World Wrestling Entertainment?
No.
And then when he was released 4 months later?
He hasn't wrestled since June this year.
At least, I'm surprised he wrestled
He only
this
had
year.
2 matches this year, so he seems to be like a special attraction here and there.
He also did some MMA.
He hasn't been particularly active since basically COVID hit, it seems. Even then, 2019, he wasn't too busy either. Unless he's working locals that just aren't getting picked up by Cage Match.
In 2007, he was arrested for missing child support payments.
Cool.
Oh, no.
What?
And that's where we're going to end talking about him.
Oh, good. Cool. That's it. That's the end of the podcast. Apollo's gone. We'll never mention his name again.
His son wrestles now.
I don't even want to know.
Oh, I mean, I'll tell you after.
That is the end of our Final Resolution 2006 episode.
What a positive note to end it on.
An okay month. Not a particularly special month, but it was an okay month.
Yeah, like, not a bad month, but not one that I would be excited to revisit anytime
The
soon.
classic goes down easy, but not particularly memorable.
Yeah. 2006, though, we're heading into, Garrett. What are your hopes and expectations for TNA in the year 2006?
I think they're going to sign Kurt Angle.
I think that's fucking
They're
ridiculous.
going to go for a big swing. They're going to sign Kurt Angle.
I think they're going to sign CM Punk.
Oh, you will get a Punk match graphic in the next couple of weeks.
My God.
You look forward to that.
We're still in the era of TNA, which I know nothing about.
Yeah.
Even when, like, Kurt's there, I don't know, like, I wasn't watching that and, like, really knowing about Kurt being there or anything until, like, 2009.
Anything could happen here.
Anything could happen. I mean, I've seen the Kurt debut, but that's about it.
That's not until September. Well, he doesn't show up until October.
Well, there we go. Exciting stuff. We'll be back soon with drafting and with awards and with, I assume, another month of TNA at some point. I don't think they closed up in the first month of January.
No, we will be talking about Against All Odds 2006.
And then we'll also be talking about New Japan Rain Takers on the Patreon, Garrett.
We have a little bit of a catch up to do, but we'll catch up.
That one we look forward to catching up to, so it's fine. Lucha Underground. I think that's the only series we're doing at the moment.
Everything that will be coming your way in the next few weeks. And you can follow us on Twitter at TNA.
YouTube channel.
Well, I've included that, sure. You can follow us on Twitter.
Give us money.
At Patreon.
Send it to me directly on my PayPal.
Hey, wait a minute. Cut me out.
Yeah, any of the money that you would have given to the Patreon, give it to me, and I'll download the files, and I'll send them to you. If you want them to go directly to me.
God damn it. You're like Earl Hebner. You have one episode we're talking about Dave Hebner, and you want to sell our podcast at the back of a car. You
know what I say? I say go fuck yourself.
You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. Follow me on Twitter at Great the Car Kidney. You follow Liam on Twitter at The Clean Muda. You can subscribe to us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me, or follow us on TikTok at TNA History. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
It's 2:30 a.m. Goodbye. Do the damn thing.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
You've never seen anything like this on Spike TV.
The quantity of speech is not always indicative of the quality of thought.
I'm Captain Charisma, you silly bastard.
This is wrong. You got robbed. You got robbed. You got robbed.
You've been painting in an unventilated room. Maybe you need to go back to rehab.
Come on, now that wasn't necessary.
This is BS. This sucks. I've lost my objectivity, and I don't give a damn.
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me episode 45. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode we're talking the month that is February 2006, building up to Against All Odds 2006. I'm Garrett Kidney. I am joined by Liam Jones.
Hello. You know my favorite thing that you do when we before we press record is that you will go like, all right, and I'm like, okay, I'm ready for it. And then you'll leave like a gap, and then I'll my attention will divert slightly, and then you'll go, and 3, 2, and I'm like, oh shit, get back over to this part of the screen, blah, 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 and I go rush it, and I get very fearful that I'm just going to not press it in time.
Why don't you just keep your finger over the button?
Because as soon as you give me a 2-second silence, I'm like, oh, well, he's not doing it now.
I give just enough time for your attention span to drift, and then you have to snap back in.
Yes, exactly.
What about the time between when I hit record and then do the intro, where I also usually leave a 2-second beat?
No, that's fine because when I'm not expected to do anything. But it happens the exact same when we do the watch along. Especially if we do a little diatribe before we press play. I'm like, I'm in a different land, ready to go. And then you start going 3, 2, and I'm like, and now if I fuck this one up, we have to start the whole thing again. So it's it's just a whole process for me.
If you ever listen to the watch alongs, I do get down to business a lot faster because I'm like, fuck it, we have 3 hours to kill. We can't waste antics time at the start. We've got to click play on this show and then we can start doing antics time.
We can't use up our antics when we're going to need it for the watch along.
Yeah, we have to fill 3 hours of hashtag content at tnachat.com, patreon.com/kidding me, where you can listen to the watch along for Against All Odds 2006. But you can't just do 15 minutes before you start the watch along, then it'll be oh fuck, we have nothing to talk about during the watch along.
Exactly.
So other than your drifting mind as you were about to click start in a podcast, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. I've realized that this year I have been very poor about watching films. I don't I think I've only watched 4 movies this year.
It doesn't feel like there's been a ton out at the start of the year at the same time though.
But also I've only seen one thing that came out in that time too. That's including movies that have just in general.
I will say I have taken on a stance as the world's biggest Madam Web defender.
I don't know why. I don't know why you've deemed this your cross to bear.
Of all the superhero movies that have existed, and there are many, the one I am no guys, it's actually good, what are you talking about, is Madam Web. It's actually good, what are you talking about?
It's like me with Eternals.
Like Morbius, for all it became a meme, is actually pretty boring. It's actually a boring movie. It wasn't even funny bad. It was just a boring movie. I like the Venoms. They're silly. But then Madam Web comes along and everyone is pretending it's funny by accident. And then all they do is post what were jokes in the movie, delivered as jokes. And they're laughing at it. And then they're like, oh, it's so stupid and bad. It's like, no, you're just laughing at what was a joke in the movie. Why are you pretending it wasn't a joke in the movie? It's driving me crazy.
My favorite thing is about the movie. It has rekindled my passion for Dakota Johnson.
Oh, she's so good.
And she is maybe my favorite actress in that I don't think she's very good, personally. But still, she has a weird drawing charisma about her, where every time she's on screen, you're like glued to it. Because you're like, everything's just a little off kilter. Like, you look at it and you're like, this isn't how performance is meant to be. You know what she has? She has transcended acting. And has discovered a new form of entertainment.
Have you ever seen the clip of her and the Limes?
What is her and the Limes?
So she's doing like a house tour, but beforehand they did like some set dressing on her house to make it look fancy. It's for some magazine or something. And she's walking through her kitchen and she sees that they put this like this display of limes in a little container on her kitchen counter. And she's walking through her kitchen and she sees the limes. And she's like, there's my limes. I love limes. I love to present them like this in my house. This is the first time in her life she has seen the limes. And that went completely viral. Everyone was like, what the fuck is going on with Dakota Johnson and her limes? And she goes on, like, I think it's Jimmy Fallon a few years later. And she's like, oh, I just saw the limes and I lied. I didn't know what to do, so I lied. I'm actually allergic to limes. I'm like, you're the most fascinating person.
She is beyond acting. She's developed some new creative medium that we as humans aren't developed enough to quite understand yet.
I think she's just mastered deadpan. I think that's all she's done. She is like the most perfect deadpan human being that like you do not know how serious she is at any moment. And for some reason, everyone always assumes she's very serious, which I think is the problem with Madam Web. Everyone like watches that movie and thinks she's trying to be super serious in that movie when she's fucking not.
I think she has discovered a medium I can only describe as post-acting. She has developed something unique, and I can't quite explain it because obviously, like, the deadpan aspect of it is a giant part of it, but it's also like an energy that she has developed. I need her to do like weird niche indie shit. Like, you need to get her in there with like a director that can match that like off-kilter energy.
Yeah, somebody needs to get her into like proper comedies because she is so funny. Like the press tour from Madam Web, I cannot get enough of her just like randomly talking about these movies. Like the one that went viral of her just being like, I don't understand why people are going crazy about this line from the trailer. And like she does make everybody seem like the most insane person in the world. And when she's asked about it, like there's like a head motion she does where she like tilts her head, looks a little off into the distance as if like, I don't understand what's happening here. And then there's also the one that went around recently where she's trying to name the 3 Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. In which her first one is Spider-Man, Here He Comes. And it's like, that's better than all of the ones they did.
You know what I need? I need her to do an Ari Aster theme film. I need to put her in a very weird environment and just see how she goes. Or like get her in like a Yorgos Lanthimos movie. Like just throw her in something very odd and different and weird.
Yeah.
What if Dakota Johnson was in The Lobster? You know, that's what I need.
Which is all to say, Madam Web is actually pretty fun. Everyone assumed it was stupid and bad, and then they went to see it and they took it in bad faith and pretended it wasn't even trying to be funny when it really is. It's a nice fun. I don't understand why this is the one people have decided is the worst ever. I really don't. Because there's like 500 worse superhero movies than this.
I think it's a general, like, superhero fatigue is at its highest. People are, like, done with it. And I think general, like, this is the latest in, like, the Sony schlock.
Which I'm on board with, by the way.
So it's like, the Sony stuff is always going to be, like, treated as stupid bullshit.
Even though it's trying to be stupid bullshit. That's what drives me crazy. Everyone's like, this is stupid bullshit. It's like, no, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, again, maybe it's just post-acting. This is the medium is now developed beyond the understanding of the consumer.
Dakota Johnson's work is just too interesting, yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're right, and like we have entered a state of it that just the general consumer cannot comprehend nor understand. The intention behind it has gone over the heads of the viewer.
In 15 years, people in film school will be studying Madam Web.
Maybe. Maybe.
Feel like, what on earth what was happening here? And why am I laughing at it?
And then, you know what it is? Because in 15 years, every movie will be like it.
That's true. Because, like, it's not even, like, the only way you can enjoy Morbius is if you do think it's so bad it's good. Like, that is the only thing that film has going for it. It's, like, it is a serious movie, except when he whooshes from his hands. That is quite funny. But this, like, if you watch this movie and aren't like, oh, it's going to be, like, a kind of campy, a little irreverent, a little silly, and not taking itself particularly seriously. And then everyone comes out of it being like, it was funny, but it wasn't meant to be. It's like, no, it really was. What are you doing? She's just too good. She is simply too good.
Yeah, because to be fair, the only things I've seen about it is people going, 1 star, I loved it.
And there are people who are like, I don't understand the plot, when like, I don't know what to do with you. The plot is literally, this guy sees that these girls are going to kill him,
Have you
and
ever
she
seen
tries
a
to stop
superhero
them.
movie?
Like, there is no complexity to this other than everybody gets powers from being bitten by spiders, which is Spider-Man's thing. Everyone gets powers from being bitten by spiders. That is the whole genre's, well, not the whole genre, the whole universe of Spider-Man's thing. If you can't accept that, you simply can't accept Spider-Man.
And you all love Spider-Man, so...
He is technically in this movie.
I did see I saw the Twitter account that called that bit. But they're gonna do like the shut off before they say Peter Parker.
He is technically in the movie. Peter Parker is in the movie.
Did you get a look at him and see a coiffed of hair or something and go, is that young Andrew Garfield? Is that baby Andrew? Or is that baby Tom? Or is that... What world are we in?
I actually don't know what world we're in. Because Adam Scott plays Uncle Ben. So what of the cinematic Uncle Bens give you best Adam Scott energy?
I don't remember the Amazing Spider-Man stuff.
There is no Aunt May in this movie. So you can't judge on that one.
I think... the plan was that like the Sony stuff was gonna it was gonna be like Garfield Spider-Man, so maybe let's just say it's that one.
Sure. And Adam Scott to Martin Sheen, actually, yeah.
Yeah, actually, you know what?
That actually works.
That's a pretty good line right there.
I think that makes sense. So, Madam Web, go see it. Don't be too cool. Because it's become the film that's popular to dunk on, so everyone's dunking on it for numbers. And I am a man of sincere engagement with art, Liam. You know it well. So I will always give Madam Web the benefit of the doubt. It's a fun time.
It's sincere engagement with art until the minute it does something that you don't personally agree with.
Yeah, because it's art. That's all art. If it's not appealing to me, why would I give a fuck about it?
You know what appeals to me, Garrett? Kidney?
What does appeal to me, Liam?
TNA wrestling.
And
particularly 2024 TNA wrestling.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah. I guess we kind of have to cover like modern TNA now because it has the same name.
No, we can cover it in like 15 years.
Alright.
But there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
There's many things going on, some might say. But we'll talk about them when we get to 2024.
Guys, I'm telling you right now, gonna be so many scoops when we get to 2024 coverage.
It is a long tease. We are only 18 years away from it, but...
Yeah, like, trust me, the content, when we get to 2024 covering of TNA, it's gonna be sick. We're gonna have show notes that are from Garrett.
It's just me writing them from my mind.
Yeah, but you'll credit yourself at the end.
Oh yeah, it's not in brackets PW Torch, in brackets Wrestling Observer. It's in brackets me.
That's in brackets TNAchat.com.
Yes, which is the pivot where you can go if you would like to see the show notes, which are at this month 13 pages worth of notes about February 2006 TNA. You can head to TNAchat.com or patreon.com/kiddingme, where you can subscribe, you can support the show, you can get secondary shows like our Lucha Underground show, like our New Japan show, Raintakers, all the series we've already done covering Global Force Wrestling, Ring Cat King, Wrestling Society X, the 2010 Monday Night Wars, PWG in 2012, all of that. Any of that sound interesting
to you. Full series, many episodes, tnhr.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. We also recently did the 2005 End of Year Awards, and unfortunately the 2005 draft, which was won by Liam Jones.
What can I say? It's just sometimes too easy. I went in there with unmatched confidence, utter belief in myself and my ability to book a tremendous TNA card. Let that be known to everyone out there. I can book TNA really well, and everyone seems to agree with that. So if anyone needs someone to book TNA...
This is the one I'm saltiest at, because my card is much better than yours, and you just did the, like, woe is me, it's so bad routine, and then it's like, my card is 2 hours, please vote on that, and then he won.
Hey, you know what it was though? Promoters promoting, you know?
Yeah, you have to trick people. It's like NXT, you can trick people into thinking it's good.
How about, stay mad, I'll stay rich.
You can trick Williams people into thinking it's good.
Yeah, whoop.
So yes,
that's trick.
Let me get the actual final results up so we can tell people what the score was. With 37 votes, you had 54.1% to my 45.9%. So you edged me by about 9%.
I feel like I'm this is like 3 in a row for me now. I feel
it's 2 in actual counted drafts, so we're now 2-2 in end of year drafts.
You won the first 2, I won the last 2.
Yes, and I also won the AEW one. So if you want to count that, I'm still 3-2 up, but we won't.
That one doesn't count.
Yeah.
That's extra content. We're talking main line.
Yeah. So if you'd like to listen to that draft episode or the end of year awards, tnhr.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. You can support the show, and we really appreciate it. You also get an ad-free episode on the $1 tier if you don't want to hear the ads on this show, and you're just like, I'd just like to listen to the podcast, and you can just read the show notes as we talk through it. It's a fun experience. Patreon.com/kiddingme, tnhr.com.
I am nodding in agreement.
That brings us to the month that was February 2006 in TNA. Starting with the news. Spike TV is on the verge of offering TNA a Thursday night primetime clearance. Key sources say it is expected within weeks, if not days, to be announced as part of a new Thursday night lineup on Spike. TNA Impact would be opening the evening at 8 p.m, it turns out to be 9, with a 1-hour show followed by UFC Unleashed, a best of program, and then the Ultimate Fighter. The coaches on the next Ultimate Fighter series will be Tito Ortiz and Ken Shamrock.
That seems like it would have crossover potential.
Nah, no one wants to see those two guys. People hate those two guys.
Well, they hate when they're like really big surprises.
Yes, when they're teased. Both do have a interesting legacy with TNA wrestling.
It's pretty like, you don't think about it often, but TNA's like weird relationship with MMA has always been so much further ahead than like WWE's, and now WWE is co-promoted with the MMA company.
Yeah, because TNA were like the prototype there, weren't they? Because obviously they weren't owned by the same company that owns an MMA company, but they were broadcast by Spike, which was the home of the UFC when TNA went on Spike, and then the home of Bellator eventually later in the end.
Well, yeah, right, but there was always like there was a weird like sister relationship feeling vibe with Bellator.
So all the Bellator people would show up, and TNA became kind of a marketing vehicle for Bellator for a little while there. But yeah, there was a lot of MMA people popping in and out of TNA. Like Frank Trigg would become a recurring character in 2008 TNA for some reason.
It's like, you wonder if like a Cain Velasquez would have had his run in WWE if not for like TNA randomly just doing everything with everyone.
And like the first world champion in company history is Ken Shamrock, so clearly setting the tone very early.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like it was intrinsic in the DNA of the company, which is funny for a company that is so like not shoot, like or like wrestling is wrestling. It's like it's very odd. Wait, Garrett, I'm gonna hit you with a question. Right?
Sure.
Because I'm thinking about Cain Velasquez now.
Is he in jail?
As one does. I think he's out of jail right now.
Okay.
Garrett, Cain Velasquez
Yes.
wrestled 2 matches for the WWE.
Yeah.
Can you name them?
One was against Brock. That was in Saudi Arabia. I don't remember the other one.
Cain Velasquez. This is on a house show, so I'm gonna give you some rope with that one. Cain Velasquez and Humberto Carrillo versus the OC, Carl Anderson and Luke Gallows.
Of course, Luke Gallows in the match. That's perfect.
And then, he had the 2 AAA matches right after, not right after, like in consecutive years after. And had the other 2 AAA matches before. Like, he was wrestling in AAA the month before he debuted in WWE. They saw that my man was doing 6-man tags with Psycho Clown and Cody, and he's like, let's bring him in.
Yeah. He was pretty good in AAA, if I remember, for what he was trying to do.
It was a weird freak show as well.
Yeah.
Because you're like, why is this happening?
It's a good question. There wasn't a good answer. Well, there actually was a good answer. Cain Velasquez was a star. So, like, it's not insane to do something with Cain Velasquez.
I hope he comes back and wrestles again. I want more UFC fighters who like can't do it anymore to start making their way into wrestling.
Just to get all the shooters.
Yeah, it'd be fun. It's because it's weird to see like actual celebrities. Give me like Daniel Cormier. He's like been talking about wrestling for 15 years. Come and do something.
Once appeared on an episode of TNA Impact.
Yeah, I assume he did like American Top Team stuff.
No, you saw it. That's already happened.
Oh shit, it did, didn't it?
It was when post Olympics he just walked out and waved.
Yeah.
He's like, "Hello guys." No one knows who I am right now, but wave.
Like, remember when like AEW got Jorge Masvidal on the show?
Yeah.
When like Masvidal was going through like his like giant resurgence in
I'll
popularity.
pretend I know who he is.
He won the BMF title.
I'll still pretend I know who he is.
The Rock gave that to him.
Oh, good, The Rock, a person who I put a lot of stock in 2024.
And he like needs someone. Did he need Chris Jericho? It's probably Chris Jericho. Right?
It's always Chris Jericho. There are high hopes that they
Weird.
can shatter all previous ratings records for that program with those two high-profile coaches going back to Shamrock and Tito Ortiz being in Ultimate Fighter. TNA President Dixie Carter tells...
They're not talking about Scott D'Amore.
TNA President Dixie Carter tells PW Torch she is unaware of an official decision to shift Impact to Thursdays, because PW Torch actually got the scoop on this, I think a week or two early. And she's like, no. She has, though, that's been her company's goal for a while. And we can have a Dixie Carter quote.
We've always had our eye on prime time, and we feel we've performed really well with the time slot we've been given.
She says, the latest TV ratings for Impact have been strong. The latest episode on Saturday night drew a 1.1 rating, the best for Impact yet. We'll get into ratings a little bit more in a minute. And the Monday replays have been strong lately, putting TNA at nearly 2 million for overall viewership every week.
That's insane.
Carter says that the ratings news elevated the mood of everyone on Tuesday afternoon before this week's TV tapings, with SmackDown having performed well on Thursday nights but moved to Fridays last fall. Thursday seen as an empty wrestling night, a time when fans have proven they will watch in large numbers large enough to satisfy Spike TV, even if it wasn't considered blockbuster numbers for broadcast network UPN. If Spike goes through with the Thursday night time slot, it's a strong commitment to TNA because it will be an interruption in the weeknight strip of CSI, which currently airs every night at both 7 p.m. and 8 p.m.
What will they do with the CSI war?
Which is funny because it ends up airing at 9, so they're like, we actually can't interrupt CSI. It's not even first run CSI, it's CSI repeats.
It's crazy how like syndicated TV just crushes.
Yeah, why would you ever buy new programming when you can just air old episodes of The Big Bang Theory that a million people will watch instead?
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is one of those things where it's like TV has gotten to the point where there is enough content people like that you probably don't ever have to make new stuff. If you were being deeply cynical, you could just repeatedly churn out the old stuff and enough people would watch it to become a viable business.
It's really I guess because the other idea is like, if you want your new stuff, go to your streaming services. If you want background noise of stuff you've seen 1,000 times, just chuck it on the television.
Because like there was this huge Suits resurgence like last summer.
And now we're getting new Suits.
Yeah, they're making a Suits spin-off because of it, and they didn't understand why people just wanted to watch Suits as comfort food. They're like, people clearly want more Suits. It's like, no, Suits and pretty much all of like the USA Network shows of that era, if you want like a Psych or a Burn Notice or any of those kind of shows, they are all like the perfect throw it on as background noise, pay like a quarter of your attention to it, and just live life gleefully without having to engage your brain kind of shows.
And they also doomed the Suits spin-off by casting Stephen Amell.
Oh, why would you do that?
As the lead.
No.
Which, like, has there ever been a more guaranteed way of ensuring your show doesn't get more than 2 seasons?
Yeah. Oh, they did cancel Heels, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh, that was why Stephen Amell melted down over the strike as well, because the strike kind of fucked over Heels.
Well, you know what? I've always said that if you strike... What if I just turned really anti-union because they killed my wrestling show?
As the biggest fan of Heels yourself, you're like, how dare they take down my favorite wrestling-related scripted television show?
I've never seen the 2nd season of Heels.
It's just too raw now to watch.
Yeah, I how could I, you know?
So you are also very
He's-
bad for not watching
Because
second
Stephen
season of
Amell's
shows you
not
watch.
charismatic enough.
No, he's not very good.
But he's not charismatic enough to be Suits Man.
But he was okay in Arrow, but the whole point of Arrow was that he was like stoic so he could get away with it.
Which is funny, because like Green Arrow is not that.
Mm.
They're like, what if we took one of the guys who was the quippiest men in comic books and then be like, let's make him sad Batman.
Listen, that show ran for like 100 seasons, so clearly it was a good idea.
The CW like superhero stuff is interesting because they clearly had like one really good writing team that they would throw onto different shows for each season, and then that season would be good, and then they remove them and put them on like the Flash, and the Flash would be good, and then Arrow would stink for a season, and then they'd go back and forth like that forever.
I can't believe people watch every season of all of those shows. So many of them.
I watched 70% of it.
So much of it. Too much, some would say.
Well, then, because, like, it got really confusing when they started doing multiverse stuff. What was the best show was the fucking...
Legends of Tomorrow.
Yeah, Legends of Tomorrow ruled.
Which is funny, because it's a classic. I don't think it was very good at the start, or but maybe not what people wanted it to be at the start, and then they went to, like, we're just going to do, like, a Doctor Who thing where the Legends of Tomorrow go to a random period in time and get up to antics.
Yeah.
And then everyone had a good time.
And then, like, they replaced, like, the main guy, and things got worse for a little bit. But they ended up... It's so funny how cheap those shows look.
Yes.
Which is, like, possibly, like, part of the charm.
Yeah, especially, like, when there's so much superhero stuff, I almost prefer just, like, TV stakes and TV... Because, like, it is the problem with the movies these days, not to get back to Madam Web, but with general superhero movies, is just, like, they're going so big and then they become so CGI that they just become hollow and empty and who could possibly care? As opposed to this TV stuff, which generally can't afford any of that, so it has to be, like, more grounded and interesting.
Shout out to Titans for keeping that spirit alive for a while.
I watched a couple seasons of Titans. I should watch the rest of it.
I liked the first season a lot, and then they did Nightwing, so I had to keep watching it a little bit. That's done now?
I think it is done, yeah.
They did 4 seasons of that. It ended last year.
It's wrapped up. There's not that many actually superhero TV shows going at the moment.
Well, yeah, because like Marvel's trying to rekindle the Netflix stuff. But there hasn't been, like... The last one was Echo.
Which I actually have not heard a fucking word about.
It's the one I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen Echo, and I haven't seen The Marvels yet.
I don't think anybody has seen Echo. I have not heard anybody talking about Echo.
Part of it is, I think, people just like, if I want to see the, like, Netflix-verse stuff, I'll just wait for fucking Daredevil. Where, like, you're clearly going extra hard on it being the Netflix verse.
TNA pushed for a 90-minute show on a Monday night time slot. The idea being that...
Why? Stop doing that, you fucking idiots.
They were only going to go head-to-head with Raw for the last 30 minutes, so that the first hour would be unopposed, and then the last half hour would be going to war. But they can't leave it alone. It's insane.
I don't get it. I don't get the fascination with it. I don't like, why do you want to be killed so badly for 30 minutes of your TV show?
It does, like, put in context, like, the actual Monday Night War that ended up happening in 2010 was not, like, this isolated thing. There was, like, an 8-year ramp-up to them finally getting that shot to go head-to-head to get absolutely massacred.
Yeah, they really wanted it.
Spike, however, insisted on a 1-hour Thursday time slot instead. TNA gladly accepted the terms to move to primetime national basic cable for the first time ever. It will premiere at 9 p.m. on April 13th. And we have another Dixie quote. Ooh, we have 2.
The move to primetime on Spike is the most significant event in TNA Wrestling's short history.
It says TNA Carter, Dixie President, TNA Wrestling. Let's go with that.
I am very proud of our entire team and all their hard work in achieving this milestone. Spike has been a fantastic partner, and we will have accomplished so much together in just 4 months. We look forward to continuing to work with them to grow the TNA brand during this exciting time.
Thank you, TNA Carter, Dixie President. We also have a quote from Kevin Kay. TNA Wrestling has been delivering strong ratings for Spike and is continually growing its audience. This is the GM of Spike TV, by the way.
Spike TV GM Kevin Kay said on Monday.
Wrestling fans have been looking for an alternative and have found it in TNA's brand of high-flying and action-packed entertainment. So TNA going prime time on Thursdays.
Kevin Kay impression.
I think he actually has this vaguely Irish sounding accent that's not quite Irish sounding, but has a little bit of Irish in it.
Yeah. Someone say Irish neutral.
It is Irish neutral. So that is TNA moving in April to primetime on Thursdays. Still 1 hour, but primetime.
What do you think, like, what's the ideal TV show length for weekly wrestling television?
I think in terms of having to actually have enough time to tell the stories you need to tell and give a roster enough time to develop, it does have to be at least 2. I think 90 minutes, in terms of like what's the best show for in the enjoyment of the viewer, it would probably be like 90 minutes.
I think it is 2. But that it's 2 if you can promise like exciting things to happen. Like to probably like produce the best show possible, like it's probably closer to an hour and a half.
And unless you're watching live, it ends up being 90 minutes anyway. So
yeah, unless you're watching AEW on Fight.
Oh yeah, because they have the picture-in-picture stuff, so it ends up being like an hour 45. Because I think about half the breaks are picture-in-picture. I'm not sure.
It's I don't know. I feel like I don't have the patience for it, but also I'd be depressed if it was any shorter.
And like you can always skip through bad stuff.
No,
it's better to have more time for good stuff to develop than have less time, I guess.
You should just have good shows,
I think that would be a solid strategy. Or if we booked good wrestling.
It would help, I think.
Members of TNA management have been in contact with Bret Hart with formal negotiations for appearances and with The Rock regarding other matters that could eventually lead to appearances and matches at a strategic time for Rock and the promotion. Although Chris Jericho says he doesn't want to wrestle at this time, TNA's schedule and the type of pay Sting is receiving could draw him out of retirement. TNA may need to sign another big name to show Spike TV they're serious about competing with WWE.
Sure. I listen, like, it's always good to get in these big names. I would spend more time trying to build our own original stars that people associate with our brand instead of just being like, look at these guys who were in the other company.
Yeah.
Wowzers.
And like, as we talked about, I think last month, there's the balance, right? There is like, what does Shannon Moore add? Absolutely fucking nothing. Why are you employing him? What does Chris Jericho had? Well, he's a star, he can wrestle, he can do promos, he can elevate the next generation. Okay, you know?
Yeah. You go after people who are worth going after, really.
Like, Bret, during this era, I get why you might want him, because, like, he's almost the face of WWE Resistance in a way, even though he does agree to do the Hall of Fame literally this month.
Well, who did the, like, first AEW thing, right? When they were, like, very much like, we are the alternative, break down the walls. Different thing, but yeah. Like, they're like, hey, Bret, come out and bring our title out.
And then obviously that's like, if you could get The Rock, you do take The Rock, even though it was never fucking happening.
Yeah.
There are also rumblings that since TNA has talked to Goldberg in the past, they are in talks with him again about him being part of their primetime debut in April. The connection here is that Goldberg is on Spike TV's new TV show, Pros vs. Joes, where everyday people take on...
I remember Pros vs. Joes.
Old athletes. So Goldberg was featured on that. Kurt Angle was featured on an episode as well.
Didn't they do, like, a fighting episode?
They probably did. Because, like, the people on the first season included Jerry Rice, Bo Jackman, Dennis Rodman, John Rocker. I don't know half these people are. As well as Goldberg.
Yeah. I think they did, like, have, like, Randy Couture and Roy Jones Jr. and stuff on
Yeah, I have no doubt that they did indeed do some MMA stuff. Especially because, like, Spike was on the... Or UFC was on the network at the same time. So they no doubt wanted to do some cross-promotional stuff. Like they did with TNA with Kurt Angle being on an episode. But yeah, it was a fun show idea. You don't get fun show ideas anymore.
Well, yeah. Well, do you remember the, like, Bully Beatdown? Do you remember that show?
No.
Bully Beatdown was like this sort of like Jerry Springer-esque show where like nerds would get the people that bully them to come on the show and then they would fight MMA fighters in the cage.
It's a good bit.
It's fucking sick.
I hope they actually shoot like proper, like, work them over.
Well, they did. They beat the fuck out of them, but like, who knows if it like work? They gave it all a work, right?
You would have to sign documentation for it to appear on television, unless they blurred the faces as they beat the shit out of them.
My God. It has been suggested that Bully Beatdown is largely staged.
Boo!
And that in most cases, the bully-victim combo had never even met prior to taping of each episode.
That's a full work? That's disappointing.
In quotation marks, depicted had included his appearance on the show in his acting resume. Another bully is a professional stuntman who had previously appeared on other TV shows.
Here. Television not being real? God damn it.
But alternatively, in response, the host, Jason Mayhem Miller, wrote what he labeled a troll post in which he called the show completely fake to mock those who call the show fake. Miller later stated on his blog that the physical beatings depicted on the show could not be faked. He referred to the bullies as douchebags who actually believe they can beat professional fighters. Miller maintained the show is legit.
Did you ever have a bully you would have liked to invite on Bully Beatdown?
Not to that extent, probably.
What MMA fighter would you have liked to invite to beat up as your bully on Bully Beatdown?
Ngannou.
I definitely know who that is.
Francis Ngannou?
I don't know modern UFC people. I don't keep up with it.
Well, he left UFC because they wouldn't pay him enough as he was the heavyweight champion.
Hell yeah.
Very based, cool guy. And then he did he does boxing fights and he fought Tyson Fury as like classic sort of pride bullshit where it's boxing champion of the world versus UFC champion, even though he's not, because he never lost the belt when he left. That kind of
Someone
shit.
say he's the real UFC champion.
Right. And giant heavyweight that would just break a dude's head.
Is he gonna start UFC Collision soon?
He should. It would be awesome. I want him in wrestling so bad. The only company that could afford to pay him the ridiculous stuff would be WWE. But I want it. I want it so badly.
There's also now the weird thing that WWE is under the same banner as UFC, so...
Oh, then it won't happen. Now Tony has to make it happen. Now Tony has to bring him in.
Just out of spite?
Well, yeah, because he's, again, face of rebellion, right? You get the guy that can't go anywhere else. Unfortunately, you will have to pay him at least $2 million per appearance.
Yeah, that's worth it.
It would be awesome though, and that's really all that matters. Who do you book for him against?
On the AEW roster?
Wardlow. You do the cage gimmick that you did with Hager.
Always make it Darby Allin.
He would kill Darby.
Yes, that is the entire appeal of Darby Allin.
Francis Ngannou's fist is probably bigger than Darby Allin.
Just have people murder Darby. Bring in every celebrity you can to kill Darby.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh god, I want Francis Ngannou to show up in AEW now.
Goldberg was on the Bubba the Love Sponge show and teased the idea of going to TNA, but Dave says it is premature to say it's even expected, but both sides are hopeful. But Dave does reveal that one of the two names that he was talking about on last month's episode about huge names that could go to TNA, one of them was Bill Goldberg.
My god.
So there you go.
Who was the other? We'll never know.
It's The Rock. It's clearly The Rock. It's come on.
We'll never know. Isn't it funny how Bill Goldberg, we've had these exact same rumors with AEW for so long?
Yeah, he's a guy who knows how to keep his name out there, isn't he? Even if he never does anything.
Are you interested in anything with Goldberg in 2024?
I think if you did a little retirement run where he did 4 matches, I'd be on board for that. Because Sting is going to be gone in March, so he can just kind of slot into the Sting role for a little while.
Do it for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and then you can get a what's this? It's not Rebellion. It's Revolution. You can get a Revolution retirement show.
Is the retirement
of
show
the old WCW stars? Yeah.
Alright. Who would you have Goldberg's last match be?
The last match would be against Wardlow, and then Wardlow beats him, and Wardlow's the new Goldberg. The Wardlow, I don't think anybody has it. Every time they keep trying to reboot Wardlow, and it's oh guys, it's just not there anymore. It's just gone.
No, the moment passed.
It's the hair, I'm telling you. It's just the hair.
It's the hair. What if by the time it gets to Revolution 2025, Wardlow has the ponytail back?
Thumbs up, he can win the world title again.
It is crazy how the hair completely nerfed that guy.
It's actually insane. I've never seen a haircut do more to shatter a guy's star image than it did with Wardlow. It's insane.
I guess it's if Jeff Hardy had shaved his head.
That would be quite weird.
You'd be who is this guy now?
Someone may have alerted TNA president, speaking of Jeff Hardy, to drug problems in wrestling. After Dixie claimed the TNA locker room was free of drug problems in an interview several months ago.
Yeah, the drugs are suddenly free.
Dixie acknowledged TNA's current ongoing effort to clean up the locker room. Oh, so many Dixie quotes.
That has always been a priority for us.
Dixie told Between the Ropes Radio on Wednesday.
We're in a slightly different position. Our guys work for us a couple days a month, and then they work for different promoters across the world on an ongoing basis, so they're not specifically TNA employees.
Dixie brought up past drug problems in the locker room and said management is keeping a close eye on the wrestlers.
Now, we've had situations where we have had to become involved in certain things just to make sure everything works out.
Dixie said, what a sentence.
We're even looking at trying to charge and upgrade our internal policies. It's something we take very, very seriously, just for the protection of everyone, quite honestly.
We've had situations where we have had to become involved in certain things just to make sure everything works out.
That is some Tony Khan level talking around the question.
What a sentence right there. What a loaded sentence that also says absolutely nothing at all.
Yeah.
We've only fired Jeff Hardy twice for no showing.
And we'll do it again.
So yeah, after being it's not a problem here. TNA's great. It's maybe it might be a little bit of a problem. Maybe, but only sometimes.
How often is Dixie talking to media?
Well, Dixie and Joe did a round of media after the announcement of the Spike primetime thing. So
yeah, but I feel like she's has quotes in the Observer every week.
Well, anytime there's a press release that it will be the president will have a quote and it's just this is the best thing that ever happened. It's so great.
Many press releases.
Well, it was a notable thing. They did get a primetime deal. That is they're not just
I know, but
nothing.
I'm saying historically there's just so much all the time.
You got to know what Dixie was thinking.
I guess so.
That's why she started the Twitter.
Follow me on Twitter.
During last week's TNA conference call, X-Division champion Samoa Joe was asked about his current contract negotiations with TNA. He confirmed he was upset with his pay, but that's why he was negotiating a long-term contract with the company. We're currently still in the process of hammering out the details, but I'm sure we will come to the conclusion very soon, Joe said. Asked if he was upset with other wrestlers such as Kevin Nash receiving large sums of money to work with TNA, Joe said he was not upset and doesn't have problems with anybody else making money. He would just like to also make money. One source says Joe's current contract guarantees him only $2,000 a month, which would explain his desire to get a raise if that's true.
$2,000 a month for what is he doing? 2 tapings?
Yeah.
Pay-per-view? They do the pay-per-view during the same tapings?
Currently it is usually pay-per-view, a day of TV, and then a day of TV to cover all. Actually, are they taping 4? I don't think they're taping 4 at once at the moment. I think it's pay-per-view, 2 impacts, come back for another 2 impacts.
So basically 3 days.
3 days a month. He's making give or take $24,000 a year.
$2,000. I mean, if you want him to be exclusive, it's not enough.
Yeah, it's not money to live on.
It's it's decent, but he clearly would need to take other bookings still.
Yeah. The non-clean finish to AJ Styles versus Hiroshi Tanahashi was devised to build up the Styles-Shannon Moore feud and allow Tanahashi to save face in Japan since the match was being covered by Japanese media. TNA is planning to bring back the X Cup tournament in the spring. Black Tiger, Tiger Mask, and Tanahashi are expected to compete.
My God, what a trio.
You only get one of them, I think, in the X Cup this time.
Tiger Mask?
Black Tiger, Rocky Romero.
Tiger Mask does do dates eventually.
Yeah, he does some stuff in 2008 and 2007.
Yeah.
It's Liger, Black Tiger, Minoru Tanaka, and Haruki Goto is the team you'll get in a couple of months.
It's a pretty great
it's
team.
Not bad.
Despite the fact you hate Tiger Mask.
I do. I hate Tiger Mask 4 with a deep, burning, seething passion. Pass the gimmick on.
I just want to hang out with him. I think it'd be really cool to go have a beer with.
Just pass it on. Stand on your own 2 feet. Stop clinging to the Tiger Mask legs because you know you have nothing else going for you.
He's been Tiger Mask longer than Tiger Mask.
Yeah, that's the problem.
He is Tiger Mask.
Give it up.
Never.
Pro Wrestling Noah will air on North American television for the first time later this month when tapes of some of the company's biggest shows start arriving on the Fight Network in Canada. The Fight Network contacted Mike Tenay about doing the English voiceovers for Noah, but TNA was negative toward that, so it's not happening.
Why would they give a shit?
Well, because Mike Tenay is a TNA contracted talent and they don't want him to do other wrestling. Do you know the fun bit of trivia of who ends up doing commentary for those Fight Network tapes?
Isn't it Mauro?
It's Mauro Ranallo. Mauro ends up getting that gig.
Yeah. I've never seen that footage. Someone has it. Send it to me.
You can find a lot of the stuff on YouTube, I think, or
with the English
on
commentary.
Dailymotion. You can at least find some Mauro Ranallo called Noah.
Shoutouts to the Mauro Ranallo Josh Barnett called New Japan from the early access stuff. some of like my favorite New Japan stuff at the time because it was like in HD as opposed to anything else, and with English commentary that was solid.
Matt Hardy won't say he made the incorrect decision going to WWE over TNA because TNA did not have a television deal at the time of his negotiations, but there is still a hint of regret from Matt. If I was making that decision now, TNA being on Spike would definitely have made a difference, Matt told the UK Sun earlier this week. Plus, the WWE was my family. I hated the way I left and I didn't want to go out like that, so I enjoyed the opportunity to come back and make things right. There was also the chance to make good money. I do sometimes think about what would have happened if I went to TNA, but you can't live like that, second guessing things you've done. The reality is, I'm in the WWE and already have a lot of good matches and moments since coming back. It does seem to be a little bit of regret there.
Do you think he would have been a palpable difference in 2005?
Like, when he left WWE, he had so much sympathy and people were so behind him. And then when he...
Yeah, people were into him.
Like, he was actually, like, cool. People were really into him. He still wasn't great. So you wouldn't have didn't like, main event Matt Hardy, because ultimately he would have hit against that ceiling of still being Matt Hardy. But he had a ton of momentum behind him. Then he went back, and they punked him out a bunch and kicked him to SmackDown. So, like... Because I think at this point he was already bumped off the SmackDown because I think he had lost the Edge in that Loser Leaves Raw match. So, like, he'd already done the feud with Edge, which he lost, and then was kicked off the SmackDown. So it's just like, well.
It would have been interesting to have seen him in that point. It would have been a hot name at the time, at least.
You would have gotten a bunch of Hardy's AMW stuff, which is the only thing. It would have made it worthwhile to get a Hardy's AMW match. Raven has had some health issues recently, but he was not consulted before plans were made to have him lose to Sean Waltman at the last pay-per-view and be taken off TV indefinitely. The tentative plan is to bring him back in a few months, but he's not on Jeff Jarrett's good side since he has been outspoken with key members of management over the past year about aspects of the way TNA has been run that he disagreed with. I'd imagine that main aspect is Jeff Jarrett being world champion.
Yeah, because, like, let's be real, Raven is not a man to shut his mouth about things he perceives to be being booked incorrectly.
And it does seem like it's the defining thing of the last, like, 3 years. Raven's been around for 3 years in TNA now. Of, like, him and Jarrett. Like, the people who are destined rivals on television somehow never wrestling as much as they should have because there's very clearly issues going on between the two of them.
And they don't have someone above either of them to really be like, just do it.
It's a classic CM Punk Young Buck situation.
Yeah.
The money to be made with Raven and Jarrett, and they just never went back to it. The battle lines have been drawn between the latest wrestling promotion to gain a primetime cable clearance and an upstart that has just run one show but is funded by MTV. Wrestling Society X, the name for the Big Vision Entertainment-owned wrestling promotion that taped an MTV-funded pilot last week in Los Angeles, almost lost several of its advertised wrestlers within hours of the show. TNA, spurred by new CEO Kevin Day, decided to be aggressive in creating a bit of a headache for WSX. Sean Waltman was offered a TNA contract, which he turned down. Bill Behrens, who also worked for TNA at the time, informed WSX that 3 or 4 wrestlers he represented had been offered contracts by TNA that week. Matt Sydal, Delirious, New Jack, and Alter Boy Luke, all scheduled to be part of the WSX tapings, were said to have been suddenly added to TNA's want list. TNA just fucking with WSX.
I like this idea that they were like, Samoa Joe, $2,000 a month. These random 4 nerds from WSX, $5,000 a week.
Yeah, the rumored amount was $5,000 per week to some of the wrestlers, although that turned out to be greatly exaggerated.
You could probably take off a 0 or 2 from it.
Yeah, literally 50, I'd imagine. But especially like fucking Alter Boy Luke. In TNA's defense, if the wrestlers had signed the TNA contracts, they would have still been allowed to work the WSX pilot taping. However, TNA management knew that WSX had written into its contracts that any wrestlers at the pilot had committed to several months of exclusivity. MTV didn't want to approve a pilot a few weeks from now, only to find out that most or all of the wrestlers participating had been signed by another wrestling promotion to exclusive deals. It does like remind me a little bit of the Lucha Underground stuff, where they,
of course it is,
they obviously signed much deeper contracts with Lucha Underground that tied them in for, I think some of them were 7 years. But yeah, MTV are currently blowing money on a new wrestling product for WSX, and they're trying to put together a roster, and TNA's like, we like Matt Sydal, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's very funny that like they were like, we have to fuck with them though.
Yeah, they're like, we are scared of WSX, so we have to take them down before they can even start.
Garrett, I've loved hearing about Wrestling Society X.
Oh, have you, Liam?
if I wanted to listen to more about it, where would I go?
Well, Liam, are you so lucky? We have done a full series about Wrestling Society X, covering every episode and some background stuff, because some dude sent us tweets on Twitter every so often about WSX. So, if you would like to hear all of those, Liam, do you know where you can go?
I don't have a fucking clue.
You can head to patreon.com/kiddingme or tnhad.com, where you can listen to every episode of our Wrestling Society X series, as well as all our other series. It's just $5. You can listen to the whole series. You can pay $5, listen to the whole thing.
Wow, I want to go subscribe right now and also make 4 or 5 other accounts at the same tier.
Or the $10 tier if you'd like.
And also PayPal Garrett Kidney $700 directly.
Yeah, me, not Liam. So in effect, if the wrestler chose to sign with TNA, they wouldn't be able to sign contracts with WSX the day of the show. It turned out that all but Delirious turned down TNA's last second offers. I think Delirious doesn't even end up in TNA either, so I'm not sure why Delirious is so singled out there, because I don't think Delirious ever appears again.
Maybe he was the only one that, responded to the email.
Also, TNA had given permission for Terry Taylor to help out behind the scenes with the taping, but rescinded that permission just a day or so before the taping. In fact, Taylor had been inside TV production meetings in Los Angeles in the days before the pilot, so the information he gathered from those meetings could provide information to TNA on their perceived competitor. So they had a corporate spy.
That's so awesome.
They sent Terry Taylor there to snoop. WSX didn't consider themselves competition to TNA, otherwise they wouldn't have openly brought in Taylor since he also works for TNA. But TNA felt it was best to not mix wrestlers or producers because they're a little bit gotten too.
Because they're a little isolationist right now.
It is funny that MTV and Spike are both Viacom properties. They're in the same corporate family.
Should have done a Wrestling Society X invasion. Have Vampiro come in.
Yeah, that's how you could have gotten the Ricky Banderas showing up.
Would have been awesome.
Yeah, the idea that you'd be super scared. Or maybe they were like, what if this catches on and they'll replace us on Spike with them? Maybe that was some of their thought process. But, guys, have confidence in what you're doing. Come on.
Well, I don't know. TNA is a product of its environment, and a lot of the people there are also very insecure about their spots, so I imagine that reflects on the company at times.
Conspiratorial gotten to pro wrestlers until the very end. AJ Styles told BarbaricWrestling.com that he doesn't think the MTV Big Vision promotion will work, and said if MTV wanted wrestling, they should have just aired TNA instead.
But you're on Spike, which is bigger now?
There is some MTV TNA crossovers as well. There's episodes of Made that feature TNA stars. Do you remember Made?
No, what is Made?
It's basically they send a celebrity to help a teenager achieve their goal. So a teenager's I'd like to be a wrestler. So AJ Styles goes and helps them be a wrestler. There's also an episode with the Motor City Machine Guns as well.
That's cute. I want to see what other wrestlers in TV are there.
Well, there's a lot of quiz show stuff. I saw some of the TNA on Family Feud doing the rounds.
Yeah, that's good crossover shit.
Or Family Fortunes if you're based in the UK, with Steve Harvey just deadpanning at everything the wrestlers said. There's a lot of wrestlers there's the classic WWE on Fear Factor, WWE on Weakest Link,
WWE on Silent Library.
What's Silent Library?
Oh, Silent Library, it's honestly one of the best ones ever, because they just sent all the mid-carders through Silent Library.
I still don't know what it is.
So, the gimmick is that they do horrific shit to them, throw bowls at their nuts and shit, and they can't make a sound or register on the decibel meter. And I think I remember all of them, but I want to make sure it's right. Let me tell you this who's who of people that they brought into Silent Library. Nick Nemeth, Kalen Croft,
Dude Buster,
Brian Myers,
Kings,
Chris Masters.
Did he do the Master Lock silently?
And JTG.
Someone argue he does the Master Lock silently all the time because he gets no reaction, am I right?
I also think, Trent was also on it. There's a great bit, they get a baseball taped to the top of a baseball cap, and they get a kid to come in and just whack the Chris Masters in the head with a bat.
Get him. Deserves it.
It's 20 minutes. It's from the MTV Vault. It's on YouTube. Everyone should watch it if you haven't seen it. But I found a list of 21 TV appearances featuring wrestlers.
Okay. Does it include scripted shows, or is it all reality?
These are scripted shows, which are more interesting. First one, very sad, and also weird timing with it, but Ashley Massaro on Smallville.
Oh.
A lot of stuff going on there right now, so
WWE Bad Company, Evil Company.
Kane on Smallville.
A lot of wrestlers on Smallville.
Because didn't Batista do Smallville?
I don't think so.
I don't Edge did.
John Cena was in Psych.
Fuck you. Batista was on Smallville.
No, I don't remember that.
Charmed, Buff Bagwell.
Oh, that's the crossover everyone wants.
Charmed, Booker T and Scott Steiner.
I got all the WCW wrestlers.
Parks and Recreation, John Cena. Of course, we all remember that one. Boy Meets World, Vader. That's like the most in like Mankind. The Flash, Adam Copeland.
I don't remember that at all.
I watched a lot of The Flash and I don't remember that. Desperate Housewives, Goldberg.
That's awesome. What a combination.
Law and Order SVU, Goldberg.
What an acting resume Bill Goldberg has.
Can you name the 4 wrestlers that were on that 70s show, Garrett?
No.
The Rock, Ken Shamrock, all these TNA stars, and the Hardy Boys.
Yeah, all of them have featured in TNA in some capacity.
The Thundermans, Chris Jericho.
Not a real show. Not a real person.
That's Adult Swim. That doesn't count. Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Kevin Nash.
I don't remember that. I feel like I remember that.
Supernatural, The Miz.
Ugh.
Star Trek Voyager, The Rock.
Big get for them.
Highlander the Series, Roddy Piper.
That makes sense.
The X-Files, Rob Van Dam.
Oh yeah. That also makes sense. Dude.
That makes a lot of sense.
Aliens.
There's others that are less exciting, so I'm gonna just leave it with that one. The Rock really got onto like shitty TV, huh?
Well,
I shouldn't say shitty TV. He was on that 70 show.
yeah, he was a big star in the 90s, so he did some crossover stuff before he was like,
Which is funny because like now it feels like what's the word I'm looking for? Like passe to do it now. To do like a crossover like that. Of course, we also had Cody Rhodes on Arrow back in the day.
Yeah, it's mostly because like TV is now like prestige as opposed to like we'll do a goofy crossover with the thing that's popular.
Yeah, and like anything that will do the crossover is like lame. Charlotte Flair was in Psych the movie, Garrett.
Whoa.
How did you feel about that?
I loved it.
You love Psych the movie.
I like the first and third one. Second one's not great. Third one's really good though.
I'm just looking to see if there's anything. DDP was on Superstition.
I don't even know what Superstition is.
Sci-fi show. A lot of sci-fi crossovers. That's it. I'm run out.
There are no serious talks whatsoever regarding names like Harry Smith or Kevin Steen that have been bandied about on the internet.
To be fair, 2006 would be very early.
Especially for Kevin Steen, yeah. It was probably around the time Harry Smith was signed. I guess maybe 2007 he was probably signed by WWE, right?
And like Steen was like doing PWG by that point, but like and like even ROH, but just a little too early, you'd think.
There have been no official discussions regarding Matt Sydal, although Jeremy Borash went to an ROH show a couple of weeks ago and said he was impressed by Sydal. Regarding rumors, very timely, of a CMLL tie-in, TNA is trying to go through New Japan to open doors to talking with Paco Alonso. Step 1 has not even taken place, so any thoughts of using CMLL guys right now is several political steps away. Now, if you think if TNA was in full control, the idea of having Conan do promos and bring in some people that he names, or other stars.
Los Perros del Mal and Los Infernos.
Yes, or other stars would appeal to them, of course.
Pianos.
Mike Tenay is a big lucha follower, but the politics of Conan with Paco Alonso...
Oh, he loves Bandito's promotion? Boom, got him.
But the politics of Conan with Paco Alonso look on the surface to make that move difficult to impossible. And it hasn't even gotten to step 1 at that point, which is very funny to think about the difficulty and the politics between Conan and CMLL. Not at all a current news story.
What are you talking about? That's just like regular backstage information coming in.
Nice to see that Conan was a source for the Wrestling Observer, even all the way back here. I saw someone mention it, and I think it's very true. There is sometimes when the note in the Observer is so clearly from who it's from, like it is so transparent who it's from. It's like you might as well have just put the name Conan at the end of it.
Well, there's like it's funny, like it's not even just him, right? Like it's different. There's points where you're like, in the Observer this week, we have a story that says Chris Jericho should earn way more money than he earns right now.
Yeah,
he's such a giant star, should win every match and earn all of this money. And you're like, oh, I wonder who that one came from.
On the topic of Jericho, both Jericho and Christian Cage will have roles in the movie Shoot 'Em Up, starring Clive Owen and Paul Giamatti. Dave says he's not sure it's 100% signed, but it's been confirmed on both both of them by movie people but it's been confirmed to us the decision on both of them by movie people have been made is the sentence Dave wrote there. But The movie starts filming on February 13th in Toronto, the day after the TNA pay-per-view. Dave's of the impression this will have no bearing on Christian's direction and that it won't affect him being on TV. But part of the reason he left WWE is to take up film roles like this.
Garrett, I am looking at the Shoot 'em Up IMDb and I'm not seeing any Chris Jericho or Christian Cage listed.
I'm fairly certain Christian's in the movie.
Was he under his real name?
Jay Riso.
He is under his real name.
They're not going to put Christian Cage on the IMDb, to be fair.
No. Like he wasn't even listed like anywhere near it either. Doesn't look like Jericho was in it though.
Clearly, he didn't make the role. But yeah, I was like, Christian is definitely in that movie. I remember them talking about it.
Do we watch that for our thing?
To add the list of like Sting Moment of Truth and all the other TNA movies.
Yeah.
We did watch. If you'd like to go to patreon.com/kiddingme, you can hear our review of State of Play. State of Play? Head of State. That's the name of that movie.
Head of State. State of the Play. Yeah, the video game stuff. The State of Play.
Yeah, we did a review of Head of State with Chris Rock where they did a scene in the asylum.
We should do a Christian Cage-a-thon and watch everything he's been in.
I don't think we'd find a single good movie.
He was in 6 episodes of the TV show Haven.
What wrestler, other than a wrestler who is an actor, so like Cena and Batista and The Rock don't count, but like what wrestler do you think has the best filmography in terms of actual like good movies?
Do we count like TV as well?
No, we're talking movies.
Okay. Well, Money Plane isn't very good. Who's had like... But because like you need to think of someone that had like a role, right?
Yeah, so like Kevin Nash would be a decent shout, I think.
Piper
obviously has had some decent movies.
Hogan
has not been in any good movies. Not a single one. Not one good movie.
Santa with muscles.
Oh, I saw some clips doing the rounds of Thunder in Paradise and I was like, oh lord, why does this exist? There's like a final scene where Hogan makes out with somebody that is the most unpleasant thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's probably Piper, right?
I would say Piper or Nash.
Because Nash is still doing stuff. Goldberg's done some stuff.
Yeah, like Nash has done the John Wick. Like Longest Yard's a pretty good movie.
Yeah.
Punisher's a pretty good movie.
Austin did some stuff.
He was in the Magic Mike movies, which are pretty good. So Nash has a decent hit rate.
Steve Austin did The Condemned, The Expendables, and The Longest Yard.
So Condemned isn't great. Well, Condemned's all right. Expendables is pretty good, and Longest Yard is pretty good. I haven't watched The Longest Yard in years and years. It might be terrible.
You know who the sneaker hit might be?
Who?
The Great Khali.
What movies has the Great... Hasn't he been in MacGruber?
He was... I'm going to read it to you right. Get Smart.
All right.
Banger. The Longest Yard. Banger. MacGruber.
Oh.
Banger. He does have 5 upcoming roles where he's... he is in the... These are the 5 movies he's coming up. He's in Zombie Rome.
Right.
Where he plays Gladiator Giant Singh.
Isn't that his shoot name?
He is in a movie called Necromancer.
Ooh.
Where he plays the Great Khali.
A real range for this man.
And he is in Zombie Brothel.
Uh-huh.
Where he plays brothel security.
At least it's a role that's not just himself. That one he'll have to dive deep into in method act.
But yeah, he's got like a bunch of like I don't know, I don't want to say Bollywood stuff, but like a lot of Indian based movies.
Which who knows how good they are, but he has made them.
So, you know, Triple H, he has Blade.
He has The Chaperone.
That's the one I was trying to think of that I couldn't remember.
He has thousands of links to playing Thor without playing Thor.
He's in Vengeance, the movie.
Not the pay-per-view.
No.
WWE Vengeance Day.
This is definitely not... This is not Triple H. I mean, this is something else. Where he's been credited as playing Spider-Man. Which I don't remember.
Yeah, it was in like the 2002 movie.
He was Spider-Man?
He was Spider-Man. He's like, gay Norman Osborn, play it.
I forgot that he did Billions.
Oh, that scene in Billions. Oh.
Yes.
I've never watched a full episode of Billions, but every time I've ever seen any of it, it seems terrible.
It looks like worse Suits.
What was the name of Baller? It looks like worse Ballers to me.
Billions has an 8.3 on IMDb.
Lies. I will never believe it. I'm sorry.
Triple H is in The Secret Life of Pets 2 Stuffed Animals version.
Is he in the WWE Scooby-Doo movie?
He is. He's also in Surf's Up 2 Wave Mania.
Oh, all the hits.
He's in Scooby-Doo WrestleMania Mystery and Scooby-Doo and WWE Curse of the Speed Demon. I've seen both of those.
Randy Savage would have... he's in Spider-Man. He's in...
Yeah, but that's like it.
He's in Bolt. He has a role in Bolt, the Disney movie.
Yeah. Triple H is also in Inside Out, which has like 4.5.
It's true. The Pixar movie?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, this is a Michael Rappaport movie
The less said, the better.
where Triple H has a gun. A man is released from prison after serving a long time for killing a man who tried to kill his best friend. Once out, he just wants to live a normal life, but his best friend immediately gets him into a new heap of serious trouble.
Sounds terrible.
Polar vest skin, inside out. I think that should be our next movie.
Yeah, you make a list of movies we'll review for Patreon.
We got Edge and Jamie Kennedy in Bending the Rules. Don't want to watch a Jamie Kennedy movie?
No.
Why not? The Big Show in Knucklehead.
Oh yeah, Big Show. He's in Jingle All the Way.
Adam Edge Copeland. CJ Lana Perry. Interrogation.
Now we're just Edge is like a candidate for the worst person in terms of like quality of movies.
We can watch that movie where like Dolph Ziggler super kicks Rusev. We have Dean Ambrose starring in 12 Rounds 3.
WWE movies don't count.
Mox also did that MMA movie.
Oh, Kurt's done some stuff, but not much of it is good.
Adam Copeland, Kelsey Grammer, Money Play.
So yeah, I do think it's either Nash or Piper.
Oh yeah, I've been doing this for like 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Just reading different wrestling movies.
Well, you went through every wrestling TV show, and now you went through every wrestling movie, so people are very well informed about this.
I feel like that should be a series that we do.
Just watching every wrestler movie?
Yeah, watch along. Mystery Science Theater style. Once a month, we do a wrestling movie.
Sure. If you would like to actually commit to that, I'm on board.
$30 tier.
No, no. Besides Glenn Gilberti and Tom Pritchard, Jeff Kavanagh was also brought in for a tryout as an agent and temporary interviewer while Shane Douglas is in rehab. His wife put him in there for a painkiller problem. If you're wondering why Terry Taylor does backstage interviews at one point this month. Kavanagh works with Border City Wrestling, so his connection would be with Scott D'Amore. This was the description I was given of all three. This is Dave. Kavanagh, who is nicknamed Drum Boy, has good potential in the role, but was nervous. Overall, not bad. Jeff Kavanagh still works with TNA today. Lovely fella. Gilberti was better, but also nervous. The problem with him was that he got on a lot of people's nerves at the show, trying too hard to be everyone's friend and telling jokes. Some thought he was overbearing. Glenn Gilberti? No.
A tryhard who's overbearing.
Pritchard wasn't nervous at all and was said to be the best of the three, but it was joked that he looked like he was transported directly out of the 70s. And our last note for the month, Jerry Jarrett hasn't been seen in a TNA event since his stunt meeting at WWE headquarters 7 months ago with Oleg Prudius or Vladimir Kozlov.
That's so funny.
That is the news. That brings us to broad topics, starting with the big NWA World Title match between Jeff Jarrett and Christian Cage, which is the main event of Against All Odds 2006. The January 21st Impact is built around teasing after the Final Resolution main event of Sting and Christian Cage against Jeff Jarrett and Monty Brown. Sting is about to appear on television, but the whole first episode this month is built around Sting actually not appearing on television.
Yeah, like, it's such a funny bit to be like, pay-per-view, Sting's here, wow, things are crazy. And then the next TV show to be like, wow, Sting's not here anymore.
But, like, the first half of it is like, Sting will be here tonight. This Sting's first appearance on TV since WCW. Sting will be here tonight. And then halfway through the episode, it's like, Sting's not here tonight, he'll be here next week.
He's late.
How do you feel about that as, like, a bait and switch? Do you think, like, some of the audience will be like, what the fuck, Sting?
Well, I think it's very bold to start off Sting's run with a he isn't here regardless. I think that doing a bait and switch is worse than the bad decision.
Yeah, so this episode opens with Don West in the car park. He's awaiting the arrival of Sting. He's like, Sting's gonna be here tonight. He's gonna be on TV for the first time. Mike Tenay on commentary for the whole show is like, Sting, Sting's here. And then like halfway through, Franchise is with Larry Zbyszko, and Franchise is like, dude, what's the deal? Sting's not here. And Larry's like, Sting has been delayed. He'll be here next week. And we'll also have an announcement about Jeff Jarrett's Against All Odds opponent. And then Franchise is like, ooh, we did loads of things with Sting. Is something wrong with Sting? What's going on with Sting? And then Monty comes in and shouts about how he wants the world title shot. And he steals the world title contract from him.
I love how defensive Larry Z gets, because like the implication being at this point that he's like fumbling Sting.
Yeah.
And he's like, there's nothing wrong with Sting. Stop saying there's something wrong with Sting.
Like, hey, stop it. Everything's going fine. He'll be here next week.
And everyone's like, yeah. They're like, how did you fuck this?
Yeah, so Larry had like the world title contract and he's like, there's going to be a name on it. But then Monty comes in and steals it.
What? Monty is like so weird this year.
That's because they don't know what to do with him.
But like, especially this month, he's just like a weird freak. And more than normal.
There's a promo on the pay-per-view where like Jarrett's doing his interview and Monty interrupts him, and Jarrett's like, I know what you're going to say. I want my title shot. Pounds period. Be hunter be hunted. Serengeti. It's like, yeah, that is actually what Monty says in every one of his promos. But also Jeff Jarrett is not one allowed to say you cut the same promo every week.
But also it's like they're really like turning him again.
Well, because like Jarrett's the heel champion, so they have to put Monty opposed to Jarrett somewhat.
But like the whole point was that he was like heel with Jarrett, and now they're like
He's back to being like, I want your title. You're not wrong.
out of nowhere. Like there wasn't like a switch for it. It was just like 1 week he decided, oh yeah, I want to be a champion again.
So Christian comes out at the end of the show. He's like, Sting can't be here because he's watching the life story of Monty Brown and Jeff Jarrett at the movies. That's Brokeback Mountain.
Owned because they're gay. You get
They're
it?
gay, Liam. Yes, they're gay.
Because gay.
Have you considered they're gay? Jokes.
Because they're gay.
Christian says that Sting will have a major announcement to make next week. Jarrett comes out and says the usual stuff, but he says, I don't care who faces me. He actually names drops Chris Jericho here as well as a potential option. He's like, your pal Chris Jericho.
People got so excited after he said the name too. And I'm like, don't tease them.
Monty comes out. Rhino makes the save. Both Christian and Rhino eye up the contract because Monty brought the contract with him. Rhino goes to pick it up. Christian stands on it. Then Abyss shows up and we get more brawling as Monty picks up the contract, looks at it for himself. It's like, what if I got the title shot to Alpha Male?
And it's like, okay, I get, yeah, because we're getting close to the end of Monty, aren't we?
Yeah, we get to July, I think. July or August, and that's the end of Monty. So we are running out of time.
So he has to go be Marcus Corvan.
No. Then he never returns.
You're going down, down,
Just
down,
call me
down.
smooth.
To be fair, if Monty had that theme in TNA, he would have been world champion. Because that theme is amazing.
The January 28th Impact opens with Jeff Jarrett versus Jay Lethal.
Fun combination, considering.
Yeah, Jarrett gives Lethal a lot here as well. Like, Jarrett doesn't just squash him. He gives, like, a proper near fall. Because Jackie Gata comes out with a tape recorder. She hands it to Gail, and as Jarrett insists, nothing is wrong. What are you talking about? Everything's fine. Lethal hits, like, a great springboard dropkick and then gets a little near fall on a diving headbutt before Jarrett beats him with a stroke in which Lethal, like, leapt 16 feet in the air for.
Yeah. It's so funny that, like, they're wrestling each other, like, in one of, like, you know, Lethal's first 10 matches? First 5 matches?
First 5? Yeah, he wrestled Joe, and he had another match on TV, alright, didn't he? So maybe his 3rd or 4th?
Yeah. Yeah, and then, like, you know, now Lethal and Jarrett are, like, on TV linked.
Honestly, I didn't even think about that until right now. It's like, oh yeah, these guys are in a stable at AEW.
Yeah, they're in Heat. They just wrestled the Bang Bang Scissor Gang.
I did see that, with teaming with the Dark Order for some reason.
Because they're all heels.
The stroke was the Morphoplex move of the night, in case you were wondering.
Oh, had AEW, first week that we had a move of the night.
Did they do that recently?
This week.
Oh, who was it sponsored by?
The EVP trigger was the move of the night. I'll find out who it was sponsored
Was
by.
it Morphoplex?
It was not. I would have freaked the fuck out if it was Morphoplex. The TurboTax move of the night.
Oh.
TurboTax is too close to fucking Morphoplex.
It does feel in the same universe, doesn't it? Christian comes out and announces that he will be the one that will be challenging it against all odds, and he promised to end the reign of terror because that's how he rolls.
Reign of Terror, a term of phrase copyrighted by MJF. I learnt in my jumping throughs.
No, like actually?
Yeah, he copyrighted the term Reign of Terror.
Oh, for God's sake. By the way, Jarrett's only been champion since November, so of all the reigns, this has been the least terrible. Not terrible, terrible.
It's still terrible.
Jay Lethal got his contract offer because he impressed Jeff Jarrett in their match at this match.
Not because of his sweet match with Samoa Joe.
No, he got in there with Jeff, and Jeff was like, oh, now I'll get my contract. He didn't get the offer until after the tapings, and contrary to the report in last week's issue, he has not signed as of press time. He hasn't even read the contract as of the weekend, but gave indications he would probably end up signing. He may be stalling to see if WWE will make him a bona fide offer, but they didn't. JB has been pushing him for months after seeing him in Ring of Honor, but others thought he wasn't quite ready when his name first came up. But pretty much the consensus now is they're impressed with him.
How did you feel about Jay Lethal as, like, face of the company ROH guy?
I liked Jay Lethal a lot in, like, X Division era. Like, this year, basically up to when he wins the X title and, like, with the Black Machismo stuff. I really liked him as that because he was, like, a plucky underdog babyface who was really explosive. And I feel like post TNA, he was trying too hard to be, like, some version of, like, Nick Aldis, you know? Like, I am a credible NWA champion style champion who works like Ric Flair style matches that are like slow paced building.
Yeah, he was trying to like bring a certain like workhorse element to the ROH title for a while there.
Yeah, and like it wasn't the kind of like I'm gonna have these really cool matches. It was like there was like a traditionalism to what he was trying to do that I just never vibed with. Like it was too slow, it was too kind of boring, as opposed to like the wrestler. Like you watch this match against Jeff Jarrett and he's really explosive. Like he gets it when he's doing like the springboard dropkick, when he takes the bump on the stroke, he hits the diving headbutt for the near fall. Like you watch this Jay Lethal and you're like, this Jay Lethal's a really exciting pro wrestler. And the guy who ended up like anchoring Ring of Honor was a guy who was like really like, I am working what is very traditionally considered a good wrestling match, and I just found it really boring.
And now he's kind of like halfway in between, because he's not like getting 30-minute main events anymore. He gets like his 20 minutes on TV. I will say I really enjoyed him in the C2, but that could have been because the C2 was just awesome and everyone was great in it.
Yeah, everyone was just having good matches on TV every week. Isn't that fun?
Garrett, tell them about your dream pitch, which I thoroughly agree with.
What, did I just dream that they just had a second full-fledged G1?
Yeah.
It wasn't even like a best of the Super Juniors. It was just like AEW decided to do 2 round robin tournaments a year with main eventers instead of 1.
Was it a full like 8 and 8?
I don't think my dream fleshed it out that much.
Oh, I wanted to see like I was gonna ask you who was in the blocks.
Because I remember I think the match in my dream was like Samoa Joe against Mox as like a G1 match, but AEW G1, but it was like June, so it wasn't the C2. And I was like, but in my dream I was like, they're doing another round robin? Really?
They should. That'd be awesome. You know how you differentiate it?
How?
You do 8 and 8.
Yeah.
Bigger stars in it. 15-minute time limit, so it has more draws, but everything's quicker and you can get through stuff more.
You know, good matches instead of long matches.
But I mean, come on. It was a 20-minute time limit on all the things. It's perfect.
No, the C2 also had good matches instead of long matches, so thumbs up.
Yeah. Man, the C2 reinvigorated my love of that company.
Yeah, I think it did for a lot of people.
And then it kind of went back down again, and now it's back.
The end of this episode of Impact, Mike Tenay introduces Sting, who still comes out to his bad butt rock song this time. I don't like it.
Yeah, what the hell? Where's the real Sting thing?
Sting does this promo about how he thought the match against Flair in 2001 would be his last match, and then how he's like, I missed the roar of the crowd, I didn't get to go out on my own terms. He talks through his career, talks through the big moments of his career. TNA called him and he turned on the TV and he saw Styles and Joe and Abyss and was like, TNA is my brand. Talks about how Final Resolution was the perfect moment, how he didn't have closure 5 years ago, but now he does. So after Final Resolution went so well, he didn't want to sully that moment. He didn't want to take it down a notch. So Sting left. Sting is retired. He thanks Dixie Carter and the Carter family. He thanks the fans. He doesn't want to taint that moment. So he said goodbye, says thank you, leaves his bat in the ring, and leaves as the crowd chant, please don't go. AJ, Sabin, and Sanjay greet him on the ramp. Christian greets him at the top of the ramp as well. I was like, what the hell, dude? And Christian looks befuddled as Sting walks down the tunnel. So the big angle with Sting is that he's gone.
All of the Christian stuff from this point on, like, skews heelish. And Garrett Kinney may be sitting there like, well, yeah, he turns heel in like 3 months, whatever. But I don't know that. And I just thought it was interesting that it's like, he kind of comes across whiny for the rest of the month.
Yeah, like it doesn't strike me as they're teasing a heel turn, because why would they? He's about to become world champion as a babyface. So like,
that's why I thought it was weird timing. And why I didn't believe the title change on the show.
They do turn him in like July, August. But yeah, he does. It is kind of weird that he's like, what the hell, Sting? You left. And he's on the phone to Sting at points during the month. He's just hanging around with Sting.
And then he's like, I'm not getting the title shot just because Sting left.
Because yeah, that's the whole idea, that like the contract is open because Sting is leaving.
Yeah, so it's like, I don't know. I thought he was really like sort of cowardly and heelish throughout the rest of this month.
I did think,
but of course he's facing like the biggest coward of all, so it kind of evens out.
I did think Sting's promo was really good here.
Yeah, it's nice to hear Sting talk. AEW should let him do that.
They don't do it nearly enough. I kind of hate, because it's very funny. Like, WCW Sting was not a promo guy. Like, he very famously, for an entire year, did not talk. He stood in the rafters and pointed at people. Like, he was not known for cutting promos in WCW. Whereas, like, TNA Sting really is a promo guy. He does loads of promos in TNA, and he's really, really, really good. And it's a shame that AEW don't let him talk. I know there was some discourse about Darby Allin's promo on Dynamite, just because of the kind of
I liked it.
The worked shoot part. I understand the criticisms in that, like, he just murdered you and your friend. Why are you talking about, like, the start of AEW? You should just be like, you murdered me and my friend and we're going to kill you. I kind of get that. But, yeah, just get Sting out there to do that promo. To do the, like, you tried to take me out before I could even retire on my own terms, but I'm going to get my revenge at the pay-per-view. To get Sting out there to cut that kind of promo, and he'll fucking rock it.
Well, let's see if they let him do that on Wednesday.
If Sting doesn't talk before that Revolution match, like, that's a booking dereliction of duty. Like, what are you doing? Like, the only reason you do a beatdown, which the beatdown was awesome, like, it was a great beatdown, but the beatdown is then only as effective as, like, the babyface promo vowing revenge, which is a step people forget all the goddamn time. Like, if you beat down a babyface, the babyface has to do the revenge promo, otherwise it doesn't matter. Like, if the babyface doesn't vow to get revenge, like, what's the point of the beatdown? But you gotta send Sting out there next week to cut that big fiery promo, because the only real promo he's done is the MJF one, isn't it? And that one was great. He was so good there.
He has not been promoing much in this company.
He doesn't talk in AEW either. He just stands around and points, as opposed to, like, this promo was really good in TNA. Like his delivery is great.
I also want to put it out there because it needs to happen, and I need to be on record if it doesn't happen. Sting needs to have the Muda theme medley at his retirement.
They're releasing that EP with the, like, themes through the years next week, and you'd have to imagine that will then form the basis of his last entrance, right?
Yeah, but I want the real songs.
But those are close enough. They can't get the real song.
They could get the Sting one.
They could get
the Sting one, the TNA one.
They should be able to get the TNA one, but...
They can get the TNA one. They got the fucking Metallica one for goddamn Wembley.
But you wouldn't be able to get the couple of the other WCW ones.
You could ask Paul. Maybe he wants some good press right now.
He doesn't need the WWF one or WWE one because that one's bad.
Yeah, but, like, you can get the WCW one if you ask nicely, probably. And what else do you need? Man Cold Sting.
Because the WCW one, the non-Metallica one, is good. They're like do 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 do. I love that name.
Do, 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 do. Yeah, but, like, he needs to have that medley. And if you have to replace the ones that you can't get from WCW, fine. But, like, you need the other ones that you can get.
Yeah, get the Main Event Mafia team too.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. The Wolf. Oh, he fucking needs the Wolfpack team too as well. Get Jimmy Hart on the phone. WWE don't own the Wolfpack song. Jimmy Hart does. So you can get the Wolfpack song.
I'm sure, like, listen, this dude is the biggest fucking nerd in the world and a big Sting nerd. I'm sure he's had this exact same thought.
He better do it.
So, because also if that does happen, more importantly, that becomes the standard for wrestling retirements. Because if they do it with Muda and they do it with Sting, like, that becomes what you just do, and that needs to be what you just do because it's so cool.
I went back and watched the Muda one a couple months ago. It's like, it's one of the best things about wrestling last year.
Like, you do it with Brian too, and you can even do you can get Flight of the Valkyries. Yeah. Public domain, bitches.
So yeah, the point of this angle, Sting is gone. He's disappeared. He said he's walked away. But then the question throughout the rest of the month, particularly for Eric Young, is has he actually?
Because Eric Young, again, the one guy who can always see what's really going on in this company.
Sting was legitimately concerned with how the live crowd would react to him when he made his pay-per-view return last month. Wrestler said he was very nervous and openly questioned where he fit in on a roster that featured so many cruiserweight high flyers. He was nearly in tears when the crowd reacted favorably, and a wrestler says he was thrilled once he returned to the backstage area with the live crowd's response. So that's kind of charming that, like, even a guy, the success of Sting is like, will they remember me? Will they care?
He always has those kind of feelings, though. He's a very humble boy.
TNA on January 28th set its ratings record for the debut of Sting, doing a 1.08 rating and 1.26 million viewers. That's not actually a record for the audience. They did 1.28, so slightly more before, but it is a record for the actual rating. The Sting interview itself peaked with a 1.19 and added 17% new viewers over the 15 minutes. The important news here is the rating, unlike the past weeks, was not drawn due to UFC. UFC had a weak Unleashed show when it came to star power beforehand and only did 0.07. So Sting, so shock of all shocks, a television draw.
Yeah. What did you expect? It's crazy to see these numbers, like, just with 2024 wrestling eyes.
Yeah, and for, like, the history of Impact, 1.26 million viewers is on, like, the low side.
Yeah, like, you look at now and you're like, they would kill for this.
Yeah, if AEW did 1.26 million for an episode of Dynamite, Tony Khan would be tweeting non-stop for 3 weeks. For every fourth Impact, Terry Taylor has Larry Zbyszko, and Larry's quite flustered about Sting. He's like, don't worry about it. Stop asking me about Sting disappearing. I did not fuck up Sting.
Please. Stop asking me about Sting. I didn't fuck it up. He will be here again, I promise.
So the big thing on this show is that there is a press conference for Christian Cage and Jeff Jarrett for the NWA World Title match. Larry says that the Championship Committee has taken precautions to ensure that there is a fair winner. They roll out Dory Funk Jr. to put over the history and the legacy of the NWA title. Jarrett starts talking and naturally gets in his I brought TNA to Hulk Hogan line.
Which is so funny.
He gets it in no matter what.
He's like really hedging his career on that moment.
Well, because in WCW he never got one over on Hogan, whereas that's like the one time he sorta kinda got one over on Hogan, even though when you think about it, Hogan got one over on them because they shot the angle and never did the match. But still, he got the footage of him hitting Hogan with a guitar, so he wins.
Yeah. And he bludgeoned him. It's like a very visceral shot. I understand, like, you know, using it, but it's almost become to the point of parody, though, which I do appreciate.
Every time there's a video package about the history of TNA, it's in there at the moment, so...
Yeah.
Somebody asked Jarrett about Jackie Gata and he shouted them down. Monty interrupted, demanding the next shot. Abyss and Mitchell were watching from the back of the room. Christian and Jarrett did a pull apart as Larry desperately seemed like, Guys! Guys!
Guys, please stop ruining my show.
I really enjoy Larry Zbyszko. He's so good.
He's actually a very good GM-style character.
Then end of the show, Planet Jarrett are talking to Alex Shelley. They want him to get dirt on Jackie Gata, and he's like, if you don't get the job done, don't come back, to which Shelley responds, stern ultimatum, but don't worry.
Stern ultimatum.
That segment ends with Eric Young, very paranoid, gets the camera, looks down the lens and says, Sting's not gone. So that's the conspiracy theory.
Eric is very scared. We're really getting the beginnings of the true Eric Young ethos.
Yeah, because he's been jumpy for the last while, you know, ever since they got on Spike, he's kind of started to be like Eric Young, the character, where he's like paranoid and he's not confident and he's scared of the pyro, and now he's like full on like, Sting's not gone, Sting's not gone.
I really loved at the pay-per-view. We'll just jump for a second when like Jarrett's first arriving, and he's actually like treating Eric Young with like a level of weird respect. He's like, come on, buddy, what did you see?
He's like his dopey brother. He's like, come on, pal. Everything's gonna be fine. We're doing great. We don't need to worry about Sting. It's okay.
Eric is Jeff is like genuinely nice to the people in his like bad group of people.
He's a good leader.
Like he would, yeah, yes. In story, he is.
February 11th Impact Go Home show. There's just a couple of features on this show. There's a feature looking at Christian ahead of the pay-per-view main event, and then a feature on the Jarrett Christian match. And then the show ends with Christian walking out of TNA management's locker room. He's talking to Sting and says the referee situation is under control and promises to become world champion against all odds. So, not like the best build to Jarrett and Christian.
They're kind of playing off things that have already happened. Like, they probably don't feel like they need to do a lot of build for it because these two have been, like, feuding really for 3 months.
Yeah, and, like, I guess the idea is, like, Christian is, like, the audience buys Christian as, like, a babyface challenger to Jarrett. It's not like you have to convince them that this is a guy who can beat Jarrett or really make them care. You don't have to be worried that the audience won't care about Christian. You know, you don't have to do a ton of build to be like, oh, no, what if they don't care? Like, they will. People like Christian. They'll cheer for Christian. They'll be happy for Christian to win.
And, like, it's not like this is going to be a blood feud either.
So it is more the classic, I just want to take your title. It is, a lot of it's about Sting more than Christian, but listen. Against All Odds opens with Christian arriving at the building in a regular car, then Jarrett arrives with in a Jeep.
I love, like, oh, Christian, the everyman.
Yeah, with his normal car as opposed to Jarrett in his big Jeep. So as he said, this is a segment where Eric Young is, like, once again reinforcing Sting isn't gone, Sting isn't gone. I love Scott D'Amore here. He's like, stop it. I told you, not tonight. You don't do this tonight, sir. And, like, there's a moment where Eric Young and Jarrett are talking, and Scott is behind Jarrett being like, no, stop it, no, stop it.
Yeah, he's like doing the wrap it up.
Yeah, don't you dare talk. But then Jarrett reassures EY and makes him repeat Sting is gone over and over again.
And then I think doesn't it end with like Eric Young being like,
Yeah, he's not reassured. He is still scared of Sting.
Wouldn't we all be? So
there's a show running thing where for all the backstage segments with Planet Jarrett, with Rhino, with people like that, Larry walks in and reinforces that there will be no outside interference in the main event except for Gil Kim. But other than Gil Kim, there is no outside interference. No one is allowed to interfere.
She's the only one who's allowed to be there.
She has a manager's license.
She is, yeah.
But
And like Scott D'Amore.
Then there's also a backstage segment where Slick Johnson walks up to Larry Zbyszko and JB, and he's like, I noticed there is no referee assigned to the main event. Is that an oversight, Larry Zbyszko? I've refereed 85 WCW main events. I have the credentials. Whereas Larry's like, no, we have a referee, and if I wanted you to know, you'd know. Go away.
I like that. Like, Larry should be like, oh yes, 85 WCW main events. I'm sure they all went really well.
There was not at all ref bumps and controversy in all of them. JB has Jarrett and Gale, usual Jarrett promo, before Jarrett gives out about Monty doing his usual Monty promo. Jarrett does promise that Monty will get the next shot after he beats Christian, though. And then, right before the main event, JB... By the way, JB doing backstage interviews now, which is more... Like, traditionally TNA, people remember JB as the backstage interview guy, because...
We're slowly getting more and more TNA.
This is also the show where Dave Penzer starts as the ring announcer, so JB has moved backstage, Dave Penzer's doing the ring announcing now.
I always liked JB as a ring announcer, though.
Yeah, I did too.
Except when he fucked it up all the time.
Yeah, but that was part of his charm in the Asylum days, when he'd say reigning and defending for every title match that's not a title match. But yeah, Christian does the big babyface promo beforehand, being like, I've worked toward everything for this, you know, people wonder whether I'm a mid-card comedy act, well, can I rise above it? This is my chance to prove it, because that's how he rolls. And then the main event for the NWA World Championship, it is Christian Cage defeating the King of the Mountain, Jeff Jarrett, to become the new champion.
I still don't believe it.
Why don't you believe it?
I don't know. I never thought, I guess, I just never put two and two together, like, that this is where the first title run happens.
There was, like, PW Torch said it was a mild surprise, which does kind of interest me, because, like, obviously I wasn't watching TNA at the time, so I don't know what the pulse was of whether or not people thought Christian would win, but it does seem like people thought Jarrett would retain and maybe Christian would chase him a little longer, as opposed to Christian just coming in and beating him in their first match.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect it, so it goes to show.
Whereas, like, I think, like, no one wants a prolonged chase here. It's like, people are sick of Jarrett, people like Christian. It was the right choice to just go with Christian.
Yeah, but the thing is, just because it's the right choice doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's this company, so they're going to get heat for 6 months before Christian wins it when nobody cares.
And also, I did think that this was a pretty good, like, Jeff Jarrett main event, too. I mean, like, in that it was a 3-star match.
Yeah, he's had worse.
Which means it was a good match.
Like, I thought the Rhino match was better on pay-per-view.
Yeah, I don't know. This was my kind of, like, good shticky stuff.
Like, I didn't mind when they got down to, like, that's part of my problem at this stage, I do think. Whereas, like, I'm now at the point after 3 years of watching Jarrett, I can't deal with this bullshit anymore. Or no, the opposite, I guess.
Yeah.
I can't deal with him pretending to be a normal wrestler, and I'm just like, just get to the bullshit. I'm fine with the bullshit at this point. Just, I don't want to watch you try to be a normal wrestler for like 65% of a match, and then you kick into the bullshit. Just get straight to the bullshit.
Embrace it. Acknowledge that this is the kind of wrestler you are.
Yeah.
You know what it is? It's kind of similar to that Jay Lethal thing. Where he's like cosplaying a different kind of champion that he thinks he needs to be when he should just be embracing what he is.
Yeah, and like I've just watched too much of him at this stage to be like, I can invest in the idea of him doing a straight match, because that's not what it's going to be. So just get to the thing it's going to be. Yeah, it was decent. It's not like a bad match. It's just I'm tired of Jeff. I'm just so tired of Jeff.
Fair enough.
Larry Z comes out with Dave Hebner, and the referee for this contest, Earl Hebner.
My God. And at this point, I was like, Jeff Jarrett's winning.
Mike Tenay does immediately reference Montreal.
And I was like, they're putting it in our heads early. They're going to do it.
They did.
Again.
Of course, for some reason, they did a spot where Jarrett got Christian in a sharpshooter, and then Earl, like, feigned to start calling for the bell, and Christian, like, grabbed his ankle and begged him not to. And I have no idea why we're doing that in this Christian Jarrett match.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Like, what are we doing Montreal spots for in this match?
I mean, well, because they still think it's, like, fun. And, like, remember?
It's cool and edgy. It's like, what? No, stop it. Christian did have some nice white and gold gear. His I'm winning a world title gear.
I liked it. I mean, I don't know. Jarrett and Christian are, like, this weird, like, mirror of each other. Where it's like, one's if you take the dark path, and one's if you take the righteous path.
But Christian's a much better heel than Jarrett as well, though.
I didn't mean, like, in that sense. Just career.
Oh, just in terms of just general?
Yeah.
Christian's like you're a kind of upper mid-card goof, but you do it the right way, and Jarrett's like you're an upper card, mid-card goof, but you do it the wrong way.
Yeah, exactly. Like, one guy did it right, one guy did it wrong.
Christian misses a crossbody off the top of the floor, hits the rail, which allows Jarrett to get the heat. They do multiple ref bumps. Jarrett slid through Christian's legs and took out Earl Hebner's ankle for the ref bump. This allowed Gale to distract Christian, allowing Jarrett to hit a top rope stroke, but Christian kicked out. Jarrett then whips Christian into Hebner, with causing another ref bump. Christian hit an unprettier, but Slick Johnson runs out. Jarrett kicks out. Johnson saw Jarrett low blow Christian. He was going to DQ Jarrett. It wasn't a thing that was reinforced, and I think it's a thing that does need to be reinforced, but like, title changes hands on a DQ. So the idea that Jarrett doesn't want Slick Johnson to DQ him is right for TNA because he would lose the title. The commentary didn't reinforce that, but it's a thing that's so niche in TNA storytelling in terms of like titles change hands on the DQ that I do think they have to bring it up. Like, for the most part, the heel would be fine with getting disqualified in that instance, but title changes hands, so he can't get disqualified.
Exactly.
Jarrett took out Slick. Christian tries to unprettier Gale, but Jarrett hits him with a guitar. Christian kicks out. Gale went to ran at Christian, but he powerbombed her. Christian unprettier for the win. Crowd rushed the ring, hold Christian aloft as the new NWA World Champion.
It's a great visual to have, like, you know, big babyface win and the crowd come to him.
Yeah, they like fill the ring as well. Like that ring is full to the brim of people.
Yeah, it's scarily so. My favorite guy was like, even when it was like completely full, there was one guy like Matt Hardying the ropes on the outside, and I was like, you're gonna die.
Those people more than likely did not sign waivers either. So if those people did die, there's a lawsuit.
No, yeah, the ring just like buckles. Well, didn't that happen once?
That the ring collapsed under a fan running?
Yeah, with like a ton of fans were in it, and the ring like just collapsed.
I don't remember, but that does. I have like a vague memory of that. Yeah.
It was like ECW. Yeah, it was the Gangsters versus Public Enemy. Let me see if I can find them. I have like it's just everyone's in the fucking ring and it just starts to like tumble over to the side.
ECW rings is very trustworthy as well to do something like that in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one guy who like jumped off just a second before it all collapsed.
That motion was actually what caused it to collapse.
If they had kept the momentum, it would have been fine.
Yeah, it was actually perfectly evenly distributed until he got out of there and suddenly everything started tipping over. The TNA ring's clearly sturdier because it did hold up to a beak full of people.
Much to Jeremy Borash's relief.
Yeah, so it was JB who came up with the idea to allow the fans to rush the ring to celebrate with Christian. Dixie Carter joked that if the ring broke from the weight of fans, the expense came out of his paycheck. So JB is happy it all went well. But yeah, Christian is your new NWA World Champion, so we'll get a babyface title run.
It's certainly better than Jeff Jarrett being that champion.
We have not had a meaning... Actually, no, we had Raven. We had Raven during the summer. I was going to say we haven't had a meaningful babyface title run since like 2003. Actually, no, even longer because AJ was a heel. God, we've had very few babyface title runs in the history of this company.
Yeah, because it's all been Jarrett.
But like even like AJ was a heel for the first two. No, the second one he was a babyface. So the second two only lasted like a combined 6 weeks. So
yeah.
But AJ's first run where he was champ for a few months, but he was also a heel. So and Ron was a heel. God damn it! Yes. Everyone's a heel in this company.
Yeah, because that's all they know is like heel champion, babyface chase.
Yeah, of the like going on 4 years of this company so far, I'm pretty sure like a cumulative 5 months of it maybe have had a babyface champion.
Yeah,
6 maybe, but not much.
It's wild. Like a babyface champion is harder to book, but like not that much harder.
Yeah, it's not that. Don't do it that often. Plus, you gotta give fans hope. You can't just have that much heat. No one cares.
Yeah, especially with Jarrett.
Oh, definitely with Jarrett.
Gar, gar, gar.
That takes us over to Abyss and Rhino as the other major heavyweight program of the month, coming off the back of their final resolution match. Abyss brawls with Rhino at the end of the first Impact of the month. We talked about that in the segment where they're all looking at that contract, and there's some Abyss and Rhino brawling.
It's kind of a wild one, this build.
Yeah, the whole idea is like these are two monsters that are out of control. They can't be contained.
They can't be pinfall counted somewhere. They have to be counted anyway.
Yeah, so that is reinforced on the January 28th Impact, in which Abyss faces Rhino once again. Dave Hebner watches on but does not do anything. Especially because Abyss is wailing on Rhino with the chair at some point, which does not draw a DQ. But then they brawl to the back, they brawl backstage, they set up in front of the backside of the interview set, and then Rhino gores Abyss through it.
It's awesome.
It's a great spot. They even, like, I love how they set up a camera on the other side, but it makes sense why there is a camera on the other side.
Because that's how they interview people.
Yeah, because Shane Douglas is there. And if you actually watch Shane Douglas, he does actually have to, like, scurry out of the way. He really gets taken down by the interview set.
It's awesome. It looks
great.
great.
It's this big, like, metal sheet, and it crumbles down as Abyss and Rhino go through. The match is declared a no contest. It's a cool looking spot, and I do love the shot from the other side of the wall as you see them come through. That looks great as well.
It was on the 50 Best TNA Moments DVD that I had growing up.
And a thing I did appreciate, and it's a thing that I think AEW don't do enough of, but like the next 2 episodes of Impact, they replayed this. Like, this is a cool spot, a cool moment. Like, Rhino has a match against Kenny King on the February 4th episode. As he's doing his entrance, they replay it there. And then there's the main event of the Go Home show has Abyss and Rhino in it, and they replay it again there. So it's like they're driving home this as a cool moment, as opposed to just letting it, like, sit in one week and then disappear.
Yeah, they do that sometimes. They should probably do it more, though.
They do, like, reinforce, Takeshita beat Kenny Omega twice in a week. They do say that every week. So they do it sometimes, but it might also because Takeshita has done literally nothing since he beat Kenny Omega 2 times in a row, but that's neither here nor there.
He beat Darby.
That was a good match.
And he beat Jericho.
That was a less good match.
He's done some things.
Yeah, February 4th, Impact, Rhino versus Kenny King, foreshadowing the 2022 Impact versus Honor No More feud.
Oh god, thanks for that.
You can look forward to these two facing off again in a 10-man tag in the main event of No Surrender 2022.
I will look forward to that occurrence.
After like a month of them going back and forward between Man Beast and War Machine, it does appear they have firmly settled on War Machine. He's now introduced as the War Machine Rhino.
Because I'm a war machine. Taz is pissed.
He just squashes Kenny King with a gore here. And then main event of the Go Home show is once again Monty Brown and Abyss facing Ron Killings and Rhino in the match. In a very important moment in wrestling history, Liam, that featured the debut of Ron Killings' What's Up theme song.
We posted this to Twitter, and it was very interesting to see how many people did not know that this song originated in TNA.
I was thinking about that as, like, Ron Killings as, like, a TNA guy is almost forgotten in general. Like, people, like, think of AJ as a TNA guy, or even, like, Joe as a TNA guy. People don't really think of Ron as a TNA guy.
He just wasn't there during a time period where, like, a lot of younger fans even watched. Ironically, more people watched than ever, but like his biggest stuff was like in Asylum era stuff too. So it's like not in a particularly well thought of period.
And you could also say he was also in the WWF beforehand. He was K-Quick in the WWF beforehand, so he was a WWE guy before he was a TNA
but like
guy.
No one knows him as fucking K-Quick.
No one remembers Getting Rowdy.
No,
Ron was in a Rumble at that point, wasn't he? He was in one of those Rumbles in like 2000, I think.
Get Rowdy. Oh, you didn't know?
A terrible tag team. The foreshadowing of 3 Live Crew, but a terrible tag team.
That they did for 10 years in TNA.
Yes. I like this main event. It was like a star-driven main event. Nothing special, but these guys can hit like cool moves in a tag team main that goes 8 minutes. Truth, it's a great dive.
They can, but they didn't, besides the dive.
Yeah, it was a fantastic dive, and Mike Tenay started shouting. It's like, we have to go to break now, which is the favorite thing Mike Tenay does. I really enjoy it.
You love these kind of, like, just throw some main eventers in a tag match.
It's my favorite thing, Liam.
It is your bread and
butter. Yeah, you have, like, 4 pay-per-view matches you want to promote in the go-home show. You book yourself an 8-man tag, and I will fucking love it.
Yeah. In my TEW, my go-to lately has been, like, World Title and Challenger versus, and, like, paired together with the tag champs and tag challenges.
Can't go wrong with it.
No.
Rhino and Abyss brawl out of the building. Conan distracts Ron, allowing Monty to hit the pants for the win. We will naturally get the Trio K family drama in a little bit.
Of course, in its constant stationary spot.
Closing our show. Pay-per-view, Rhino defeated Abyss in a Falls Count Anywhere match, which was much better than their match last month.
Yes.
You thought about that.
I did just because, like, I was trying to, like, remember the differences. But, like, no, yeah, they got to do way cooler stuff, and Rhino dies a bunch in this, and, like, and because, also, it didn't help that the first pay-per-view match was, like, disappointing. Whereas this one was like, you know, I'm not sure I was like hooting and hollering, you know, 4.5 match of the year thing, but like, you know, they had a better match that was more fun and did some crazier stuff. And it was fun to see Rhino, like, just charging around through the fucking fans.
Yeah, because this is like full plunder, like full false count anywhere, as opposed to the last match, which had some plunder, because Abyss's matches always do, but it was a quote-unquote straight wrestling match for the most part. Whereas here, like, Rhino's bleeding, they're running all over the crowd, they're falling through tables left, right, and center. There's gores through tables. They go backstage at one point, and there's a spot where I think they're meant to break a car window with a baseball bat. So Rhino tried, he hit the car, the window didn't break. Abyss tried, he hit the car, the window didn't break, and they just moved on. And that was like the only spot they did backstage. They brawled backstage to that car to do that, but like what I presume would have been at least a somewhat visually appealing baseball bat breaking a window spot, but it didn't work, so they just brawled back into the building.
Yeah. It's funny when, like, you know, companies that don't have a shit ton of money for these kind of things do this stuff, because you like, they get the shittiest looking car possible, or like something that just doesn't look as, like, WWE can do it, they have all the money in the world, right? They can get any car for a spot like this, but it's just funny when, like, a TNA does it, they're like, who's got some, like, beater that we can get for $300?
Yeah, when Braun Strowman is flipping a truck, he is flipping a truck. Whereas where TNA are doing this, you are right, it is like the smallest, like, shittiest 15-year-old car that they could find that's probably been stripped for parts and has nothing but a window on a door and a frame.
Doesn't run.
It's just still there to this day, sitting in the Universal backlot.
They call it the Abyss and Rhino car. Everyone has to pay respects as they walk in.
It's like a sword in the stone situation. Everyone walks up, they grab the bat, and they try to break the window, but fail. And one day, the true ruler of the Empire will break that window, and they will be anointed so.
That would be awesome.
There was also some like wacky floats backstage that I was hoping they would brawl onto, but they mostly ignored them.
They can't afford that.
And Universal would probably get mad.
They would definitely get mad. And deservedly so. But also, it would have been cool.
The highlight of the match was the finish. So they brawl up into the stands. They're like up into like the 10th or 15th row or whatever. And there's like a little section where they could brawl in front of a section of fans. Abyss kicks out the wall at the end of that section and hits Rhino in the head with it, which is very funny.
It's, what do they call it in, like, games where we can just pick up objects in the middle of, like, fight strings?
I don't know, is there a word for it?
Just like interactive, like, objects in the environment. It's like that.
Yeah, so he hits him with the wall, but then Rhino gores him out of the stands to tables that are sitting like 5-10 feet below. It's a 4-stack, so you would think it would break his fall, but it kind of doesn't. He goes flying down, he smashes through the tables. By all accounts, he actually lost consciousness for a while when he hit the floor, so...
Jesus.
You can see, like, if you watch the replay, it's an awesome looking spot, because he's gored out of the stands through some tables on the floor below. It looks great, but you can see that, like, he goes down fast through those tables. It's like, ooh, that was not a pleasant landing.
Never is.
It's the classic, because like after the match, Rhino gets down and pins him, so Rhino wins. And then like they go back to Abyss, and it's like just like Barbed Wire Massacre, where he's getting like a standing ovation as he's being helped out by security. It's like that is like Abyss has been babyfaced by just getting his ass kicked better than anybody in this company.
They call this the Mick Foley.
Yeah, it was like people always called it the Benoit as well. The like sad like look to the audience for your standing ovation after you've lost thing. Benoit always did that. But yeah, Abyss is just getting owned in sensational fashion, and then they're getting standing ovations for it.
It is the story of Abyss at the moment. Where it's like beat each other up for 4 weeks on TV, go to the pay per view, lose. Unless it's Sabu, then you can win.
Yeah, good match. Much better match than last month. It's not like it wasn't up there with like the best of the Sabu matches in terms of just like sheer chaos and nonsense, but it was a very enjoyable plunder brawl on a show that didn't actually have any other plunder, so it helps that stand out as well.
Yeah.
That takes us over to the X Division, where after 5 months, we finally gotten ourselves back to a Styles Daniels Joe rematch.
I didn't even know that they went back to this well so quickly.
Yeah, they do 2 more matches in 2006. 2 more televised matches, anyway. They do another next month. They're not as good as the first, or even the Turning Point 2009 match. I think both those matches stand head and shoulders above the 2006 matches, but you'll never turn your nose up at a Styles Daniels Joe match. Like, if you look at the pay-per-view lineup and you're like, Styles Daniels Joe, you're like, you know what, fair enough, okay.
It does sort of speak to a certain unwillingness or non-ability to elevate anyone else in the X Division right now.
It's actually funny, when you watch the 4-way on the pay-per-view, which is Jay Lethal, Matt Bentley, Alex Shelley, and P.D. Williams, there's actually, Mike Tenay actually kind of talks about that. It's like, there's been a real log jam at the top of the X Division with Styles Daniels Joe. These guys really can't get past that.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's true, and, like, no one else in the X Division right now feels on that level either. I guess, like, your closest would be, like, Saban.
Yeah, I was going to say, so much so that, like, your tag challengers of the month are Saban and Sanjay. They have to move over to the tag division to get something to do.
Yeah, which, honestly, it's probably better.
But yeah, and, like, it's not like they're telling a story with Styles down the show, so I'm fine with them being on top of the X Division, but you are right that there's not a lot going on underneath them at the moment. There's a lot of guys just kind of hovering about with not a lot to do.
And just no one else feels on their level. Either. That's like the other problem is like, again, like Saban's probably the next guy up and he feels like a significant step down from those three.
It is like a weird con of the fact that like they have elevated the X title to the point that like the three guys wrestling for it feel like meaningful stars in the company as opposed to like the Michael Shane days. But then the downside of that is when you get past those three guys, there is like this gulf until you get to, as you said, like Chris Sabin, Alex Shelley, I guess, as like the next tier of guys who are lower mid-card guys. They're nowhere near Styles, Daniels, Joe.
Yeah.
So first impact of the month, franchise has AJ. Styles mentions that he's wrestling a Samoa Joe against all odds for the X Division title, but he also has Shannon Moore in a street fight tonight. If you remember, the finish of Final Resolution was Joe was wailing on Daniels' concussed skull so much that AJ threw in the towel. So Daniels walks in, he's like, "Don't you find it very convenient that you threw in the towel for me at the pay-per-view, and then suddenly you're number one contender? Isn't that funny? Don't you find that funny, AJ?"
AJ's like, "Come on, man, if you already would have died, and we'll think about your family,
You
man.
have no brain.
You have no brain,
Brain
man."
gone.
And then Daniels is like,
Daniels is suspicious of AJ's motives.
I like this because like they're both faces, but they both still kind of have points.
Yeah, they're both right. Like AJ is right in that he was getting murdered and he would have died, and Daniels is right in that like he's like the never say die babyface who's like, it wasn't your right to quit on my behalf. You did not have that right. And I like Daniels is obviously a little bit in denial as a character. He's like, I could have still come back and win. I wasn't out.
But like he doesn't come across like heelish in that. Like he doesn't feel whiny, which is like it's a hard balance to strike.
It feels like a nuanced story, which thumbs up.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it does lead us to a Shannon Moore AJ Styles street fight on this show.
Yeah.
The highlight of which is the match graphic says Styles versus Punk.
Which is, good for meme content.
For the Prince of Punk, if you're wondering. But yeah, it's like street fight, Styles versus Punk. It's like, whoa, that's a big match.
Well, we're watching a Ring of Honor show.
Daniels is on commentary. He's talking with Mike Tenay and Don West, who, like, as the babyface announcers, they're like, AJ was right to do what he did, and Daniels is like, it wasn't his decision to make. Moore brainbusters AJ on the apron. AJ does a little dive out of the stands. It's not very impressive. Moore looks to Pillmanize the knee with a chair, but Styles just lifts his foot up, so Moore just jumps on the top of the chair and hurts himself. Joe watches on from the ramp. Daniels jumps on the apron to throw in a towel when AJ's in a submission. AJ's like, what the hell, man? The ref doesn't stop the match, but the distraction does allow Moore to roll up AJ for the win. So Shannon Moore scores a victory over AJ Styles. Even if it is to advance the story with Daniels, with the towel, like him feigning to throw the towel in to distract AJ. But Shannon Moore pins AJ Styles. And like AJ is a protected act in this company. Not a lot of people beat AJ.
I don't have like a major problem with it. I don't love it, but also I just like, I'm like, it's telling us a story, It's not just like AJ randomly losing on TV. There's a reason behind it, but like, I don't know. I am fine with it. If not, maybe it's just a lack of dislike more than I like it,
I think it's more a problem with just Shannon Moore. I just hate Shannon Moore.
Well, yeah, Shannon Moore's annoying. So.
It goes to what we were just talking about. Like, could you not have stuck Alex Shelley there, or Petey Williams there, or like one of the guys who might benefit from actually beating AJ, as opposed to this non-contracted guy who's going to be gone in a month? And it doesn't help that he's literally gone in a month. But yeah. But yeah, the story is that Daniels is looking to throw the towel and be like, see how it feels.
Which does kind of make him like a heelish dick.
There was a lot of backstage heat, not just with me. There has been a lot of heat among wrestlers over Shannon Moore's push, with the feeling that he did nothing to warrant a push, let alone pinning AJ Styles, albeit with a Christopher Daniels distraction. The heat got worse because everyone in the locker room believes the reason Moore got a big push without first proving himself was due to Jarrett, and that Moore's girlfriend is the well-known wrestling seamstress and former Drew, I assume that's still her name, Julie Draw. I suppose she might have mattered.
No, because she was married to Droz.
Okay, yes, and former Julie Draws. Okay, that makes more sense. Who makes Jeff's wrestling outfits? So like, people think Shannon Moore is getting pushed because his wife makes Jeff's gear.
Which he may as well be.
He might well be, you're not wrong. January 28th Impact, there was a feature on Styles, Daniels, Joe, now officially announcing that it will be a three-way at the pay-per-view rather than Styles and Joe. Daniels has wormed his way into the match via shenanigans.
Via pissing AJ off, I guess.
There's a backstage segment that sets it up, but Matt Bentley is asking for opportunities, and Jerry Lynn is like, you got an opportunity right now. You didn't look at the board. You have a great opportunity. You have a match up next. And then Matt Bentley is like, hell yeah, what's my opportunity? He goes out to the ring. Samoa Joe's music hits. He's wrestling Samoa Joe.
It's a good bit.
He's like, finally getting my opportunity. And listen, he should be happy. He's wrestling the X-Champ.
Yeah, if he wins, he could get added to that three-way.
Yeah, so Generation Next were also moaning, and Jerry Lynn is like, I'm sick of all you moaning.
And they're like, give us something, please.
Mike Tenay and Don West debate whether or not it's the Bentley bounce or the Tracy bounce.
Well, that doesn't mean that's not alliterative.
It's also like, it's meant to be a bit that it's like, you're meant to be like, oh, it's the Bentley bounce. Well, obviously it's actually Tracy. But they're like, but it's Tracy. It's like, you're ruining the bit.
You're explaining the bit.
Bentley more or less gets squashed. Dave Hebner's watching on from the crowd. Jerry Lynn and Generation Next are also watching on. Good finish where at one point Matt Bentley went for like a wheelbarrow into, I think it was an arm drag. And he went for it again and Joe just transitioned it into the coquina clutch and choked him out to beat him. So that was a good little finish. Match was nothing special.
Indubitably.
February 4th, Impact. AJ Styles faces Jay Lethal.
Fun little combo to see.
Joe watching on from the ramp, which is his favorite thing. He has a new towel as well as his bloody one. So he's like, ooh, more blood?
He's like, more blood for the blood god. Who do I go after next to satiate my vicious intentions?
He just needs blood all the time. Yeah, nice little match. AJ takes a wild bump off a leg lariat because he's just a strange, crazy man who flips inside out on leg lariats. But double underhook into the Styles Clash, which I always appreciated. Like, the Styles Clash is the kind of move that on paper should be really rigid. Like, there shouldn't be, like, it should have like a single setup that you have to get into that makes it like kind of awkward as a finish. But AJ, because he's like super creative, finds like 7 different ways to get the Styles Clashes that feel like somewhat organic and makes the move make sense.
Which is like hard for such a complicated move.
It should be a move that like you can only get into one way.
I mean, it's like it's not the RKO, you know? Like,
yeah,
it's not just something you can do.
Whereas here he's like double underhook, catch him, Styles Clash. It's like, yeah, you're a good wrestler. Well done. And
congrats.
Stares down Samoa Joe as they continue building to their X Division title match. They show a package on the show of TNA Down Under. They're in Australia.
Down Under. At WSW, which still runs to this day and still has TNA people
Yeah,
on it.
because they ran some shows in like 2005 and then disappeared for like 15 years and then came back and still have a bunch of TNA people on their shows. So yeah, the Styles and Daniels, you think they did wrestle each other a bunch on the tour, but also on one of the shows there was a mixed tag where Daniels teamed with Nydia and Styles teamed with Gail Kim.
Awesome.
The dream mixed tag match that you would go to a show for.
WSW is wild.
It's
a wild
very funny company. I appreciate it for what it is. You were doing like a live watch along of it on one of our episodes, like a few episodes back.
Oh yeah, that was when like QTV woman just showed up and I was like, she wrestles.
She's in like a team with Saraya now, isn't she? She's doing a thing.
Yeah, she's like a crazy girl, and she has knives. They did the like. You call that a knife? No, that's a spoon.
That's a Simpsons joke. I get it.
They did the Simpsons joke on Rampage.
I see you played Knifey Spoon before. Styles and Daniels sniped at each other backstage before they needed to be separated because they're very mad at each other.
They sniped at each other, which is only possible if the Earth is completely flat because the curvature of...
Go home show. Samoa Joe faces in a 3-way match Jay Lethal and Chase and Rance.
Yeah. You wanna... You take
the highlight of the match is Samoa Joe slapping the shit out of Chase and Rance.
It's like, why is he in this?
He's just a Florida indie guy who needs to lose.
But like, Jay Lethal's there.
If anything, there is a little bit of respect for Lethal that they probably were like, we can't just beat Lethal again, so we'll throw somebody else in there to take the pin.
Yeah, but you could have like shown the story of like, it goes longer because Lethal is more experienced now. Could have told.
Lethal wins the 4-way on the pay-per-view, so clearly they're like...
Yeah, but I'm still saying that story still can end with that.
Either way, Joe kills him.
You don't lose anything by losing to Joe.
I don't know. He should beat Joe right here.
That'd be awesome.
And Joe's winning streak, Jay Lethal mega push.
Well, that would certainly get someone else through the logjam.
Only because he wrestled Jeff Jarrett as well. Like, that's the only thing that would have gotten it. Not being good or...
And he starts making Jeff's gear.
It's the shortcut to success in the business. Pay-per-view. Styles, Daniels, Joe 2 for the X Division title.
It's not as good, is it?
It's not. It's like, listen, it's still very good. It's still a Styles Daniels Joe match. It's not like best match ever level, and it does have to live up to best match ever level, which is what people considered the first match, as Dave calls the 9/11 match. God damn it, Dave. But it's very good. It's a very good match. It's like, if it was the first match in their series, you'd be like, hell yeah, I'd like to see more. But the fact that it's a second and not as good as the first does take like the wind out of the sails of this one a little bit. But it's very good.
Yeah, I'm not going to say no to it. Although, I would enjoy seeing someone else in this sort of scene with these people at some
You
point.
will have one more month of it, but then Styles and Daniels are out of the X division, so
Always good for the X division.
into the tag division. But yeah, like, there's a lot more people landing on their heads in this match if you're into that.
I am into that.
Because there's a moment where Styles does a discus lariat into, like, while Joe has a back suplex as, like, almost a tag team move, and Daniels just lands right in his fucking goddamn head. Like, right in his head.
Yeah.
Daniels does a DVD on Joe where Joe more or less lands right in his head as well. So, fun stuff. There is also, like, a front suplex at the start of this match that just made me fucking cackle. Like Joe lifts him up and slams AJ face first, and then just spends, like, 15 seconds just looking at AJ afterwards. It's like, you are the best wrestler that has ever existed. There's never been a better wrestler than you.
There's a weird moment of admiration in the middle of the ring from a fellow worker.
So happy with his handiwork of mauling AJ. He's like, I'm just gonna look at it for a little bit.
Which is a good bit.
Yeah, and AJ, of course, takes every move like he's dying. So Joe wipes out both with an elbow suicida. There is a bunch of fun stuff where they are doing, like, plays on spots from the first match. So, like, where the first match had the monkey flip in the corner, where Daniels monkey flip Styles into a Rana on Joe, but Joe countered it this time. So, like, there's a lot of that stuff where there's match-to-match storytelling. So it's not just, like, them trying to replay the hits.
Yeah, because they're all a bunch of indie geeks.
Yeah, so they're doing variations on the theme. Daniels did sprain his neck in this match, apparently, which I can't imagine what moment did that.
Yeah, I wonder if what point in which his neck was injured.
Joe beats AJ with the Muscle Buster, so Joe is still your X Division champion. As I said, like, it doesn't live in the pantheon of, like, the two, like, truly great Styles Daniels Joe matches, which are Unbreakable 2005 and Turning Point 2009. Though actually, if you've never seen the Hardcore War 2006 house show match, that match is also kind of awesome. But these two pay-per-view matches, we'll get an Ultimate X between the three next month. The spoilers, but they don't quite hit the heights of the other matches do.
At least Ultimate X isn't just doing the same thing.
And listen, like, I gave it 3.75, you gave it 4. So, like we're talking as if it's like it's a 2.25 star match. It's still a very good wrestling match.
No, it's still awesome. But, like, the X Division stuff is held to a high standard at this point.
There is also a 4-way on this show from a bunch of people who are around. So Jay Lethal, Alex Shelley, P.D. Williams, Matt Bentley. Crowd are Bentley bouncing. They're having themselves a good time. They're very into the Bentley bounce at the moment. The Bentley bounce is, like, well and truly a thing.
Peaked. It's peaking.
We are in peak Bentley bounce.
It will not last forever.
This match, of course, was mainly for Jackie Gata to show up and shout at Alex Shelley for filming her.
In precarious position.
Yeah, because we didn't mention it on the pay-per-view, but Scott does mention that he has the Jackie Gata tape and that he won't believe what's on it, and they are going to reveal what's on it on Impact the following week, so we'll talk about that on next month's episode. But Alex Shelley's like, she's real freaky.
Seems illegal.
Yeah, I think Alex Shelley should go to jail.
And then he becomes his whole thing.
Yeah, it is the first of it actually being Paparazzi Productions, because the idea is Gail and Jared approach Shelley to start filming the Jackie Gata stuff for him.
He would have thought that, like, the gimmick of I film my matches so I can study better would turn into, like, paid detective sleuth by the heels.
I love the idea that he's the only person in this company that owns a camera.
No, he's just the only one who can frame the shots nice.
He's just, like, they're looking around. It's like Monty doesn't have a camera. The Naturals don't have a camera. BG James couldn't operate a camera to save his life. Shelley, that guy has a camera. Can he film stuff?
He uses it on TV already.
He knows cinematography. I did like how, like, PD and Shelley kind of work together because they are, like, kind of stable aligned, where PD is an actual member of Planet Jarrett and Shelley is kind of helping out Planet Jarrett at the moment, but also they don't get along, so they're always like mistrusting each other and constantly second guessing each other. So I think that was a fun little dynamic in this.
Well, they're not both in Planet Jarrett. Shelley just did, like, freelance work.
He is in the orbit of Planet Jarrett, some might say.
He's on a moon, a small moon.
What's the name of the Alex Shelley moon?
God, I can't think of anything. It has to be a pun, and I can't think of a pun.
Yeah. I'm just gonna leave you sit here until you, as revenge for losing the draft. I'm just gonna leave you sit here. I'm not gonna throw you a lifeline, and just we're gonna do for the rest of the entire podcast until you come up with a name for Alex Shelley's moon.
Meteor City Machine Gun.
Not the worst. It could have been worse. Jackie Gator does lead to the finish. She slaps Shelley and brawls with them. This distracts PD, allowing Jay Lethal to roll up PD to score his first TNA win. So Jay Lethal's starting to get some wins here in TNA.
I'm still trying to think of a better one.
It's like, you have to think of like pop culture moons, which there's not a ton of actually. There's like the Majora's Mask moon that's crushing the earth. There's Harvest Moon. Is there anything you can do with that?
I'm just going for anything space.
So like tying space to Alex Shelley. We'll move on to the tag division while you think about it.
Yeah, I have nothing to say about it, so just run through both the tag feud until I think of it.
Team 3D have issues with Team Canada after they beat him up, made him bloody.
The Shell Rock?
Shell.
Instead of Shell
There
Shock?
you go, well done. It is a 5-minute process.
No, I had to explain it, it's not good.
No,
still.
you didn't need to explain it. I would have understood. You didn't actually need to explain it.
Okay.
Team Canada are doing some stuff this month. They're feuding with Team 3D. They have a 6-man tag on the January 21st episode against Ron Killing, Shark Boy, and Lance Hoyt, which I really enjoyed. This match was just high energy and deep, pretty good. People bumping, doing stuff. Lance Hoyt looked great, doing a great hot tag, just throwing the Canadians around. You don't seem to have many thoughts about this Team Canada 6-man tag.
I'm still trying to think of a better pun. I can't beat this. Like I'm not happy with my answer yet.
PD drops Sharky with the Canadian Destroyer to pick up the win as Team Canada gains some momentum. Later in that show, Franchise is in Larry Zbyszko's office and Team 3D are mad about the Finish It final resolution. If you'd remember, it was very stupid. Where Team 3D won the match, but then the referee didn't call it, so they just decided not to win the match. Like, they got the pin, the referee counted the pin, but the match wasn't over for some reason, who knows. And eventually AMW retained. Bully's really mad, he's like, that's really stupid, but we want, because Team Canada and AMW screwed us, we want them both. And Larry's like, guys, management's up my ass. They're like, you're giving the wrestlers what they want too much. And I want to help you. So I can't give you both. I really can't. For some reason, management just won't let me. So you have to choose.
Even though, like, these two teams would definitely team up against the babyface team the whole time.
So Larry's like, you have to give me a choice. I can really fight for one of these matches. I can get that through management. So which do you want? Do you want Team Canada or do you want AMW? And 3D are like, we want both, but we don't know. And Larry's like, think about it for a week. Come back to me. So following week, Team 3D face Buck Quatermain and Kenny King. How do you feel Lex Lovett feels about the fact that Buck Quatermain is now teaming with somebody else?
I think, a part of a loving tag team commitment is knowing each other's boundaries. Right. And if it was discussed beforehand and, Buck Quatermain didn't do anything that would breach a sort of romantic contract, it's perfectly acceptable for Buck Quatermain to team up with someone else.
Do you think they actually broke up because one of them now has hair?
Yes.
Because Lex Lovett is jealous of Buck's hair and he's like, we can't be partners anymore.
Yes. No, the whole thing was that we were a couple of bald boys.
We even included David Young every now and again.
See, clearly it's an open tag team from the beginning.
You just have to be bald. Squash, 3D win. 3D and Quatermain give 3D the win. Bully thanks the fans for giving them the Tag Team of the Year award, which he dropped and then nearly stepped on, so he clearly loves it. They can't choose between going after Team Canada or AMW, so Bully said they're going to leave it up to the fans. They can vote on the website. Would you rather see them face Team Canada or AMW, Liam?
I have no clue how Team Canada won this. Obviously, I think everyone assumed that, AMW was going to win. Because, to me, it felt like this whole tag tournament was like, oh, fuck, AMW didn't win.
I want, because, they could have worked the poll if they wanted to. But, it does feel to me like they do want the detour 3D off to Team Canada so that AMW are freed up for a while. So that, Team 3D don't just beat AMW for the tag titles. That feels like what they're doing to me. But you're also right that they're then well, what do AMW do?
I'm doing research to think of an Alex Shelley pun.
Following Impact, we open the show with Team 3D. Bully announces that the fans have voted for Team Canada, and then he starts a USA chant. So it will be Team Canada versus Team 3D at the pay-per-view. Go home show, Team 3D face the Diamonds in the Rough. The match ends by, I guess, countout or DQ when Team Canada run in. It's not clear. Team 3D run wild, Diamonds in the Rough bail. AMW then come out and like, you're lucky you don't have to wrestle us. Devon says AMW will have their day in court and 3D will be the judge, jury, and executioner.
That's AMW's.
Yeah, because they find the defendants guilty. Bully says when they're done with Team Canada, then AMW are next. Team Canada jump Team 3D. Team 3D run off the first wave, but then a second wave come out after Team 3D set up a table. Team Canada turn the tide, beat the shit out of them. EY hits Devon with the Tag Team of the Year plaque, which causes him to start bleeding profusely. EY and Rude flapjack Bully through a table as Devon bleeds.
It's a lot of blood.
Rude then starts pouring Devon's blood on the Tag Team of the Year plaque as the anthem plays Team Canada out. It's a good beatdown.
I like that they said like hit the anthem, and it's not even the actual anthem. It's their theme music.
Yeah, it's the best version of the Canadian national anthem.
Canadian national anthem should have adopted that.
Credit to Devon.
Imagine how much more bowler Canada would be if they just had down.
I was gonna say credit to Devon for bleeding so much for this mid-card feud, but technically this feud is above the tag title feud on the pay-per-view. So you know what? Fair enough.
I'm also officially announcing I'm giving
You have given up on your pursuit of an Alex Shelley moon. I think Shellrock was fine. You had it with Shellrock.
I was trying to work on something with Crescent. I was trying to work on something with like Baby Bear. Mm-hmm. I was going to all different possible areas, and it just nothing. I'm really devastated.
If you knew the names of like all the moons of the various planets, there's probably one that has some wordplay in there.
Well, yeah, there's one planet, like one moon called Atlas. Sounds like Atlas Shelley, but like no one knows.
Yeah,
Atlas.
That's the problem. No one knows the moon names, so they're not like proper pun.
No, it's like it's like there's nothing for me to actually work with, you know.
You're like, is there anything to lunar shell? Lunar Productions. This is just the show now. Trying to come up with one moon-based Alex Shelley pun.
If anyone thinks of a better moon-based Alex Shelley pun, please.
Yeah, please drop them in the Discord. Send them to us on Twitter at TNA History Pod if you can come up with one.
Lunar City Machine Guns. Damn it almost flowed.
If you can come up with a moon for Alex Shelley, please let us know.
I'm so upset. I'm not like good at this.
Pay-per-view match. Semi-main event at the pay-per-view, which was probably later than it should have went on. But Team 3D versus Team Canada.
Sorry, I'm still recovering. What are you saying?
The pay-per-view match between Team 3D and Team Canada.
Oh, it happened.
It was a pretty straightforward, rudimentary tag. It was alright. It shouldn't have semi-mained. It went down after Styles Daniels Joe, and what are you doing there?
I mean, they probably were like cooldown things.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, you are right that it is nearly certain that Jarrett was like, I cannot go on immediately after Styles Daniels Joe. You need to put something in that spot.
Which is like some actual, what would you call it? Reasonable foresight from one Jeffrey Jarrett.
I would personally argue if you don't think you can follow some people on the undercard, the people on the undercard should be there.
Main event champion.
Yeah, but it's neither here nor there. Devon bled a bunch again. They rubbed the plaque on his blood again. It was fine.
They tried their best to make this like bigger than it actually is.
Yeah, it was the good Team Canada team as well. It was Rude and Young, who haven't really been the Team Canada team for a lot of the matches recently. But they expected this to be, I think, more heated than it ultimately was. And it was a good tag. There's nothing wrong with it.
That's because Team Canada aren't exactly the most strongly pushed act.
They're just Jarrett's minions, yeah.
Yeah, it's not like they're like what they were when they were like tag champs or whatever. Or
it's a perfectly fine, perfectly competent, perfectly well wrestled, decent tag match that you will never think about again after you watch it. Rude hits a low blow and a hockey stick shot on Bully, but Bully kicks out. 3D pin EY with the 3D. Team Canada and AMW attack after the match, but Ron Killings makes the save and leg drops EY through a table. So Ron Killings having a little association with Team 3D for reasons who knows. Maybe we'll find out next month.
Solar City Machine Guns.
Again, the sun is not a moon. You can't just go to other bodies.
I know, but it's just gotta be space themed. All right. I got something with an sound for Moda.
Obviously, AMW then did not have a title match for the pay-per-view, so they did a tag team tournament throughout the rest of the month to determine
It's such a useless tournament.
number one contenders.
Like what? Like such a thrown together like assortment here.
It doesn't speak well to the depth in the tag team division.
Well, I guess at the very least, like they were trying to. It was good for Aries and Strong.
Yeah.
The Naturals got to do something. It's the fakest Team Canada team that's ever existed. And like Saban and Sanjay is a complete crapshoot.
Yeah, and because like Saban and Sanjay, like it is pretty clear it was the plan for them, because Saban and Sanjay do win the first Impact of the month. The first match is Saban and Sanjay beating Diamonds in the Rough. So like they are trying to get something going with Saban and Sanjay. And I guess if you're like, what's the fastest way we can get them to be tag contenders in a month without seeming like we just made them tag contenders in a month, is like a quick tournament to give them like a little bit of credibility. You know, they won a match, they won a tournament, they have a little bit of credibility going in as contenders then, rather than just a thrown together team, you know?
Imagine if they had a 1.
Maybe they should have, because they were a good team in that Diamonds in the Rough match. Sanjay is a guy who's like made to be like a babyface tag team hot tag. They do come out to Saban's music, if you were wondering the priority here. Saban, the star of the team.
Sorry, I saw like Shelley and I remembered Embassy, and then I was like, is there anything there?
If we were naming a C after them, you could have said Embassy, and then it would have been fucking perfect. You could have said Embassy of Tranquility, and that actually would have been really good.
The fuck is that? That would have been so good.
Yeah, it's a spot in the moon. So Embassy of Tranquility, boom, done.
Fucking shut up. God damn it, that's so much good.
He's so bad. Oh no. They beat Diamonds in the Rough with a Hindu press to David Young. Then we do get the tag team tournament, as you mentioned. So the brackets, Team Canada and Saban and Sanjay on one side of the bracket, and then Aries and Strong, Generation X, and the Naturals on the other side of the bracket. So it's a 4-team tournament. Brackets is generous.
Yeah, whatever. Cool. Bracketology. Break it down with bracketology then, Mr. Smart
Guy.
Guy.
Who do you think's going all the way in this tournament, Liam? If Saban and Sanjay advance, they will face either one of two teams.
I think it's gonna be Aries and Strong. I think we're gonna win the whole thing.
I think we found the perfect combination of Team Canada with A1 and P.T. Williams.
they're gonna really put it all
This
together.
is their moment. This is their time. This is what they've been working
By the way,
toward.
I had something else for Roderick Armstrong.
Oh, again, see, if I asked you to name one after Roderick Strong, you would have nailed it.
Yeah.
You could do moons for everybody else.
What's Aries?
Fucking just Aries.
I guess. Is there a moon?
I think
called
there is a
Aries?
moon called Aries.
It's a zodiac sign.
Yeah, so it's like an astrology shite.
Sure. I mean, that's kind of lame, but yeah.
PD goes for the Destroyer, but Saban does his counter and wins with the Cradle Shock, which continues, again, that long-running narrative that Chris Saban has the counter for the Canadian Destroyer. And I do appreciate them weaving it into all of these matches. And
Again, these are indie nerds.
they love this shit. And in case you were wondering, Cradle Shock, Morphoplex move of the night.
But would it have been the Turbo Tax move of the
Let
night?
me see what else was on. No, there was a cool Styles Clash. That would have been the Turbo Tax. The double underhook into the Styles Clash would have been the Turbo Tax move of the night.
Yeah, for sure. Well, so far we only know that TurboTax likes knee strikes because the EVP trigger won it. So maybe they prefer a more striking based move of the night.
There was no striking base finish on this show. Oh no, there's a Gore. Okay, Gore would have been the Turbo Tax.
Yeah, I was like, Gore is a strike.
Yeah, okay. I forgot Rhino Kenny King was on this show, so that would have been a Turbo Tax move of the night. Get out of here, Styles Clash. Main event of that episode: Austin Aries and Roderick Strong defeated the Naturals to advance to the finals of the tag team title tournament. You happy to see Aries and Strong at least teaming together?
Yeah, well, right. That's the best thing about it is that like Aries and Strong are actually doing some stuff together. We're starting to see the transformation of Aries to Star.
It's very weird. I don't really get what they're doing. I don't know what, because the idea is like they're not getting attention. So he's like, "Is this how you want me to dress to get attention in the X division?" But also, it's stupid.
But like, it's stupid, and also his partner is Blandy McBlanston over here.
Yeah, Aries wasn't the problem with that, because Aries could at least talk. Roderick Strong doesn't even talk in these shows.
The bit should have been that like Aries is dressing Roderick up. Roderick Star.
He's the real star.
That's the name of the moon as well.
Aries does the pendulum elbow in this match, and Dawn says, "I love when he does the pendulum thing right there."
I like how he got the hard part of it right.
Yeah, he doesn't remember elbow. Aries grabs a roll up on Douglas, grabs the ropes, wins. Aries and Strong advance to face Saban and Dot, which is the opener of the Go Home show, in which Saban absolutely fucks up his leg. So there's a sign at the start of this match that says Austin Aries plus Roderick Strong plus Alex Shelley equals Genbassy, as in Generation Next and Embassy. But Alex Shelley's already part of Generation Next.
I guess at that point he had left.
But still, you don't need the two stables. He's already in the one stable. There's no other Raven stuff this month. He's just gone. But Larry Zbyszko's on commentary for this match, and they start talking about how he missed Raven's foot in the rope in the Sean Waltman match. And Larry Zbyszko goes for a really bold strategy and says, "I didn't see it, so it was not there."
Larry Z has object permanency issues.
Yeah, it's like, if I didn't see it, the only explanation is not that I didn't see it, it simply didn't exist. Tape be damned, his foot was not on that rope.
Hey, I respect it. I respect someone that up their own asshole.
There was also, he was talking about Sting, because he was like, what's the deal with Sting? And he's like, back in my day, you said at least have to give a notice period. You can't just walk out. The big part of this match, Sabin goes to do a corner dropkick, and his ankle gets caught under him, and it looks very nasty. They eventually pin Aries with the cradle shock, but Sabin clearly fucked up his leg, which becomes the story for the pay-per-view match. So that does bring us to the pay-per-view, in which the opener is the Naturals and facing Austin Aries and Roderick Strong in a rematch of the tournament match. The idea being, because Aries and Strong cheated, the Naturals are getting their rematch. It is fine. Chase Stevens does a shooting star to the floor. Austin Aries is in full Austin Star attire at this point. Aries gets a roll up, grabs the ropes, but this time the referee sees it, and then the Naturals hit the Natural Disaster on Aries for the win.
We were talking about this on the watch along. Someone needs to steal the Natural Disaster. I nominated the newly heel Young Bucks as a just kill them thing, because because I kind of hate the EVP trigger. I think it sucks and never looks good or damaging, and it's this is kind of a perfect move for a heel Bucks. I feel
they're small though, so they might have some trouble getting bigger guys up for it.
They wrestle a lot of small guys in that division though.
If they get Big Bill up for it, I would be impressed.
That would be awesome.
There was some controversy about this match and this show in general. So with a major storm on the horizon, TNA officials alerted all talent working indies the day before to cancel their dates and fly out when they could. Larry Zbyszko had to pull out of a date in Boston. The entire Dave Hebner show in Virginia was cancelled, since much of his crew were booked on the TNA pay-per-view. Terry Taylor told Gabe Sapolsky that the TNA wrestlers were being pulled from his show in Lake Grove, New York. 5 were scheduled, as Alex Shelley, Jay Lethal, and Homicide left for Orlando. Austin Aries and Roderick Strong, the Ring of Honor tag champs, although they were not scheduled for a defense, did not. They did manage to get a flight out of New York right before the airport closed and made it to the show. However, management was nothing less than furious at them for taking the risk. A backup plan was booked for the Diamonds in the Rough to take the match against the Naturals instead. While time will tell what happens, and time eventually heals all wounds, not in this case, although in this case they're deep and it may be it might be quite some time, the Aries and Strong mini push looks to be over. And yeah, this is, I'm not sure do they do stuff next month, but we are nearly done with Aries and Strong in TNA until Aries comes back at the end of the year, but Strong never does. Is this Strong's last match?
I wonder if they were going to win this
match. You would have thought so. It would have been well. You can also say the Naturals getting their win back because the match was rebooked because of cheating.
Was the actual story, but who knows where it's where they're gonna push this other team further.
No, we still have a little more Roddy, so we have another month of these guys until they're actually gone. So you don't have to do any eulogies yet.
Soon.
We didn't watch it, which maybe we should have. But one of the explosion matches this month was Hiroshi Tanahashi versus Roderick Strong.
Was that a match that they ever run that back?
I assume they did at some point in Ring of Honor, surely.
That seems like an ROH
yeah,
thing.
But yeah, it's a good little 8-minute match. Tanahashi comes out to high energy, so it's much better than the pay-per-view match by default. And it's a good little match. It's on... Actually, is it on TNA Plus? It was on Impact Plus, but I'm not sure if we moved the hidden gems yet. But you can find that match in places. Tanahashi and Strong. Good match.
They did run it back in 2015 at War of the Worlds, Night 2.
I assume Strong went over.
No. It has almost a 9 out of 10 on Cage Match. Which was this the first shows that they ever did?
2015, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Have I told the story before about when I found out about these shows happening?
I think you might have on Raintakers, but maybe not on this show.
So basically, I was working my first job as a trolley collector, and I was doing it, and I got a message on my phone. I was looking on Twitter or on something, and it showed me that they announced ROH and New Japan War of the Worlds, and I think they may have even announced Steen Nakamura at that point. And let me tell you, the rest of my shift, all I was doing was fantasy booking ROH New Japan, because that was at the point where I was fully entrenched in ROH. I found it like maybe the year before, and I was like, as we know, I was a couple years into my New Japan watching at the same time, and I was like, this was my 2 favorite promotions like coming together, and I was fantasy booking everything. It was a very fun time.
That was when ROH still had a roster worth of people that could have dream matches.
Yes, before everything.
The entire world was turned upside down by pandemic and many other things.
Maybe this wasn't the first year. I don't think. I think 2014
Was
was.
it?
But yeah, because the first year was Nakamura and Steen. Yeah, Global Wars.
So it would have been that show, yeah.
Yeah, 2014 I think was the first year, which had some weird matches.
What else was on that show?
Where the hell is Steen and Nakamura? This match happened. I think it was War of the Worlds. Yes, found it. All right, 12 minutes. Nice and tidy.
It was a good match.
It was a good match. That was the show that convinced Nakamura to leave.
Oh no, it's like, I'm over in America, money.
He's like, oh wait, I get reactions in America.
And then money, please.
How long is he? Oh my! There's gonna be a point where Nakamura's gonna have been in WWE longer than New Japan. I'm gonna fucking die.
I'm thinking about that same thing for AJ. Where he's still a little ways away, but it's 8 years in WWE now versus 12 in TNA, 11 and a half. And it's like, oh no, it's closing in.
Yeah, God. What are we doing?
Finals of the NWA World Title Tag Team Tournament. Actually, no, well, technically not the finals. The title shot they got from winning. Sabin and Dutt faced America's Most Wanted. So they replayed before the match, Sabin doing the baseball slide and then his foot getting caught under him. So that formed like the basis of the story of the match, where Sabin's leg is injured. AMW are working over it. They pull down his kick pad. They relentlessly go after it. They crush it under the guardrail a couple times. Sabin eventually gets the hot tag to Dutt. Sabin cuts off a death sentence with a one-legged dropkick. Dutt's hot tag was really good, by the way, as well. I think that Dutt's a really good tag team wrestler for a guy who I don't think ever really was in a tag team and probably should have been at some point. Cause
yeah, like he clearly has some sort of like some Morton-esque get the shit kicked out of me.
He has both sides of what you want, because he has he is a sympathetic babyface you can get the heat on, and he's also like this really impressive high flying guy who you can also like get a hot tag to, and he looks really good. So he kind of works both sides of a babyface tag team, you would have thought, but he was never really in one.
I was gonna say, like, who would you even think that would be like his part?
Well, like, there's Sabin here. He teams with Jay Lethal a little bit in like 2007.
I do remember the Lethal team. That's probably the one I associate most with him.
Like they could have done more. Like Lethal ends up like winning tag titles with Consequences Creed rather than Sanjay, and maybe Lethal and Sanjay might have been the better team, even though Consequences Creed did form the best like shoving 2 names together tag team name of all time. Yeah, you get Jay Lethal, Consequences Creed, Lethal Consequences. It's like, oh, that's actually so good. You could name a moon after it.
It's amazing.
AMW introduced the chair, but Sabin DDTs Harris onto the chair, followed by a Sanjay standing shooting star for 2. Dutt misses the Hindu press, but walks into a super kick and follows with a death sentence for the AMW win to retain the title. They spend ages handcuffing Dutt to the ropes, but then Sabin comes back in with the chair to make the save. Nice little match, good little match. If Sabin's leg wasn't injured, they probably would have had a more traditional tag match, which probably would have ultimately been a better tag match, but it was fun for what they were going for.
Then also Dutt dying briefly.
Sanjay Dutt suffered a concussion after Chris Harris landed on his head during the pay-per-view match. Chris Sabin also aggravated his sprained ankle during the match, so maybe shouldn't have worked on the bad leg.
Everyone got hurt.
Yeah, there's a ton of injury story. Like Abyss got knocked out, Daniels got hurt. I think Joe even got hurt at some point as well. So there's a lot of people knocked up after the knocked up. What's the expression I'm looking for?
Hello. Knocked out?
Not knocked out. Banged up. Banged
knocked
up
loopy?
Is the word I'm looking for.
Banged
That's
up.
all. It's just like knocked up.
I was really emphasizing knocked.
Yeah. A lot of guys banged up after the show, not knocked up.
A lot of guys knocked up after the show.
A lot going on backstage, huh?
A lot of blackmail footage for
Yeah, that's what he got in the tape.
Jackie Gator knocking up the boys.
That brings us to how we end the show every week. Every time we do the show. 3 Live Crew, family drama.
Beware.
This mother is a bad girl.
Beware.
The James Gang on the first Impact of the month defeat Buck Quartermain and Kenny King.
You know what's funny? I saw Kenny King on these shows and I'm like, you know what? He is kind of just ready to be a guy on these shows.
Yeah, he's athletic. He has a little bit of presence to him.
Got a little look about him.
Yeah, he's like, you see Buck, you see Lex, you see David Young, and you're like, you're job guys for life. You do see Kenny King and you're like, more there. There's more there.
Yeah. He has a better look about him. He's younger. Like, there's something, like, you look at Kenny King, you're like, okay. I'm surprised they didn't, like, try and pick him up.
Because he's only around just doing jobs, not for very long.
But he's been here for a while now. He did some stuff earlier on too.
Jackhammer and One and Only by Kip on King for the win. Conan appears on the screen with Homicide and challenges the James Gang to a pay-per-view match against all odds.
No, Apollo.
Apollo's status is in question. Apollo and Homicide are wrestling the James Gang on the pay-per-view, but from there, it's undecided. Apollo doesn't even get there. The feeling is that they have to make a statement about guys missing pay-per-view shows. Obviously, the feeling is that it's more than just a transportation problem out of his control, because nobody would be mad at him over that.
Oh, well, they were pretty mad at Aries and Strong.
Well, they made a choice, but also, yes.
I know, I'm just trying to defend them.
But in Apollo's case, they do seem to think that he happens to magically have transportation issues every time he's on pay-per-view, in which he might be losing.
Apollo, the big star.
Yeah, it is. We talked about this with Shocker, but it is one of those things where, like, he's a star in Puerto Rico, but then comes to America and is a job guy. So it must feel really weird to, like, have that relationship where you're like, I'm a star in my home country, but then I'm trying to make it somewhere else, and I'm just doing jobs on undercards and 6-minute matches. But also, I'm shit in those matches, so I can't really complain.
It's a weird one. But I guess, ego is ego. You're a star, you're a star.
Which does mean... Did we do the Apollo? We did. I think we did run down the Apollo stuff last time, didn't we?
I did, and it was horrible, so I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, then you ended up on his Wikipedia page, and it was unfortunate. Is there any other stuff that builds to this pay-per-view match?
Isn't there like...
LAX have a squash on the February 4th.
Yeah, there's a squash, I was going to say.
So Conan, Homicide, and Apollo.
With Apollo!
This is, I think, Apollo's actual last match. Defeat Frankie Capone, Rod Steele, and Bruce Steele.
Of course.
Apollo's now dressed in, like, edgy shorts, but he has the same bright red boots.
I kind of love it when people are like, I'm a bad guy now, I'm going to wear shorts, but I will still wear my wrestling boots.
Yeah. The boots don't even match the shorts. It would be one thing if the shorts were red, so they would at least match, but the shorts were a different color.
That makes it better.
Frankie Capone is Francisco Chiazzo, who passed away recently as well. Worked a bunch of GCW as well, so popping up here. It was one of those things. It's like, I like the way I phrased this as if Conan did the move. But the Doomsday Bulldog gives Conan the win. It's Homicide and Apollo who did the Doomsday Bulldog, as opposed to the Conan having any involvement in that.
It's important to note here that Conan isn't even trying to wear any semblance of gear.
Conan can't move at this point.
He's just like in clothes.
Like that man cannot move at this point. He should not be wrestling.
Yeah, which is why, he transitions into just kind of doing promo stuff.
So LAX jumped the guys after the match, but the James Gang makes the save. That brings us to the pay-per-view match in which Apollo's not around anymore. We have Machete now.
Yay.
The Latin American Exchange.
It's not that Machete, so don't get too excited, guys.
It's, what's his name? It's down here somewhere. Ricky Vega, who was backstage at the tapings and was asked to fill in the spot. So it's a Homicide and Machete facing the James Gang in a nothing pay-per-view match where BG pins Machete with a bump handle slam.
At least Homicide didn't get pinned.
Conan is really hurting as he needs both shoulder surgery and hip replacement surgery. He needs the hip replacement for a couple of years, but has been putting it off. But it's gotten really bad as he has trouble walking. Just get your hip replaced, dude. Likely through with the company is Apollo. Apollo worked the February 11th show for IWA in Puerto Rico. He went out after the show with Slash of Disciples of the New Church fame, I believe. Maybe it's someone different. Chris Kindred? Flash Flanagan. Okay, different Slash. To Slash's apartment, which is 5 minutes from the San Juan International Airport. The plan was for Apollo to sleep over and then they'd get up at 6:30 and go to the airport with plenty of time. When Chris Kindred woke up, Apollo was nowhere to be seen. He waited for a while, figuring Apollo went for a walk, but Apollo never came back. Kindred assumed he had already taken a cab. He never showed up to the plane. Like last month, he called ahead and said his flight was cancelled. However, unlike last month when he claimed similar problems, this time TNA checked and his flight was not cancelled. He even told people in Puerto Rico that there was a bomb scare at the airport, but there was no such thing as that was also easy to check. There was one report that he missed his flight, but when he went to the airport to fly standby, but couldn't get a flight. So he missed his flight. There was one report that he missed his flight, went to the airport to fly standby, but then couldn't get on a later flight. Apollo is known for not liking to do jobs, as that has been an issue in Puerto Rico, but he's worked in TNA in a bottom role doing jobs regularly. The plan was for him to do the job in the match and then afterwards have Homicide and Conan turn on him, although he likely wasn't aware of that. So before trying to not get on the plane. It wouldn't take a brain surgeon to figure out that he was likely doing the job, particularly coming off the no-show, and then Ricky Vega filled in. So that is the end of Apollo and TNA, and we will have a much better version of LAX because of it. So thumbs up Apollo, thank you.
I like how they knew that this Apollo thing wasn't going to last forever, even in LAX.
You would want, like, obviously, because he no-showed was, I think, set in motion plans to take him out so that they would actually have, like, at least story continuity for why he's suddenly not there. If he was showing up every week and being a quote-unquote team player, you do wonder, would they have just stuck with the Homicide Apollo team, and would LAX have been, like, a much worse act because of it?
That wouldn't have lasted as long by any means.
LAX kind of went down as one of the better parts of TNA history. People remember it very fondly, but there's a world in which Apollo doesn't no-show a bunch of shows, and suddenly that team was a lot worse.
And doesn't probably exist for like nowhere near as long, right? And then we don't get LAX 2.0.
And then, like, what does Homicide and TNA look like? If LAX kind of falls apart, does Homicide do something else? Does he just kind of crash out of TNA? It's interesting to think about that alternate reality that Apollo's set in motion here.
Thank you, Apollo, for not showing up.
On many levels.
Yeah.
That is Against All Odds 2006. The pay-per-view was pretty good. There's some good matches in the pay-per-view. The month of TV was pretty boring.
Yeah, it was boring, but not like bad. Which has kind of been where I've been at for most of these TVs.
Yeah, it's like perfectly functional. It gets where it needs to go, but you don't sit and watch 40 minutes and you're like pumped. You're not like, oh, what a great episode of television. You're like,
No.
That is like mechanically good at getting where you need to go without being particularly exciting.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we reach a point where that will be the case.
We are getting more shtick and antics because the Planet Jarrett stuff and the paparazzi production
That's
stuff
what
is
we
ramping
need.
up.
We just need it. I need it to be a show that I can laugh at, you know? I don't expect TNA to be delivering me like an AEW, like high quality Dynamite, you know?
And then you'll get to the Russo shows where they become like categorically insane. So you can look forward to that.
Which is what we want. We can make content out of that.
The watch along for Against All Odds 2006 is in your Patreon feed right now at patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com. We'll be coming up with new episodes of Lucha Underground and Raintakers in the next few weeks as we build toward the Destination X 2006 episode of You've Got to Be Kidding Me as well coming up. Follow us on Twitter at TNA Series Pod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Follow Liam on Twitter at The Elite Muda. Subscribe to us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me, and follow us on TikTok at TNA History. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do damn thing. Bye.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
The quantity of speech is not always indicative of the quality of thought.
Think this is funny? No. Why would you do this? Told to. Get a life! Get a life! You've been painting in an unventilated room. Maybe you need to go back to rehab.
Come on, now that wasn't necessary.
What's the capital of Thailand?
Why don't you indulge me with your geography, big guy? Indulge me. Let me know. Tell me.
Bangkok.
What a shot!
This is BS! This sucks! I've lost my objectivity, and I don't give a damn!
Welcome, everybody, to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 46. We are a TNA history podcast that covers TNA 1 month at a time. On this episode, we are talking about Destination X 2006 in the month that was March 2006. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined by Liam Jones.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Oh, that's better than when I started this call with you. You were like, oh, when I started, now you're doing okay. So it's like a steady improvement.
Well, it's because I'm faking it for the audio.
You're putting on a show for the listeners. That's good.
Yes, of course. I think I might watch every Dragon Ball movie.
Oh, yeah. How many is there?
17?
That's okay. That's doable.
I've seen most of them already.
How self-contained are the movies?
Entirely.
So they're their own, like,
Except
canon?
the latest two. Yeah, like, all of the Dragon Ball movies kind of exist outside of canon. Well, if you want the true Dragon Ball movie lore, is that the Dragon Ball movies are basically abridged, shortened versions of whatever arc was happening in the TV show.
Interesting. So they just chop them. How much at a time, then, do they cover?
Okay, so, like, Dragon Ball Z, second arc, the Namek, Frieza, whatever you want to call it, arc, right? That giant thing took up hundreds of hours. Basically, then they were like, let's do the movie, and for the movie, they're like, we don't have Frieza, we have his brother Cooler, and we're gonna do that for the 2 hours. And then, like, oh, Frieza gets big transformation, Cooler gets all those transformations. Like, that, so they just do a 1-to-1, but they condense it into movie form with a villain that is, like, essentially the same as whatever villain is happening in the TV show.
So it's like almost like an alternate reality version of the story.
Yes. But it's been very successful because those characters are basically just different designs of existing characters or themes that are happening in the show, they've all become very popular. So they've really built out their rogues gallery because of that. Even though most of these characters have remained in like the movie non-canon place, but like in other mediums like the video games and stuff, they bring them all over and it's wild.
And that is like a fun thing because it is the thing as a series sprawls. It becomes increasingly less approachable and increasingly more daunting as you are like the question of how do I start with Dragon Ball is a fair one, and I imagine one Dragon Ball fans are sick of answering. But
well, the answer is you watch Kai.
But like the movies do seem like a nice thing to be like, listen, you can take a relatively small time investment. It is 17 movies. It is still quite big. But it is like much smaller than watching hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of episodes. So you can condense the feeling of Dragon Ball into this other thing if you would like to understand it without committing half your life to it.
Yeah, and some of the movies are really good, and some of them are...
Well, that is life.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. Go ahead, watch them. They're great. And like you said, they do definitely condense the feeling of the show. And if that's something you just want to like... Honestly, that might be a better... I've been rewatching Dragon Ball anyway. Like, because as a kid... Like, I think they actually, like, what happened is the airing of the original Dragon Ball kind of, like, just got cut off really early because they started doing Dragon Ball Z. And they were like, boom, throw this on there. So, like, I got to see bits and pieces of it as a kid, but I didn't get to see all of it. So I've been rewatching the original Dragon Ball series. But yeah, now movies. R.I.P. Akira Toriyama.
Yeah, because like Dragon Ball Z was the only anime that really like penetrated any kind of friend group I knew as a kid.
You guys went into the Pokemon?
Well, like, I don't count Pokemon, weirdly, you know?
It is an anime, come on now.
But it's like, it's too mainstream, you know? Like
but Dragon Ball isn't?
You see, I think Pokemon is like in a completely different stratosphere from Dragon Ball, you know?
Yeah... Oh yeah, because Pokemon is a multimedia like giant organism in of itself.
Because like it is weird to put them in different boxes because you said they are both anime. But like Pokemon is this like top 5 recognized thing on Earth, and Dragon Ball is the most famous anime. You know what I mean?
Ironically, I think Dragon Ball's like top 15 most like you throw a Goku at anyone and people know who a Goku is.
When I was a kid, in terms of like the niche anime, not Digimon or Pokemon, not if there is no monster collecting involved, we'll put that stipulation on it.
I don't think you can throw niche on Dragon Ball, but I will just concede the point at this point for your story.
But like a 65-year-old will know Pikachu, but probably won't know Goku. You know what I mean? Am I crazy to put these in different boxes arbitrarily?
I don't know, man.
But yeah, Dragon Ball was like the only kind of nerd shit anime to penetrate my like friend groups, because it was on was a Cartoon Network over here, but I never actually watched any of it. I never got into it. My Akira Toriyama stuff is Chrono Trigger, who he did the character designs for that, and that's one of my favorite games of all time. And those characters are awesome. And you look at those characters and like they are Akira Toriyama characters. You're like, yes, that man had a style.
I remember, because like I've said it before, like my anime watching was Cartoon Network from like 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. They would do like a 3-show run where they would do like 2 episodes of each show, and it would be Dragon Ball into Naruto into something more obscure like an Inuyasha or a Trigun or something like that. And then, but like the other time was when I was a little older and we used to have Toasted TV in the morning, which was like a kid's breakfast show. And I remember they started like, they had whatever Batman series was on, and they had whatever like kind of more recent-ish Pokemon series was on, but then they also just had Dragon Ball Z, and I was like, hell yeah, I get to watch Dragon Ball Z in the morning. That was always a 9 p.m. activity.
Yeah, I don't think any other anime they aired on like Cartoon Network here. Maybe it was because like it might have been in the mid-2000s when I would have been a little older and not keeping up with every Cartoon Network show. But Dragon Ball Z is the only one I remember actually being on.
Because we had Toonami, which was like the little anime portion of the night.
So you're going to take on that as a little project, watch those movies?
Yeah, might as well. I mean, I've seen all of them already, I think. But like, I could like just chuck them on in the background sort of stuff.
Because that would violate my one New Year's resolution, which I have so far stuck to.
Which is?
No old stuff in 2024, with obviously 2 major exceptions. Podcast TNA, which I can't cut that out. And if I want to watch something to prepare for a new thing or play a game to prepare for a new thing, I can do that. So I didn't do it for Dune, but if I wanted to watch Dune to prepare for Dune 2, I can do that. But I found myself in recent years falling far too much back on like comfort watching stuff and comfort watching stuff I know I like. So like my New Year's resolution is like all new things.
Challenge oneself with new media.
So far, I have stuck to that.
This is why you've been ignoring Naruto, obviously.
No, Naruto's a new thing. I could because finishing things that I haven't
first
finished is
watch
okay.
through, stuff you haven't seen. I thought you meant strictly 2024 release.
It does push me in the direction of that, just naturally. But like it's just not going back to rewatch or replay anything because like I've been doing that too much. So I'm just like everything is like I've been finishing off some 2023 games and stuff like that. But I haven't been like I'm going to play Final Fantasy 7 again or watch Parks and Recreation again. I'm like, no, new things I have not yet experienced.
See, like, I don't think I do that very often. Like, I do try to live in, like, I sort of drench myself in nostalgia as a coping mechanism, but it's nostalgic for stuff I haven't seen since I was 6.
Yeah.
So it kind of just counts as new viewership because I'm really like cognitively paying attention to it for the first time. Like when I rewatched all of like original run first series Yu-Gi-Oh! And I did that with the first Pokemon stuff as well, and it's like it's nostalgia, but it's also again stuff I haven't seen since I was 10. So I feel like it's also new.
Yeah, because it became my pandemic coping mechanism in that like I rewatched Community, I rewatched Parks and Rec, I rewatched Friend, I rewatched I think every episode of The West Wing twice, though I was falling asleep to The West Wing, it barely counts. But it was just like, comfort, I need to escape the world. And now I was like, let me challenge my brain and continue to watch and play new things and experience new things for the year of 2024 at least.
I feel like I do that more with wrestling than I do with other media. I'm like, I will go back to, if I'm in, it's so funny, every time I get like really depressed, I'm like, I'll be back in my 90s Joshi bullshit.
It's me and AMW entrances.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't I have not rewatched a lot of wrestling from like the last 15 years.
Yeah. Well, like, the most I go back to is, like, moments trademark. Like, debuts or big wins or angles or whatever. But I don't go back. I can't just be like, I'm going to chuck on this 2012 pay-per-view.
Yeah, you want the, like, little dopamine hit?
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, because, like, I like to relive moments and think of how cool they were. But
like, if there's a great match... Like, I've not rewatched, like, any of the Okada Omega matches. I haven't watched, like, anything. Like, I don't rewatch wrestling a lot anymore.
I rewatch it the year that it happens. But then, like, I don't really touch it later.
I know a lot of people will do, like, rewatches at, like, end of year for, like, best of lists, as opposed to my lists, which are vibes and chaos. But, yeah, it's because it's the interesting thing going back through Raintakers, because I haven't rewatched any of that stuff. Any of it. I've only seen it in real time. And, like, when you were younger, you used to rewatch more stuff because you had access to less stuff. So it's like, I've got the SummerSlam 2002 DVD, so I'm watching this thing 6 times.
God, there was something recently that was that for me, and God, what was it? It was really dumb.
Or you even have nostalgia for bad shows like Sold Out 2000, which I had on videotape. So it's just like, that's...
Unforgiven 2008.
Good show.
I watched the shit out of that show. But that wasn't what I was thinking. I was thinking of like a pop culture thing where I was like, I didn't have anything, but I had this, so I know it all. Oh, it was Justin Timberlake's Sexy Back.
Okay, that's much more specific.
Yeah, because when I got like my iPod mini as a kid, right, I didn't have money to buy songs, but for some reason Justin Timberlake's Sexy Back was one of those songs that I had, and I used to crank it constantly every day.
So if you hear that song now, it gives you just vivid memories.
It's like I couldn't do it like off the dome, but it is crazy how once it plays, I know every lyric.
You just slip back into it?
It reawakens it.
I wonder if kids still have experiences like that.
Well, yeah, that's a good point, because now they're like, they have access to everything all the time.
Or they're just like, I'm a Roblox kid, or I'm a Fortnite kid.
Oh yeah, they're just like, I watch my Minecraft Let's Plays. And that, to be fair, I can't criticize that. I have nostalgia for Let's Players. I grew up watching people play video games too. It was just different video games. And I have nostalgia for them. They did a reunion stream of one of my first YouTube channels that I just like group YouTubers. Like one of the first sort of like groups that I ever watched as a kid did a reunion. And like, I don't give a fuck about any of these people now, but I still fucking watch that goddamn stream.
Yeah, it is interesting to think like culture now is like the monoculture or everything. It's like Netflix or Fortnite, which is like the two ends of the extreme. It's like thousands of options or the one thing over and over again.
It is crazy how like our monkey brains have regressed to just like, show me the colors in the order I like to see them. Give me familiarity. I don't want to watch anything new. Or like, I want to watch new things by the same people.
Yeah, it's just like, keep me in my comfort zone so that I can be happy. Because this thing I'm experiencing is an escape from the rest of it.
Because the world is chaotic and we're all terrified of it.
So you need like comfort and stability and order in the things you watch. Because you don't get that in other parts of your life.
Yeah, it's pretty true.
Deep and psychological, it turns out.
This is what people came here for. This breakdown of the psyche of the modern consumer.
And if you love that so much, you can head to tnachat.com or patreon.com/kiddingme, where you can subscribe and get access to our show notes, which for this month is 17 pages worth of notes about Destination X in March 2006 in TNA. You can get our watch along of Destination X 2006, which is available right now. You can get our secondary shows, 2 of which are ongoing. Rain Takers, of course. The next episode we have, well, I've decided unilaterally we're skipping World Tag League, so the next episode of Rain Takers will be the Wrestle Kingdom 2014 episode, and then our ongoing Gift of the Pods Luke Underground show is also there for you.
This man wants to skip the Luke Gallows debut.
I not only want to, I have decided we are. So all of our past shows covering Global Force Wrestling, Ring Ka King, the 2010 Monday Night Wars, PWG, Wrestling Society X, they're all there waiting for you. tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme, alongside our drafts and our end of year awards and our review of that Chris Rock movie, our review of Macho Man Randy Savage's album. If you dig into the archives, there is many things waiting for you. tnachat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. Also, ad-free episode on the $1 tier. If you're like, I don't like the occasional ads that play while I'm listening to this, you can get rid of them for $1. Patreon.
I love ads, personally.
They do support the things I like.
Oh, sorry, I got quote tweeted by AEW Full Wrestling.
Oh, please tell me. But no, set it up. We can't just talk about the Twitter thing without actually telling people what we're talking about. So please tell me what the context in which AEW Full Wrestling has decided to quote tweet you.
Yeah, so they were having some bullshit thing about TNA, and they said the big difference between TNA at the time and AEW at this time is that TNA did not run 10,000-seat arenas to start. They started off small, had a solid wrestling mind overseeing it, and knew how to build stars around their angles, stings, bookers, and RVDs, so stop it. Now, there's many things wrong with that state. First of all, TNA did run a big arenas at the start. It failed, so then they gave up and they found their one location. They solid wrestling mind overseeing it is some hell of for a Vince Russo-led company?
Even if you want to be extremely generous to that person, and you shouldn't be because they're wrong, they don't know what they're talking about. Even if they're like Jerry Jarrett.
Yeah. Who is the best of all the bad wrestling minds overseeing it, by the way.
Yeah. He was also like deeply, horribly out of touch with the mainstream wrestling product.
And then, of course, the other Hellerian is building around stars, angles, stings, bookers, and RVDs. I remember seeing all of their classics in the Nashville Fairgrounds. I don't know about you.
They definitely didn't overshadow the Styles and Daniels of the world in like 2008.
Yeah, and anyway, I just simply posted that it was like, and this wasn't even like, I wasn't really trying to make any point here. It's just interesting and funny. But that, AEW Dynamite did emanate from the location of Total Nonstop Action #1, the Von Braun Center in Huntsville, Alabama, 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. Just as a little nod to the TNA, AEW running all these different big buildings, whatever, And then they have just responded to that with, boy, they are really digging in the archives for a W, aren't they? First of all, I was responding to literally the things that you said about them running buildings early on. First, TNA wasn't backed by a major TV network, and it was their first episode, ... on pay-per-view.
Because they couldn't get television. It wasn't because they didn't want television.
And then as soon as they got TV, They fucking abandoned their weekly pay-per-view model.
Nearly instantly. Took 3 months.
AEW had a TV network, 230 episodes under their belt, and Okada yet only drew 2,100 more people than TNA's premiere. Fuck irony. That's pathetic.
Good job, buddy.
It's like, okay. Again, you're really reaching for a lot of intent in my post here when I was just like, haha, building.
Also, like, part of the reason I wanted to do this show is because people do not understand TNA history. Because, like, there are interesting comparisons you can draw between the launch of AEW and the launch of TNA. Because, like, AEW spent a lot more money a lot faster and probably have lost a lot more money a lot faster than TNA ultimately did. Because TNA had a relatively small financial backing at the start, and Tony Khan is a fucking billionaire. But also, like, the talent situation completely different in 2002 versus when Tony Khan started AEW in 2019. So, like, it's apples to oranges. The people who were available to TNA in 2002 compared to the people who were available to AEW in 2019. And then also, as you mentioned, television situation, like, Tony Khan is a very rich billionaire who owns, like, football clubs and American football clubs. So he has ins with the likes of maybe a TBS or a TNT and with Warner Bros. Discovery that got him those opportunities. But, like, you can make interesting comparisons between the two they're like, AEW had advantages that TNA didn't have, but also everything this person is saying is untrue.
Yeah. Like, even more so, it's cherry picking through 20 years of history to make very specific points. And then, like, the complete, like, erasure, or, like, what are we doing? We're just pretending that Vince Russo was a great wrestling mind now?
I think if you had Vince Russo book a 2024 WWE style wrestling product, people would fucking love it.
Yeah, but it wasn't successful, ever.
No, it would be bad still, but I think people are so broken by bad wrestling that they simply accept the bad wrestling now.
They embrace it. They make it their whole personality.
It used to be like a relatively small subsect of TNA fans that were laughed at, the TNA Mecca people. And now everybody is just TNA Mecca. Well, not everybody. It's also a problem that we have with the internet. Whereas, like, I am just as guilty because I quote tweeted that same tweet you just read out earlier from this dope. So, like, some of us we're all guilty of it, that, like, we engage with wrestling on terms with, like, the dumbest people imaginable. Because, like, there was a couple instances in the last few weeks, and I'm like, guys, why are you talking about these things? Like, there are people who did, like, articles and think pieces about the Maxine Dupree being booed thing. I'm like, that was a talking point from Diva Stan Twitter. Like, what are you doing? Why are you earnestly engaging with the talking point from Diva Stan Twitter? Why are you, like, lowering yourself to engage on the terms of Diva Stan Twitter? Like, you're just stupid. It's the same, like, after the Sting match where there was a kind of people who are acting in bad faith, pearl clutching about the Darby Allin bump, and it's like, no amount of you saying they're wrong is going to stop them from doing this next time. They're doing it for engagement, they're doing it for attention, and you are giving it to them. You are playing your role in giving them engagement and giving them attention. And, like, I get why people do it, because it's really easy numbers. It's really easy numbers on Twitter to go, no, actually that move was sick. And people will be like, hell yeah, and then you'll have your side and they'll have their side, and everyone is, like, feeding into the same toxic feedback loop, and then the same people will turn around and say, oh, it's toxic. It's like, no, you're contributing to it. You're, like, part of the cycle. You can't say it's bad when you're the part of the people feeding it. And, like, I'm not sitting on my high horse saying I don't do this, but it frustrates me that we keep doing this. Like, we keep seeing through it. We keep seeing, like, what this is and how it's all a grift. Nothing matters. No one is earnest. No one is sincere, but we can't stop ourselves from engaging with it no matter how hard we try.
I got added by someone right now, and I'm like, I'm itching to respond.
Fucking raging at this complete stranger.
Because this is so stupid. The response is so stupid, Garrett. I have to respond to it and let them know how stupid they are. Otherwise, they won't know.
It's and, like, for stuff like wrestling, like, it's wrestling, it's low stakes, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. But, like, this is the same way we engage with stuff that's serious now too. Like, this is like this all of politics has become this same thing with people just shouting at each other and fulfilling a role, and it's all become noise. And, like, that, it's much more damaging over there because that matters as opposed to this stuff which doesn't.
But I just got told that I need to know my history. So,
well, tell them there's a really good TNA history podcast they can listen to. We've done 46 episodes. We've done hundreds of hours of discussing this stuff.
The irony of posting an NWA-TNA pay-per-view and not TNA TV. The first of NWA weekly pay-per-view that ran for 111 weeks before NWA was dropped, and they became their own promotion in 2004.
That's wrong. Incorrect.
Also, the show did 500 paid.
I think it was a little bit higher, but...
If you're gonna troll, at least know your history. What do you think my point was?
Your point was just that they ran the same building.
Yeah, this guy seems to... I was like, what is the... First of all, became their own promotion is incorrect. But, like, what... I'm not talking about TV or pay-per-view. I'm literally talking about they ran the same building, and that's funny considering you said they didn't run big buildings.
Yeah.
That was simply the only thing I said, and now it's like, whatever. It's very funny. I'm sorry, at Big Daddy Beef 69. You have owned me. I will die, I guess.
I'm afraid Big Daddy Beef will now be replacing you on the show. He is the preeminent expert in TNA history. Are you replying to Big Daddy Beef?
I'm using it as a podcast plug.
You know what? Fair enough.
There we go.
You done tweeting?
No, never. I will never log off.
I got the notification for you, so I know you're done.
I am here forever.
Enough about Twitter. That brings us to March 2006, the month that was Destination X 2006. One of my favorite TV months in company history so far.
In that it was not painful, and it was pretty fun.
There's no good matches on TV. I think there's one match that got to 3 stars.
We've given up on that, right? That dream.
Yeah, and listen, it's an hour TV show and they have to fit everything in. There's not going to be time for good matches. Though I say that, there still won't be time for good matches when it gets to 2 hours. Sorry. But...
Yeah, this is not a good match promotion on TV.
There's just stuff happening in all these episodes. There's lots of stuff happening, and it just feels exciting.
It feels the most, fundamentally TNA that it has ever felt.
Yeah, I finished watching, the first episode. I was like, oh, wait, there's stuff happening here. There's angles.
Things occurred.
It wasn't just, match after match and, just promo going nowhere. There was, week-to-week stuff. There was the whole Jarrett story going over the entire month. Monda, because they only really built 3 pay-per-view matches, if you look at the card. There's some stuff that has some smaller build, like Hoyt against Bentley and the Naturals and Team Canada both technically have some TV build, but not meaningfully. So the top 3 matches are the only matches they really build toward, but they built those matches deeply as opposed to building to everything a little bit.
Yeah, and then, which made those matches feel really big and important. Maybe not important, but big.
And then only one of them was good.
Well, Bob Armstrong kind of killed it.
Oh, we'll be getting to Bob. You have to wait all the way to the end of the show because it will stay in its traditional show-ending spot. But Bob Armstrong has made 3LK family drama good. It's amazing.
With some, added bonus points to Conan as well.
But we will start with the news. After weeks of tough negotiations and some hurt feelings, TNA signed Samoa Joe to a long-term contract estimated at between 3 and 5 years. Dave later clarifies it's 3. The long-term deal could lead to a much bigger push for Joe. His push has been held back in part because he wasn't locked in long-term. There are people in the company who strongly believe he is the single wrestler worth building around. I do like the idea that he wasn't being pushed, even though he's now in month, 8 in the company and still hasn't been beaten.
And is just like doing everything that you would do for someone who is pushed at this level. He's not winning the world title, but short of that, he's getting a very good push.
Yeah, short of Christian, he is the second hardest pushed act on the show.
Yeah.
Word is Joe got his pay doubled in his recent contract extension, but it's still well below the key wrestlers who have WWE TV exposure. I wonder, how much Joe is getting compared to, a Kip James. It would be still galling if you're Samoa Joe and Kip James is being paid more than you at this point.
And in 2024.
I wonder who does make more money between Billy Gunn and Samoa Joe. It might still be Billy Gunn.
Yeah.
Is it still Billy Gunn?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have more Twitter.
Oh, go on.
Involving the puppet.
What puppet?
The wrestling puppet who loves Jim Cornette.
The Psycho Dwarf?
No.
Oh.
They said, I still can't believe they decided weekly pay-per-views were a good idea. Thank goodness for early 2000s black boxes. To which the death of AEW responded, it worked at the time.
2 things are wrong about that. They did not decide they were a good idea. It was their only option. And second, it did not work at the time. These are the things, like, if you go back and listen to our early episodes, we did talk about how, like, it was a bad idea, but it was their only idea. They did not have another option. They couldn't get TV.
It worked at the time. They could operate better with the data they amassed. Okay, so their point here is that they weren't forced onto pay-per-view. They decided to do it to build up data to see if launching the promotion was smart.
It wasn't. They went broke by the start of August.
And then they said AEW did one pay-per-view and said, we can do this shit all the time everywhere. I always said that AEW should have tested the waters with like 2 more pay-per-views to see what the level of interest was. These people are delusional.
They are. They're not real. They should not be listened to. They do not deserve attention. They do not deserve oxygen.
Like, genuinely delusional people to think like that. Just gauge what the level of interest was as if this isn't like a successful promotion that is going to get a bunch of money from the TV deal. And also, it doesn't need to be successful. That's the age-old thing with this promotion, is it can just be bad and die, and it will still survive because money. Like, it doesn't need to be successful, but it is, despite that.
It is at its core, like we talked about this, I think, a while ago, that like people use the term vanity promotion as like a derogatory thing, and I'm like, fuck no, it's a vanity promotion. Who cares? That's cool. The billionaire started his wrestling like the money he's paying for Okada, he's not getting that back. It's cool to have Okada.
Yeah.
Joe was given all kinds of advice during his renegotiations, and the main theme stressed to him was how much better off he'd be in TNA than WWE because of WWE's track record of going overboard in knocking down anyone who was signed who has a big rep from the indie scene or an internet following. There's not a single case of a wrestler in recent years with a great indie rep getting a push without being torn down and rebuilt from scratch, which is what CM Punk is currently going through. It's funny to go back and watch like the original NXT where the same thing happened to Bryan Danielson. It's like this guy with the internet credibility. Ugh.
Sorry, I'm trying I'm addicted. Help me. Take me away from this, Garrett.
Did you not hear my like 4-minute rant earlier about how feeding this loop makes you part of the problem? Did you not hear me do that? Did you not take anything from my words?
You see, the problem is, it's still addicting.
You need to tell people they're wrong. Dave mentions that Joe signed the kind of new contract that TNA wants people signed to.
Outside the room.
That's a good move. Where he signed a deal that will basically guarantee weekly money, but then TNA will be booking him out on the indies. So it's basically the right version of the deal they've been trying to do, where they control people's indie bookings, but at least now they're paying people enough that they control people's indie bookings. They're increasingly getting to that point.
God, that sucks. They should not do that.
Yeah. You might have been worried about Joe leaving. You know, you might have been sitting here in 06 being like, oh, he's going to go any minute now. But he'll be around just a little while longer.
Yeah, I think Joe will be around for a minute.
Only 9 more years. Kevin Day, who replaced Frank Dickerson as CEO of TNA Wrestling a few weeks ago, has instilled a new attitude within the ranks of the company. Day, who is in his early 30s, was promoted from within Panda Energy to get the financial end of TNA running efficiently. He has made it clear that there is no room for any deadweight among management, creative, or talent. What the fuck is Jeff Jarrett still doing there?
Waka waka.
He is a bottom line kind of guy, says one TNA employee, who has been impressed with Day's energy and resolve. The feeling is that Day will do whatever is necessary to make TNA as financially solvent as possible, ridding TNA of any wasted expenditures. One source notes that if WCW had Day in the late 90s overseeing the company's expenses, they'd still be in business. Guarantee they fucking wouldn't.
That's insane. That's an insane statement.
The problem was just like they just didn't have a guy overseeing spending, which they didn't, but that's not what caused them to die. It doesn't mean TNA is operating on the cheap, but it does mean nobody can expect a guaranteed job due to tenure or even sacrifices made 3 years ago in the early stages of the company's operation. His predecessor, Frank Dickerson, was more laid back. In his late 50s, Dickerson was a father figure, interested in getting to know everybody as people. He served a valuable role in getting contracts organized last year. Day entered his job with almost zero knowledge of pro wrestling, but a strong track record within Panda as a bottom line type of guy who can cut waste, but recognize where money needs to be spent. The structure of the company and who is responsible for what is being worked out as the company continues to grow from a father-son operation to a significant division of a large corporation. So this is basically just taking TNA further into the house of Panda Energy. It's not something we've seen recently.
It seems to be that with this company, there seems to be a point where the company that owns the company will eventually want to be more involved, whether that be in a creative aspect or just a, hey, let's sort out the finances so that everything's in line here.
And I think that's largely true of any corporately owned wrestling company.
Yeah.
Where, like, WCW increasingly saw, like, Time Warner get involved. WWE, I think, will increasingly see Endeavor get involved in their day-to-day operations. Like, it's just the way of the beast. Sinclair and Ring of Honor, same thing. Like, Sinclair increasingly getting involved in Ring of Honor operations. It's like, when you have that corporate owner, eventually that corporate owner is going to be like, fuck you wrestling people, we know what we're doing better than you do.
I'm sorry, I seem to have converted Big Daddy Beef 69.
To a patron or a listener?
To a listener, but also to someone who is not angry at me.
Drop a Patreon.
Yes!
Again, to give us
I have proven the thesis wrong! Big Daddy Beef 69 is now on my side!
Did you not just say you've thrown your phone out of the room?
Yeah, I opened up the tab.
You cannot help yourself, sir. Just a sneaky little tab open. Just a little peek. Just a little peek at the mentions. I have to see.
I got an itch.
Kevin Day is getting heat that anyone in that position would get. Dickerson, as Dave goes through, that Dickerson was like a wrestling guy and had good and bad points, but people liked him. But Day is not as close with talent. Dickerson, who ended up getting into TNA so much that when he was given word he was being transitioned out, he talked about getting backers and trying to buy the company.
Wait a minute.
It's insane how this always happens.
Okay, composing oneself here.
Yep.
Is this just like what happens with every company eventually?
Yeah, apparently. Because again, even if you just want to get out of perhaps current TNA and go to like WCW, it was the same thing with Bischoff. Like Bischoff trying to buy the company when he realized his time was running out, you know?
Yeah.
Or like Jeff Jarrett tried to do the same thing with TNA, you know, when he was being ousted by Toby Keith, who passed away, I think, before we did the last episode of the podcast in between. Like, Toby Keith was nearly TNA owner in, was it like 2013 or whenever Jeff left? Like, and Jeff was like, oh, I want to buy it from Dixie with Toby Keith. So like, there is like a pretty relentless history. Like Billy fucking Corgan did the same thing.
He did have the ability to talk to wrestlers asking for raises, turn them down, and still have the wrestlers like him and sympathize with his position.
People must have loved Frank Dickerson.
People love Frank Dickerson. He tried to get more funding for the company, but was cut after he didn't turn a profit by the company that owns them, who put their own guy in charge.
To keep costs in line, because I can't.
It's interesting. It's just an interesting observation.
Time will tell the reactions today, since the same people will be asking for the same things. Reports that Day has been told to cut spending appear to be exaggerated, if not outright incorrect. There have been no orders from the top regarding having to get rid of any talent. The idea that talent that isn't pulling their end can be gone is actually the booking committee not wanting guys coasting right now.
Makes sense.
Which is the reason they're bringing in every former WCW wrestler they can find. Not that I have an objection to like trying to get Goldberg or actually bringing in Scott Steiner, but like you can't be like, oh, we don't want guys coasting who can't carry their weight and also hire every WCW alumni we can get our hands on.
Like, it's funny, we talked about it when AEW started about the whole idea that just because someone was in WWE, it doesn't mean you shouldn't sign them. Because like there is like a similar statement that could be made that it's like, especially in 2006, a lot of like actual stars are people that have been in one company now for a few years because WCW's been gone.
Yeah.
So it's like, I see the merit on being like, we should go for some guys, but it's like, there is like, I think part of it is we look back on it with hindsight 2020, we look back on it and we see like, these guys suck, why are we doing this with like, and then in the moment, you know, these people could have thought they had potential or could have filled out a role, which doesn't inherently make them like a bad pickup. Like, it's easy for us to look at bringing in a Shannon Moore and being like, this is stupid and dumb. But, like, this is a guy that, you know, might have been able to... Like, there is an alternate reality where this guy, like, hits, you know, and does well for the company, I guess. But I think you can always go back to how they're used over everything. Like, him and the AJ feud isn't... That's what TNA seemed to always make their problems, is they would bring, like, guys in and then at the detriment of their existing talent.
Yeah, and like Steve Macklin, I think, is like almost the best case, maybe in TNA history, of a guy that if you had polled 100 wrestling fans before he was signed and asked, should they sign the guy from the Forgotten Sons, I think a vast vast majority of people would have said, why on earth would you do that?
Yeah.
And then they did that, and he fucking rocks, you know? So, like, I'm a firm believer in TNA as the land of second chances. Shannon Moore maybe a tad less so, because I see you replying to tweets. I get the notifications because you tagged the podcast Twitter. Stitter.
No, it's okay. We've come together. It's unifying now. It's actually a beautiful message about what we were talking about.
But Shannon Moore is like a known entity, I think, in 2006. So he isn't the guy I would have personally taken a punt on. But you are right that there is nuance there. It's not just a hard yes or no. It's a balance.
And especially like looking at it from a 2006 perspective, where we haven't quite gone to the like point of what will become the LOL TNA Hogan era, bringing in everyone, like, you know what I mean? Like, we certainly have blinders of being people who have lived through the absolute worst of these examples.
You could argue we're currently in the ramp up in like March 2006, because like by 2007, when you get like the Bashams and Test and Rikishi and all these people showing up where they do seem desperate for literally any WWE guy they can get their hands on, you're like, but so, like, you can actually look at like this month where they do bring in Steiner. They did recently add Sting and 3D and Rhino and Shannon Moore and Christian. Like they are, and like most of those guys I named, I think are one way or another worth bringing in some capacity. But you are seeing like the ramp up of like, we need to sign guys with names as opposed to we need to trust the people we have.
Yeah, but you know, again, we're looking at it with like, we know what's going to happen instead of like, I guess there's no place for optimism from us doing a historical podcast.
Yeah, that is the problem. We can't sit here and be like, I hope they don't go too far on this thing. We know they do. Like we can't be like, oh god, I hope Shannon Moore isn't a sign of things to come.
But also it is interesting to be like, try and get into the mindset of the company at the time too.
And like, there does seem to be pressure from Spike to get more stars. And there is like, I didn't include much rating stuff this month because rating stuff bores me to tears. But like ratings have stagnated on Spike, and if not, like went a little bit down. They're like doing like 0.7 to 800,000 people a week at the moment, which is a little below where they were at the start. So I think there is some hand wringing about that, and like, what can we do to start getting that number to continue to grow? And like, we'll talk about their primetime spot was taken away. We'll talk about that in a minute. So like, there is some like, what can we do to get this thing really cooking at the moment? And their answer to that is what it always is, the short-term fix of what can we get a Bill Goldberg. It's not how can we make people care even more about AJ Styles. It's like, the easiest thing is just to get a Bill Goldberg, because that's a short-term fix and it will work, as opposed to you have to actually put time and effort and creative vision into making AJ more popular.
But I was told that they knew how to build stars around their
Don't you go back to tweets.
Bookers and RVDs.
Jeff Jarrett is not scheduled to be in the World Heavyweight title picture for the next few pay-per-views, at least. As TNA expands, Jarrett has realized his need to step back from trying to wear so many hats, while he still has tremendous influence on the creative direction and holds a VP title and is co-owner of the company. He is not as dead set on being the sole wrestler the company is built around at this point, perhaps because he senses Dixie Carter and Kevin Day don't think that's the best plan. We still have like 6 months of the company still kind of being built around Jarrett until it's finally not. But we do seem to be getting to the point where even Jarrett's like, I can't be the top star over Christian and Sting.
It's nice that it really took like him to not be I think be exposed is a really mean way of saying it, but like having people go in and be in his position and do it better, for him to be like, oh, I am not him. But like, it has eventually dawned on him.
And like, he could like make the argument that like he had more of the tools to be a world champion than AJ. I don't agree with that assessment, but like, I can understand how he can make that case and make it convincingly to somebody.
Yeah. And again, I always thought that like AJ was more of a like longer term or medium term project. So like, I never minded like Jeff taking his role early on when there was nothing else. But
yeah, Raven is probably the more egregious example. He can no longer make that argument with like Christian and Sting. He just can't.
It was okay for Jarrett to be there in the analytics period of 111 weeks.
Dixie Carter continues to be very active within TNA, even though she is heavily pregnant at the moment, once again with her second child. I think she's like 7 or 8 months pregnant at this point. Working with business affiliates, promoting the company, and overseeing the entire operation. She is spending less time getting to know individual wrestlers since she found herself in a position common to new executives in wrestling companies over the years, where wrestlers tried to befriend her and get her to see things their way. People tried to have it. She's realized wrestlers entirely tried to have transactional relationships with management.
She realizes that workers be working.
She is still visible and friendly, but now has enough of a foundation to her wrestling knowledge that she doesn't answer every call from every wrestler anymore as she once did. Speaking of foundations to her wrestling knowledge, Vince Russo was being talked about as a booking replacement for Jarrett just before the rating spike for Sting ended that talk. I don't understand this. Like, you can say that, like, ratings have not, like, continued to grow since they started on Spike, but where they are is, like, really healthy. Like, it's really good. You should be really happy with where those ratings are at the moment, compared to where you were a year ago. Like, where you were when Russo finished compared to where they are now is, like, night and day. It's crazy. And they're still like, what if we went back to Vince Russo?
There is truly no explanation for why this company continued to put so much stock in this man forever.
Forever as well. Like, all the way through to fucking 2014, we have to do this dance, Liam.
I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
He must be, like, the best politician of all time.
But he doesn't, like, come across as particularly likable.
But it's the only explanation, right? He's got to be really good at manipulating, like, management types.
Yeah. Like anyone that's, like, a regular person can see through it, but anyone who's like, I am money man, is just like, this guy's awesome. He's so real and different.
I'm sure he's, like, real personable, and I know, like, there were stories that he used to literally sit next to Dixie and explain the stories to her as they happened, but he's got to be really good at that. It's the only way it makes sense that you can be like, what if we went back to him? Because they do. That's the problem. They do by September. We're in March, so this is not like a fleeting idea that went away. It's like, this is one that festered and grew over time, because they go back to Vinny Roo by September. So, like, it's so frustrating to see them now, where, like, they started on Spike and they have all this momentum and they signed Sting and they signed Christian and they're going to sign Kurt Angle, and they're still like, what if we had Vinny Roo?
Yeah, and then he comes in and he makes it way better.
It'll be funnier, at least.
I don't know. I just don't know. He must be really good at working, like, people in the business too.
Yeah.
Because, like, you can understand why, like, a Dixie would fall for this, right? But, like, you would expect a fellow carny like a Jeff Jarrett to be like, I can see through you.
Well, like, he's always been Jeff's buddy, so there's, like, a weird conflict there where they're friends. So maybe that blinds them. But, like a Sting. Surely a Sting is like, I experienced WCW. No. You're not if you're doing that, you're not doing with me.
I don't know. It's just interesting that, like, no one can see through this guy as being a gigantic fraud.
And, like, Sting is a level of guy who could say no, because if, like, you go to Dixie Carter and you're like, you can have Russo or you can have Sting, Dixie is going to choose Sting.
Yeah.
But clearly he's too nice a guy. He's not enough of a politician to do that.
Ah, damn it, Steve. The one thing that lets you see through everything is the one thing that stops you from preventing it.
Probably connected about Jesus as well.
Ah, they do love Jesus.
Bill Banks left the creative team about 2 months ago. It started rumors of Russo, a long-time Banks associate, angling to get back in. Russo has said publicly that he has no interest in ever coming back to TNA. But apparently those who know him well believe differently, and his name comes up internally from a few different people close with him. I guess, like, there might also be the thing that, like, a BG James, I don't know is BG close to Russo, but, like, a guy who's not being pushed particularly strongly might be like, maybe we can get the guy who's my buddy in, so I might get to be pushed because I'm not being pushed. So there might be some of that going on too.
It just seems like, I don't know, where it feels like we're in a stretch now where it's like, anyone who is pushed is on all these shows, is doing something. Unless it's, like, coming from the mentality that, like, everyone that was in WCW or WWE thinks they should be world champion.
Which I wouldn't be surprised that BG James does believe that.
But it's like, it just seems ridiculous. I don't know. It feels like they all came down to this smaller promotion and all think they should be the top guy in this smaller promotion, even though this promotion has legitimate stars now.
Yeah. Terry Taylor has been promoted to Talent Relations Director, basically the same position John Laurinaitis holds in WWE. Jim Ross and JJ Dillon previously held in WWE. Taylor has worked underneath Ross in the talent relations department at WF in the late 90s and had several management and creative positions in WCW under Eric Bischoff, so he has plenty of experience in the role. There is some conflict apparently about whether or not this is an official title or he just has been given more talent relations responsibilities, but either way, he has been given more talent relations responsibilities.
I mean, okay. I feel like you need someone in that role.
Wrestling's bad guy.
Yeah. It's funny, like, having the wrestling bad guy thing, like, worked for Vince. It did not work for Dixie.
No, people still saw through it for Dixie. Spike TV shifted its plans for TNA Impact in April. Rather than being on in prime time at 9 p.m. Eastern, it will now air at 11 p.m. Eastern following The Ultimate Fighter. There are two trains of thought over whether this is a good or bad change for the company. For one, it won't face the same level of competition at 11 p.m. that it would at 8 p.m. Even more advantageous for TNA is that it will directly follow the UFC Ultimate Fighter reality series with Tito Ortiz and Ken Shamrock starring as coaches, rather than a CSI lead-in, which would have been at if it was 9 o'clock, which we talked about last week, or last episode. TNA will benefit from what is expected to be a strong lead-in audience from that show. In the previous time slot, it would not have that lead-in, but also it's less prestigious. You're not in prime time anymore. It's 11 p.m., not 9 p.m.
Yeah, it's a strong lead-in though, isn't it?
Like if you were to be given the choice, like, you've proven on Saturdays that you can actually get a decent audience at 11 p.m. So it's not like you'd be worried that that's too late for people to be watching, because, you could make an argument 11 p.m. on weekends versus weekdays maybe a little bit different. But you at least have proven that you have an audience that you can get at that time. And yeah, like Ultimate Fighter is a better lead-in. Like, it is more directly related to wrestling. Like, there is more crossover between wrestling fans and MMA fans than there probably is between wrestling fans and CSI fans.
Like, you can see someone watching The Ultimate Fighter and then TNA starts and being like, I will leave this on.
Yeah, so there is that, but then it is a little deflated because they're like, we're going to prime time. Wait a minute, we're going to Thursday still, but not quite prime time anymore. Jarrett announced the Thursday time slot change to the staff at the Impact tapings for the second batch of tapings, I believe, for this month. He said that Spike TV did demographic research and realized that their core audience is 18 to 34 males. They really needed research to tell them that.
Analytics, baby!
The television channel that directly appealed to and marketed itself as the men channel has realized that its core audience is men.
Lads.
And that the planned lead-in CSI wasn't drawing from that audience, so the Spike were like, it would be better if it was Ultimate Fighter. So that's like the spin Jarrett did put on it. It's like the demos of being on after Ultimate Fighter are better, even if the time slot is worse. Which is, like, it might be true. That might not just be spin. That might just actually be the case. In what is actually huge financial news, and we don't have much in the way of details on it, the relationship between TNA and Morphoplex, its main sponsor, is over.
What the hell?
I did notice that they did a bunch of replays this month that would be traditionally Morphoplex moves of the night, but they were just replays of a Canadian destroyer.
It's always replays of a Canadian destroyer, to be fair. But yes, you're right. There was no branding to it.
TNA got the word from Spike this past week that Morphoplex is no longer involved, and they were the main sponsor both in regards to TV commercials, the Morphoplex move of the night, and other deals. No ads appeared on the February 18th show. Larry Zbyszko, who was sponsored when he tried Seniors Golf by Morphoplex and did the early TV commercials, which are insane, by the way. If you've ever seen the Larry Zbyszko, there's a Larry Zbyszko Morphoplex commercial where he's standing in a graveyard and he's like, steroids, they'll get you here. Take Morphoplex instead. It's actually insane.
That's awesome for an 80s wrestler to say.
Yeah, he's also distanced himself from Morphoplex, so no more Larry Zbyszko Morphoplex commercials.
I'm into it.
Because, like, I know the number was thrown around, I think in the Observer at one point, that they were paying like $500,000 to get that sponsorship spot. So, that's a big loss. Frank Dickerson didn't lose the Morphoplex deal. Kevin Day did. I knew he said Charlie Day, and I was like, no, he doesn't run TNA. It might be a better company if he did.
If Twitter was around when Frank Dickerson left, do you think everyone posted the emojis of the hourglass?
TNA management used Austin Aries and Roderick Strong as an example for being on time to shows. They worked their scheduled match at the Against All Odds pay-per-view and wrestled at the Impact tapings Tuesday night. However, they have been told they will be off TV for the next month or 2 months. The penalty time could be shortened or extended depending on how TNA proceeds with the punishment. Aries and Strong arrived at the TNA pay-per-view 4 hours late. They drove 6 hours Saturday night to fly out of an airport that wasn't blanketed by a severe snowstorm on the East Coast prior to the Ring of Honor show in Long Island on Saturday, TNA, this is before Against All Odds, just for clarity, TNA management called Aries and Strong, we talked about this last month, instructing them to fly to Orlando to ensure they arrived in time for the pay-per-view. Aries made the decision to stay in Ring of Honor. They arrived in time and worked their scheduled match against the Naturals. Before the match, Aries was informed they would be punished. Aries says they were justified in the actions they took, and Aries was justified, and I was justified in what I said. Aries says it was a catch-22 for Aries and Strong, who felt an obligation to fulfill the ROH commitment, but wanted to ensure they worked in Orlando. Which it turns out they hit both of them, so you should be a little bit no harm, no foul, right?
I mean, yeah, me as a person, yes, I understand that you did both, like, slap on the wrist, but it should be fine. I can also see the company's point of view as like, no, we told you to be here and you weren't here.
Yeah, and like obviously there's, I think, increasingly conflict at the moment between TNA and Ring of Honor, where they were on good terms in like the middle of 2005, and now more of these problems are arising where the guys they share across both rosters, especially when they run the same weekends, are either coming into one or the other show injured, they're missing shows because they get hurt in the other shows. They're like, Joe, I think, has an issue coming out of both of his last pay-per-view matches due to injuries suffered in indie dates. And then obviously there is this incident where they told all the talent to fly in early, and a bunch of people, like Dave Hebner, who was running a show in Virginia with a bunch of TNA talent, just flat out cancelled his show. He's just like, no, all right, they can't be here, cancel the show. But Aries and Strong, who like completely understandably feel a loyalty to Ring of Honor, they're Ring of Honor guys. Aries is a former Ring of Honor world champion at this point, so like it's completely understandable that he's like, I don't want to fuck over Ring of Honor like that. But you are right that then it is completely understandable for TNA to be like, you are our priority contractually. I believe it does say in the contract that he can.
That's the thing too. It's like, this is like you signed the contract sort of thing as well.
Yeah, you agreed that we are your priority and can pull you from dates if need be, and we wanted to do that and you refused to do it, so go home. But yeah, it's a shame that like these two, like I think the X Division needed two guys like this. Not that there's anything wrong with the Lethals and the Shelleys and the PDs of the world, but like the Aries and the Strongs really help complement that and round that out.
Well, yeah, it's adding more meat to the bones.
And they are guys that, as you look to move Styles and Daniels into the tag division and move Joe into the heavyweight division, they are guys that then slot up to where Sabin and Lethal and Shelley are now, as Sabin, Lethal, and Shelley move up to where Styles, Daniels, Joe are. You know, you've kind of taken out that level below the mid card of the X division, so now that you just leave the X division with less depth without them.
Yeah. But it's like, it's one of those ones that you can understand their perspective on, I guess.
There's a lot more like back and forth where like Aries is also injured. Like he got hurt in working in the Naturals match. He tweaked his knee, so he's also out injured for a while. But he also like released a statement that had some inaccuracies about like the timeline, and then people got mad about that. It's like, oh, he said they informed him day of, whereas actually they informed him night before about the fact that he'd have to not do the show, and like there's messiness there too that complicates it even more. But for the most part, I understand the actions of all individuals involved.
Yeah, the thing that I find interesting about it, or at least is a different note too, is like you have to remember that this is a company that is incredibly insecure about Ring of Honor and how much praise it gets online, and like I think that's always going to be part of it too, is like they do kind of resent this promotion a little bit too.
I think you can also just take the about Ring of Honor out of it. Like, we talked all about what they were doing at Wrestling Society X last, which is the exact same, like, deep insecurity that they're, like, terrified of everything around them and, like, kind of jealous of everything around them, and they're super isolationist even when they're not. There is, like, just an insecurity that goes to the bone of the company during this era, isn't there?
Yeah, I think they see all the parts that they have, and they want to be perceived as living up to that, but there's points in which they just aren't. And yeah, but it doesn't help that they started at pretty similar time span to ROH2, and they're like, we are bigger than this promotion. Why does this promotion get so much affection and high praise from pundits and such? So I think there's definitely, I see where it could come from, I guess. Even if I think a lot of it is self-inflicted.
TNA announced a licensing agreement with Hermie Sadler-owned UWF promotion to run TNA-branded house shows in Virginia.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off.
A lot of these shows made tape if you'd like to watch them.
First of all, my man took the UWF name?
Hell yeah, Hermie Sadler. The first show takes place March 31st at the Grand Center in Danville. The second show, April 1st in Martinsville. Former 6 Points of Impact contributor Jeff Hammond will attend the April 1st show.
He owns it with the Hebners!
Yeah.
This is not my UWF.
We have a Dixie quote.
This is not Terry Gordy. This is not Dr. Death. What the fuck did Dixie say? We feel the time is right to take our production to the fans that have been so supportive of us as we have grown into a primetime slot on television.
Dixie Carter said in a press release last week. Yeah, that primetime spot part didn't last.
We have had a great relationship with Hermie and his family for a long time, and we know that the UWF-TNA partnership will continue to grow our fan base in the Mid-Atlantic/Southeast.
Sadler, a longtime supporter of TNA wrestling, says the momentum TNA currently has, along with the growth of the UWF, made it the perfect time to join the forces.
I hate that he calls it the UWF. It really annoys me.
Do you have a Hermie Sadler impression in you?
Not one that wouldn't just be demeaning.
Hermie Sadler said, I was on the very first TNA pay-per-view, so not unlike your Dixie, by the way, which is thoroughly representative and good first. So I know how far they have come in a short period of time, he said in a press release.
I love Dixie, that's the different.
Yeah. We have featured mostly TNA talent on our shows this year, and the response has been great. Fans are ready for an alternative. We are proud to partner with TNA to bring the TNA experience, including the six-sided ring, to fans across Virginia and North Carolina. Like, they are beginning to dip their toe in house shows. We're talking about the one they're running in Detroit as well, which is actually in cooperation with the ICP. Of course it is. So it's an easy way, I think, to start dipping your toe in the house show market without having to commit too many resources. So you can be like, oh, we'll partner with the ICP for the Detroit show. We'll do these Hermie Sadler things in Virginia and North Carolina.
We'll partner with the ICP is an insane statement.
Don't you love partnering with the ICP?
No.
Yeah, it seems a pretty low stakes way to get your toe in the market of house shows without having to actually spend money. In a message on his website, ultimatewarrior.com, the Ultimate Warrior wrote that he'd like to wrestle Bill Goldberg in TNA.
I'd probably do it.
I've always been thinking in the history of our podcast, we haven't talked about the Ultimate Warrior enough.
We haven't talked about ultimatewarrior.com ever. And that seems like just a waste of potential, you know?
Please check where ultimatewarrior.com goes for me while I read this for Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah, I will risk the health and safety of my computer for it.
Thank you. Warrior posted, it would be very interesting. What would be more interesting is if TNA execs had the creativity, integrity, and balls to entertain it seriously. Frankly, what they should do, if they want to be competitive, there's that nasty blood, sweat, and tears word again, is sell some of those construction materials Daddy Jarrett has laying around and put up the financing to bring in Goldberg and Ultimate Warrior and let us try to beat the intensity out of one another. Now there's an idea, an attention-getting one, and a money-making one. I mean, instead of always using warrior as the adjective to fallaciously describe all those who aren't, bring a real and ultimate one in. Let the hardcore natural intensity rip. Let both of us take our mischaracterized heads halfway out of our asses, just enough for us to be businessmen capable of discussing the serious potential, yet not enough to diffuse a competitive grudge. And let the serious and creative thinkers at TNA, those without an agenda or envy problem, work out a program. Put your silly ass fear and prejudice for my strong, bold character away and think success. Hell, I'm all for great ideas. He said hell because that's where he is. But I hinted at it wouldn't be inexpensive. Goldberg has an agent and has to give him a cut. I'm my own and I charge even more. The biggest obstacle, and definitely the one that has us both the most hated in the industry, he's keep fucking going, is that we are strong individuals.
He's cutting a promo.
Who don't need or even necessarily want to be in the business. I don't get that impression from this fucking 16 paragraph thing you just wrote there, buddy, is that we and can get along having great lives without it. But what a way it would be for the most envied and despised to shove the final word down the throats of those nor'easterners while TNA capitalizes off the incredible heat of it all.
I'm fucking sold. Let's do it.
Where does UltimateWarrior.com go?
Let's contact Jerry Jarrett, I guess, who we still believe has stake in this company in time to sell off his real estate.
Yeah, sell the shell garage you built last month to pay for Ultimate Warrior to wrestle Bill Goldberg.
UltimateWarrior.com takes me to stephaniewilton.wixsite.com/ultimatewarrior, and it just seems like an Ultimate Warrior website.
Oh, I'm not sure why you'd have a fan page for that, man, but sure.
I mean, it also has the Total Warriors podcast. I bet that one's been updated recently. Oh, it is. It's Dana Warrior. Oh my god, Dana Warrior and Dana Brooks. The Danas collide.
It's very elegant.
This podcast seems to have 6 episodes and then never dropped another one.
We would never.
No, we say on our 500. There seems to be Warrior Weapons of Wisdom, which is art. There's a vault, which has some it's a very nice website.
Admiring the design.
I can't, there's just a page for, people who have, uploaded photos of them dressed up as Warrior. There's a store, which takes you to his WWE shop, his shop, and as well to signed items. There's a blog, takes him to, there's a YouTube link. Hasn't been updated since 2019, but you know what? It's a solid website.
You gotta still make that money off a Warrior.
Yeah, gotta drag that fucking corpse around.
That is enough about Warrior, though. Wild that he never actually showed up in TNA. You surely thought they would have been desperate enough at some point.
I think he probably just always wanted, real money, and they didn't always have real money to give.
Or they couldn't, even delude themselves into thinking he's worth the money he's asking for.
No. He probably would have been worth bringing in if you could get him for, reasonable pricing. And I've got to admit, he sold me with him and Goldberg beating the piss out of each other for real.
I know that, they did come back to the thought of, doing something with him and Sting again, either against each other or as a team. But, yeah, he would have wanted an insane amount of money, so...
He's an insane person.
Kevin Nash is scheduled to return in time for TNA's move to prime time. One major former pay-per-view main event wrestler called TNA to express interest in working for the company, but TNA made it clear that they want any major names who come in to not just be looking for a payday, but also be willing to help give a boost to TNA's lesser established wrestlers who are in it for the long haul. That's fucking bullshit.
Who is taking these calls? This is not true.
Whoever fed that to PW Torch, full of shit.
But also, that's exactly what they should be doing, so maybe that mindset should be permeated a bit more.
It would be like classic TNA that everyone believes that, but nobody actually does it.
Yeah.
There are now feasible scenarios out there for the 5 biggest names of the Monday Night Wars era not working for WWE right now, other than Hulk Hogan, to be brought in to either wrestle or make appearances. But at this point, most scenarios are long shots. 4 of the big free agent names have all expressed disgust with WWE's approach to recent situations, including the death of Eddie Guerrero and the treatment of Jim Ross, and have cited as one of the major reasons they'd potentially be interested in tilting the scale toward TNA as much as possible to create a more level playing field. It's just generous altruism, Liam.
You're all fake. You're all fake. None of you believe any of this. You're just saying it.
At least 2 of those top names are watching TNA regularly and like what they see and seem to be scouting where they might fit. Because this is the month where there's a lot of Goldberg notes that I didn't really include, but most because he doesn't end up showing up. So it's there's not much point being they're edging toward Goldberg, but this is probably the month they seem to come closest to actually doing something with Goldberg. So much so that he is actually name dropped on the pay-per-view. But obviously it just
and the crowd seems to think that he's coming.
Yeah, because in the main event segment of Destination X, when Sting is getting beaten down, they start chanting Goldberg. So there is the assumption that something's happening with Big Bill.
Big Bill? He doesn't come until way later.
Not until 2021.
Then we can give TNA their flowers for helping his...
Yeah, he goes into that Macklin territory where, again, if you would ask 100 wrestling fans, should Big Cass get a second shot in TNA, the vast majority of them would have said no, and then they did, and he rocked, and now he's in AEW, and he still rocks.
Yeah, and then AEW gets all the credit.
Same people who rolled their eyes at Big Bill main eventing pay-per-views in TNA is suddenly like, Big Bill's the best wrestler, I love him. Fucking disingenuous cunts.
I would never.
Brock Lesnar is not negotiating with TNA, but an intermediary is communicating between the two parties about a potential agreement should Lesnar get contractually free from his WWE legal mess soon.
Are you excited?
This little stretch we've done here is again what we were talking about earlier, where it's it begins, you know? Where not all these people come in, but we've done this stretch, and there's a couple more we'll talk about even before we're done with the notes for the month, where Goldberg and Steiner does come in, and Lesnar and Nash is coming back, and Ultimate Warrior is angling for something. You know, it's just like it just begins. You know, this is it.
Begins again.
Apollo is gone from TNA after missing his second consecutive pay-per-view match. His profile has been removed from TNAWrestling.com. I love how that's become the shorthand for now 20 odd years about how a wrestler has gone from the company. It's like, profile gone from the roster page.
And then to the fact where it's now become part of the work.
Yeah, where it's a bit to take the person off the roster page in order to sell the story.
Yeah, which then in turn makes it no longer believable. So it's a whole mess.
It must have been much more confusing before the internet, where like if you weren't reading the sheets, there wasn't like a list of people who wrestled for like WCW. So if like Dustin Rhodes left WCW, you'd just be like, where'd Dustin Rhodes go?
Yeah.
Like obviously he'd eventually show up in the WWF and you'd be like, oh, that's where he's gone. But like there wouldn't be a signifier at all. He'd just disappear off TV. Like the wrestlers you like could just disappear and you would have no way of finding out, like, is he gone from the thing I like?
We do live in again, part of the whole, like, everything is a lot more easy to see now.
Apollo is no longer going to be used, although he may not have been told that he's fired. They're just like, fuck him. He had calls trying to keep from being fired, but in his case, there is no sympathy at all for missing 2 straight pay-per-view shows. It was never an issue about jobbing, although Apollo doesn't like the job, as he didn't even know the match finished. He no-showed, so it wasn't like he's like, I'm losing, I'm not showing up. It's just regular no-showing. He didn't want to go.
It's pretty interesting that is just the thing. Like in wrestling, where people are just like, I'm just not gonna go.
Yeah, because we were about to talk, like, Sean Waltman isn't going to be used, and like he might be going to Wrestling Society X anyway. Jeff Hardy isn't going to be used anymore. Like there was talk of bringing Jeff back again for the primetime runs, but they're like, oh, I guess we can't.
It's so, like, they really just, I mean, I get it with Jeff, at least. I mean, I don't know. They're really just, they want anything and anyone. You like, they make bad decisions, but like, it's almost like, can I blame you?
If you were to, like, we don't have these stats for 2006 because this is actually the month TNA launched their YouTube channel. There's a fun fact. February, March 2006, whereas the first video, like, there was...
the YouTube channel is much better now, though.
Thank you.
And I think that anyone who is involved in that should get big raises.
The one of the first videos was actually, the first video was the Ultimate X feature. There was a couple Ultimate X features this month. That was the first video in the history of TNA's YouTube channel, and the second was the Ron Killings What's Up music video.
That's kind of awesome.
Those were the first 2 videos on TNA's YouTube this month in 2006, when YouTube was but a wee thing.
Now look at it, creating Jake Pauls and such.
But like, to go back to my point, like, if you were to post an AMW YouTube match in 2006 or a Jeff Hardy one, the Jeff Hardy one would do much better. Like, that's just the reality of the situation, which is the reason everyone's always like Jeff Hardy.
Yeah, I suppose, like, there is an element of, with a YouTube, right? This obviously isn't as much relevant now, but it's something relevant coming up, is that it's, for the first time, it's like instant feedback on a global level of who is garnering the most attention.
Yeah, because you used to only have like minute by minute ratings, and now you have this thing that says like Jeff Hardy clip does X, AMW clip does Y, you know, Gail Kim clip does Z, Jeff Jarrett clip does
And it's
B.
not just people watching the TV.
Yeah.
It's everyone. It's interesting.
And it's the beginning of like no longer directly needing a Spike TV or a pay-per-view carrier to start distributing your content. You now have like access to direct people. You can cut out the middleman of the broadcaster.
That's an interesting part about creating, I know you hit word content in general now, is that we're in a state now where you don't need as much backing as ever. There are multiple pro wrestling companies now, which are all of their way of distributing their promotion and their shows is all online through their own mediums, whether it be through a Patreon, their own OTT service, or YouTube. There's multiple companies now that are just doing that, and it's just... And that's a smaller symptom of a larger shift in how people produce content now.
Yeah, and arguably too much stuff is available now. Not just in terms of more stuff than people can watch, but like a young wrestler who's 19, it's both cool that everything they ever do makes tape, but like, you deserve to stay in the shadows for a while. It's like the thing from the Maxine Dupree thing is like, that woman should not be on television. She should not be in front of people. She should be working at the smallest indies she can find that don't make tape. But the problem is, there's actually very few stuff that doesn't make tape anymore. It's almost like the exception now that something doesn't make tape, so that like there's a spotlight on everybody now immediately the second you start wrestling.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Might not be healthy.
It's probably not. Well, it's the same thing as like, you know, people have grown up on the internet now, and it's like your baby brain thoughts from when you were 14 are on the internet somewhere.
It's the same. It happens every year with like the NBA draft, where like somebody gets drafted, and like it's not always like cancelable stuff. It's just like their bad review of Avatar from 2011 is just sitting there in their Twitter feed.
Yeah, like someone will get drafted into like the NFL, and they'll go back to their tweets and be like, 2009, I want to fuck one of the avatars. And you're like, yeah, all right, fair. Go off, King. Or like we saw it with Solo Sikoa, who like got bullied off Twitter because he had like 5,000 tweets that were like, I hate math.
Really? How did I miss that?
He had like, he literally had like 15 tweets that were all different variants of how much he hates math, and people kept retweeting him, and then he just deleted like his Twitter.
Aww.
But like, it was really, but like it wasn't like embarrassing. It was just funny that this guy was like, man, I hate math so much.
Yeah, it's just, like you just see the glimpse into when you were a normal person as opposed to being a star, which is quite charming.
I want to see if I can find some of these math tweets. They're like, it's really not like embarrassing. Yeah, here we go. It's just like fuck math, like breathing emoji, history and math. Damn shit, I hate math. Hate math! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! I hate math. Blowing out of the nose emoji. Angry emoji.
This man did not have a good time in school.
Yeah, he just has like 6 tweets that say fuck math, and people kept retweeting him. And they're all from 2013.
God, that's not long enough ago for him to hating math. That upsets me. I don't like that.
When Roman was first debuting.
He was just tweeting about how much math is fucking him over.
I want to see, how old was Solo Sikoa 13 years ago? So he was 17. Because he is 30 now. They should push that guy. Unrelated. I suppose he's involved in the biggest thing in the world for like...
But also he never wins his matches, so...
He beat John Cena.
And I don't think he's won a singles match since.
Has he had many since?
I don't know. Sean Waltman was meant to be planned for a spot in the James Gang LAX feud, but that is no longer happening because he may be signed with WSX anyway.
Oh, was he going to be the third man in the James Gang?
Well, it worked out better if he was, because fucking Bob Armstrong's the coolest.
I was going to say, well, I don't think he was going to be in LAX.
That would be cooler, though.
It would. Homicide and Sean Waltman and Conan.
Yeah, that's a stable right there.
And Machete.
He's definitely going to be hanging around.
I'm a massive fan. I would hate for him to go.
Kanyon was backstage at the latest TNA TV tapings but didn't wrestle. He sent a press release stating that he was given a 2-page contract that said if he wrestled, he would...
the idea of a Kanyon press release made me really laugh then.
From the desk of Chris Kanyon.
Who better then?
It stated he would allow them to market his likeness or merchandise perpetually without any payment to him. He asked them to strike that clause and they refused, so he didn't work the taping. He printed the clause in his release. You grant TNA during and after the term of the agreement a non-exclusive, unrestricted, worldwide, perpetual license to use and authorize and license others to use on terms acceptable to TNA and its sole discretion. Your name, stage name, likeness, voice, actions or movements, poses and appearances, words and slogans, props or other items associated with you and any of your biographical material in connection with the events and the recordings, and any associated publicity and promotional materials including you, which shall include without limitation television commercials, print advertisements and radio advertisements, including without limitation in connection with the manufacture, distribution, promotion, sale and other commercial exploitation in any manner of event related or non-event related merchandise without any further compensation to you. Merchandise may include without limitation computer, video or arcade games in any form and on any platform, videotapes and DVDs, posters, photos, books, articles, action figures or dolls, t-shirts, souvenirs or any other tangible or intangible personal or intellectual property.
Yep, seems about normal.
I do think part of that is just like, if you want to show the Kanyon thing in the future, you do have to have a clause like that says you can use Kanyon's name and likeness, so you can show Chris Kanyon's match against Raven in perpetuity.
Yeah. Or like we want to put his face on the DVD.
Yeah, but it does read like we own you forever and there's nothing you can do about it.
But I bet like it's the most standard fucking, like it's pretty standard for most contracts in entertainment too.
Yeah, but like the without any money is probably the harshest part, because he should probably get some royalties if it's like
Yeah, there
this.
should be
It's meant to
royalties. Yeah.
Which is probably the harsher part, that there's no royalties attached to this kind of stipulation.
Yeah, they can't pay fucking royalties.
No, they can't. So yeah, it is basically so we get, like, if we want to put the Chris Kanyon match on TNA Plus, for example, in 2023, we can because of this contract he signed back in 2006.
But they can do that anyway, though.
Well, only if they have terms like this in contracts. That's how they can do that.
But like, for even like for a one-off appearance, he would have had to have signed something that would have had like this exact thing in it anyway, right?
Yeah, you would imagine so.
So you've already signed it, dude. you did the appearance.
Juventud Guerrera recently called up Christian, who he wasn't particularly close with in WWE, and hadn't seen or talked to since Christian left. He called up like they were best friends and how he missed talking with them and was acting like they were running buddies until he finally said, "Can you get me into TNA?" The funny part of the story is if he just asked, he'd have a better chance than pretending to be best friend of somebody who was at best a working acquaintance. Juventud has also been calling Antonio Pena constantly. Pena hasn't called him back because he hasn't decided whether to take him. So Juvi's trying to get back in.
And they should let him in.
I love the idea of that exchange. I was like, "Hey, buddy, Christian, remember the good times we had in WWE? I was in the Mexicools, remember? You were there."
I was in the Mexico.
The World X Cup is set for the May pay-per-view and the Impacts beforehand. They are working on finalising deals this week, but Team UK looks to be Doug Williams, Nigel McGuinness, Johnny Storm and Jody Fleisch. That falls through, but that's a heck of a team.
That's about as good of a Brit team as you can ask for.
One that would have aged very... because the one that they had in the 2004 one was fucking diabolical.
Yeah, it was awful.
Whereas that's like the four big stars of this era and the four people who have aged best. But sadly, there is no Team UK in the World X Cup in the end, so it doesn't work out.
That's upsetting.
It's fun. Dave dropped this note without context, and like, if you know wrestling, you can work out who it is, but if you don't, you'll speculate wildly. Like, so he said, if everything works out, one of the biggest stars in the world will debut on that pay-per-view, which will build for him returning for the World X Cup. That pay-per-view being Destination X. Mm-hmm. So like, if you don't know he's talking about Mystico, you would be like, who the fuck's he talking about?
Like Brock Lesnar?
He's going to be in the World X Cup?
That's an awesome debut for him.
They're going to put Bill Goldberg on Team TNA with Jay Lethal?
Yeah, that's like... I wish that was Dave being like purposefully obtuse. Where he's like, I know people are going to be so confused.
So Dave does talk about the teams for the World X Cup at a time of press. We talked about the Team UK. The Team Japan is meant to be Liger, Black Tiger, Gedo, and Minoru Tanaka. The only substitute there is Hiroki Goto goes instead of Gedo. They were trying to get a deal done with CMLL to get a CMLL team for Team Mexico. It doesn't happen in the end. But the proposed team was Mystico, Ultimo Guerrero, Rey Bucanero, and Ultimo Dragon.
Jesus Christ. This would have been so sick.
And then also Team US and Team Canada. So
there was also Nakamura being bandied about.
Yeah, Nakamura was meant to be in the four-way at the pay-per-view in the place of Puma. We'll talk about that when we talk about the match itself. But yeah, that match, as we were talking about in the watch-along, that match was meant to be Sabin, PD, Mystico, and Shinsuke Nakamura. That was the first draft of that match.
It would have been so funny to see like Nakamura doing his little shooty things in that match. Trying to put someone in an armbar.
Him and Chris Sabin just trying to do some shit while PD does destroyers with Mystico.
God, that would have been the greatest match of all time. I'm convinced.
Have Mystico and Nakamura ever interacted? Surely they have.
WWE maybe. Yeah, he was gone by then, right?
Yeah, he was gone from WWE by the time Nakamura was there. But like, Mystico did New Japan stuff as well, so surely they would have had some interaction.
Matches. Nakamura. There is one match. A 6-man tag. Damn, this match kind of crazy. Alright, Cork and Hole, 2011 Fantastica Mania. So, could have made tape. Averno, Shinsuke Nakamura, and Tetsuya Naito versus Hiroshi Tanahashi, Mystico, and Prince Devitt.
Kind of rocks, actually, doesn't it?
I need to see this. Please. I need to
God
see
bless
this.
Fantastica Mania.
Oh. It's got the little blue thing next to it. Sorry, the little green thing next to it. That means it was aired.
Probably on like a Ustream that nobody has anymore.
Sorry, I'm just posting, like, if anyone has, please send it to me. But I also kind of want to post to the person who just said that I'm a company shill and don't enjoy all other wrestling. And be like, bitch, I'm looking at an Inferno, Shinsuke Nakamura, Tetsuya Naito versus Tanahashi, Mystico, and Prince Devitt match while I'm talking on a TNA podcast.
Feelers were sent to Bruno Sammartino about doing a babyface commissioner role to feud with Larry Zbyszko.
That would be so cool.
Yeah, going back to their classic feud as well.
I love that TNA is like, we will go for everyone.
Let's get Bruno in here. And like this obviously it becomes something else because Jim Cornette comes in the summer as the babyface authority figure. But it's funny to think like their first thought for that was Bruno. They do eventually get Bruno to do like sit down interviews for the Kurt Angle DVD, so there is some Bruno TNA connection in the end. But obviously he doesn't do anything with TNA in terms of appearing live. The decision was made not to hire Matt Morgan, who came in on his own dime for a meeting a couple of months ago. Jim Cornette, who is Morgan's biggest supporter in the world since he was the main star in OVW for a year, is still amazed how a 6'10" guy who, quote from Jim Cornette, is a main event heel caliber promo guy can't find work in the wrestling business. I disagree with that assessment personally, Jim.
I don't really remember Matt Morgan being a big promo guy.
I wouldn't say he's a bad promo, but I also wouldn't say he's a particularly great one.
Like, listen, we can all be clouded by, like, our own judgment based on if we like someone or not, but, like, Jim Cornette is a promo guy. You think he'd be able to, like, discern that. Unless he was just trying to get the guy a job.
He's just blinded by his body. Raven was on Wrestling Observer Live on March 12th, updating on his health situation. He said he was at first depressed about being taken off TV. That was the angle. He did say he was going to kill himself.
Yes. He's just playing into the angle, actually.
It is worrying that he's now on the radio saying he was depressed. But now he is happy he got the break, so it's okay.
He's probably like, I've been really hurt for a long time and didn't know.
He's still at 280 pounds due to problems with his thyroid and adrenal glands, as well as high blood sugar, as well as his body not producing testosterone. He was 250 pounds last summer when he started noticing the difference. The problems are due to 2 decades of steroid and other drug usage, but also said when it came to steroids that when he broke into wrestling and was 220 pounds and was a small guy, without them he'd have never gotten in. So he feels it was worth it, even though his health is failing.
Yeah, I can see his point.
At one point, before a doctor found the root of all of his problems, he was sleeping 12 hours a day and had no energy at all until they found he wasn't producing any testosterone. He's getting replacement therapy as well as medication to get his thyroid back working. He does have an angle discussed for his return. And to wrap up the news, an extra long news segment. Lex Lovett informed Jarrett this past week that he was quitting the promotion. Lovett was actually the brainchild behind the Spirit Squad and was doing an offshoot of it for TNA that actually had an explosion before the WWE crew appeared on Raw. Wow. So, actually, do I have to check? Is Lex Lovett done? Let me check. Do you have to do a remember when for Lex Lovett?
Oh, I have so many of them.
Yeah.
I have one.
Wait, do I have to see? Is this it? This is it, Liam. Do a remember when for Lex Lovett, please.
Hey, Garrett.
Yeah.
Remember when Lex Lovett and Buck Quartermain used to team?
Yeah, one of my favorite jobber teams.
And then remember when...
Johnny Fairplay.
Fuck you, I was close. I had Johnny. And then do you remember when Johnny Fairplay tried to recruit them for that one pay-per-view?
Successfully recruited them, but then never did anything.
That's it.
What a run.
What a run. Is Buck Quartermain still around? That's the question.
Yeah, he's still on TV this month, so...
Thank God.
Only twice did he wrestle Abyss. I would have been sure it would have been more.
Yeah, I would have put money on more, to be honest.
Only twice did he wrestle Monty, too. I also would have been sure it was more. I was actually thinking about this while watching this month of TNA, but you don't have, like, beloved jobbers anymore.
Well, yeah, because then they get over and they become just people.
Because, like, I have one of those, like, weird soft spots for, like, Lex Lovett, Buck Quartermain, Mikey Batts, Jarrell Clark. Like, it's one of those things, like, listen, they're not good, but I have a little bit of nostalgia for those weirdos, just because, like, they were job guys, and it's fun to see them. And I'm not sure is that a thing anymore, like, because you had, like, the Mulkeys as well, didn't you? Serpentico's a good one.
And then you had Fuego del Sol for a while there.
But then he actually got over, yeah.
Well, yeah, because I think the problem is everyone wants to be a star. And it's like, no one just wants to be a job guy.
No one wants to get stuck, because Lex Lovett's been in TNA. His first TNA match was February 2003. So, like, he was in the sphere of TNA for 3 years as nothing but a job guy.
Yeah. like Peter Avalon and
Yeah.
Brandon Cutler early AEW.
And again, there was like a groundswell around them as they turned that into a story, and there was like people kind of like lovable losers.
I don't mind gimmick jobbers, like jobbers that like have a shtick as well. But I know you're right. There definitely isn't. They're not as prevalent. But I think like AEW. Well, the problem is like WWE doesn't use local talent ever, and then
Very, very, very rarely.
so they don't also like have people that they just go to repeatedly, or even signed to just be like job guys that haven't been pushed before or whatever. Like there's no like explicit just job people. So that's where like they've died out on that aspect. So they're not really around anymore.
Because like when you look at like guys like Lovett and Quatermain, like they are perfectly fundamentally mechanically good wrestlers. Like they are like the perfect job guys in that they're bland and not interesting, but mechanically perfectly solid. Like that is the perfect kind of wrestler you want for that role. Whereas as you said, everyone's trying to be a good wrestler now. No one wants to be a job guy forever. So
Yeah, no one wants to be a job guy forever, even though it's a very respectful part of wrestling.
if you were to offer me like a guaranteed 10-year run as a guy who just fills a Lex Lovett role on a TV show, again, we were talking about my fundamental lack of ambition on the watch along. I would do that. I would be like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, farewell Lex Lovett. You are beloved for your bald man job guy routine.
Your beloved.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, that's where we ended.
That brings us to broad topics, starting not with the NWA World Title program. Fuck that. We'll start with the Jarrett antics.
Yes, because they're more fun.
The real World Title program this month, which is typical Jeff Jarrett. I'm actually almost surprised the 8-man tag didn't main event the pay-per-view.
I'm not, but like it was refreshing.
The Jarrett, while not world champion, is still the center of attention, but he did give up the main event this month.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, he doesn't seem to care that much about losing the title. Like, he cares more about blackmailing. That seems to be his real focus this month, and not so much regaining his world title. He seems actually quite happy without it. He's having a grand old time this month. He's just goofing off with his pals, blackmailing a woman, recording a man and his family.
Yeah, all the good daytime activities that people go through after they suffer a loss.
This is Jeff Jarrett's wholesome month.
The man's thriving.
Yeah.
So, if you remember last month, Sting left. Sting retired. He's gone. But Eric Young was like, I don't think he's gone, guys. I think Sting is still around. I think Sting is still waiting to attack us from any angle. And Jeff Jarrett is like, shut the fuck up, dude. We got rid of him. He's gone forever. Why are you bringing my mood down?
I'm so happy after losing the world title, man. Stop bumming me out.
I played no real role in Sting being gone, but he is gone, so I'm happy.
I like that part of Eric Young's fear comes from plagiarism of copyright materials.
Yeah, there's a moment this month where he's like, no, don't, stop calling me Showtime. He'll get mad at me. Stop doing it.
It almost seemed like because it happened like 2 weeks into like the month, or like I guess a month total of this story being told, that they just realized halfway through that Eric Young has the same nickname, or like has a nickname that is the same as Sting's catchphrase.
Yeah.
And they're like, holy shit, we have something with that.
We've had this guy be paranoid for like 3 weeks now. We haven't actually hit on that.
It's a great subplot.
So the February 18 Impact, JB has Jeff Jarrett. He said he was screwed at Against All Odds as Christian beat him for the NWA World Title. But he's going to take that negative, and Liam, he's going to turn it into a positive. Because there's an 8-man tag at Destination X. They don't say who's in it. But and he's going to eliminate his problems there. And then he's like, we drove Sting out of TNA. To which Eric Young is like, is he gone though? Is he though? I don't think he's gone. And Jarrett's like, shut up.
He's like, why I oughta?
Jackie comes in, she's like, I'm still mad at you. And Jeff is like, I have this tape, Jackie, and we can make a deal. We can either show this tape later tonight to the world, and people can see all your behaviors, or you can be our slave. So that's Jackie's choice.
And he also mentions that this is a copy of the tape. He has the master tape at home.
Yeah, he is very smart like that. So if she stole it, if the tape was taken and ran away with, which may become a theme this month, he would still have the regular tape.
Very smart of this man. The smartest man in the room, Jeff Jarrett.
So later in that show, they're about to sit down for one of their many viewing parties this month. The Planet Jarrett viewing party is the most recurring segment segment in this month of March 2006.
And it's always good.
They are always good. They're always like super excited. They're hyped up. They're like, we're going to watch a tape.
Like Jeff Jarrett as someone viewing a pro wrestling show stinks, but it seems like a lot of fun to hang out with Jeff Jarrett and kayfabe. The man is always happy.
My boy is in his hype crews around him. They're all very excited. They're all just like high-fiving.
They've all seen it before too. They're like, yeah, let's put it on again.
So they're about to watch the Jackie tape, and Jackie says she'll leave if she gets the tape. And Jeff is like, leave? We don't want you to leave. You're going to become our slave.
He's like, you had your chance to go. Now you're going to stay.
Yeah, it's like this tape might end up on the internet if you leave, but now you're going to do whatever we want. You can't quit like Sting did. We're gonna keep you here.
And then they, like, my favorite thing is before they settle down to, like, watch the tape, is a great line from Alex Shelley, where he goes, I went to art school for this, you know? And then he goes, yeah, and here's where I put in the star wipe.
Oh, there's many great lines from Alex Shelley.
Alex Shelley, like, Paparazzi Productions might be a top 3 gimmick of all time.
Yeah, because it's basically like take Alex Shelley's sarcastic sense of humor and just ramp it up as far as you possibly can.
It's like, take, like, the, almost gamer culture nerd humor of the time and, like, translate it into a wrestling. You know what it is? We always talk about how Red Letter Media is the father of internet humor. Like, it's like someone, like, took a Red Letter Media bit and put it on TV on a wrestling show.
When did Red Letter Media start?
Oh, after this for sure.
So Alex Shelley is the father of internet humor.
But it wasn't on the internet. No, Red Letter Media 2004.
Oh, goddammit. Well, technically, we can make the case that the genesis of this is truly the Goldilocks verse. So...
But you know what? It makes sense, right? Same era, too.
When Jarrett threw a shot at Sting quitting, he was like, Sting isn't gone. And Jarrett got mad. And Scott is like, please, Jeff, don't put your hands on a member of Team Canada. Have the respect to respect my students and not put your hands on them. And then he turns to Eric Young himself and slaps him and tells him to stop talking about Sting.
And then Jeff Jarrett grabs him by his collar.
So then Jeff turns to Alex Shelley and he's like, I would like you to get proof that Sting is a quitter. So go to him out in California and get me pure, raw evidence that he's gone and he's never coming back.
My favorite thing here is, like, the thing I find interesting, at least, about, like, the Jeff Jarrett character in Planet Jarrett is he doesn't get physical with any of them, even with someone like a Showtime. Like, he's almost like a disappointed father instead of, like, an abusive teammate.
Yeah, I thought it was more like he's this, like, annoying younger brother.
Yeah, because, like, remember at first when, like, Eric Young was first, like, doing the whole neurotic thing, like, Jarrett was like, calm down, Eric, he's gone, it's fine.
Because, like, the best part of all of it is that Jarrett takes Eric Young seriously. Like, the problem of this angle is that, like, he can't just ignore Eric Young. He can't just be like, that's just Eric being Eric. It's like, Eric's paranoia is getting into his own head, and he's like, I guess we do need proof that he's gone. Alex, go get proof.
Yeah, it's perfect. It treats it with, like, the slightest tinge of, like, seriousness that it works. And then Gale and Scott, like, do a supervillain laugh at Jackie Gator's face.
Yeah, they're like, you'll stuck here forever.
I honestly think that, like, everything about these segments is so good because, like, Shelley completely, like, kills it in this spot and, like, has an identity and it's great. But I also think that like, everyone, all the, like, the supplemental characters that don't get a lot normally have been great. Like, every time Gale and Jackie are together, they bounce off each other really well and are really funny. And, like, Eric and Scott obviously have great chemistry. And, like, when Jeff Jarrett is doing this kind of, like, goober heel mid-card stuff, he's legitimately funny and charming.
He's the best.
Yeah. Like, if he was doing this, like, all the time, he would be held in much higher regard, I feel.
He immediately moved out of the world title picture into a wacky, goofy mid-card program and suddenly became the best thing on the show. It's like, work it out, buddy! Yeah,
just let it get through your head.
Main event of this episode was Team 3D and Ron Killings facing Team Canada.
They had the segment backstage too, where Team 3D ran into Killings in the hole, and they did, like, it doesn't feel like TNA. Like, it feels like a Raw segment. Where they just, like, have we meet up in the backstage and have an interaction. Let's go beat them up.
And like Team 3D's catchphrase is "What's up?" and Truth's catchphrase is "What's up?" So Truth was like "What's up?" and they were like "What's up?" And then Truth was like, "What's up?" and they were like, "What's up?" and then they did the "What's up?" So that was a cute little bit.
It's very like raw, especially when like at the end, like Brother A has to hit his like death, taxes, and tables line for the out.
Earlier in the show, we did have one of a few features on Ron Killings this month. So it's a little Ron Killings rebuild month going on here, where they're trying to refocus his character post Trail K. They're trying to put a little spotlight on Ron. So there's a couple of video features. The one on this show talks about his upbringing, his love of music. They show a picture of him and Tupac. So Tupac making his TNA debut on the February 18th, 2006 episode of Impact.
So Ron Killings says that he danced at James Brown's birthday party and met Tupac and Eazy-E. And then I was like, this is a charismatic, handsome, young guy who was already making strides in the entertainment industry. Why the hell is he in wrestling?
Yeah, well, like, because he goes into that about how, like, wrestling was, like, the conduit for him being, like, a dancer, an athlete, and a musician all in one. It's like, no, you should have tried, like, the dancer or musician or athlete part of that, not the wrestling bit.
No, you really dedicated yourself to the wrong medium.
Yeah, he didn't want to go to college for football, didn't want to go more into music, so he started to sell drugs instead.
Yeah, well, can't blame him.
Before he was eventually like, I should do wrestling. And then he focused on what he believed in, which is music, family, faith, and belief.
Ron Killing seems like a really nice guy.
He does. Seems like a cool, charming guy who deserves every ounce of success he's ever had.
I remember a few years ago, I watched like a video of him like going back to his like old community and just going like house to house and talking to people, and it was very sweet.
And like we talked about this, but like he's legitimately like a top 5-star in WWE at the moment.
Yeah, like I said, they will do the Sami Zayn thing where like they'll be like, "Fuck, we have to give him a title match," and like we might have to have him win because like once every year the WWE universe like picks a guy and goes, they have been underserved in their career and we're gonna make them get a push. It went from Brian, then it went to Kofi, then it went to Sammy, and now it's happening to R-Truth.
He is just charming and likable, and people love him.
And I think that's the thing. Like, WWE for so long has like held down the people that you like, that it's people now they just easily get the story of give someone we like some moment. Like, they've really developed, and it's yearly. It's literally like around the clock. Like this time every year around Mania.
And more often than not, they steadfastly still refuse to give the person their moment.
They gave it to Brian. They gave it to Kofi. They kind of gave it to Sammy with the tag belts in the Mania main event.
But even Brian and Kofi, they were dragged fucking kicking and screaming into doing.
So it's like, who knows? We will see what happens. I would love if R-Truth won a big one. That'd be really fun.
Because you would only have to have him win, like, the tag titles as well.
And people would be so happy with it, yeah.
So, like, you don't even have... It's not even Sammy where, like, you should have made a case that he maybe should have won the belt. Like, Ron can just win the tag titles and thumbs up, everyone's happy.
And makes sense with the people who are the tag champs, too.
Yeah, you have a story there that they're telling, and they won't pay off, because they always do the hard part and then never the easy part. Like, the hard part of get people to care, get people over, and then they're like, have that guy win? Fuck no.
They can team in with Austin Creed, and they can be Truth and Consequences.
Oh. Big Bound for Glory 2007 teaming again.
You like that?
So this 3D and Killings against Team Canada main event. Mike tries to get Don to enthusiastically say death, taxes, and tables, but he gives very unclear instructions. He says, repeat after me, death, taxes, and tables, but then Don tries to say it alongside him, so they just kind of stumble and fall all over each other as they're trying to say death, taxes, tables, enthusiastically.
Taxes, and tables.
3D Flapjack Killings onto PD. Today announces that the main event of next week's Impact will be Ron Killings and Rhino challenging AMW for the NWA World Tag Team titles.
It'd be really embarrassing if Team Canada won here.
No, unless they pin 3D, and then they're like, they don't deserve tag title shots, but Ron still does.
Well, they just add Team Canada to the match.
That's true, could be a 3-way. They do the Waz Up with a Truth leg drop off the top.
It's better.
So then they do the get the tables, but Liam Bully pushed Ron instead of Devon.
What?
Because all the black guys are the same, I think is the bit they're going for.
It's happened like a few times in history, hasn't it?
Yeah, Bully likes that bit where he's like, if he's in the ring with two black guys, he pushes the wrong black guy.
Is the gimmick that he can't tell the difference?
I think it might be.
Team 3D. What a weird crew.
Devon was not pleased. Team Canada then cut off getting the tables, but Truth pinned A1 with an axe kick. AMW attack after the match. Rhino makes the save and gores Chris Harris. So next episode of Impact, JB has AMW. There's an 8-man tag at Destination X, where they finally announce who's in the match. So it's Jarrett, Abyss, and AMW against Rhino, 3D, and Ron Killings. So that's your Jarrett match for the pay-per-view. Jarrett comes in with Shelley, and he's like, we've got the footage of Sting. We're doing a viewing party tonight.
Viewing party. They say, Jackie Gator, get the room set up.
Yeah. And also they're like, Jackie, here's a weird outfit for you.
Yeah, pervert shit.
So there's then a show running angle where Gail and Jackie are backstage multiple times, or Gail gives her outfit to wear, and then she's getting dressed, and Jackie's like, I don't want to wear this, and Gail's like, you have to wear this.
Gail's like, well, you don't have to wear it, but I wouldn't want that video on the internet.
I do like how they immediately go back to, we are blackmailing you.
We have you doing sex things on video, and we will post it.
We had another Ron Killings video on this show where he talks about after his run-ins with the law, he decided to go straight and found wrestling as that place to channel all of his interests back into one. He talks about being the first black NWA World Champion, and now he's emerged from his cocoon and he's ready to go. So it's a weird thing to refer to TLK as, but...
I like that there's like a little bit where he's like, yeah, when I first came to TNA, I was kind of a rude dude.
Yeah, it's like, I wasn't a very good guy at the start there, but also Hermie Sadler did a racism to me, so I should have been the babyface.
But, like, they don't frame it that way at all. It's just, I was kind of mean. It's like, you were pretty justified, man.
I had a bad attitude, but I'm a nice guy. So, main event of the episode for the NWA World Tag Team titles, America's Most Wanted versus Rhino and Ron Killing.
I don't really have a lot to say about it. I mean, Rhino and Ron Killings is objectively a cool tag team. And it is... Like, I won't knock this match as a TV main event.
Yeah, they replay the gore from Against All Odds, so the gore out of the stands. Also, you'd note if you watch the opening titles, they've added the gore through the wall to the opening titles.
Of course they have. Come on now.
They're reinforcing all of their wacky gores. Mike Tenay is like, Spike TV officials fucking love this shit. They're so happy that we have this pay-per-view quality match as our TV main event.
I mean, yeah, that's a good way of selling it.
Ron puts on Storm's cowboy hat and does a missile dropkick, which I appreciate. I always like when people steal Storm's cowboy hat.
It is like, you have a hat, expect it to be stolen for a pop.
So Rhino brawls up the ramp with Chris Harris, and Rhino is standing at the top of the ramp looking down at Chris Harris, ready to gore him. And suddenly, from the tunnel, Abyss emerges.
Like Jason.
There's a good, like, I think 11 seconds between when you first see Abyss and he first lays his hands on Rhino. So he does this, like, slow horror movie villain walk up the tunnel, slowly Abyss-like. And the tunnel is, like, there's fog in the tunnel and there's a light in the back of the tunnel. So it is, like, perfectly lit and presented as a horror movie moment as Abyss emerges very slowly, doing his very slow walk before he grabs Rhino by the hair and pulls him down.
Abyss missed his calling for a cinematic match star.
Oh, he would have been so good if you just, like, put him as, like, Jason in a cinematic match.
You could have totally done, like some sort of, like, big tag match, right? Like, you know what would have been a really fun, like, if the timelines had, like, worked up? Doing, like, the Decay versus, like, the Rascals. Like, and you just have, like, the Rascals running around, like, a campsite and Abyss hunting them the whole time.
Because like, Abyss did do some cinematic stuff. Like the second Hardy cinematic match was against Decay,
he did like the End of the World one, right?
And they did the Apocalypto one, and even like the Great War one at Bound for Glory was like, there was a cinematic portion of that as well as a regular match.
But like, you could totally see him like hunting down the two like weed heads. Just really like playing into the horror like 90s slasher tropes.
And they do like 7 false finishes where they think they killed him and he just keeps coming back.
Yeah, right. They keep hitting him with moves and he just completely no-sells it.
We've buried him alive and then he just emerges.
Yeah, this is what cinematic matches were meant to be.
Bits.
Which is, again, proof that TNA is the only company that has done good cinematic matches.
Yeah, because they were about bits.
Except for, like, you know, the Briscoe vs. Briscoe one, but that's just a match that was filmed in their backyard. That is not a cinematic match, I would argue.
Yeah, that's, like, closer in spirit to, like, the 2000s WWF hardcore stuff than, like, cinematic stuff.
100%.
Where Al Snow ends up in a river, those kind of matches.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Abyss pulls Rhino down, and then he just black hole slams him through the stage.
Awesome.
He picks him up and he spins him around this little column to the side of the stage, and they crashed through it. And I think Abyss got worried at first because he hit it first and it didn't really move.
He had to like push.
Yeah, you had to lean further in, and then it did collapse in. So Rhino and Abyss are still falling through things.
It was a very awkward little fall.
This left Killings isolated. Super Kick and Death Sentence gave AMW the win as they then replay the Black Hole Slam through the stage a couple times. They didn't replay the slow walk up the tunnel a couple of times, which disappointed me, but they did replay the Black Hole Slam through the stage. So we go backstage. Planet Jarrett, they're having the viewing party for Alex Shelley's Sting footage. Jackie comes out in a chimney sweep outfit.
I think it's meant to be like what do they call them? Like a maid?
But it's more like an 1800s maid.
Yeah, it's like a French maid, but like an old French maid.
Because she has one of like those old duster things.
Yeah, it's not a chimney sweep.
But my mind went to like, if you had a maid in Oliver, it would look like this. So that's what she's wearing.
She's still inside the house.
Not as slutty as you would have expected for how they were building it up, so more restrained.
Yeah, it's very surprising, actually.
Jeff does a bit where he drops the tape, and it's like, Jackie, can you pick that tape up? And she does like the crouchiest crouch to pick it back up that she can, so as not to like lean into Jeff's creepiness.
Perversion. And I like his Selvit as being like, fuck, she got me. She got me on that one.
So we are presented with Alex Shelley's tape of evidence that Sting is retired, and it is tremendous.
Yeah, I remember this. This is like the thing I remember most about Sting's early run, is this video.
So Sting is picking up his kids, the little Stingers, little Steve and little Garrett, who recently appeared on AEW's Revolution in Sting's last match. This, their first television appearance.
You know, I was doing some like TNA watching the other day. And in the like big like Sting great AEW promo where he goes like, no one's ever touched my family before, I was watching some old stuff and I saw Kurt attacking fucking Garrett. And I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, in the build up to Bound for Glory 2007, Kurt goes out to California and starts stalking Garrett. So not me, his Sting's son.
Yeah, he like beats him up and like then actually Garrett like beats him up and gets in a car.
Yeah, and tries to, and like they cut back to Sting and he's like, run, get away.
Yeah, Sting's watching it on TV like, run, Garrett, run.
So this is the debut of the little Stingers. It is funny how often that happens. That just like, you know, they were a very big part of Evolution, and here we are talking about their debut on television on our literal next episode.
One of these kids would go up to be a streamer.
Well, yeah, one of them loves Destiny.
Yeah, Destiny. I wonder if he plays with Paul White.
Which I believe is Garrett is the Destiny streamer.
Makes sense.
So Shelley is watching Sting pick them up from school. Shelley is watching them play with their mom, playing basketball. Shelley is like, look, they suck. And then one of them makes a shot and he's like, well, you know.
Maybe it's like, he's like, yeah, well, you know, everyone gets a lucky shot.
Then watches Sting go to the gym, and then they cut back, and Jeff Jarrett is absolutely delighted. He's like, there it is. There is demonstrable.
He's living his life.
It's like, Alex, you have done such a good job. Well done. This is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. We have proven beyond all doubt that Sting is gone and he's never coming back.
Bravo.
And then they pan to Eric Young, who's like, did you see that? He's going to the gym. Guys, why is he going to the gym?
He's getting ready for a return.
He wants to get in shape to come back and kill us. And Jeff Jarrett's mood immediately goes from, Alex, you are the best person I've ever seen, to, Alex, you fucking useless failure.
Yeah. He switches up on him on that one.
It goes back to my favorite part of this, in that, like, Jarrett is delighted until Eric Young has doubts, and Jarrett, he takes the Eric Young doubts seriously. He can't just dismiss them.
And he's like, God damn it, Alex, you failure.
So he's like, you have to go back out to California again. You need to go up to Sting. Never mind this clandestine stuff. Never mind filming him and his family from the bushes. Never mind all that. You have to go up to Sting and ask him. Ask him, is he done? I want it on tape. I want him saying it. So go out there, bring that back for next week.
Alex is not happy with this.
So, opener of the March 4th Impact. America's Most Wanted, Abyss and Jeff Jarrett face the wonderful Jobber All-Star team of Shark Boy, Norman Smiley, Cassidy Riley, and Buck Quatermain.
It's Norman Smiley's back.
Yeah, reuniting with Shark Boy for the first time since their 2003 tag team.
I mean, are we excited to see him back? And again, he was like the best part of the match too.
It's really funny that this is meant to be an enhancement match for the 4 guys who have the pay-per-view 8-man tag. And by design, the star of the match is Norman Smiley.
Yeah.
Because, like, the match is 2 minutes long, most of which is brawling, except for Norman, who hits his awesome wind-up scoop slam and his big wiggle, which gets a big pop before he turns into a black hole slam, and then Jarrett doesn't let Abyss pin him and strokes Norman for the win instead. It's really funny to me that you watch this match, which is meant to be a total squash, and Norman Smiley probably gets the most offense.
Yeah, and looks the best. I was like, let's keep Norman Smiley around. What are we doing?
There is a note, BG James complained.
Just leave it there.
Because he was told not to do his pelvic thrust before the pump handle slam on television. But then Norman Smiley showed up and did the big wiggle on TV, which got over big live. Smiley was brought in as just another jobber role, got a reaction since they remembered him as a character from WCW. So BG's like, that was my spot. I used to do that for a pop, but now Norman Smiley's doing it, and I was told I couldn't do it.
I would argue that BG James' version is more vulgar.
Norman Smiley is playful.
Yeah, BG James bends him over and fucks him in the ass.
Whereas Norman Smiley just gives him a little wiggle.
Yeah, and then he does like a spin. He makes it jovial. BG's is like uncomfortable. Now maybe that is because it's BG James. But, you know, I can understand the difference.
So, after the match, Alex Shelley comes down to the ring with his new Sting tape. He hands it to Jarrett, and Jarrett is once again delighted. He is so happy that he leaps into Scott D'Amore's arms in celebration that they have this tape of Sting, presumably declaring that he is gone and never coming back.
And, like, Shelley's trying to say something, but, like, they all leave, and then Shelley goes to the one person who will understand him, EY, and is like, man, I don't know. And EY's like, oh, shit.
So, JB has Matt Bentley and Tracy. We'll talk about that when we're talking about the extensive Matt Bentley and Lance Hoyt feud. But Planet Jarrett do walk in and bust that interview and tell JB, we have a viewing party tonight. He demands once again, Jackie, prepare the viewing party room, as Shelley does not look pleased. He's sheepish. He is looking at the floor. He does not appear happy with his work this week, as opposed to last week where he was very happy with his work.
And Jarrett, like, is just so caught up in the moment he doesn't even realize it.
Yeah, because the entire bit is that like Alex Shelley is like occasionally like, it's like, Alex, don't be modest. Your work is fantastic. He's still too modest for his own good.
Which is like, the Alex Shelley character has never once been accused of being modest.
That's Jeff Hardy's gimmick.
To the top.
So Jackie first declines to prepare the viewing room, which Jeff has to then shout at her. But while he's doing that, he just offhandedly hands the tape of Sting to Eric Young. And as he mentioned, Shelley mentioned something to Eric Young in the opening segment. So Eric Young decides to abscond with the tape.
Runs away.
If no one sees it, it's not real.
That's a fair point.
So we then have a 6-man tag team match later on that show. Team Canada face Chris Sabin, Jay Lethal, and Sanjay Dutt. And the entire point of this match is Eric Young is wrestling a match. He's in this match, but he is hiding the tape of Sting in the crotch of his gear.
No one will notice. It's fine.
Yeah, like Jarrett comes out mid-match and tries to get it from EY's crotch, and EY's like, I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing here.
I really appreciate EY's commitment to, if we don't watch it, it doesn't count.
Yeah, anything that happens on it isn't real. So I'm just going to stay and wrestle this 6-man tag and ideally break the tape at some point.
Amazing.
Sabin nails Rude with the world's prettiest tornado DDT. It's so good. That man is the best wrestler that has ever existed.
It's nice that he busted out.
Lethal wiped out EY with a dive, which allowed Jarrett to get the tape back. All the commotion at ringside allowed PD to pin Sanjay with the Canadian Destroyer.
You know, James Storm and EY are pretty good friends, alright? They're all in this Planet Jarrett thing together. And it just reminds me, why was he so mean to EY that one time he went to buy condoms?
Because of all of this. Because EY brought Sting's wrath back on them, so he has never forgiven him.
It was a years-old grudge?
Yeah.
My God.
So when they went to buy condoms, he was like, fuck you. Remember that time Sting retired and you brought him back because you were too paranoid to accept that he was retired?
That's like up there with the Team 3D funeral for me. That segment is so funny.
Because like that is the one thing you can say about Russo TNA. It does get sillier.
Yeah, which is the best. Like, if there's one thing he did understand about TNA, it was the comedy.
Yeah, well, it's not meant to be boring.
Yeah. He understood the difference between WWE comedy and TNA comedy.
This is the reason all of this stuff works, because with Planet Jared and the tapes and the paparazzi productions and the filming Sting, it is firmly TNA comedy. Like there's a segment on the pay-per-view that you just started, I think, clapping during, because it is just like pure unfiltered TNA comedy.
Yeah. That reminds me like some of the like early Vince stuff where like he's with AJ and AJ's like, I can do a flip in the pool, Dad.
Yeah.
Like that's good comedy. I felt like and to be fair to Vince Russo, a weird statement, we've always said good on-screen character. If there was someone else controlling him, he'd be fine.
And once he's not an authority figure as well, ideally.
Yeah, like as a like manager role or like just some weird freak, great.
Like he cut good promos during the sex era, but also it was an unbearable angle that he wrote.
And again, I'll take the sex era over the Dutch Mantel boring era.
Yeah. So we once again have the second viewing party. They have Shelley's tape. Jared is like bigging up Shelley as Shelley looks extremely anxious. So Shelley is once again stalking Sting. He's watching Sting coach his kids' football team and walks hand in hand with his daughter. And he's like, listen, I know you want me to go up and confront him, Jeff, but we can build up to that. We don't need to do that immediately, okay?
And he's like, I'm not scared.
We can ease ourselves into it.
He's like, I'm not scared.
There's a great moment where Sting is bringing his kids into the car after the football practice, and Sting's daughter is just looking right at Alex Shelley the whole time. And I'm not sure, is that meant to be like the angle that his daughter has like spotted Shelley?
I think it is. The idea is like that Sting knows about this. He saw the show last week, and like even if he didn't know about this, he does know about it now.
But it is very funny that she's just glaring at Shelley. The Sting family crosses a road, and Shelley makes a Beatles reference and calls them John, Paul, George, and Stingo.
And then he goes, Beatles reference.
Sting kisses his daughter, and instead Shelley quips that Jarrett should give him a kiss with his guitar.
Doesn't he say that about the daughter?
Oh, but did he say about the daughter instead of Jarrett?
I thought he said
daughter with the guitar?
Jarrett should give her a kiss with his guitar.
I thought he said him, but he might have said her. Sting's playing golf, continues to watch.
Wait, see, I think I like Mandela affected this. I have a memory of Sting like hitting the golf ball at Shelley in the bushes.
No.
But I think I must have just invented that.
Yeah.
Wild. Maybe it's because like right after the confrontation happens and I've just like put them together in my head.
So Shelley is like, I think Sting spotted me, Jeff. I think he's seen me. And then Sting emerges from his car, confronts Shelley.
Wait, do you want to be Sting and I'll be Shelley?
Oh, sure. So Sting emerges from the car, very angry, confronts Shelley, is like, you think this is funny?
No.
Why would you do this?
I was told to.
The defeat in Alex's voice and the no and I was told to is
and then Sting just goes, you're an idiot. Get a life.
Yeah, he's mad. He's like, you crossed the line. You confronted my family. This is unacceptable. So it won't be Sting coming to Destination X. It'll be Steve Borden. And as you said, he just ends the segment just shouting, get a life, idiot, at Alex Shelley.
But like, Shelley's probably like paid for this, you know? Like, he's probably, this is his job. I was just like, I was told to.
He's just an auteur. He is just a filmmaker.
Yeah.
They then cut back to the viewing room.
Everyone despondent.
For an amazing reaction shot as they pan across the entirety of Planet Jared, starting from like AMW, going across the Team Canada, going across the Gale, to Jackie, who is smiling like a Cheshire cat in all of this, which is fantastic. And then back across the EY, who does like the giant bomb guy blinking meme?
Yeah.
He does like a version of that before a big gulp, and like Bobby Roode is like biting his towel, and James Storm's drink is like dropping out of his mouth.
Yeah, he's drinking, like, yeah, but it's just like free falling out of his agape mouth.
So like the whole time they're doing that reaction shot, you just hear the sound of James Storm's drink dripping onto the floor.
I need this GIF as a reaction GIF.
It's perfect. It is like the world's best reaction. Like in a world where like wrestling is produced for TikTok, basically, like this is it.
TNA was just around at the wrong time.
Yeah.
I do love Jackie just being like,
Yeah, she got some fucking comeuppance. She didn't get comeuppance, but you know what I mean. Like, she got some revenge.
She has some
That's the
schadenfreude
thing.
here.
You can present like bad people in storytelling, especially in pro wrestling. They just have to be proved to be bumbling idiots the whole time.
Jarrett then starts shouting at Alex Shelley. It's like, this seems like a thing you should have told me. And he's like, well, I tried to. It's like, shut up, Alex. And then EY does a great big gulp as Planet Jarrett are shocked that it's not Sting coming to the pay-per-view. It's Steve Borden.
That's more dangerous. A man called Steve.
So the big hook for the pay-per-view is a legend retires, but a man returns.
I hope AEW uses that.
Yeah, Sting retired. Steve Borden is still around.
Steve Borden never retired. He's got one more match left in him.
End of this show, they go back to Planet Jarrett, where Jarrett's just like lying on a bench. Gail and Scott are there, very worried. Scott is like, we're screwed. And then Jarrett sits up and he's like, I have an idea. And I have his number on speed dial.
And he will, like, try to make a holler if you hear me joke. There isn't.
He's gonna holler if you hear me. March 11th, Impact. We go to a feature on Sting as they push, the hook, the tagline for the pay-per-view about how a legend retired and a man returns.
I want to give one more shout about these segments real quick. JB has been the perfect, like, not straight man. You can't call him the straight man of the segments. But, like, I guess, like, substitute for the audience. Like, just bug-eyed open, not knowing what's going on. Just, like, he's just been perfect in, like, this goofball role.
Because, yeah, we did replace Shane Douglas with Jeremy Borash this month, because Jay Penzer is now ring announcer, so JB has moved to backstage interviewer. And, like Shane Douglas, I find funny, because he's like, ooh, franchise, I'm a character in the show. Yeah. But I can understand the critiques that perhaps the idea of the backstage interviewer doing that maybe undercuts a lot of the idea of backstage interviews quite often.
Yeah. because JB is never stealing the show, he's just emphasizing.
He does always compliment scenes, and he is a very important part of TNA comedy, because like JB filmed the Sting stuff. Alex Shelley obviously presented as the guy who filmed it, but JB was the guy with the camera filming that out in California with Sting's family.
JB truly being like a all over the team player guy.
Yeah, and like, I don't know, like he's clearly a guy who he's a Russo disciple. He did come up in Russo when he was WCW. He was Russo's guy in like World Wrestling All-Stars. Like he was always like a Russo adjacent guy, so he always had like arguably the wrong instincts. And
that explains the NXT being bad.
Yeah, and I was like, you watch some of this stuff and it's like the good version of that. You know, it's charming, it's funny, it's TNA comedy. And then you watch NXT and it's like unhinged, terrible. So it's he's clearly lost touch with his roots.
Or he's gotten too in touch with his roots.
Arguably. So we have an interview with Jarrett. Mike Tenay is asking him questions. Well, I think Mike Tenay is actually never on camera. They just show Jarrett responding to questions. But the framing is that Mike Tenay is trying to get the answers out of him. So he's like, I never went to his house. That's not stalking. We were in a public space the whole time. How dare Sting be outraged about this? But as we mentioned, the hook at the end of last week's Impact is that Jarrett has somebody to counteract Sting. And he's never been in TNA.
I disagree. There's someone that looked a whole lot like him in TNA before.
Yeah, my boy Del Rios is being erased from TNA history.
He's not the Del Rio I'd rather erase from TNA history.
Ooh. But yeah, he's known this guy since early in his career, up to the death of WCW, and then he's going to be showing up this Sunday at Destination X.
It's Goldberg, baby. He's finally here.
Yeah, like, I wonder who people speculate, because, like, obviously Goldberg was linked with TNA a lot this month, and maybe they did want it to be Goldberg, but, like, Goldberg wouldn't be on Jarrett's side. That would be very silly.
But maybe people thought of it anyway.
Yeah, and maybe that's what people thought the tease was. It ends up being someone other than Goldberg.
Someone more fun, honestly, and coming in at the perfect time.
Main event of this episode, Rhino, Ron Killings and Team 3D defeat the Diamonds in the Rough, Shannon Moore and Maverick Matt.
Maverick Matt.
It's really weird that, like, just as the Bentley bounce is, like, most over, they're pivoting away from it to be, like, Maverick Matt, not Matt Bentley.
Maybe it's just the thing of, like, we didn't want him to be over.
But he was, for baffling reasons, a babyface. Even though he's a very bad babyface, he's a natural heel.
Oh.
Don thanks the fans for making Bound for Glory the highest rated wrestling DVD in the Billboard charts.
I thought you were about to say of all time.
Ever. No one has ever bought more copies of a DVD than Bound for Glory 2005.
Would you doubt it?
Moore looked to springboard
but Bully just stands there and catches
Yes,
him with a
the
German. I do actually have that DVD. Simon Diamond jumped on comment. There's a baseball thing going on again where earlier in the show, Mike Tenay and Chris Sabin go and present the White Sox with the X Division title because Simon Diamond interrupted them last time. So AJ Przinsky and Dale Torborg finally accept the belt and they say they'll give it to the player of the game. But then Simon Diamond comes on commentary in this main event is like, hey, how dare you? You should be doing that.
That's fair. I like that he like gets mad at Mike Tenay for not caring. He's like, you're a wrestling historian. You should hate this.
You should also be outraged at the idea of baseball man having wrestling championships.
I think the idea that like he's like, you should be mad that he didn't win this, I think is what he's like pissed about. And it's like, does he know he's not really the champion, right?
It is symbolic, Simon. Merely symbolic.
He like Joe didn't lose the belt here.
Tracy tries to interfere, so Team 3D give her the was up headbutt, and then they do a sudden cutaway and cut back to the get the table spot. And if you watch closely, it does appear that Devon lingers when he gives Tracy the what's up headbutt. So I believe the idea or the spot they did that did not make air, there's no note about this, I was hoping there would be, was that Devon held his face there a little while.
Yeah, not like as a pervert in real life. We should probably specify.
Just as a pervert as a character.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was one that they were probably like, we know we air at 11 o'clock, but we still can't put that on TV, Devon.
Still a little risk. It's not the Attitude Era.
They go to do the get the tables, but Killings and Devon demand that Bully gets the tables instead.
Again, he's confused.
They're taking their power back, I guess.
I did like that he was like, do you remember that one like Teddy Long like promo with them?
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Where he was like, Devon, why do you always have to get the tables?
Oh yeah.
I just remember that. Like, it's the delivery of it was like so good during like that whole Teddy Long thing, the White Boy Challenge era.
Like 2004ish.
Yeah.
So Bully, after being demanded to get the tables, sulks a little bit.
Which tells us that Bully always viewed getting the tables as a demeaning act.
Yeah, he's been told to go get them, and now he's like, oh, I'm being made to do the manual labor instead of getting to lead the crowd in chants. Ugh.
So it's like, he clearly does not value Devon as a true partner because he views that as a negative task.
Yeah, he's disrespectful to his buddy who keeps getting tables for him.
To his brother.
Rhino Gore Skipper Truth pins David Young with the axe kick. Planet Jarrett come out to the ramp and stare down the babyfaces before we head to the pay-per-view. There was also an NWA World Title match on the show. The Naturals faced America's Most Wanted. Once again, this is the 13th Naturals versus AMW match in TNA history, though 2 were on Explosion, so we've only seen 11.
I feel like we've seen them all, though.
I was like, because I was thinking maybe this is the last one, and then we could do a nostalgic AMW versus the Naturals retrospective, but there's one more in like July, so.
A retrospective where we're going to do a watch-along for all the matches.
We're going to sit down and watch every single AMW The Naturals match back to back to back. We'll throw in some Hot Shots matches too, just to even things out.
Spice it up.
Yeah.
Great. Sounds awful.
Despite recent history, Mike and Don point out that the Naturals have historically had AMW's number. They've beaten them for the tag titles twice, I think. So they do at least point out that despite the fact that they've been beaten by a drum by AMW in the last year or so, they have kind of been a bogey team for AEW historically.
Which is a good little angle to have. That's why, like, long-term rivals are good. Because, like, even if you're having, like, just the tune-up match, there's still a little story to...
Yeah, they do the thing where they pull Harris's crotch into Storm's face, and then Storm falls out of the corner, and his crotch drops on Harris's face. And Don says that's like a scene right out of Brokeback Mountain.
The hottest cultural reference of 2006.
Seemingly the only cultural reference of 2006.
Because gay.
The Naturals are running wild, so Gale distracts the referee, and then Team Canada run in. Rude Northern Lariats Douglas. Chase gets handcuffed at the guardrail, which seemed unnecessary. They were already beaten. But AMW beats Douglas with the death sentence then.
Yeah, fine little match. It's always nice to see some AMW on the TV.
Yeah, two like TV title defenses, neither of which are blowing the socks off the place, but it's nice to get AMW matches on television.
It probably makes sense because there's a lack of pay-per-view title matches, or at least built ones.
Yeah, and they don't really currently have any... I guess they can go back to 3D, that's like the long-term direction, even though they never actually do. But they don't actually have many teams at the moment that they haven't wrestled a billion times like the Naturals.
Yeah.
Like, who else could they wrestle?
No one.
Like, they answer that question by Styles and Daniels and LAX forming. But at the moment, you're like, who could they even wrestle? And the answer is only Team 3D.
they can't do LAX at this point.
No.
That would be a very weird match to do right now.
So Destination X 2006, March 12, 2006 opens with a short film called Stung by Fritz Fellini.
And we must simply say, literally better than the Tony Storm gimmick has ever been. And I'm someone who has enjoyed most of the Tony Storm gimmick. They committed here harder than they have ever committed to Tony Storm.
So it's like a black and white film where they're showing like footage of like the pay-per-view matches and the build to the pay-per-view, and then they cut to it's Eric Young and like a mask doing like an old school opera kind of character reacting and miming to all of the things he's watching. So like when he sees Monty Brown and Monty Brown does his taunt, they cut back to masked Eric Young, who also does Monty Brown's taunt. It's all set to a funkier version of L'Amores Uso
It's a
Rebel,
banger of a tune.
which I definitely knew the name of that song without having to look it up, and I definitely pronounced it really
You said
well.
it on the watch along.
Yeah, I know opera music, but it's the that one. No, that's circus music. It wasn't circus music.
Well, then why was this a clown show?
Well, it was a bit of a clown show. You're not wrong. He was miming. But then Sting shows up at the end of this video, and the big reveal is Eric Young collapses, and like, you realize it's Eric Young who's under this mask. Because this is more artful and interesting than anything they've done with Tony Storm's movies. It's actually crazy.
And like, you could totally do this with Tony Storm, and it would be a killer segment.
That would take actual like effort.
I don't even think it takes that much effort. It just takes 3 hours on a soundstage.
It's Fritz Fellini, which is like the Fellini part of that reference is quite obvious, but it's Fritz because that's Eric Young's shoot name, Jeremy Fritz.
I didn't know that.
So if you're wondering why it's Fritz Fellini, but that's the short film Stung is called. There you go.
Oh, we do know that, like, you know, Eric is someone in that kind of world too, so that makes sense from that perspective.
So there is a show-running story on this where Jeff Jarrett has instructed Alex Shelley and Eric Young to find Sting. Mm-hmm. And he's like, you go get him. So JB has Team Canada. They're facing the Naturals tonight because Team Canada cost the Naturals the belts on Impact. And Scott's is like, that we know more about being screwed as Canadians in America than the Naturals ever do. We'll win the World X Cup, and Canada has superior social security, superior education, and superior wrestlers.
Not wrong.
Shelley grabs EY as Jarrett has tasked them with finding Sting, and Scott is like, you have a match coming up, Eric. So in the middle of Lance Hoyt versus Matt Bentley,
This is awesome.
we pan up to the rafters. Mike and Don are like, now wait a minute, we have to go to the rafter? JB is in the rafters? As Eric Young and Alex Shelley have concocted a scheme to try and flush out Sting, to try and get information about Sting. So one, they're examining the rafters, naturally, because it's one of Sting's noted homes. The man likes the rafters a lot.
It is a classic Sting spot.
And then two, Eric Young has decided to drop a bunch of "Have you seen this man?" flyers from the rafters in order to find Sting. So it's like a picture of Steve Borden with contact details for Jeff Jarrett, and it's like Steve Borden, 6'4" or whatever, last seen Venice Beach, California. If you see him, contact Jeff Jarrett immediately.
Which, like, how are they supposed to contact Jeff?
You can find him. He's not that hard to find.
You just gotta shout at him from the crowd and be like, "I found Sting, Jeff."
He's actually right here next to me.
He's under the Sting mask.
Yeah, everyone, there should be that would have been a good bit. A bunch of people in a Sting mask in the crowd, and Eric Young is just pulling the mask off their face.
Yeah, and then he's under them. He's under all of them.
Everybody is Sting. Mm-hmm. We throw to the back after that match where JB has Rhino, Truth, and 3D, and Mike Tenay is like, JB already got down from the rafters in his backstage? That guy's quick.
Yeah, he teleported.
Standard 8-man tag hype. They're like, we're going to beat up our opponents tonight. And then it ended with Truth being like, you can get this, you can get that, what's up? And Bully turning to Devon being like, you have to teach me Ebonics. And I'm like, what is this? What are we doing with this character? Why is this like this?
2006.
This man suddenly has black friends and he is overwhelmed.
He's historically had a black friend for a very long time.
Team Canada defeat the Naturals. Eric Young just gets back in time. He's panting, he's sweating, he's extra scared by his pyro. Mike today suggests that they should tell Scott D'Amore that there's an all-you-can-eat buffet backstage in order to get him to leave the ringside area.
How mean. How uncouth.
It's quite mean. The relentless meanness to Scott D'Amore is very, very unnecessary.
You're allowed to be mean to the heel.
That's true. It's like, you're fat, go away.
Yeah.
I do like the bit that Don West has a very similar physique to Scott D'Amore as well.
Yeah.
Earlier in the show, Matt Bentley took it's the Shawn Michaels spot where he's lying across the turnbuckle. They kick the turnbuckle and he flies up and crotches himself in the ropes.
Mm-hmm.
And he did not take it very well. And then in this match, Eric Young took it and it looked awesome. They also, if you remember, was a Sacrifice last year, there was an 8-man tag where they did the spot where Chase Stevens dropkicked Eric Young and he just took the flare flop off the middle rope to the outside of the floor. And once again, in a meaningless mid-card match, for the second time, Eric Young has just decided to do that spot. I don't understand why. It's just like, Eric, this is a throwaway mid-card tag team match. What are you doing?
Yeah, but what's the spot you remember from the match, I guess?
That's true. That is the only thing I remember about this match, other than D'Amore distracts the ref as EY breaks the hockey stick over Andy Douglas's head and Team Canada pick up the win.
A good break.
So Eric Young had a major scare after surgery to remove polyps from his vocal cords on March 7th in Nashville, which is the reason if you're ever wondering why Eric Young sounds like that.
I was kind of curious.
Yeah, he has polyps on his vocal cords that he has to get removed every so often so that he can talk. But he had some problems here because he had a problem with the anesthesia used in surgery and at one point couldn't be revived and his heart stopped beating for several minutes.
Imagine, being him and having to go in again to do it the next time.
Yeah, you would be quite scared, wouldn't you?
Anesthesia is great.
Also, he wrestled 5 days after this.
Yeah.
When they were able to bring him to, he had an irregular heartbeat, but he was able to get out of hospital a day later and given the green light to wrestle on the pay-per-view where you wouldn't even know anything was wrong other than his voice was a little weaker than usual. So yeah, he took that dopey bump from Chase Stevens after having that major health scare. So later in the show, JB is backstage with Alex Shelley and Eric Young. They continue to be on the hunt for Sting, and they seem to have gotten intel that Sting has gone to the bathroom.
My God.
Eric Young does this big forward roll, this big diving forward roll that you would see in a video game.
And Shelley looks impressed.
Yeah, he's like, oh, that's stealthy. They step into the bathroom and they find a bat and demand that Sting come out. AJ Styles comes out instead. EY is like, is Sting in there? And AJ's like, no.
He's like, with me?
Yeah, I would never be gay in a man with a bathroom. You're gay. You're gay with your man in the bathroom. I think that is the literal implication.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're making the joke, but that is kind of literally what happens is AJ goes, yeah, you two being gay in here?
Yeah, it's like, what are you two doing in a bathroom together, huh? Huh?
Brokeback bathroom.
Got him. This was the segment where you just started cackling because it's extremely silly.
Gay in the bathroom, alright?
JB has Jarrett Abyss and AMW. EY comes in, says he can't find Sting, and Jarrett's like, it doesn't matter. Sting, come on down to the ring. We're facing Rhino, Ron Killings, and Team 3D in an 8-man tag team match next.
And they have kind of a wild little brawl.
And then a boring match.
And then a boring match after it.
Because if you remember, they did a version of this back at Genesis without Abyss and... Actually, without Abyss and Killings. It was Jarrett and AMW against Rhino and Team 3D, where they did this big building-wide brawl, and it was actually a good amount of fun. And, that's what they started doing here. They started doing the big building-wide brawl. They were fighting each other. It was good fun. There was good energy to it. And then they settled into a regular 8-man tag team match where they got the heat on Rhino for 30 minutes. You could have just done wild brawls and thrown each other through tables and everyone would have a good time. They do the waz up on Jarrett and Gail at the same time. Jackie assists the Gail one. So will she get in trouble? Will they reveal her tape for that?
I mean, I'm invested in finding out.
Devon goes to do the get the tables push on Jackie, but then is like, oh no, she has boobs. I can't touch her boobs. It's a lot of different get the tables bits this month.
Too many.
Arguably none of them good.
The other good one is Bully being like, oh.
AMW got to handcuff Truth to the ropes, but Truth turns it around and handcuffs Harris instead. Truth goes the pin storm with the axe kick, but Jarrett pulls the referee out. Jarrett then just beats Truth with the stroke. So we did all those Truth videos. We did the refocus on Truth. It's everything's going on with Ron Killings, and Jarrett just beats him again.
Cool.
Because he took the fall in the tag title match as well, because Rhino was brawled out of the building with Abyss, so AMW even pinned Truth there. So it's just what are you doing? You could have pinned anybody else in this match. Could have pinned Rhino, you could have pinned Devon, you could have pinned Bully.
I would have just pinned one of Team 3D. They have an out of it being an 8-man tag.
Yeah, like, there's no reason you couldn't have pinned any of the other men other than the guy you kind of refocused a little bit of push on this month.
Maybe they did the push because they knew they were going to have him get pinned.
That's true. And, like, it's the classic thing where, like, they gave him a visual pin on Storm before he got pinned. So it's, like, the classic thing where, like, we know well enough that we shouldn't be beating him like this, that we give him a visual pin, but we don't then just take the next step and say we shouldn't beat him.
Yeah.
It's really stupid. So Jarrett hangs around after the match and demands to see Steve Borden. He gives Sting until the count of 10 to come out, and after a very long difference between the 9 and 10 count, he eventually does not come out.
It's a great bit because, like, they always come out.
Yeah, he's like, I'll give you till 9. He's lying in the ring, he gets to 9, and then he does like a whole 30-second speech before he gets to 10. Jarrett says that he has been proved right, he's won the war, Sting is a quitter, and he's coming for the winner of Monty versus Christian.
And I went, no!
Apparently Christian, the Dudleys, and Rhino have formed a bit of a clique in TNA. They tend to dress apart from the rest of the wrestlers, but when around everyone else, they are friendly and fit in well.
They have friends. And that's negative.
So after the Christian Cage Monty Brown main event, which we'll talk about when we talk about Christian and Monty, Planet Jarrett come out, they attack Christian, they handcuff Christian to the ropes. Rhino tries to make the save but gets cut off. I don't think 3D tried to make the save. They're like, fuck it, we're done.
They're like, Ron just took the pin, so we need to that's our reason not to be here.
Yeah.
Even though Team T3 taking the loss would actually give them a reason not to be here.
Yeah, you could have done something where they were actually taken out, but nope, it's only Rhino who tries to save Christian, and everyone else is like, fuck it, I don't care anymore, we lost tonight.
Well, clearly Christian and the Dudleys haven't formed much of a clique backstage.
So when Christian is handcuffed to the ropes and they start taking their turns whipping him with a belt, before Steve Borden shows up.
Not Sting. It's Steve.
He's wearing like a Nike exercise shirt and just some pants, no face paint, no, not even glasses. It's just Steve Borden showing up to kick some ass.
And it's so weird.
It kind of rocks because he is absolutely running wild on everybody as Steve Borden.
He's doing a Sting comeback.
It is a Steve comeback.
Steve. It feels immoral. It feels unnatural.
Crowd go absolutely apeshit as Sting runs wild on Planet Jarrett. He gets the belt, he whips Jarrett himself, he locks him in the Scorpion Deathlock. Before Jarrett's ace up his sleeve, Scott Steiner makes his TNA debut.
Holla if you mother effing him.
Steiner hits Sting with a belly-to-belly. The crowd then chant for Goldberg. Steiner tees up Sting for each of Planet Jarrett to take a cheap shot at him. Steiner then locks Sting in the Steiner recliner as Jarrett like scoots in on his butt because Sting is in like a crouched position. So Jarrett on his butt hits Sting with a guitar while he's trapped in the Steiner recliner as Planet Jarrett and Scott Steiner stand tall and Steiner's siren theme plays as the show goes off the air.
One like fun thing that I noted during this was that Steiner makes sure to give all of like the younger members of Planet Jarrett a hit and a bit of shine. I don't know if I ever necessarily think of Steiner as someone who is selfish, but I don't ever think of him as someone who isn't. And to see that was like, I was like, alright, go on, good work, Scott.
Yeah, it is one of those things where it's just like, this could have been all about Scott Steiner, but they did nicely incorporate the other Planet Jarrett guys so that as I said, they can all get a little moment in Scott Steiner's big debut.
Yeah, it was just, I thought it was very interesting.
Not everyone in TNA management believed it was wise to bring in Steiner, but the only opinion that really counts is Jeff Jarrett's, and he is a longtime friend, despite some fallings out in recent years.
Fuck it. We had Scott Steiner and Abyss in there. RDX!
Yeah, it's nearly all of RDX. Sanjay's backstage. They should have got him out there.
RDX, truly the greatest stable of all time.
It was at this moment that the timeline began moving inward.
The fuse was lit.
Toward Scott Steiner starting a riot in India, yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, Steiner's cool, and like Steiner in TNA turns out to be cool for very many reasons, so thumbs up.
We've got many wonderful moments to come. There's a certain promo. There's a certain whole episode. There's a certain 2-word statement which is echoed in our brains for the rest of our time.
The Mike Tenay and Don West love shouting about Scott D'Amore too.
Yeah.
Dave does note that Steiner hasn't actually currently signed a deal at this point, but he is showing up doing stuff. And also, like, you could do that with Steiner because I don't think he's going to jump to WWE anytime soon at this point in his career. This is my favorite point of Scott Steiner's career, where anytime he does an interview, he's like, that Triple H pussy bitch, let me see him take a drug test right in front of me, huh?
He's not wrong.
He was not wrong indeed. So the NWA World Title program for Destination X is Christian Cage versus the alpha male, Monty Brown. First Impact of the month, Christian opens the show, the new NWA World Champion. He comes out, he does his big celebratory promo, says he's been waiting 12 long years to do this, and raises the title in the air to rapturous applause.
Everyone's just really happy that Jeff Jarrett isn't the champion.
They're delighted to have somebody else hold that belt. He dedicates his win to all the guys who have been held back.
He's like shitty, like, who I was held back promo that every TNA guy needs to do.
Yeah, I was going to say he's the first person to do it, but he's not. D'Lo was. So he's doing the D'Lo Brown tribute promo. Says the fans know what they want and you can't fool the fans. The he's been missing for his career has not been charisma or wrestling ability. It's just been an opportunity. Christian mentions that Monty is the new #1 contender because that's how he rolls. As I said, it's kind of like, it's not a great promo. Like, I don't know. Like, it's not as much a cliche in 2006 as it is now, I guess. So it's not that bad now when he's doing it. But watching it now, it is like, dude, you just won the world title. Can you not make it about WWE being mean to you?
Yeah, I was watching the Mr. Anderson one the other day.
Oh, yeah?
Where his whole promo after winning the world title is, WWE wouldn't put the world title on me. Because I'm too real.
Oh, dear.
Trying to find our Bangkok tweet.
So the closing segment of this show is baffling. JB is with Monty Brown.
Yes.
They're walking down a hallway, and Monty's like, I'm going to confront Christian right now. And he goes into Christian's locker room, and the show goes off the air, and this just goes nowhere.
Yeah, and then the next week they're just like, you weren't in there.
It's such a funny thing to, like, big cliffhanger. Monty Brown goes into Christian's locker room. First segment of next week's Impact. Turns out Christian wasn't in the locker room.
My favorite thing about that too is like, these were filmed on like the same day.
Yeah.
Like, they filmed that and then just didn't do anything with it.
Because yeah, opening segment of the next Impact is Monty Brown squashing Dylan Knight. Not the best Monty squash in the world.
It's fine. Dylan Knight, I was like, who is this man in Mike Quackenbush cosplay?
Maybe it was Mike Quackenbush.
That's his TNA name, Dylan
Yeah.
Knight.
Monty won with a pounce. Monty addresses Christian after the match. He said last week he was looking for Christian, but believed he was in the wrong locker room because Liam, he was in the men's locker room. Maybe he should be looking in the women's locker room. He goes through then the various ways Christian is like a woman. He puts his hands on his hips and blows kisses to other men.
In his entrance, because he does like the
He calls Christian's style of wrestling touch as touch can.
It's a good wordplay.
The name of your finisher is the unprettier, which is womanly.
Yeah. Women are always about getting unprettied.
Famously. It might be the worst promo of Monty's career.
Monty, good promo guy, not a good night.
No.
And then Christian fucking owns him.
So Christian comes out and he's like, you're always talking about the Serengeti. You're always like, oh, Serengeti this, Serengeti that. So let me teach you some geography, Monty Brown. What's the capital of Thailand?
And then I like shout out to my one man in the crowd who was like, Bangkok!
He knew immediately. Monty's like, I don't know, Christian. Indulge me with your geography. Then he says, Bangkok, and ball taps him. And then they brawl. And maybe save the entire segment.
Shoutouts to Kenny Omega doing this promo like 20 years later.
Yeah, a tribute to the pinnacle of Monty Brown's career, getting ball tapped by Christian Cage with the hottest 2006 schoolyard joke.
Okay, so we got a response to this on Twitter.
Did we?
From a porn bot.
Oh, okay.
And it really makes me laugh because it's one of those ones that was like, that takes the context of your tweet into it, but then like the AI is so broken that like it doesn't make any sense.
Mm.
And this is the response. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed that day in geography class. Last time I checked, it's Bangkok, not Thailand. Winky face. Hashtag friendly disagreement. Hashtag oops.
I saw that tweet, but didn't realize it was a porn bot, and I was actually baffled by it.
Yeah, I could not understand what was being said.
Because I was looking at it, and I was just like, there's a sentence there, and sentence structure, and it is in response. But then you're like, but it just doesn't make sense. It is like the perfect encapsulation of AI, or the AI as we know it now, in that it is so close to being comprehensible, but then it falls at the final hurdle in a way that is completely baffling and makes it utterly useless.
I read it 10 times. Trying to comprehend what the fuck was trying to be said.
So next episode of Impact, JB has Christian Cage. James Mitchell and Abyss come in and say Christian leapfrogged the line and from Abyss and got a title shot. Mitchell wants a title shot or he'll unleash Doomsday on Christian.
Click.
Monty Brown then attacked Christian from behind. They brawled into the arena and then Monty pounced Christian off the ramp into the guardrail on the floor below, which is a cool spot.
Yeah, it's a good bump, and I like that it for such a big spot, it still works the body part.
Yeah, it sets up the story of the pay-per-view that Christian then has injured ribs because he ate shit on that guardrail in the way that did actually look like it injured his ribs. So good bump by Christian. He didn't a lot of people would take that bump a lot safer.
And then they would NXT face it.
Yeah, whereas Christian took that bump rib first onto the rail exactly as he should, because the story is that he will be selling his ribs going into the world title match. And it's a good bump.
Shoutouts to our Twitter just auto-tweeting episode 21, which has the best and most underrated name for any of our podcasts.
Which was it?
Dawn with the Wind.
Oh, Dawn with the Wind. What was the poster for that episode?
It's the Terry Funk poster.
Those are scheduled. That's not an auto tweet. But yeah, I was like, we should post our posters more. They should get a second posting. So it's I schedule them all to post every day.
Very.
Just to give more eyeballs on those posters.
People should buy them. I think they can't even buy them.
People should do a thing we don't provide.
Yeah, people should tell us that they would buy them so we know how many to sell.
So go home show, JB has Larry Zbyszko. Christian and Monty can't be in the same building ahead of Destination X, so they will be live via satellite tonight. Hebner will also be the referee for the main event. Then D'Amore came in and started shouting at them, and he was like, hey Larry, something's going on here? And JB was like, what's he talking about? And Larry's like, I don't know what he's talking about.
I was like, I never know what he's fucking talking about.
They're building toward an angle where Larry Zbyszko is going to lose his hair. Dave guesses that it will be to Raven since he's scheduled to return soon and they were feuding with when Raven left.
Also, Raven lost his hair.
Yes, violently and gruesomely. The story behind this is Zbyszko is getting hair restoration surgery soon, so he's getting his head shaved before surgery. With a true worker as well, though, that it's let's incorporate it into story if I'm going to shave my head. They want to do something with it in a comedy vein since Zbyszko will have a fuller head of hair shortly after it being shaved than he had before.
That's right.
So they do the sit-down interview with Christian and Monty. It's your basic pay-per-view build. There's nothing special to it. The story is Dawn is the rumor going on around the locker room is you've hurt your ribs, and Christian is like, hell yeah, I've hurt my ribs, but I'm not going to give up that easy.
Yeah, everything else was kind of cool. This was a filler week.
Yeah, we were talking at the start of the show about how this was a really good TV month, but the Go Home show was very much just we have a pay-per-view Sunday, we don't really have much else going on.
We used all of our ideas, fuck.
We ran through all of that in the first 3 weeks, so we just have the sit down. It's a nice little sit down. Monty and Christian, they're talking, they're facing, but not much else going on. Both men have interviews on the pay-per-view, pretty standard stuff. Monty does his I'm gonna win the belt promo. He's about to hit his catchphrase when Larry Zbyszko walks in, and he's just like, there's gonna be a level playing field. Earl Hebner's referee tonight. Shake my hand. Monty slaps his hand away, says he doesn't care, and then hits his catchphrase. And then Christian does this pretty standard I'm a world champion promo, where he does the Rock pause as well, because the crowd are chanting Christian, so he stops JB and does the stand there and let the crowd chant Christian a little bit. It's like, oh, look at him go. He's The Rock.
I do think you should only be allowed to do the Rock pause if you've wrestled The Rock.
And Christian has wrestled The Rock, so...
Actually, you should only be allowed to do it if you've beaten The Rock.
Has Christian beaten The Rock? I think Edge and Christian might have beaten The Rock in some tags, but I'm not sure if they...
Yeah, I will accept a tag win. I want you to put your money down. Do you think Christian Cage has ever beaten The Rock?
I think Edge and Christian have a tag team victory over The Rock. I'm not sure who pinned who, but I think they have beaten The Rock in a tag team match.
Alright, we're gonna find out right now. Oh my god. Cage match kept in the whole enter text thing. That was weird. All right. No, not the Rock and Raven faction.
That's the best tag team.
All right. They have wrestled 17 times. Ken Shamrock, the Big Boss Man, and The Rock defeat Christian, Edge, and Gangrel. WWF World Heavyweight Title #1 contendership match. 2-on-1 handicap match. The Rock defeats Christian, Edge.
Damn.
6-man tag. The Rock defeats Christian, Edge, and Chris Benoit.
Come on.
Christian, Chris Benoit, and Edge defeat the APA and The Rock.
There we go. Well done, Christian. You could do the Rock pause.
Christian and Edge defeat The Rock, the Undertaker.
Yeah. That's a good win.
I want to see. Have they ever had a? He did. Christian lost in 5 minutes.
It's probably a good match.
5 minutes in Canada for the WCW title.
Of course.
That's a weird match to look at on paper. Both men wrestling in 2024.
That's wild, isn't it?
That was their only singles match. Was that?
They should have another.
TV match?
The Rock should go to
Yeah, run it
AEW and
back.
they should have another.
Ran it back on Forbidden Door.
The Forbiddenest Door.
Oh, Christian Cage can cut some hella your family's dead promos about The Rock.
Okay.
What? That's his whole thing.
You were very excited about the idea, though.
Oh, we're gonna act like no, the crowd doesn't pop huge every time Christian says someone's family's dead?
It's just the degeneracy of American culture, actually.
Yeah, but it's bad when Candace does it.
Christian talks about his injured ribs, talks about how he gets his ass kicked all the time, mentions how he's gotten his ass kicked twice today already. I'm like, what's going on with your day, Christian?
Who did you get your ass kicked? Was it The Rock?
The Rock showed up to kick his ass. It's like, you better not do the Rock pause tonight. That's my thing.
Yeah, I saw you last week, motherfucker.
Says, this isn't the Serengeti, this is the peep zone, you silly bitch.
He's one of his catchphrases should just be "you silly bitch."
He did do "you silly bastard" a few weeks ago to Jeff Jarrett, so he's not gendered he's not specific to a gendered insult. He's willing to change up the gendered insult.
Gender fluid insults from Christian Cage. He may be the patriarchy, but he's not the patriarch.
Christian says Monty's record of NWA World Title matches will end the same way as his record in Super Bowl games: winless.
That was really funny. Sorry, just to go back to like the Go Home show for a minute, where Christian was like, "You are a good athlete," and then he's like, and then Monty starts to correct him. He's like, "No, you are a good athlete. I'm sorry." Like he did that twice, where he's like, he went too far in one direction. He's like, "No, I'm burying the guy. I have to reel it back in a little."
Yeah, and Monty was like, "No, I am a good athlete." He was like, "No, I will take that back. You are a good athlete." It was very funny.
Like he even like admitted to being wrong. He's like, "Yes, you're right."
Babyface immediately backed down.
You silly bitch.
So this world title match, Monty and Christian, it's fine.
It's not bad. It's not good either.
Because they have the basic structure of it, which is Christian's ribs are hurt. So Monty is working over the taped ribs for the entire match, doing a bunch of power moves on the taped ribs, as Christian works from underneath for most of it. And that's fine. It's a decent, solid structure. If you're going to do that, the match is too long for it.
And not exciting.
Yeah, I think this is like 18 minutes or something like that. It is really long. And like, if you're going to do just a standard he's working over the ribs match, you got to cut that thing down to like 13. But yeah, like the matches, Monty does power moves on the ribs, and then Christian just kind of comes back and wins with the Unprettier. That's basically it. There's not much more to say about it. It's fine. It's mechanically decent. It's not very exciting. There is a note from the Torch. Monty Brown may be held back within TNA because his in-ring skills are not progressing at the pace everyone would like. The problem for Brown is that he has a successful personal training business in which he works 5 days a week, earning well into 6 figures annually.
Stop wrestling! What are you doing?
He wants to be a star.
God damn.
To be fair, he actually does. That was like the thing that like he grew up a wrestling fan, not a football fan. So like he's using his football success to try and become a wrestling success.
Yeah, fair play. He's gonna get signed to WWE in like 3 months.
There are some within TNA who feel Brown should be working harder to get weekend bookings that don't interfere with his other job, not because he needs the money, but because he needs the experience. Even working 8 times a month might not be enough for him to get to the point where he needs to be as a top level worker, but it's better than 3 times per month he's currently working some of those shorter squash matches in which he is protected.
Well, hey TNA management, you want to take fucking cuts of people's indie dates, why don't you organize them?
I had not a realization, because I think I had this realization like a year ago, but it was reinforced this month for me that Monty Brown is like the world's most natural babyface.
Yeah.
As this big guy who does entertaining promos and has this insane, cool, explosive moveset that you're like, everything about him screams I should be a babyface. Like, Bill Goldberg as a heel would have been weird as shit. Like, and Monty is probably the closest comparison you can make. It's like big, explosive, dynamic, charismatic. It's like, he should be a babyface. Like, his best time in this company was like the 3 or 4 months where he was a babyface, leading into the Jarrett match, and he had that awesome squash against Team Canada. Like, his squash matches are babyface matches. Like, it's crazy. And he spent nearly the entirety of his entire career as a heel, and it just makes me think about how if they had actually correctly pegged this dude as a babyface star that he should be, we might be much better off.
Somehow I feel like they never would have committed still.
Well, he always would have been stuck behind Jarrett. That's the problem. That, like, no matter what, Jarrett's ego is too big to get out of the way for Monty Brown. Like, that's the problem. Ultimately in TNA, like, Jarrett would not let Monty in front of him because he was probably threatened by Monty, frankly. But I don't know, like, he just should have been a babyface. He's super cool. He's just too cool to be a heel.
Honestly, the real thing is they should have had like another hour.
Yeah.
Another year. Sorry.
Yeah, and like, when you look at the structure of this match, if you do have worries about Monty's experience levels, like, if he's working as a babyface, he doesn't need the responsibility of carrying a match like this. He can work from underneath, he can sell. Like, his best matches were as a babyface because of that. That, like, you could play into his strengths more because he could just sell and then come back with his big explosive power stuff, which leads better into what he can do well, as opposed to a match like this where he needs to control the majority of the match, which he's not interesting enough to do. It's like everything about him would be better off if he was a babyface, and he spent his entire career as a heel.
Yeah, just a guy who like got miscast at every opportunity, really.
Yeah, and then just left the business before he could right the ship. It is a shame because we're entering the Monty endgame now. We only have about 4 months left of Monty, which is a shame.
God, remember when for Monty's gonna be crazy.
Oh, it's gonna make me sad.
I actually have to research.
The other kind of heavyweight program this month is Lance Hoyt versus Matt Bentley.
Alright, tell me about all the things that happened on Explosion, Garrett.
Yeah, so the March 4th episode of Impact, JB has Matt Bentley and Tracy. Bentley talks about how he apparently attacked Lance Hoyt in Explosion. That's the first we heard about it.
They were breaking up a team and friendship?
They apparently, they were buddies on Explosion. I don't know. I just saw him super kick him. That's all I know. He super kicked him on Explosion.
They just announced that Thunderbolt Patterson is going into the WWE Hall of Fame.
Sure. What a weird class that is this year.
This is the Triple H class. He took over and he started putting real wrestling people in the Hall of Fame.
His sicko childhood heroes, and then Muhammad Ali.
Shout outs to the one guy who responded to that with, who are these people? I don't know who. I've never heard of them before.
You'll get a video package. It'll be fine. So Bentley is talking about how he's a Maverick now. He's Maverick Matt Bentley, or just Maverick Matt, as it seems to be. There's inconsistencies.
Which is awful.
Yeah, because his nameplate still comes up as Matt Bentley, but he's called Maverick Matt on commentary, so they can't make up their mind about whether he's Maverick Matt or Matt Bentley.
Yeah.
Lance Hoyt faces Kenny King on the show. They showed him super kicking Hoyt on Explosion, so they actually do at least use the Explosion footage, which is maybe the first time in the history of this company that they've shown us something that's happened on Explosion.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It might have happened once or twice in the Asylum days.
I remember earlier on, maybe we saw, Asylum stuff, we definitely saw some stuff, but first time it's on the Impact. And it's for this Matt Bentley, Lance Hoyt feud.
There's just so much going on TV this month that you can't find time on Impact for the Lance Hoyt, Matt Bentley stuff. You gotta use Explosion.
Yeah.
It is kind of wild that this is like one of the very, very few times, because Explosion has existed since like, November 2002, something like that? Maybe even a little bit earlier. So that's 4 years that they still haven't, 3.5, that they still haven't brought stuff forward from Explosion, but like, they're finally using it, and they will stop doing that. It is a once-off. It's not the case that like Explosion is a meaningful show with angles from here on out, but it is funny. Lance and Bentley will face at Destination X. Kenny starts with like an awesome springboard clothesline, just flies out at Lance Hoyt, but it's kind of interesting that like the crowd kind of boo Hoyt here.
And he's really pants. I don't know. He was kind of working like a heel because he was supposed to be like pissed off. So maybe like they just thought he was a heel because he was
mad.
being mad, and no one was. Then like 3 of them remembered what happened in the explosion.
And like Kenny King is like this plucky, exciting babyface who he is beating up. So, though is Kenny King a babyface? I'm not sure.
He is a jobber.
But there is no way to know. But he does do cool springboards, so that makes him inherently likable.
Yeah, so I don't know.
He did get cheered at the pay-per-view again, so they did correct. But I was like, is Hoytomania finally over? Have they turned on him?
Hollywood Hoyt.
Oh, God. Starts wearing feather boas, doing incomprehensible promos. Hoyt wins with the Texas Tower Bomb. A note, Hoyt's push was slowed. I would argue he never had one. But due to earning a rep for being impatient with his push and complaining too much. The feeling was the crowd pops he was getting in Orlando were going to his head.
My God, man thought he was too big of a star.
I like the way the subtext to that is the man was getting over and was like, guys, I'm getting over, let's do something with me. And it's like, this fucker, the ego on this guy. Never get over in the wrestling business. It's the worst thing that can ever happen to you. It's literally a whole business about getting over, and people will just relentlessly hold it against you.
Because they want to be the ones who get it.
Nothing else building toward this. We had the pay-per-view match. Tell me all about Lance Hoyt versus Matt Bentley on the pay-per-view, Liam.
They had a match. They were doing some stuff. And then Eric Young happened.
Eric Young dropped some flyers.
And then Tracy picked up a flyer and was like, Matt, look at this flyer. And then Matt, deservedly so, was like, who gives a fuck? Why are you showing me this? Turns around, eats a big boot, loses, kicks out on 3, clearly knew how stupid this finish was.
Yeah.
The end.
There you go. That's Lance Hoyt versus Matt Bentley. The main X Division feud this month is, for the X Division title, Styles, Daniels, Joe in Ultimate X.
Ooh.
So first impact of the pay-per-view cycle, JB has Joe and Larry in his office. Larry with some tremendous shirts this month. Looks like he walked straight in from golfing to do his TNA managing.
Which he probably has.
He probably did, yeah. Larry has a major announcement. TNA management is very proud of Joe's achievements. However, he's never been in an Ultimate X match. So Larry books that for Destination X. It is Styles, Daniels, Joe in Ultimate X to decide their feud for good. Joe's mad at him being underestimated because he's like, you don't think I can do that. You think I can't succeed in Ultimate X. And he's like, I don't like you playing stunts like this. They call you Living Legend, right? We might just be calling you Legend from now on.
Because Joe is going to kill him.
He is going to commit a murder on Larry Zbyszko.
That's the chant.
Right after that match, Daniels faces Austin Aries. As Austin Aries is making his entrance, he looks right down the camera and says, "Sexy time, baby." Daniels is about to go for the Angel's Wings, and he says, no, instead I'm going to go for the Coquina Clutch, which causes Joe to run out.
I was so pissed because I was like, fuck yeah, Daniels Aries.
They get no time as well.
I was like, I was excited. I wanted to see Daniels and Aries.
It's not even like they work a nice little 7-minute match and then Joe does the run-in. Like, they go to that finish in like 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Daniels goes to BME Joe, but Joe places the X Division title on his chest, which blocks the BME because Daniels lands on it and hurts himself.
Yes.
So is it the case that if the belt is face down on Joe's chest, it would hurt Joe? But because it was face up, it hurts Daniels?
Yes, but as we know, Liam Laura's my backyard finish was to have it face up so I would feel it.
What?
I've talked about this on the podcast before.
Have you?
Yes. When I used to do my trampoline fed, right? My finish was the frog splash.
Yeah.
But I would drag both belts on top of the pillow at the time, was a child, and I would face the 2 belts up so I could feel them more, so it would feel like a big move.
You're like a regular Rob Van Dam?
Yeah.
So you do like the big come up selling the ribs?
Yeah. I would do the flip over.
Joe then looks to muscle buster Daniels onto a chair, but AJ makes the save and nails Joe right in the skull with a chair. Like right in the skull with a chair. It's amazing how like we don't do that anymore. But back in 2006, well actually sometimes we do. We went through a period of not doing that anymore, and then we have come back into doing it a little more often. That man hit that man right in the skull with the chair.
I like hitting people in the skulls with chairs.
Well,
it's not my body.
You don't have to deal with the concussion. You're not wrong. Styles looks at Daniels and says, "This wasn't for you," throws the chair down and stands tall with the X Division title. We also get a feature immediately after that about Ultimate X, all the high spots, all the history of the match. They have had enough Ultimate X's at this point that they can put together a pretty good Ultimate X feature. They're like, ooh, look at all our cool moves. February 25th Impact, AJ Styles faces Roderick Strong.
Roderick Strong and AJ Styles, they see it on paper, you're like, ooh.
And at least, unlike the Daniels Aries match,
got some time.
Yeah, they got a little bit of time. They got to have a real match. They're not going out there and having like a 4-star match, but they're having like a tidy little 6-minute TV match.
It's not quite the, like, I'm working to get you a job pace either.
No. Daniels on commentary points out that the last time he and AJ were in Ultimate X together, Daniels took the X Division title from him.
You could do this again.
He then started talking about how he has a special training technique for Ultimate X, which I did not see in the match itself. He's like, you'll have to wait till Destination X to see what it is, and I guess we'll never know.
Well, he said he used it to win last time, and he's going to use it to win this.
And he did win both times, so whatever he did, it worked. In a lovely little spot, AJ was going for a sunset flip, and Strong just sidestepped him, and then caught him in a backbreaker. Like, Styles just landed back first on his knee. It's like, that's so cool. Styles popped Strong into a powerbomb, followed with the Styles Clash for the win. And that's the first time I noted that got a replay, but it was not the Morphoplex move of the night. Joe beat Shark Boy later on that show. Don informs us that the X Division is not defined by weight limits, Liam. Have you heard this? It's defined by no limits.
What? Since when?
It's a new concept they're trying to do in this 2006 X Division.
I like it. They should emphasize.
Nice little competitive squash. I like the way Shark Boy tapped out in the Coquina clutch, because it did look like he was actually being choked out.
Yeah.
There was like a super labored, like, I'm on the verge of passing out kind of tapping out thing he did that looked really good. Main event of the March 4th Impact. Samoa Joe and Shannon Moore faced AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels.
Joe and Punk versus Daniels and Styles.
That is what the graphic said before this match. The funny thing is, earlier on the show, there was a graphic that said Joe and Prince of Punk. And then right before this match, they're like, let's shorten it. It's Joe and Punk versus AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels.
That'll get the dirt sheets.
But perfectly fine match. The interesting part of this is that the Ultimate X structure was up for this match so that they could preview it, I guess. You could look at it and be like, look, it's Ultimate X. So Joe looked like ominously at the Ultimate X structure as he was doing his entrance. They mentioned that Joe was on the cover of the new Pro Wrestling Illustrated, which TNA put it over as a great color cover shot of Samoa Joe. Mike TNA is such an old man that he is putting over the color photography on this month's Pro Wrestling Illustrated.
Hey, it's still impressive, alright?
Joe blind tags himself in as Daniels is going for the Angel's Wings, and then just wins with a lariat. Like a single lariat beats Daniels. It's a good looking lariat, to be fair. It's Samoa Joe, but he does just win with a lariat.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta win with a really great lariat.
Styles then takes Joe's X Division title, hangs it from the cables, and then Styles and Daniels are just standing in the ring together being like, go get it. Go get it. It's right there. You can go get it.
And he's like, I can't. And they're like, why?
Which is like it's a fun hook for like Ultimate X, because like obviously Joe is out of place in that match, and that's the story.
Why is he out of place, Garrett?
Because he is large. There's a word
What would
for
Scott Steiner say about him?
We won't know for another 3 years. Actually, no, we will. They feud in Slammiversary, and he doesn't quite go he's fat, but he does do multiple promos about how he is in much better shape than Samoa Joe.
Good bits.
TNA wants to retain Shannon Moore, but won't begrudge if he leaves because WWE offer him a better deal. If he signs with WWE, he's leaving on good terms, having jobbed on the way out. Has he? One TNA veteran, though, predicts he'll be promised the world just like Matt Hardy was, just to get him to sign. Then he'll be as frustrated as he was the last time and miserable there like everybody else.
Sounds pretty accurate in 2024.
Jonah Rock's not at all tweeting through that at the moment.
Listen, have the faith in oneself, but come on.
Also, I would have heat with Shannon Moore if he left, personally.
Why?
Because, like, he hasn't jobbed on the way out. Like, he didn't get pinned here. He was on the winning side of this tag. There was the 8-man tag he was in on the Go Home show where David Young got pinned. He got to pin AJ Styles and he won on the pre-show. He hasn't jobbed on the way out. If anything, he's been overly protected for a dude who might be immediately leaving. Go Home Show had a little feature with new comments from Styles, Daniels, and Joe, where the Styles was like sitting on top of the Ultimate X, and Joe was like standing on the truss. Made for some cool visuals. Story driving home is Styles being like, "This is my match. This is Ultimate X. This is our environment, and you're stepping into our world here. So you might." And Daniels does like a promo on, I think it's the pay-per-view, where he's like, or maybe it's AJ here, where it's like, you are good in the ring, you are good outside the ring, but this match takes place above the ring, and that is not your domain. That is ours.
That's a good line.
Yeah.
It gives him a good out.
Yeah, like that's the whole idea. There is some like criticism. It's like, why would you put Joe in Ultimate X? It's not his strong point. It's like, that's the story, you idiots.
Yeah, and also like, I don't know, you think you're gonna have him for a long time, you know? You know, like, you're allowed to do some... It doesn't need to be a straight singles match every month.
So that brings us to the pay-per-view where JB, before the Ultimate X, has Samoa Joe, and he goes to compare Joe's streak to Bill Goldberg, which Joe abruptly cuts off and says, it's not about who's next, but who's left?
Good line.
Yeah.
Also acknowledging, Goldberg on TV now.
They're even at the point of like actively name dropping Goldberg and teasing him specifically for a match with Joe, which is probably what you would do. The idea of like unbeaten streak versus guy who famously had unbeaten streak.
But it's like, have him beat Joe.
Well, they brought in Kurt and had him beat Joe. It's the same thing, really.
Yeah, but Kurt's good.
You one of those people who doesn't pretend that Bill Goldberg's the best wrestler to ever exist?
I mean, I've seen about 40, and they were all WWE.
Oh no, you've seen the worst of them then. But no, some of the modern ones are really like the Lesnar match at WrestleMania is really
they're
good.
fun. Yeah, the Lesnar one's amazing.
Goldberg for me is a person that people have overcorrected on, where the consensus opinion used to be that he was bad, which is wrong, and now the consensus opinion that he is great, which is also a bit wrong, and he lies somewhere in the middle.
He's a vibes guy.
Yeah, in the right environment, he can be amazing and the best. But the idea that he's this great pro wrestler is just not true.
Is he an Observer Hall of Famer, Garrett? I know you hate the Observer Hall of Fame, but is he a Hall of
I don't care.
Just fucking participate.
Even you qualifying that as I know you hate it, my still instinctive reaction is I don't care.
Participate.
I'm gonna say yes, sure, give it to him.
Alright.
I'd probably say no, his run's not long enough. But still, he was a big star, sure, give it to him. Ultimate X for the X Division Championship. Christopher Daniels defeats AJ Styles and Samoa Joe to become champion once again. So Joe only goes to climb the cables once.
Good bit.
He looks tremendously uncomfortable. He does the thing where his feet don't really leave the turnbuckle very much. He's desperately trying to still use the turnbuckle to keep his base. And then the second he tries to go out, he just falls to the mat. And I'm not sure he was meant to, because I think they're setting up a spot where he was meant to fall on Styles, because Styles is lying below him a little further out. So I think they were meant to do a spot where Joe climbed out a little and then Daniels pulled him down onto Styles. But I think he fell before that. So
So my favorite part of this match is how we are beginning the formation of the Daniels Styles team, and they are adapting and learning that they are a good tag team by realizing that the only way they can keep this guy down is to work as a team against him, and that's some good development between these two as we head into the era of them teaming.
Because the story coming out of the last pay-per-view, and even this month, even when Styles made the save for Daniels earlier in the month and said it's not for you, is they're still not on the same page. But you're right, they do a really good job of showing how they should be a good team together through wrestling. God forbid a story told through wrestling, as opposed to doing a big promo or something. It's just they did a high-low on Joe, they did a double team muscle buster on Joe. Oh look, they're actually really good together, aren't they? Huh?
Yeah.
It is a really nice and nuanced spot, or a way to develop that story, I guess. There's also a great spot where Joe goes for the Ole kick on the floor and AJ comes fucking flying off the apron out of nowhere. The forearm ruled. Looked so good. Joe grabs a chair and smashes AJ off the cables with it. Daniels then kicks that chair into Joe's head, which gives him the window to grab the belt and win, as Styles and Daniels shake hands after the match, and Joe starts tossing the ring steps at ringside.
It is a very good way to belt off Joe. And of course they're very quick, he didn't get pinned!
Yeah, it's undefeated still. No pin. He's still good. The match was scheduled to last around 16 minutes total, but they cut a few minutes of planned spots due to leading to the finish due to a Samoa Joe eye injury. Joe scratched his cornea the night before and irritated it during the match when the sweat and body oil got in his eye during a dive outside of the ring onto both Styles and Daniels. Joe lost his equilibrium and was in pain, communicating such to Daniels at one point in the match, and therefore was unable to do some planned spots and had to go to the finish early. He might have also realized due to sweat on the cables and his weight, he might not have been able to execute some of the planned spots. There was some second guessing of whether it was smart to put Joe in that style match to begin with, since it doesn't play to his strengths, and instead put him in a position to look weak. It would be like putting Hulk Hogan in a ladder match, says one veteran headliner. Sources say Joe wasn't particularly comfortable with the format of the match, but saw it as a challenge. He acknowledged that Ultimate X is considered the signature match to climax a feud involving X Division wrestlers.
It's nice to have an Ultimate X that feels important.
Yeah, for the most of the history of that stipulation, both before this and after this, it is just we are doing an Ultimate X so we can do an Ultimate X. We think it's cool to do an Ultimate X on the show, so we're doing an Ultimate X. As opposed to this, which is the culmination of arguably over a year-long feud now, given the first Styles Daniels match was February 2005. So like this is like between the three of them the culmination of 13 months. So it makes sense for them to go into Ultimate X as a big feud-ending rivalry, as opposed to just throwing it out for no reason.
Yeah.
And like I disagree with the idea that it's like, oh, you put Joe in a position to look weak because they told a story about it. It was the story of the match. You're getting worked by the story. Bunch of marks. There is some other like small stuff in the X division. So the story this month is that we are building toward the World X Cup coming up in April, May. So after lockdown, we get the World X Cup coming up. So there's some X division stuff running through the month.
It looks like a spicy World X Cup too.
Yeah, we have some cool people potentially being in it.
And some cool people that should have been in it.
So, like, first impact of the month, we do get a Jay Lethal versus Shannon Moore versus Roderick Strong match to earn a spot on Team USA in the World X Cup.
So, watching this, I was like, man, Jay Lethal already feels like above jobber status. And I mean that more than just he is winning a match. Like, he came out and something about the way it was shot, that just how he looked, the confidence on it, like he looked like a signed member of the roster progressing in a way that like a Roderick Strong or an Austin Aries don't quite yet. Aries feels a little bit more than Strong. But yeah, I just noticed it and I was watching Lethal and I was like, wow, this guy looks like he's taken a step up.
Yeah, he feels like he's taken to TV a lot faster than, as you mentioned, particularly like Strong, who like has good matches but does not feel like a guy who pops on TV in the same way Lethal has in Lethal's first few performances.
Yeah. And it just, I don't know, something about him, he looked TV ready more than you would expect for someone of his career.
I do appreciate how, like, they're also, like, committing to that, you know? They're not like, oh, Jay Lethal's just a job guy. Jay Lethal's just a guy who we put in enhancement matches to lose the stars. They kind of identify pretty quickly that Jay Lethal is a guy who has a little bit of upside, who looks good on TV, who's, like, explosive, who's, like, dynamic. Fair enough, Samoa Joe did everything within his power to make sure that he actually looked like that in their first match. But, like, Jarrett gave him a ton when Jarrett randomly wrestled on TV too. So like they do even like reinforce in this match that like Lethal beat PD, Shelley and Bentley at against all odds. So they drive home that Lethal is not just like a guy who is losing on TV. They're like, oh, like he won at the pay-per-view. Lethal has like some forward momentum going. In this match, Moore leg lariated Lethal into a strong German, which is a cool spot. Moore elevated Lethal over the turnbuckle into a Rana on Strong on the other side, which is also a cool spot. Moore followed with a moonsault to the floor, and Lethal pinned Strong with a full Nelson suplex, a dragon suplex if you will. Good match, probably the best TV match of the month for me.
Yeah, Lethal getting the win on Shannon Moore would have been really nice if the guy's leaving.
Oh, Shannon Moore is doing all these jobs on the way out, Liam. Have you not heard?
I mean, he did lose the match.
He has lost some matches. He was pinned in none of them.
Yeah.
There's talk of bringing Jeff Hardy back for the return to primetime. Shannon Moore is a good friend of Hardy, so TNA management may put Shannon Moore in charge of Hardy to ensure he shows up. They don't in the end, but once again, they are still being like, Jeff Hardy? Jeff Hardy?
Yeah, but they're also being like, Russo?
So yeah, Jay Lethal is on Team USA in the World X Cup.
I'm excited for it.
March 11th Impact, there is another qualifying match for not the World X Cup in fact. Actually no, it is, it's both a spot on Team USA or Team TNA and also a spot in the X Division Showcase at Destination X. So Mike Tenay mentions that there is an X Division Showcase at the pay-per-view that is currently meant to feature Puma, Durango Kid, and Petey Williams. This is a little World X Cup preview. Durango Kid is not in the match because apparently they kept calling CMLL being like, hey, what's the deal? And they stopped answering. So
something that CMLL seems to be doing a lot.
They thought they had a deal more or less done with CMLL to be like, you know, we're doing some stuff going forward. You'll have a team in the World X Cup. We'll be bringing some of your guys in. And that it just didn't happen. They just apparently stopped answering the phone. So it went back to AAA, as it always does.
I was going to say, the famed idea of wanting CMLL but being stuck with AAA.
Larry Z, for some reason, was watching this match on from the ramp. Slick Johnson ran out to talk to him about something, and Larry's like, go away, and left.
I assume Larry watches every match.
From the
and
ramp.
This one was for a spot on Team TNA, so that is his team.
He's extra invested in who's making it.
Yeah, because his team, that's the team representing his company against the other teams from around the world.
I kind of love Shelley just casually breaking out a tombstone pile driver in this match. He's just like, I'm just gonna drop this, because like every time, while Undertaker was an active wrestler in particular, people were so like protective of that move. It's like, that's Undertaker's move, Alex, so other people shouldn't be doing Undertaker's move. And Alex Shelley just like doing it for a near fall in this X Division 3-way on TV. Sabin pins Shelley with the Cradle Shock to earn a spot on Team TNA and also earn a place in the X Division showcase that does actually still end up featuring Sanjay Dutt.
There you go. He earned his spot via not being pinned.
That's true.
I like that Shelley's all over these shows, but barely winning.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things where it's like, there's the difference in wrestling between being pushed and being featured. Like, people generally can't tell the difference. Like, Shelley is not currently being pushed, but he is being pretty heavily featured. And it's better off for him because he's been featured in ways that play to his strengths, particularly in the paparazzi production stuff. But yeah, it's always interesting to draw that distinction. Brings us to the pay-per-view. Opening match was Alex Shelley versus Jay Lethal.
It was good.
And Alex Shelley won, so eat your hat, sir.
Which is why it's really good.
I like Alex Shelley's little like Gatling gun taunt he does with the camera tripod as he does his entrance.
Yeah,
it's cool.
It's a good. He's very good. He's a very good pro wrestler. Some would say.
The crowd have already like taken to Lethal, like they're super interested in him. So like the crowd are very into him in this match. So it's fun to see. Like they again, to add to, not only is he looking TV ready, not only is he being pushed a little bit, but like he is getting good crowd responses as well. It's all working out for Jay Lethal here at the start.
Yeah, he's moving on up, moving on up, moving on up.
For a lot of this pay-per-view, nearly all of it, you can hear the faint sound of the Spanish announcing underneath it.
Yeah, I think that's LAX's influence.
I wonder is Conan, because it's Conan and I think Armando Quintero is the Spanish announce team at the moment. It's definitely Conan anyway. Maybe Moody Jack. I'm not entirely sure.
Well, we saw Conan in the Killings match, so...
Oh yeah, they brawled up to him, yeah. So maybe Conan is just so loud that you can just hear him.
But you also hear, like, crowd noise, too. It's like the whole audio is just connected.
Yeah, something is bleeding through here. But yeah, so even, like, during pre-tapes and everything, you can hear the Spanish announcers, like, translating the pre-tape in real time.
Yeah, I was wondering why were they talking so much during this pre-tape?
Because the pre-tapes are in English, Liam.
Yeah, but everywhere speaks English.
Guy, mate. Mike Tenay welcomes all the people internationally watching on MediaZone.com on what Mike Tenay calls the World Wide Web.
Wow, that's the WWW.
The color photography in the World Wide Web blowing Mike Tenay's mind here in 2006.
The cultural advances of 2006.
Wait until he sees that there's color photography on the World Wide Web.
Oh my god.
Shelley wins this match with the slice bread number 2, which Tenay also calls a Shiranui, so shout out to Namichi Marufuji.
What?
Mike Tenay uses the nerd name for the move as well as the American name for the move.
Yeah, I just wanted your pronunciation again.
Namichi Marufuji?
There you go.
I just said it too quick.
Maybe it cut off me, but it sounded like you said Namichi Marufuji. And I was like, okay.
Listen, we're now 2 hours deep into part 2 of this recording, so don't expect me to say words without mumbling.
I think I'm the one who's meant to be not saying words well.
It's only like nearly 3 in the morning for you. Get over it.
My stomach hurts.
The other match on the pay-per-view, Chris Sabin defeated Petey Williams, Sanjay Dutt, and Puma.
I went less on this than the 3-way, but I think this is my favorite match of the month.
They do just let these 4 guys go out there and have a cool wrestling match.
They just do shit for a lot of time.
Because it is fun. We were talking about how, like, the build to the show is pretty good, but, like, the build to the last 3 matches is pretty good. The build to everything before the last 3 matches, other than Bob Armstrong, is borderline non-existent. So, to fix that, they're just like, let's throw 4 good wrestlers out there, give them 15 minutes, and just let them go.
And it's good! And it builds up the World X Cup nicely.
Yeah, it works out pretty nicely. As we mentioned, the original iteration of this match was meant to be Shinsuke Nakamura in there instead of Puma, but they replaced Nakamura because he doesn't really work in X Division style.
Oh, but it'd be so funny.
And they were hoping to get Mystico in the place of Sanjay, but that fell through, and they were then meant to get Durango Kid as the CMLL representative, but that also fell through, so Sanjay ended up working the match.
Mystico. Imagine how the course of history...
Mystico could have been a TNA guy.
You could have had a bad TNA run instead of a bad WWE run.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, because I was like, TNA currently don't have a very good track record with international stars. There is Apollo, terrible.
Mystico in LAX.
There is Shocker, who was fine, but he wasn't pushed. And like the closest they came to doing well was Hector Garza, and then circumstances intervened in that one. Like they were actually getting behind Hector Garza, and then
I was working with him.
and then everything happened that kind of took him off the table. So like not a great record, but so you wonder like if they did have Mystico, how would that work out? Probably, as you said, not very well, but it would be interesting to see.
Yeah. But also like how wicked. How different, you know?
Mike TNA mentions here that Puma has been wrestling since he was 15. He is wearing a mask, so I cannot put that in context.
He could still be 15.
He could be like 17. He could be wrestling for 2 years. I don't know. He's a masked wrestler. I can't see his face. I get no gauge of what age he is.
Should have told me what age he is.
It sounded like when doing the introductions that Penzer called Sanjay Sean J. As I said, like it's not every X Division match you've ever seen, because that sounds dismissive. But like it is like the classic 4 dudes in an X Division match. They're going wild. They're doing stuff. Decent showing for Puma in his first like real, because he did some stuff in 04. But in his first like proper pay-per-view match, good showing for young Puma, young Manic.
We were talking about before how it's kind of weird that TJ Shoot Trash has had 3 masked gimmicks.
Yeah.
Like, and you wouldn't expect like 3 different masked gimmicks too.
For a dude who's like objectively handsome, particularly in the younger parts of his career, it's like, no, we got to stick a mask on this monster.
I guess maybe when he was younger, it was just. I mean, people always have to like allocate reasons, but sometimes people just want to be a masked wrestler.
It might also be the case that because he started wrestling so young, that they're like, we got to put a mask on this guy. He's 17.
Yeah.
We can't have people realizing just how young this guy looks. So masks him up, baby. PD kills Dot with the Destroyer. Sabin pins Puma with the Cradle Shock as Chris Sabin has momentum. Good match. Good showing for the upcoming World X Cup. And if you're going to fill out a pay-per-view with just a filler X Division match, just put 4 guys in and let them have a good match for 15 minutes. It's a good idea. That's the way to do it.
I didn't see, but did they do a thing with PD and Sabin and them avoiding the finishes in this?
They didn't. He didn't go for a Cradle Shock on Sabin, so.
Yeah, okay. Because I was like, I expect those two to keep that thread going for every match they have.
Every single match they ever have to do the drop to the knee to counter the Destroyer.
Well, it should just be the thing that that PD just can't hit it on it. Sabin should always get ways out of it.
But he didn't go for it on Sabin on this one. He knows. He's just like, I gotta hit Sanjay with the Destroyer.
Honestly, I'm fine with that too. That makes just as much sense.
There is going to come a point where he's just going to hit Sabin with a Destroyer, and you're going to be devastated.
Unless they play into it, like he gets out of it once, turns around, gets him in it the second time.
But yeah, if you're going to like the other random match thrown on the show was Alex Shelley Jay Lethal, which didn't really have any story. They just threw that match on the pay-per-view, and like, thumbs up. Alex Shelley Jay Lethal was a good match to throw on the show for no reason. And we end the show, as we always do, with 3LK family drama.
This mother is a bad girl.
Beware.
And boy, it's actually exciting this time.
I think, like, listen, objectively, if you were to say that, is this a good way to introduce LAX to get their ass kicked by a really old man? The answer is no. Like, if you're being, like, truly critical and, like, being like, oh, analyzing the wrestling, being like, oh, you know...
ROH champion homicide.
Yeah, is that good for those guys? The answer is no.
But
every Bob Armstrong segment on television fucking rocks.
Because he's awesome.
He's so good.
And genuine and earnest and everything you want from a babyface.
Yeah. There's not an ounce of cynicism. It's a good story. Thumbs up.
But let's get into it. Let's get into the gritty details.
February 18th Impact. LAX face La Migra.
Okay, great. I was talking about this. I miss when jobbers had gimmicks that suited the people they were wrestling. Like if you have a character and this is your character, you should beat up a job guy that happens to have the opposite of your gimmick. And I'm into this.
It is very funny that La Migra is the 3-man combination of Donovan Morgan, Mike Modest, and Ryan Drago. Ryan Drago, by the way, a young Simon Gotch.
I thought he looked like Simon Gotch. I was like, this guy really looks like Simon Gotch.
It's because it is. It's a young Simon Gotch who recently made his actual first TNA appearance against Josh Alexander at No Surrender. So there you go.
And it widely regarded positively.
It is funny how like Donovan Morgan and Mike Modest are like dressed in the gimmick. There's the La Migra gimmick is clearly theirs, and also Ryan Drago's just there too in his regular wrestling gear.
La Migra is a babyface because like John West is like, yeah, send him back.
It is very strange, because Maitane explains to us that La Migra is slang for immigration or border control. And then, as you said, Don West suggests that somebody needs to send LAX back across the border. So it's like this racist act who are like trying to kick migrants out of a country are the baby faces.
Homicide born in...
Yeah. Listen, you don't need accuracy in your wrestling storytelling. Come on.
I'm just happy Homicide's here. I'm ready for fucking Hernandez to get in here so we can start, grooving.
Yeah, LAX at the moment is still Homicide, Machete, and Conan.
I don't mind Machete, but I just want some proper LAX,
They pinned Drago with the Steiner Bulldog and then jumped them after the match. The crowd chant, "Where's your green card?" at them. Seems very rude. As you said, Homicide doesn't need one.
They should chant that at Team Canada.
Conan says Bob doesn't have a wrestling license, but if he can get one, he'll kill him.
And he says it in a way less awesome way than that.
Well, yeah, he said last time we sent you to the hospital, next time it'll be permanent. But he is threatening to kill him.
Yeah, but he's threatening to put him in hospital permanently.
That's death.
That's not death. That's technically living.
So coma?
Or just so beaten so bad he could never get off the machines.
Okay. Low-Key was considered for LAX, but he will be booked in the X division instead.
Oh my god, Loki and Homicide as proper LAX?
Which you do actually get if you wait long enough.
At the beatdown plan?
No, for a very brief period, Loki is in LAX in 2017.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh yes, 2017.
For a very, very brief run until Loki quits again, because he's Loki, but shout out to Loki for quitting.
Where's Selena?
She shows up in 2008.
Oh, I forget that this stable goes forever.
Yeah, what, 2007? Around then. There's some fun notes about Loki this month.
There's always fun notes about Loki.
Where it's like, Loki might be coming back, but he's asking for more money than last time, so he's getting heat. It's like, yeah, fucking Loki's the best.
But also, I don't fucking can him. He should ask for more money.
Yeah, last time he was here was 2004, when the company was broken in the asylum. Now they're on Spike and on television. You should be asking for more money.
Yeah.
Ricky Vega isn't considered ready yet. That's Machete. So Hot Stuff for Hernandez is slated to replace Apollo full-time in LAX. There is also interest in Ricky Banderas, but he is locked into a contract in Puerto Rico, so TNA may not be able to sign him at this time. There was more stuff in The Observer about how they were willing to let them use Ricky Banderas, but there was still some concern that he'd be assigned to a contract in Puerto Rico, so that you wouldn't have control over him and his bookings and all of that. You might run into some of the same problems they're running into other people with that stuff, so they were still reluctant to use him.
Garrett, LAX, Hernandez and Homicide had a match 4 months.
Really? Who was against?
Nathan Cruz and Miles Kane.
Hell yeah, a dream match.
In England.
Oh, boo.
Come on, England.
Boo.
Come on, England.
The TNA booking team is not familiar with Homicide's work in Ring of Honor, so they're not sure how much to invest in him at this point.
Like the best. Best ever.
He's also been working with an injured shoulder, which has slowed him down, and he will continue to have tape on for the rest of his life.
The OGs, Garrett. The OGs, damn it.
Dave goes into, part of the reason they chose not to go with Loki is because they'd be wrestling the James Gang, and they thought that Loki and Homicide would be too small next to BG, and particularly Kip, who was humongous.
They could also kill him.
So there's the thought to get someone bigger in there like Hernandez to even out the size discrepancies.
It's Loki and Homicide.
Well,
Garrett,
you can have it.
Garrett, I want it.
No.
I never get anything I want in TNA in 2006 when I was 9.
Earlier in that show, JB had the James Gang. They said not Batman and not Robin, not the Lone Ranger and Tonto. It's Brian and Kip James. And then BG for some reason said you can't say that on television. And I'm like, which part of that?
I was gonna say something.
Was he gonna say a racism?
Yeah, it was something like that.
Was he gonna say Billy Gunn and Road Dogg?
I don't know. He was gonna say something, and I thought it was racist. But maybe that's just me assuming it's BGG.
Bob walks in and does this awesome promo where it's like, I don't care about my knees. If I have to crawl, I'll get revenge on the LAX. It's like, they took my pride from me and I'm taking it back.
Yeah. Shoutouts to a great BG line who said, "Oh, Mum's gonna kill me."
Oh, giving BG James credit. Oh.
He's good at one-liners.
And his promo last month was pretty... And he did do... Before the pay-per-view match, he does just say, I'm not going to do my catchphrases because this is serious. So he's finally listened to you.
He's learning. BG James, in 2006, listened to this podcast and was like, I gotta put...
February 25, Impact. Team Canada faced the James Gang. It was kind of wild to me watching BG and Kip do an entrance, how, they feel like a complete non-factor. After all the build they did to BG and Kip teaming for the first time in a few years years as well, because they didn't team in WWF for a few years as well. So like it's a big Attitude Era act back together for the first time in years, and they come out on TV and like, oh, that doesn't feel important at all. They should care though, right? They were they were a meaningful hot act in the Attitude Era. You can't take that away from them.
I'm taking it away from them.
Yeah, that's fair. BG hits the catchphrases, but then the Canadians jump him. Short match that ends when LAX run in and slapjack BG, allowing Rude to hit the Northern Lariat for the win. They slapjack him again as Bullet Bob comes out, and then just fucking runs wild on LAX.
Yeah.
Which again, if you're like, good for LAX? No. But is it awesome when he starts throwing punches on Homicide and Machete?
Am I hooting and hollering while it's happening? Yes.
Yeah, then he stares down Conan, and Mike Tenay and Don West are like, fucking get him, this is the moment. And then Conan bails as we set up a 6-man tag for the pay-per-view.
Conan runs away.
He literally flees in terror from this 66-year-old man who just had knee surgery. It's so good. Everything Bob does is so good. There's not much actual full build to that match. That's pretty much it.
But it was awesome.
Yeah, Mike Tenay announces in the go-home main event that the 6-man tag has been made for the pay-per-view. It's official. It's LAX versus the James Gang and Bullet Bob Armstrong. So they do have a promo package before the match where they refer to Bob Armstrong as the Tribal Elder.
Yeah. Again, everyone steals everything from TNA. Clearly the bloodline... I mean, clearly BG James pitched it.
Well, it's funny to think. So Bob was the Tribal Elder. Bob sadly passed away a few years ago.
Did Roman Reigns inherit it after that?
Well, my question is, should BG be pissed? Because BG, I guess, is the Tribal Elder now. Maybe Scott. I'm not sure who's older. Scott Armstrong might be older. Maybe
Armstrong. The Armstrongs and the Fatus have a weird blood pact like Rock's family.
So the Armstrongs, after Bob passed away, the Armstrongs declared fealty to the Fatus and passed the Tribal Elder title over to Roman Reigns. Is that what's happening here?
Yeah. That's what I'm guessing.
The feature before the match kind of rocked as well.
Tell me about it.
I don't know. This is just like, it's because it's mostly featuring Bob kicking ass and doing promos, and it does have like the good. BG
and it has sweet music.
It's some sweet music. That good BG promo from last week where it's like you did that to my daddy or whatever the line was. It's like, oh, it's all the good stuff from this. After a year, Liam. Against all odds, 2005 is when Kip James debuted, and when this thing started. We have been doing this for 13 months, and finally, we have some good stuff in this feud.
Yeah, we got there. I never doubted it for a second.
Bob is rocking a singlet.
He's because he's a real goddamn wrestler.
His fucking younger son wrestling in a t-shirt, and he comes out wearing a singlet. BG is finally like, I'm not going to do my catchphrases because you hurt my dad and we're going to fight. He does, however, close the promo saying blood is thicker than mud, which felt very racist. Mike Tenay points out that Bob first wrestled in 1962, and that the boots he is wearing are 30 years old.
He got that information on the World Wide Web.
Yeah, there's color photos of those boots, I heard. There's actually not. It would be a better bit if they were in black and white. The boots are frankly too old to have color photos. The match entirely builds around getting basically Conan and Bob facing off, and Bob finally gets his hands on Conan, and he just starts beating his ass. So he starts throwing punches on Conan, and there's this great moment where Conan bails out to the floor, but his pants start falling down. So he starts having to do this like waddle to try and get away from Bob, but then Bob catches him, lays him over the announce desk, and starts laying down punches on Conan, while Don West is like mirroring the punches behind him. He's like, yeah!
It's awesome. I mean, it's kind of worked perfectly.
Because like the match is like 6 minutes. It's like they don't waste your time. They don't pretend to be anything it's not. They're not like dragging this thing out or making you watch too much Billy Gunn wrestling. It's like a little bit of heat, get to Bob coming in, running wild, kicking ass, straight to the finish. No wasted motion, exactly what it should be. So Homicide tries to use a chair, but Bob grabs it. BG kicks the chair into Homicide's face as Kip pins Machete with the Missouri boat ride, and the Armstrongs stand tall.
Now we're ready for the Fatus versus the Armstrongs.
Well, you would have to get Billy Gunn, the adopted James, over to back to WWE, which they should do. Maybe I would approve of that. Conan is also to join the Armstrongs.
Yep.
Or no, 3LK versus the Bloodline.
Now that's money.
Could you imagine if WWE did it in like 2024, did a 3 Live Crew nostalgia run?
It would be perfect.
It would be so funny.
Remember those few years back when they did like the New Age Outlaws reunion run? This is what they need to do. They need to do it again.
So you would do 4LK? You would include Billy Gunn?
Yeah.
Once again, just to get him out of AEW. And get Conan out of AAA. This is working on multiple fronts.
The entire world is saved. Wrestling saved.
Everything is better off due to this 4 Live Crew nostalgia run. But yeah, this rocked. Bob Armstrong rules. He's the best. And that is the month it is. March 2006, Destination X 2006. In your Patreon feed right now is our watch along of Destination X 2006, tnhi.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. We'll be back in the next couple of weeks with our Rain Tickers episode on Wrestle Kingdom from 2014, as well as another episode of A Gift of the Pods covering Lucha Underground.
Not a very discussed show. Nothing happened.
No, not Famous for Anything Reviews, and not the show I went to, which I haven't watched since I was there.
Oh, that's very exciting.
Yeah, so that's a fun thing. I haven't seen that show other than seeing it live. So I'll be watching it back for the first time and having vivid memories of going to Japan to see Wrestle Kingdom before everybody did that. I was cool. I saw New Japan before.
A taste maker.
Going there every year. But yeah, those will be coming to your Patreon feed soon enough. tnhchat.com, patreon.com/kiddingme. Follow us on Twitter at TNHistoryPod. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muda. Subscribe to us on YouTube at You've Got to Be Kidding Me. Follow us on TikTok at TNA History. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Do the damn thing.